Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Who are the idiots who believe this nonsense? I wondered after reading an excerpt from one of Lockhart's books in which he claimed to have fought a werewolf with his bare hands, before using a spell to force him back to being a human. I was in the library when, oddly enough, I found a shelf full of Lockhart's books. And I, like a curious young man, decided to read it, just to see if the books are as extravagant and exaggerated as the titles suggest. And after taking a look at a few pages of 3 of his books, I realized that Lockhart's narcissism and arrogance in books and movies doesn't do justice to what appears to be his real personality. Seriously, who claims to be Britain's most powerful future wizard, while calling himself noble, brave, smart, and charming? I questioned myself, pushing the book away in disgust, but at least I have to praise Lockhart's stony face for being able to say something like that, and not feeling embarrassed. And also for managing to fool a lot of housewives, witches, and girls hormonal. And to think that next year I'll have to put up with him at school. Would killing him interfere with events? Or maybe just a little kidnapping? I started to reflect. I would continue with my thoughts, but the noise of books hitting would caught my attention. And looking at the source of the sound, I saw the Golden Trio placing books after books on a table. Knowing they were looking for Flamel, and that at some point they would find him, I left them to their thing and went back to my book. He's not a Quidditch player, because if he were, I would know, I hear Weasley whisper, even though they're a few tables away. And he's not, or was, a Hogwarts professor either, Granger said, also whispering. Of so many wizards there are, how are we going to find him by name alone? Potter said, putting down one of the books that was in his hand. But for him to meet the headmaster, and be able to ask a favor from him, he must be someone important, Granger said. If he's that important, why haven't we found out about him yet? Weasley questioned, getting a marrying sigh from Granger. I don't know. She replied. Listening to the conversation they were having, I glanced at them, and saw the large piles of books they had piled up on their desk. Quick and easy way to find someone, I thought sarcastically. If you didn't want to ask Madame Pants about Flamel, why didn't you at least ask some older student? Sigh, if it wasn't for a card and a chocolate frog they would never have found out who Flamel is, and at that point, I started to realize how lucky they are. Well, lucky or a trio with a great plot armor. Before I could question the Golden Trio's luck and protagonism, I heard them start whispering again. How about we try to get more clues from Hagrid? Weasley proposed. And I have to say, this is a good proposition, especially coming from someone like Weasley. I don't think he's going to talk to us about it. He's been more cautious with us after we got the Flamel name from him. Granger was quick to point out the flaws, obviously forgetting how naive the half-giant could be. And then? Do we give up? Weasley asked, frowning. Well, we could ask Madame Pants about the, Granger began but was cut off by Potter. Wait. We can't talk to her. She might end up telling the headmaster we're snooping around, he said. Sigh, so our only option is to keep looking through the books we have here, Granger said. And Weasley and Potter then looked around, at the hundreds of shelves with thousands of books, and sighed in defeat. I think so. Potter said, sitting up with a huff and taking one of the books from the pile to read a little. Weasley then started looking at the stack of books apprehensively, before running his eyes around the library, until I felt his gaze fall on me. Hey, isn't that the boy who helped us in the bathroom against the troll? Weasley asked in a whisper, moving closer to the other two, and a moment later I felt the trio's gaze fall on me. Why did I have to be noticed? I wondered wearily, if I stand still too long, maybe they won't even notice me. I thought, as I controlled my breathing, trying to blend in with the surroundings. Oh yes, it's him, Potter replied. Damn it. His name is Ethan Knight, and he's a Ravenclaw of our year, Granger said, pointing out that at least one of the group paid attention to the sorting ceremony, or transfiguration classes, or, you know what. How come they don't know who their classmate is? I haven't particularly tried to keep a low profile, so how come they only know me as the boy who helped them with the troll? They at least should have memorized my name. Now I understand why they don't have many friends outside of Gryffindor, I thought, annoyed. And you might even be confused that I'm upset about it, but after everything I've done at Hogwarts so far, being remembered as the boy who helped them with the troll isn't very cool. Oh, and he's also one of Ravenclaw's chasers, Weasley said, pointing out that his brain works if food and Quidditch are involved, and I also hear he's pretty smart, he commented belatedly. Yes, Professor McGonagall keeps praising him in class, Potter said. If even Professor McGonagall praises him, then he must really be very smart. Weasley said, and I immediately had a bad premonition, since he's so smart, why don't we ask him about Flamel? But shouldn't we keep the fact that we're looking for Flamel a secret? Potter asked. We have to keep it a secret from the teachers and the headmaster, Granger commented, and besides, he doesn't need to know why we're looking for Flamel, she finished, getting a nod from the boys. If that's the case, then why don't you go ask some older student? Well then, let's talk to him then, Weasley said, getting up from his place at the table and walking towards me, with the other two members of the trio following. I should have stayed in my room reading, I mentally sighed. Now, I had many options, with them being me ignoring them or saying I don't know Flamel, and thus not interfering with events, or helping them, so I can get involved when necessary without needing to explain. They'll find out who Flamel is after Christmas break, so that's more than a week away. But what would be different if they found out sooner? As the trio approached me, my mind started to work at great speed to find a way to resolve my dilemma, which is whether or not to help them. I always knew that I would have to interact with the trio sooner or later, as it would be very foolish of me to keep my distance from the main characters, so I don't see much of a problem helping them, that is, not counting the fact that I don't know what change would happen in future events. Wait. Didn't I say before that I wouldn't care much for the canon? Why am I still in doubt? I questioned myself. And realizing that my fear of changing the canon and losing my future knowledge was gone, I relaxed, and then waited for the trio to speak to me. Chapter 104, Chapter. Hey. Aren't you the boy who helped us with the troll? That was the first thing Weasley said to me, and I could only sigh at his tact. Ron. Granger exclaimed, glaring at Weasley at his rude greeting. I think she forgot that I did the same to her in the Great Hall, calling her troll girl, hee, I thought, amused. Now all right, I dismissed with a wave of my hand, and yes, I'm the boy who helped you guys with the troll, I said, rolling my eyes. See, I said, Weasley bragged, and this time it was Granger who rolled her eyes. Yes, yes. We understand, but that's not why we came here, Granger said, looking critically at Weasley, who glanced back at her. Potter, seeing that the conversation was going nowhere and that his friends were now in a staring contest, decided to take over the conversation. So. Potter began, obviously nervous, and if I read his mind I would know he was remembering when I killed a troll. We hear that you are very smart, and that probably read a lot of books. He said, and I almost rolled my eyes at this attempt to strike up a conversation. Yes. I said, showing him that he was supposed to continue. And we wanted to ask you something, he said. I then started to stare at him and his two friends, who had stopped staring and were now looking at me. You know, before you want to ask someone something, shouldn't you guys introduce yourselves? I said after staring at them for a while with a raised eyebrow. They then looked at me a little wide-eyed, only noticing now that no one introduced themselves, not that it was necessary since we all basically knew each other from class and because of the gossip. Well, I'm Hermione Granger, Granger said, a little embarrassed, and I resisted the urge to call her troll girl. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. As if no one knew, I thought, amused. Well, and I'm Ethan Knight, I said. Right after that we fell into an awkward silence. Well, for them at least, as I was sitting calmly in my chair, waiting for them to speak. After a few seconds of waiting and nothing, I decided to speak. So, what about the question? Ah yes. Weasley said, looking like he'd only now remembered why he'd come to my table. He then gave Granger a little nudge, signaling for her to ask the question, and in response Granger started to glare at him, which Weasley ignored. Sighing in defeat, Granger turned to me. Well, we were wondering if you know of any wizards named Nicholas Flamel. Granger asked, a little unwillingly. Well, I've read about him already, I said, and then started looking at them analytically. But why do you want to know about him? I asked. Even though I already knew why they were looking for Flamel, I still wanted to know what story or excuse they would give me. And I wasn't disappointed to hear what Weasley said next. It's for one of our transfiguration lessons, Weasley responded hastily. Right after that, Granger, Potter, and I started to stare at him with open mouths. Weasley. I'm from Ravenclaw. And we shared the transfiguration class with you guys, I said with a blank face. Oh. Weasley said, just now realizing his mistake. Well. I was wrong. Yes, I was wrong. I meant charms class, he continued, in an attempt to correct himself, in what is obviously a lie. Why would you study Flamel at charms if he's a famous manure and magic grass seller? I asked with a genuine look of confusion and doubt. What? Really? No, I replied dryly, and Weasley started looking at me stupidly. Look, we're just curious to know about Flamel, so could you please tell me what you know about him, or at least tell me which book has information about him? Granger said, letting out a tired sigh, and looking at me unconsciously with puppy dog eyes, which even though it was cute, had no effect on me. Ha! I've been trained to resist Seal's gaze, and even though I still can't resist 100% of her gaze, yours isn't even close to her level of cuteness, I thought, looking at Granger with a blank face. You know, if you wanted to know what the book is, you could have asked Madame Pants, I said, looking at them calmly. Well, it's just. Sigh, we can't, Potter replied. Why? I asked. The trio then began to look at each other, communicating through their eyes. And I didn't need to read their minds to know what they were thinking. Sorry, but we can't tell you, Potter replied, and I wasn't surprised by that. Oh, too bad then, I said, shrugging. And after hearing that, the trio started to turn to leave, their heads bowed and feelings of disappointment, sadness, and boredom being transmitted to me. But before they could take a few more steps I spoke again, causing them to stop and turn to me in surprise. Nicolas Flamel is a famous French wizard and alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone and is over 600 years old. He is also a friend and study partner of Headmaster Dumbledore, and he was even his teacher at one time, I said, picking up a book from my desk to go back to reading. What? Potter, who had turned to me, asked confused. What? I asked back. You answered our question, he said. Well, you guys asked, I shrugged. But I thought, Potter began, that I wouldn't give the answer because you didn't want to tell me the reason for your research. I finished for him, and he nodded. Nah, I was going to say no matter what your answers were. Really? That easy? Weasley asked confused. Yes, I replied simply. But what about all those questions? Granger asked. I was just curious. And I also wanted to see if I could piss you off with the questions, which I did, and it was really fun, I said smiling, and looking at Granger I could see her left eye twitching. Oh well, thank you then, Potter said uncertainly, but I could still feel the happiness and relief coming from him. Don't worry about it. It was just an answer to a question, I dismissed with a sloppy wave of my hand. And in that time, Granger began to think with her hand on her chin. Did you say he created the Philosopher's Stone? That stone isn't, she started to say, but I cut her off. The stone that can be used to produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker basically immortal, and which can also turn any metal into gold. Yes, it is, I said, enjoying the odd gaze of the two boys in the trio. Make the drinker immortal. Turns any metal into gold. The two repeated, each with a different thought. And obviously Weasley was the one who thought of the gold. And I can't blame him, since if I had the Philosopher's Stone and was in the same situation as his family, I would think about the money first. Amazing, right? I asked smiling, and Weasley nodded unconsciously. Well, I'm glad to hear that I was able to help you with your research, I said, closing the book I was still holding and stuffing my materials in my bag. I then stood up under the gaze of the trio and started putting away the books I had taken, earning a satisfied look from Madame Pants. Well then I'll be on my way, I said, until the next question. Or until the next troll attack, I laughed, waving as I walked to the library door. I then left the library, leaving a thoughtful trio behind, curious to know what this change I made to the plot would affect in the future. Friday. Each day that got closer to Christmas, the colder it got, to the point where we could see the mist coming out of our mouths. And even though some parts of the castle had fireplaces or other things that helped to keep us warm, the hallways were still cold and windy. But I don't think any place is as cold as the greenhouses outside the castle. As today is Friday, I had 2 herbology classes, where Professor Sprout started to teach us how to harvest and fertilize a plant called rocky acid, which was a plant, very similar to a shrub, which was hard as stone and it exuded acid, which even though it didn't hurt much, could still have less than pleasant effects on a person's body. This class wasn't very difficult, mainly because in the cold, the rocky acids didn't sweat as much. And I, having already studied acids and stones at the Muggle school, in both lifetimes, I finished the lesson very quickly. Having finished the lesson, Professor Sprout dismissed me from the herbology class earlier, not wanting me to stay out in the cold for nothing, and halfway back to the castle I saw Hagrid, who was carrying a huge pine tree. Seeing that he was having difficulties as he also had to drag a box with decorations, I went to him to help him. Hi Hagrid. I greeted him happily, already taking the box of ornaments from his hands and carrying it. Ah. Oh. Hi Ethan, he greeted me happily back once he saw it was me. What are you doing outside the castle during class time? You're not skipping class are you? He asked suspiciously. Nah, Professor Sprout dismissed me earlier, I replied, dodging a snowman, who happened to be waltzing, and I saw you carrying all this stuff and I decided to help you. Oh, no need, I can manage on my own, the half-giant said, smiling kindly at me. Don't worry, I don't have anything to do right now, I said. But isn't this box too heavy for you? He asked me worried. Not really, I'm really strong you know, and to demonstrate, I started to flex my arm, which amused Hagrid. Ha ha ha, it's nice to know young people these days are so energetic, he said, patting my shoulder with his free hand. Is it just me or just with that slap I sank 7 centimeters into the snow? I thought, looking down at my feet. We then continued on our walk, talking about magical creatures and normal creatures, with me even talking about creatures from the myths of the Muggle world, which gained Hagrid's attention. Hagrid also invited me to go to his hut sometime for tea and talk more about these creatures from the myths. When we arrived at the castle, we heard the bell ring, signaling that classes for the day were over, which meant I had the rest of the afternoon free. And while I was thinking about what I was going to do, I heard someone call out to Hagrid. Only then did I remember that this was the time for one of the trio's confrontations with Malfoy. "Hi Hagrid. Need help?" Weasley asked. And I didn't pay much attention to the conversation as I felt two people looking at me, and turning my face a little, I saw Lily looking at me with a smile and nodding at me, to which I responded with a smile as I waved back. The other person who was watching me was on Lily's side, and it was Greengrass, and since she made it very clear that she didn't want to have anything to do with me on the train and in the classroom, I promptly ignored her. When I turned my attention to the trio, I heard a mocking voice beside me. "Are you trying to make some Weasley bucks? Or are you planning on becoming a gamekeeper when you graduate from Hogwarts?" Malfoy, who arrived with his 2 bookcases, said. He then saw me carrying a box of ornaments, and when he was about to open his mouth to say something about me, I stared at him with a cold look, which immediately shut him up. The fact that I was known in the castle for killing a troll and for being friends with the twins must have been a factor in that too. Malfoy, who quickly stopped looking at me, turned his attention to Weasley. "Well, I understand that his hut must be a palace when compared to the place you live that you call home," he said, with more venom in his voice than before. Weasley, who is not known for being calm, lunged at Malfoy, who quickly ducked behind his bodyguards, but I could see he already had his hand in his pocket for his wand, the same as Potter. Weasley, and with perfect timing, Professor Snape appeared. Professor Snape then proceeded to berate Weasley, not even caring who was to blame, and ignoring Hagrid, who was trying to calm the situation. After Professor Snape had finished, taking 5 points from Gryffindor and putting Weasley in detention, he left, with your cloak billowing behind him. Humph! Malfoy snorted contemptuously at the trio, and then stepped around the side of the pine tree Hagrid was holding, bumping into the branches on purpose. "Get out of the way, you filthy John, ugh!" Malfoy couldn't finish his sentence as I pulled him by the collar of his shirt and held him against the wall, with my arm pressed against his neck. "What were you going to say, Malfoy?" I asked, pressing my arm. But before Malfoy could say anything, I felt an attack coming on. I then released Malfoy, who fell to the ground and dodged a punch from Goyle, and in quick succession I grabbed my wand and threw Incarcerus and Expelliarmus at close range that easily disarmed him. And wasting no time, I cast the Langlock Jinx at Crabbe, which prevented him from uttering the spell he was going to cast on me. I then pushed a Goyle tethered to Crabbe, who fell because of the weight. I then felt something approaching my back, and I easily dodged the spell Malfoy had cast on me. I then quickly walked over to him and grabbed his wand arm and twisted it backwards, causing him to lean over as I placed my own wand around his neck. "So, what were you going to say, Malfoy?" I said, repeating each word slowly as I twisted his arm further. Malfoy, feeling the pain in his arm, wisely remained silent. I then looked at him disdainfully. "Look what you've done. You spread those leaves on the ground," I said in a disappointed voice, and then in a cold voice I continued, "I think you owe Hagrid an apology, don't you agree?" And to try to coerce him, I twisted his arm a little more. "I'm sorry," he said through gritted teeth. "Good boy," I said, patting his shoulder. I then pulled Malfoy up and threw him towards his 2 bookcases, who got up with a limp at some point. Malfoy then glared at me, and I responded with an Expelliarmus, hard enough to throw him at his 2 bodyguards who skidded away down the hall. After that he got up, and without looking back he ran with his 2 dogs right behind him, disappearing into the corridor. Holstering my wand, I turned to Hagrid, only to see him, the trio, and everyone in the hallway looking at me in shock. "What are you looking at?" I asked, looking everyone back. "That was so cool." Lily, who at some point reached my side, said in awe, looking up at me with stars in her eyes. And I, hearing this, puffed out my chest in pride, as I also patted Lily on the head, much to her delight. My little disagreement with Malfoy was seen by almost every first year of Gryffindor and Slytherin and by a few other students who were in the corridor at the time, who were the only ones around. But that was enough for the event to spread throughout the school, where the students started talking about me, again. This time the gossip wasn't so great, as it was just a first year's fight, but even so, this matter reached Professor Snape's ears, who took 10 points off me and gave me a week of detention. And I didn't worry about detention or losing points. In fact, I was surprised that it took me so long to earn my first detention. But one good thing that happened was that Professor Flitwick decided to take my detention, and now I spend most of my detention time talking about magic with him while eating delicious cupcakes. But at that time, something else was on my mind. I know I'm not the calmest person there is, but I know I'm not the most aggressive either. I was really surprised at myself for acting that way with Malfoy, as the most I would do would be a prank and a few snarky comments. But when I realized he was going to curse Hagrid, and the way he'd looked at me before, I kind of got annoyed. I'm not saying that what happened was abnormal, but rather that I could have acted less aggressively. Well, at least this will teach Malfoy and the others that I shouldn't be teased. Buffed. As if Malfoy ever cared about it. Sunday, at night. No one around here, I said, slipping through the castle corridors at night, already past curfew. I was walking around the castle at this hour for a very simple reason. Curiosity. Today, when I was walking around the castle with the boys, I saw and felt a strange magic coming from one of the unused classrooms, and when I went back later to look, I saw that what was in this room was the mirror of Erist. I was confused to see the mirror already in the room, but then I realized that it was just a few days before Christmas, so it made sense that Headmaster had already put it there. As I didn't have much time to look earlier, I decided to wait for everyone to sleep so I could go see the mirror, mostly out of curiosity. I wanted to know what the mirror looked like, and also what my heart's desire would be. And after dodging Filch, and bribing Mrs. Norris, which thanks to my skills wasn't difficult, I finally arrived in front of the mirror room. Using my magic vision to confirm if the room had any wards or spells, and I saw that I didn't have any. So I wasted no time and walked into the room. The room was spacious, and I won't go into too much detail, as the only thing that mattered in the room was the large ornate antique mirror, which gave off a different magic. I don't know much about the Mirror of Erist story. I don't know when or how it was created, if there are other mirrors, or who the creator was, but it is undeniable that it is an incredible magical object. Looking at the mirror frame, I saw the so iconic phrase at its base. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. My heart's desire. I mumbled. What will be my heart's desire? Money. World peace. Power. Perhaps a harem. Hee hee. I really have no idea what the mirror would show me, and even my guesses didn't seem right. Deciding to end the mystery, I took a step in front of the mirror, and with a little nervousness I looked in the mirror. What I saw in the mirror wasn't what I expected. What I was seeing in the mirror was my family. My families, of my 2 lives. I was in the middle of them, but I couldn't see my face as it was blurry, but I knew it was me by the eyes. On my right side were Sarah and Joshua, my dad and mom from this world, with Seal sitting across from me. On my left side were Emily and Robert, the parents of my first life, who I ended up forgetting. I kept looking at my parents from my first life with regret, remembering how I would never see them again and realizing how I had forgotten about them when I was reborn, having been excited about my second chance. I could also see that Robert, my father, had his hand on my shoulder, looking at me with pride, and I could almost feel his hand, like he really was with me. I was so intent on looking at my parents that I didn't even notice that at the very bottom of the mirror image was a large black mass, which glowed with tiny lights of different colors every now and then. Mom, Dad. I stammered in a husky voice, feeling my legs give out. I don't know when it started, but I felt a tear run down my face. Unable to put up with the memories that came and went in my head, I dropped to my knees, staring blankly into the mirror. I forgot you. I abandoned you. I started to say, letting the tears flow, I'm sorry. Please excuse me, I said in a disappointed and sad voice. I miss you so much. I miss talking to you guys. Listening to Mommy's scolding. Seeing the news with you, Dad. I miss you all. I said in regret, but feeling that a weight on my back was being eased. I then looked at the image in the mirror, and saw that more people started to show up. My friends from the first and second life, my uncles and aunts, my grandmother, and even the girl that was my best friend who I had a crush on before I died. Hee hee. You guys don't know how good it is to see you guys, to remember you guys, I said with a nostalgic smile, wiping the tears off my face. After that, I stood in front of the mirror talking about everything that had happened to me so far, and people in the reflection looked at me as if they could understand me. I spent most of the night talking in front of the mirror, and when it was too late I got up, promising to come back some other time to see them one last time before the headmaster moved the mirror. Satisfied and feeling my body lighter, I started back to Ravenclaw's common room, also promising myself never to forget my family and friends, of all lives, be it this one, the last one, or any other I might have. Only I didn't notice that as soon as I walked out of the mirror room, the reflection in the mirror changed, to show a shadowy shape, with multicolored lights flashing on it. The shadow had no face and no redeeming features other than his amber eyes, which showed satisfaction and pride, which together with the small smile that began to form on his shapeless face gave a sense of mystery and power. My little child. A feminine voice with touches of tenderness echoed in the room, before everything fell silent, with the figure disappearing from the mirror. As promised, I returned to the mirror room the next night, where I again saw my families. I talked to them about everything from my first magic prank to my first Quidditch match. I knew they couldn't answer me, and that it was just a picture of what I most wanted in my heart, but even so I was still happy to see them again in a place other than my memories. As I was calmer that night, I also paid more attention to details in the mirror's reflection. I found it strange that my face was blurry, and so was the landscape in the reflection, but as I had no idea why, I simply decided to let it go. At least for a while, Hogwarts Express. So Anthony, is your family going to attend the ministry's Yule Ball this year? Terry asked, settling into his seat with a honey licorice in his mouth. URG. Did you have to remind me of this ball? Anthony grunted in disgust, and yes, my family is unfortunately going to attend this boring ball. Well, at least now I know there's going to be someone there I know, Terry shrugged, also unwilling to go to the Christmas ball. At these moments I realized that being a Muggle-born isn't all that bad, I commented amusedly. Shut up, Ethan, they both said, which only earned them a satisfied look from me. We were on the train heading back to the house for Christmas break, and I was really excited to see my family again, especially after the events with Mirror of East. But changing the subject, I just want you guys to know that I'm accepting a Honeyduke's premium box of sweet as a Christmas present, okay? I said, stretching my leg and resting it on the front seat. Huh, as if I would have the money to give you these expensive sweets. And it's no use looking at me like that, it's not just because I'm from a pure blood family that I have tons of money, Terry said after seeing me looking at him with disdain. Maybe Ethan would be happy if we gave him the book on potions Professor Snape wrote, Anthony said mockingly, earning a chuckle from Terry. Would you really give me this book? I tried to find it in the library in Flourish and Blots but I didn't find anything. I exclaimed excitedly, getting 2 blank stares. Nerd. And shouldn't all Ravenclaws be nerds? Where is the Ravenclaw characteristic in you? I thought, wondering if Sorting Hat was wrong in their choice of house. King's Cross train station. Ah. It's so good to breathe this fresh air from our dear England, Anthony said as we got off the train. Funny to hear that from someone who only sleeps, Terry said dryly, earning an annoyed look from Anthony. At least I didn't set my notebook on fire trying to do the cleaning spell, Anthony scoffed. Oh yeah. And at least I don't. Bam. Ow. Hey. Be good or I'll tell your parents about the time you tried to get into the girls' dorm, I told them, lowering both my hands. You would not do that. Anthony said, looking at me in panic. If you tell my parents anything I'll tell yours about the time you dyed everyone's Ravenclaw hair neon pink. Terry said, rubbing the back of his aching neck. Meh, go ahead. They'll probably find it really fun, and they'll ask me to take pictures next time, I said with a shrug. As if. Wait, is that why you have a camera in your suitcase? Terry exclaimed. Maybe. I commented, whistling innocently. So this means that. Oh. Look at my parents over there, I said, ignoring Terry and not giving him time to continue with his sentence. I then, with my suitcase shrunken in my pocket, started walking towards my parents, with Anthony and a frowning Terry following me, as Terry still hasn't found his parents and Anthony's parents were close to mine. Ethan, yelled Seal, who was in my mom's arms and was the first in my family to see me. Her call drew my parents' attention to me, who smiled when they saw me. Hey big boy, my dad said, walking over to me and ruffling my hair. Hi old man, I greeted him cheekily, and he made a pained face at being called an old man. My mom smiled at our interaction as she placed Seal on the ground, who immediately rushed over to hug my legs. Hi big brother, Seal said, smiling cutely at me. Hi little sister, I hugged her back. I missed you, my mom said as she pulled me into a hug I returned. Me too, I said, and then I looked at them curiously, and not that I'm complaining. But how did you get through the platform barrier? Simple, we held Seal to pass, and since she's a witch. My mom replied, and I thought this was a great idea. I then introduced Anthony and Terry to my parents, with the two of them asking not so discreetly about my mother's cookies. While we were talking, Anthony's parents came up to us, and a short time later Terry's parents also arrived. Meeting their parents was cool, especially when I realized where the boy's personality came from. Anthony's father is a man with light brown hair and blue eyes, while his mother is a short brown-haired woman with chocolate brown eyes. They both looked kind and a little naive, but that's just the look, as I know pure blood heads of households aren't as naive as they seem. Terry's father has black-haired and tall and thin, while his mother was tall and had long blonde hair and green eyes. Terry's parents were more aristocratic-looking than Anthony's parents, but when they realized that neither of the other two families cared about noble customs, they began to act more normally. After talking for a while, our families said their goodbyes and each went somewhere, with Terry's family going to one of the Flu Network fireplaces and Anthony's going to the apparition point. My family and I passed through the barrier and went back to the Muggle world and took a taxi home. Knight's house. After I got home and packed my things, my mom called me into the living room so my family could hear me talk about school. After giving a rundown on the things I learned and the things I did at school, with the pranks included, I talked about my friends and also the castle, which got my parents excited like kids. Finishing talking about school, I grabbed my bottomless bag and started pulling out several things from her. Look at the presents I brought, I said to my family, and especially to Seal, who started to bounce excitedly. Yay. Presents. Yes Seal, presents, I smiled at her, and this one is especially for you, I said, taking the vial of fairy dust from my bag and handing it to her. Wow, she said, looking in wonder at the bright, multicolored powder in the bottle. How beautiful, my mom said, looking at the powder. I agree, my dad said. He then looked at me, but then, where's my present? He asked me with an expectant look, and turning his face to the side, I saw my mother with the same look. I rolled my eyes at them, but the smile on my face still didn't fade. I then took from my bag a necklace with a small acromantula tusk for my father, and for my mother I gave a glass box with one of the black flowers from the forbidden forest that was enchanted by Professor Sprout not to wither or age. And I can say that they were both immensely happy with the presents. After that, I started showing all kinds of cool items I got from the room of requirement, along with some items from the twins' contraband. And I obviously haven't forgotten about wizard sweets. So after showing all this to my parents, my family spent the rest of the day eating the things I brought and listening to me talk about the things I learned about the wizarding world. And remembering the Mirror of Erist scene, I started to enjoy this little moment with my family, not forgetting my first family. POV, third person. The day after all the children have gone home for Christmas with their families, the entire Hogwarts team and the headmaster meet in the headmaster's office for the annual meeting, where they talk about the students, about order in the school, about the important events that happened at the school, about news they considered important, about the subjects, and about everyday life. In the headmaster's office, which looks small at first glance, were the teachers, the matron, the caretaker, the gamekeeper, and even some of the ghosts. It might seem impressive to fit all these people into one room, especially in a room that's littered with trinkets, but nothing that some expansion spells didn't solve. I'm glad you're all here, Headmaster Dumbledore said with his grandfatherly smile, which unconsciously caused smiles to cross the faces of several other staff members, and now that we're all settled, let's begin our annual meeting of the year of 91-92. Who would like to start? If you don't mind, I'd like to go first, Professor McGonagall said, and after getting a few nods from the others in the office she started to speak. As she talked about basic school stuff, the other staff members paid her full attention, all but the headmaster, who paid little attention to what was said at the meeting as his mind was elsewhere. The headmaster was thinking about the problems hanging over his head, also known as the Philosopher's Stone being guarded by him at the request of his friend and mentor Nicholas Flamel, and the problems brought on by a certain Potter boy. When he received a letter from his former study partner and mentor, he didn't think he was going to ask him to protect the Philosopher's Stone, his most precious possession. And he also didn't think they were going to try to steal this item shortly after he'd put it in a vault in Gringotts. And if that wasn't enough of a problem, he still had to prepare for the arrival of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and Dark Lord's defeater, into the wizarding world. And I thought I'd have some rest with my century-old, the headmaster sighed mentally. With conversation going and conversation coming back, the meeting reached the part that most interested both the headmaster and some teachers. The students. As it would take a long time to talk about all the students in the school, it was decided that it would be better to talk about those who attracted the most attention this year, be it good or bad attention. The teachers then started from the 7th year, planning to leave the first years for the end, mainly because the first years of this year were the most interesting. And Miss Bell is being a bit aggressive with some students, specifically the Slytherins, Professor McGonagall said, getting a sneer from Professor Snape as soon as the Slytherins were mentioned. This aggressiveness isn't good, but I wouldn't say it's unwarranted either, as I've seen a lot of Slytherin boys being bullies around her, Professor Flitwick said, resisting the urge to say the Slytherins were being Slytherin, and as someone who has made it clear many times that she doesn't let herself be intimidated, Miss Bell responded, only in a more violent way. He finished with a shrug. This is a slander against my house, Professor Snape said grimly. But that's what I saw, Professor Flitwick said. Do you think I would lie about something like that? He asked with a raised eyebrow, which only increased Professor Snape's frown, who turned away with a huff. I already suspected Miss Bell would be a troublemaker the moment I saw her flying a broom with her friends, Madame Hooch said with an amused snort, remembering how Katie had nearly broken 2 brooms and a window in her first flying lesson. I think I'll have to talk to Miss Bell again, Professor McGonagall sighed. I swear she started acting like that when she started hanging out with the Weasley twins, she said rubbing her temples. Well, since the 2nd year is over, let's now talk about the first years then, Headmaster Dumbledore said, leaning his elbows on the table and folding his hands in front of his face. He then looked at each of the people in the room with analytical eyes, but not without a calm smile on his face. Who would like to have the first word? Pomona. Ah. Me, the chubby teacher said, pointing to herself, well. At least in my class there aren't any students that I can say are having difficulties or making some mess. Well, there's Mr. Smith who complains about getting your clothes dirty, but that was just the beginning, she said. And are there any students who have caught your attention in a positive way or who are doing well in your classes? The headmaster asked. There are some students who are very good in my subject, like Mr. Longbottom who is the most talented of the first years, even though he's a little shy, the Mr. Knight who seems to have a lot of fun with the magic plants and catches them all the spells I pass at first, the Miss Bones who seems to have extensive knowledge about plants, even though she doesn't like the practical part very much, and the Miss Bulstrode, who is Miss Bones's reverse, Professor Sprout replied after thinking a bit, and you could see a glint in her eyes when she talked about her students and her classes. It seems that this year we have good students in every house, the headmaster mused. He then looked at Professor Snape. There aren't any talented students in my class other than a few students like Mr. Malfoy, Miss Greengrass, and Mr. Zabini, Professor Snape said. The rest are at best a step above being mediocre, with Potter and the Longbottom boy being worse than mediocre. In fact, they shouldn't even be allowed near a cauldron. Longbottom is a wreck with legs, and Potter inherited his father's impertinence and arrogance, and... Professor Snape continued mumbling for a long time, and as soon as he finished speaking he ended up getting a few glares from the other professors in the room, who obviously noticed that he only spoke well of Slytherins and that he still hasn't gotten over his grudge against James Potter. And noticing those looks, Professor Snape only snorted in contempt. "Well, I'm glad you have good students in your class," the headmaster said, not noticing or pretending not to notice Snape's favoritism, with everyone in the room leaning towards the latter. "Well, in my first-year class I have some good flyers," Madam Hooch said. "Good flyers? I think that's an understatement," Professor Sprout joked. "Really, Rolanda?" Professor McGonagall asked with a small smile on her face, which looked amused and proud. "Well, this year I got 2 students who are a little more talented than expected," she said, with an amused smile. "Oh, you're talking about Sirs Potter and Knight, right?" Septima Vector, a woman with a slim figure and a gentle, approachable appearance who is also the arithmancy teacher, asked. It was no surprise that these 2 names were known by the other professors, especially the first. One of them is the savior of the wizarding world, and the other, while not someone well known in the British and world wizarding community, he was still well known at Hogwarts for his feats, with killing a troll being one of them. Madam Hooch nodded, ignoring Professor Snape's growl as soon as Potter was mentioned. "I still find it impressive that these 2 got a spot on their house Quidditch teams," Professor Sinistra said. "Impressive and reckless," Matron Poppy grumbled. "I in my class all the students are very go-ood, even though there are some W who find it difficult to pay attention in class." Professor Quirrell said, with his usual stutter. "And in my class I have a lot of talented students this year, but none can compare to Mr. Knight," Professor Flitwick said, almost bouncing in his chair in excitement. "The boy is a born and utter genius at charms. He might as well be in his 3rd year of studies." "Serious?" Professor Sprout asked, impressed. "Yeah, and I don't think he's even trying. And I'm pretty sure his favorite subject is charms," the little professor said, saying the last part while glancing at Professor McGonagall with a smug, competitive look. Professor McGonagall, who heard what he said and saw his smug look, looked up at him with her lips a thin line and her eyes narrowed. "Are you sure? I always see him having a lot of fun in my classes. He even stays after class sometimes to ask about transfiguration for me," she said back, with an even more competitive look, "and if it was an anime, it would give to see the rays in your eyes or their key colliding. Sometimes he pops into my office to ask about the lessons and about spells too," Professor Flitwick replied, ignoring the amused look of the other professors or the analytical and amused look of the headmaster. "Maybe it's because of your cupcakes." "Just maybe," the feline teacher said, looking away innocently, ignoring Professor Flitwick's mock scandalized glare. Cough. "Good to know you found such a talented student in your subjects," the headmaster spoke in an undeniably amused voice. "A student at Ravenclaw," Professor Flitwick muttered under his breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. And with that phrase Professor McGonagall turned to him with narrowed eyes, giving the feeling of a feline about to attack its prey, something that didn't intimidate the little professor. "Well, what about you, Minerva? Any interesting students?" the headmaster asked, trying to alleviate the staring competition from the 2 teachers. "Well, besides Mr. Knight, who is a prodigy at transfiguration," Professor McGonagall began, ignoring the surprised look from the other professors, as she never said that any of her students were a prodigy. "I have to say that Miss Granger and Mr. Zabini are 2 very talented students in my subject, with Miss Jones not far behind." "What about some students who caught your attention in a less than positive way?" the headmaster asked. There's Mr. Malfoy, who likes to tease his Hufflepuff classmates in class, and Mr. Corner, who seems to spend more time staring at Mr. Knight and Mr. Goldstein than paying attention in class. But other than those 2, I don't have any other students who are drawing negative attention," Professor McGonagall replied, ignoring the smug part of her mind at seeing the annoyed look on Professor Snape's face when she spoke of one of her Slytherins. Looks like this year we have a lot of promising students, especially the first year," the headmaster said, and no one knew if he was talking about all the students or specifically Potter. "Well, I think with that we ended our annual meeting," he said, leaning back in his chair with a happy expression. "Does anyone have anything else to add?" he asked, and seeing no one answering he nodded. "Well, in that case the meeting is adjourned and everyone can go back to what they were doing before," he said, in a polite way of telling the other teachers to go away from your office. In the end, the teachers left their office and headed to their own offices. But some of these teachers probably didn't expect that, upon arriving at their offices, they would find some presents that were left on their desks by a smart, playful, and sexy boy. Obviously we can't forget the sexy. Meanwhile in the castle, Nyx and her adventures. "Damn it. How can she find me so easily? And where can I hide?" They were the thoughts that ran through the head of a certain man/rat. "Why doesn't this damn thing want to leave me alone? Pettigrew thought, passing through yet another secret passage, trying to lose the cruel being that followed him. When Pettigrew walked out of the passage, he turned to look back and sighed in relief to see that there was nothing else following him. However, before he could relax, he felt a breath on his back. Turning mechanically forward, he saw that, in front of his face, was a black cat with blue eyes, which is the same cat he had been trying to lose since early morning. How did this cat get here so fast? He screamed in his mind, while outwardly he trembled in panic. The cat was none other than our dear Nix, who decided to stay at the castle for Christmas. Nix has found a lot of fun things to do in the castle, the main one being scaring the other pets by showing her superiority, as she can't let her human be the only amazing thing in the castle. But as she walked around the castle looking for some distraction, she encountered this strange rat that gave her a feeling of contempt and disgust, and to pass the time, she decided to turf. Cough. Educate this poor rat. And now, after managing to corner this little insect that had dared to run away from her for so long, Nix started to move closer, causing the rat to go backwards, until it hit a wall. However, when Nix was about to teach this humble creature a lesson, a voice was heard, a voice that angered Nix but sounded like a saving grace to Pettigrew. Scabbers. Get away from him, you stupid cat. Weasley, who was coincidentally passing through this hallway with Potter, quickly took Pettigrew in his hand. He then looked at Scabbers/Pettigrew to see if he didn't have any wounds, and after seeing that the damn rat. Cough. I mean, the little rat didn't have any wounds, he sighed in relief. Weasley then turned to the cat, intending to curse her, only to find the cat already looking at him with her indifferent but fierce feline eyes, and anything Weasley was about to say caught in her throat. Nix then looked at Weasley for a while longer, making the boy even more nervous. She then took one last look at Pettigrew/Scabbers before turning and walking down the hall, walking as if she hadn't been chasing a rat animagus in a while. As soon as she turned the corner into the hallway and disappeared, the boy and the man/rat managed to breathe again, ignoring the Potter boy who was looking at them strangely. Who owns that monstrosity? Weasley and Pettigrew thought, with the boy wiping the sweat from his forehead as the man/rat trembled in fear. POV, Ethan, December 25th. Today is Christmas, the day to give and receive presents, and I couldn't be more excited, as this would be my first Christmas after entering the wizarding world, and I wanted to know what presents my friends would give me, in the same way as I would like to know if they would like the presents I gave. Today I was also going to visit my paternal grandparents' house, as it had been a long time since my family visited them, and my grandmother is always calling to say she misses us a lot. Ethan. Seal called upon entering my room, snapping me out of my thoughts. It's Christmas. Presents, she said happily, jumping on top of me. Yeah, I know, I said, catching my breath after she jumped on my belly. I then lightly pinched your nose, causing her to wrinkle it cutely. But what did Mommy say about the presents? I asked with a raised eyebrow. That the biggest ones are mine, she asked innocently. I think I'm corrupting you, I said, feeling feelings of exasperation and pride, and I meant the else thing Mommy said. Else thing, she repeated, looking down and frowning in thought. Oh, who can only open presents with the whole family, she said, looking at me with big inquisitive eyes. That's right. I congratulated her, ruffling her already messy hair. Yay. Seal got it right, she celebrated. She then stopped and started thinking, so I have to wake up Mom and Dad too, she exclaimed, and without giving me time to say anything, she dashed off to my parents' room. Seeing this little ball of joy excited about Christmas, I got a wry but happy smile on my face. Sigh, I don't think the world is ready for Seal, I thought fondly. Daddy. Daddy, I heard Seal's voice coming from my parents' room. Hi my little, PFF. Honey, you can't be jumping on people like that. Unless it's your dad, of course. What? After Celestia woke up my parents, we all went downstairs to open our presents, and I was incredibly surprised to have received so many presents from the people at school. Even Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall sent me a present. From Terry I actually received one of the books on potions that Professor Snape published, and in addition to that book, he also sent me a book on household and everyday spells. In return I sent Terry one of the most famous books in the Sherlock Holmes saga, the book The Final Problem. From Anthony I received a book of old tales, with many of them being about Merlin. Coincidentally, I sent him a book with the most famous tales from the Muggle world, and even some that were from my first world and that don't exist in this one. From the twins I received a diary containing various recipes for prank items, and from the look of the diary I'm sure it was made by the twins. They also sent me some prank candy, saying it was for me to show it to my parents, as they know my parents would like to see something from the wizarding world. Knowing the twins didn't have a lot of high-value things, I bought them an advanced potions kit and a 3-compartment suitcase each so they'll have a place to store their prank items. From Sue, Padma, and Faye I received some books talking about the wizarding community of their home countries. I sent them in exchange some boxes of Swiss chocolates, which I managed to ask my father to order, and also a necklace, a bracelet, and an earring respectively. Stephen sent me a box of Muggle games, and I remembered him saying that the wizarding world unfortunately didn't have as many board games or cards as the Muggle world, and I have to agree with him on that. I sent him a pair of tickets to one of his favorite soccer team's games, which were playing in this season's final. My mother had given me these tickets after getting them from a soccer organization manager who gave them to her as a thank you for defending him in court as her attorney. And as no one in my family supports this team, they let me give it to Stephen. From Lily I got a pair of leather gloves that just by the look of it I could tell was an item for purebloods, which I thought was really funny. This glove is for Quidditch players, and I was very happy to receive it. I sent Lily 3 teddy bears that I found out she collected, and some Muggle fairy tales like Cinderella and Snow White. Theo sent me an expensive-looking silver dagger. He also sent me a letter saying that the dagger was his father's, and that his father wouldn't mind if any of his things were suddenly missing, and I nearly fell over laughing at that. I sent Theo a Muggle history book and an advanced Muggle astronomy book, as this is his favorite subject at school, and Muggle astronomy has been more studied than that of the wizarding world. Nev and Susan sent me books on herbology, and Susan also sent me a very detailed book on law, but I wouldn't expect any less from the niece of a woman who is basically the sheriff of the wizarding world. To Nev I sent some wizard and Muggle plant seeds, with a botany book. For Susan I sent a light blue tiara to match her eyes, and also a pen so she doesn't have to keep using a quill to write. Megan sent me a Quidditch set, which has a cleaning kit for my broom and a snitch for training. I sent her a soccer ball and an American football ball, along with a manual on how to play both games, and along with that I sent her a note that said she could use my Nimbus 2000 whenever she wanted. From my other colleagues I got a lot of wizard sweets and a few books, and I really started to wonder if they think I live only on books and sweets. Although living like that wouldn't be so bad. In return, I sent them a lot of books, both Muggles and wizards, and for the purebloods I also sent them some pens and notebooks, just for them to compare with the quills and scrolls. Well, from Professor Flitwick I got a bottle with some lights that started to fly slowly as soon as they were released. In the letter he said that I would only need to hit the bottle with my wand and the lights would go back inside it. Only later did I realize that these little lights were to serve as a lamp. It was hard to find or think of a present for Professor Flitwick, but I know he's a great Ravenclaw in body and mind, so I've sent him several Muggle books. I sent chemistry and physics books, a book talking about Muggle inventions, and also a scrapbook and photos of some of the Muggle fighting championships, whether it was in hand fighting or weapon fighting form. I also sent him a book describing the martial arts, as I know he still practices dueling in his spare time. From Professor McGonagall I received an iron feather with blue and black details. She also sent a letter, which said that this feather was inspired by the design of my needles. She also sent a board with all the needles I transfigured in her classes, and in the letter she said that she enchanted the transfiguration to be permanent. I sent her copies of the books I've already written and the manuscript of upcoming books of the sagas. I also, just because my bad side was stronger, sent her a mug that said, "Cats rule the world, but please, clean our litter box." I also received a large coat made from the fur of some Hagrid animal. He also sent a basket with what I thought were rocks, but later I found out were his dumplings. Already knowing that Hagrid isn't the best when it comes to cooking, I sent him a book of homemade recipes, and to thank him for the time he showed me a singing squirrel, I sent him a book with all the animals that exist and already would exist in our world, at least on the Muggle side, and I'm sure he'll love it when he gets to the dinosaurs part. The last presents I received were from my relatives, who sent me things like coats, socks, and books, as they know how much I enjoy reading. I also have an uncle who lives in France and he sent me a box of sweets, and in the box there were eclair, tart tatin, and macarons. My dentist would probably kill me seeing how much sweets I eat. From my mom and dad I got a photo album, where I had pictures of everyone from my family, our times together, and our travels. Some of the pages at the end were empty and my parents said I was supposed to complete by myself with the moments I cherish the most. I gave them a big hug for that. Seal gave me a hand-drawn drawing of me, her, and a unicorn together on top of a dragon. She got hooked on dragons and unicorns as soon as she knew they were real, and it's not like I didn't know what the feeling was, as I felt the same way when I learned I was in the magical world of Harry Potter. After the presents, my family got together to take a Christmas photo, which became something of a tradition among us. And I knew right away that this photo was going to go to my album. After putting away all my presents and having a small breakfast with my family, I started getting ready to go to my grandparents' house, while I also got ready for the little family reunion I would have there. Home of Ethan's paternal grandparents. After spending time with my grandparents and attending the family dinner that was attended by my uncles and cousins that I don't like for the simple reason that they are irritating and a little snobby, thanks to my uncles spoiling them, I went up to the room that was prepared for me, as my family would spend the night here. I was lying on the bed in my room at my grandparents' house, reading Marcel's diary, looking to know more about him and trying to understand why I have a feeling that this diary is important to me. So far I haven't found anything that could explain this, and the only interesting thing was the fact that Marcel's life sucks, and I still don't know his last name. Marcel suffered at Hogwarts the same thing he suffered at home. He was ignored or harassed by those who were supposed to be his peers, the teachers didn't really care about the bullying he suffered, and he didn't talk to his family, although that last part was kind of good for him. Marcel's diary told how he gave himself up to studying magic, as it was his only escape from his problems, and Marcel realized that spells and magic itself seemed to come naturally to him. And the strange thing about it is that many of the books he claims to have read were in different languages, and even the rune books he could read and decipher in seconds. I realized that this sounded like my beast talk, which allowed me to understand, and maybe speak the language of other magical beings, but I never tried. But I also realized that our language understanding abilities weren't all that equal, as I couldn't understand runes or other human languages. What an OP skill, I thought, not realizing how hypocritical I was being. But as I continued with my reading, I realized that things were turning upside down as Marcel found some dark magic books, which existed in droves at the time, even in the Hogwarts library. Marcel used what he learned from those books to get revenge on his tormentors. Marcel also wrote down the things he would like to do to his enemies, and each thing was more sadistic and cruel than the next. Well, after seeing how similar his story is to Riddle's, I'm not so surprised to see that he has started to show tendencies towards becoming a dark wizard, I thought, laying the book on my lap to be able to reflect better. It's strange to see how an ordinary boy has turned into someone sadistic and evil, but it's understandable when we see what he suffered. And I know he's probably not the child who suffered the most in childhood who also happened to have the capabilities to become a dark wizard as well. Probably some students from other wizard schools and even Hogwarts had worse childhoods. Potter is one of those children. At least I learned a few things I could use on my own enemies by reading about Marcel's sadistic and cruel thoughts. Another good point is that Marcel doesn't seem to be completely and madly evil, and that's noticeable when I look at the parts he wrote about the lady who helped him in his childhood, as every time she was quoted the words had a strong tone of affection. If every abused child had a lady like that in their lives. Sigh, I thought sadly. Ethan. Being lost in thought, I almost didn't hear my grandfather calling me. As soon as he called me, I immediately put Marcel's diary in my bag. Come on, Ethan. We're going to start the games, and whoever loses will have to dress up as a Grinch and go to the neighbor's house and sing him a Christmas carol, my uncle yelled from below. And hurry up. The first game is doubles poker, and I don't want to play with your uncle. He sucks at poker, my aunt screamed, ignoring my uncle's indignant scream. I'm on my way. I yelled back. Ha. Wanting to beat me in a game that wins whoever has the best poker face. Me, who can feel the emotions of others. Shameful, I thought mockingly. I then went downstairs to start my family's traditional game night. Diagon Alley. After spending another day at my grandparents' house, my family and I went back to our house, and I started getting ready to go back to school. I had already done all the tasks the teachers gave, so I had a lot of free time that I spent on training and studying. And it was in these studies that I realized that I wasn't trying my best at a certain subject, at least not in the same way I was doing with transfiguration and charms. I realized that even though my potions work was good, maybe among the best of my year, I still couldn't consider myself a great potioner. So I decided to buy more potion materials so I can use them to train in my spare time. And that's why I'm heading to Apothecary and Potage's Cauldron Shop in Diagon Alley. 2 hours later. After a few hours, and a few galleons less, I finished my shopping. At the cauldron shop I bought 3 new cauldrons. One was the basic made of tin, so I could use it outside of class since the other had to be in the pantry. The second cauldron was a high-quality cauldron made of silver and gold, and it cost me 37 galleons. The last one was a poor-quality second-hand cauldron, and why did I buy it? Simple, I want to master potions, and what better way to do that than using bad products, as a master isn't one who can do something awesome with great items, but one who can do something good with terrible items. That phrase was good. Maybe my next book could be a motivational book. Well, getting back to the subject. I also bought some potioner support instruments, and because they are products created for potion masters, they cost me a decent amount of galleons. In Apothecary I bought and restocked my ingredients, adding some new and rare items. I didn't bother to buy some basic items as I could always get them in the Forbidden Forest, which had a fertile land rich in ingredients. And even if I couldn't find any ingredients in the Forbidden Forest, I could always ask Professor Sprout or borrow it from Professor Snape's pantry. Having no more potions items to buy, I stopped by the bookstore to see if any new books had arrived, and after being disappointed to see only one Lockhart book called, I, the Great Wizard, Against my external animal, the Chimera, I decided to return home, where I would begin my next steps for a side project I was doing at Hogwarts. This side project can be considered important or unimportant depending on your point of view, but for me it could be a big factor that would help me in my next projects. This side project of mine is stealing. I mean, knowingly taking something from someone without their immediate permission. This something I want to get is an item of great value and great power. The Philosopher's Stone of Flammel. The Christmas and New Year's were over, which meant the holidays too. On January 6th, my family and I went to the station, where I was going to board the train to go back to school. After yet another tearful farewell and promises not to make too much trouble at school, I boarded the Hogwarts Express. On the train I met Stephen, who thanked me enormously for tickets to his soccer team's game, and Terry, who had his face in a Sherlock Holmes book, and I was curious to realize that this was not the book I sent him, until he explained to me that he had finished reading it on vacation and that the book that he was reading was given to him by Stephen. Finding a compartment for us, we sat down and waited for the train to arrive at Hogwarts. We didn't wait for Anthony as he warned us in a letter that he was in Hogsmeade and that he would then not take the train to the castle as he only needed to cross the village to get there. With that the boys and I started talking about our Christmas and the presents we received. Hogwarts. As soon as we arrived at the school we were ushered into the Great Hall for the beginning of the year banquet. And as I was led through the hallways I met Anthony and some of my friends who had also gone home for the holidays. I greeted them all and we then chatted until we reached the Great Hall, where we parted ways to go to tables of our respective houses. At the Ravenclaw table I greeted my few colleagues who decided to stay at the school, who were already seated at the table waiting for us so the banquet could be started. Once everyone was seated, the headmaster started the banquet, after a short speech, obviously. When the banquet was over, we went to our common room, and when we got there, we all started talking about how our holiday vacation went and the presents we each received. Following day. After the first 2 classes of the day were over, I parted ways with my friends and went to the kitchens, wanting to eat in silence as I thought about my next steps to get the Philosopher's Stone. However, I had a setback in this plan of mine, as I was not the only student in the kitchens. Look, my birthmate, the great Loki is here in our humble presence, Fred, who was in the kitchen with his brother, said. What are you two doing here? I asked, and then I noticed the little vial they had in their hands, another prank. Do you still need to ask? George asked back with a raised eyebrow as he tried to hand one of the vials to one of the elves. True, I shrugged. And since you're here, our little raven, we've learned that you enjoy exploring the Forbidden Forest, and we'd like to know if you'd like to join us on our next adventure to try and find the nest of Acromantulas Hagrid told us about, Fred said, after discreetly pouring the liquid from one of the vial into the pea puree when one of the elves got distracted. Are you seriously, and really thinking of looking for a nest of hundreds of giant, wild creatures that are probably hungry for human flesh in their habitat that happens to be a place that obviously favors them? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I then sighed and looked at them amazed. I don't know if I should be surprised at your courage or marveled at your stupidity. I prefer you to be enchanted by our tremendous beauty and incredible intelligence, George said, wiping the imaginary dust off his robes, earning an eye roll from me. But then tell me, why the hell do you want to do something so stupid like that? We are Gryffindors. We don't need reasons to do something stupid, Fred said with a shrug. Fair. But then, will you accompany us? George asked. Meh, why not? I said, shrugging my shoulder. Yes. Now we know we'll be protected as we have the Troll Slayer with us, Fred cheered, but his celebration was short-lived when he started getting an attack from the cutlery I animated with a Punyo Jinx. But seriously, we probably won't need protection, George said, ignoring the probably that I said. What can we find there that would be so bad and dangerous? A hideous blood-sucking creature, he laughed. Ignoring the fact that George basically just cursed us by playing with fate and luck, I immediately remembered an event in the franchise that I had overlooked. Around this time Quarrelmort will start feeding on unicorns, and I realized that I can't let that happen, either because I don't want to see these beautiful creatures I've befriended get hurt, or because I need to take whatever chance I get to make Quarrelmort weaker for his confrontation with Potter. I need to warn the unicorns and maybe the centaurs about this, and I also need to keep an eye on Quarrelmort in his Dracula moments, I thought. So since we're all agreed, when we've got everything ready we'll let you know so we can go on our amazing adventure in the Forbidden Forest. George said, throwing his arms theatrically and nearly hitting an unsuspecting elf. Okay, I nodded my head. Ethan, forgive me. I will never call you a troll slayer again, exclaimed Fred, who was still being attacked by the silverware. Okay, I forgive you. So. Could you cancel the spell please? Fred asked. Nah. Why are you so cruel? Forbidden Corridor, at night. Currently I was in the Forbidden Corridor again, this time with the intention of better inspecting said corridor and, if possible, trying to verify the challenges that the teachers set to reach the stone. I also wanted to know if the stone was already being kept here, as I didn't know exactly when it was put in the mirror, or even if it wasn't here before. And that's why I was surprised when I reached the hallway and noticed the large amount of magic coming from the room where Fluffy and the passage to the challenges were. And that was enough to confirm to me that the stone was already stored here. Apparently the headmaster has already kept the stone in the mirror of Erist, I thought, also noticing the same peculiar magic of the mirror leaking from the room. Strange. If the Philosopher's Stone is so dense in magic that I can feel it from this distance, why didn't I feel it in the headmaster's office? Didn't he keep it there? And I basically walked all over the castle and yet I haven't felt the stone before, so where was it stored? I questioned myself, very confused but also curious. More importantly, what the hell is this stone made of? Because I doubt that any magic object can expel such strong magic if it were made with common magic items. And as I thought, I couldn't help but notice that the door now had a few more wards, and by the magic of the wards I could tell they were placed by the headmaster. He must know that Quarrelmort is going to try to get the stone at some point, I realized. Well, at least the wards are just some simple monitoring ward, so I can still try to get around them to get the stone without the headmaster realize. And realizing that, and seeing that I would probably only have this free time, I decided that this would be a perfect time to pick up the stone. Well, let's start. Following day. Picking up the stone was not difficult at all, as I already knew what to expect in the challenges left by the teachers. The only ones I had any problems with were Professor Quirrell's challenges, Professor Snape's, and the Mirror of Eriste. The Professor Quirrell's challenge was a troll, which after a combination of the disillusionment spell, and one to remove whatever scent I had, I managed to get past him. Professor Snape's was the potions riddle and the fire wall, which I managed to get through thanks to making a potion in advance, so I didn't have to decipher the riddle to find the correct potion, nor did I have to worry about whether the vial with the potion would fill itself after I drank it. Now, the most difficult challenge for both me and Quarrelmort was the Mirror of Eriste, which would only give the stone to those who wanted to find the stone, but not use it. A good thing for me was that I didn't care much about the elixir of life or how much gold the stone could make. I simply wanted to see it for studies and to keep it out of everyone's reach, as I only trusted her true owner, Nicholas Flamel, to keep it. I didn't even trust Headmaster. And thanks to these thoughts of mine, the incantation in the mirror considered that I was worthy to keep the stone. And at this moment, after receiving the stone, I took the opportunity to take one last look in the mirror, hoping to see the image of my old family one last time before the mirror was destroyed. After that, I cleaned up any mess I'd left behind in the challenges, wanting to clean up my tracks, and headed back to my dorm room. Once there I put the stone in one of the secret and safe compartments of my suitcase, planning to study the stone only when I get back home. February. We finally got into February, and in this first week of the month would be the third Quidditch match of the year, which would be Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, which was called Mental Duel. I found it strange when I heard people call any Ravenclaw versus Slytherin rivalries that, until they explained to me that all houses have their rivalries with each other, and some students just for fun dubbed these rivalries. The Ravenclaw versus Slytherin rivalry is known as Mental Duel as it is one of the main characteristics of these houses, with Ravenclaw being the smart ones and Slytherin being the cunning ones. I also found out that the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff rivalry is known as the Battle of Hearts, as the two houses are known to listen to your hearts more than logic, unlike Ravenclaw and Slytherin. This little information was what made me realize again how Hogwarts has a lot more stuff than what is shown in the books and movies. Now back to the Quidditch game. When Ravenclaw beats Slytherin, we will be at the top of the table, and even with Gryffindor's future victory in the match against Hufflepuff, we will still be ahead by the amount of points we'll scored. I, at least, was already sure Ravenclaw would win the Quidditch Cup, as the last game would be against Gryffindor, who would play without their Seeker, if everything went like the canon. And even if Potter played, I was still pretty sure we would have enough points to stay top of the leaderboard, even if Gryffindor won or caught Snitch. Ravenclaw x Slytherin match day, changing room. Listen. If we win this game we will be at the top of the table, with great chances of winning the Interhouse Cup, but if we lose, we will be in a difficult time as we will have to beat Gryffindor, who have a very strong team, Hilton said to us, looking at each of us with narrowed eyes. I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but if we lose this game it would mean we basically lost the Interhouse Cup. Wow, absolutely no pressure, Christy muttered. Relax Captain, our team this year is very strong too. There's no way anything can go wrong, Miles Owen, the reserve beater said, but as soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including me, stared at him with blank faces. You just cursed us, Isabel said, receiving nods of agreement. Huh. If we lose, next practice you'll have to do 20 laps around the pitch, Hilton said dryly, earning a frightened and even more confused look from Miles. I think it's almost time for us to go in, I said, listening to the noises outside. Yeah, Hilton nodded. Well then get on your broomsticks and get into formation, he told us. We then heard Lee do his little opening show, and as soon as he called our names we flew out, seeing that the Slytherin team was already positioned on their side of the pitch. After all the necessary formalities, Madame Hooch blew her whistle and started the game. The game was proceeding normally, that is, not counting Slytherin's obvious attempts at play dirty. But that part was the one that amused me the most, as whenever some of the Slytherins tried to play dirty against me, I gave them back much worse. Flint goes after Ethan. He's reaching out with the obvious intention of hitting Ethan's head. You nasty and treacherous snake. Lee exclaimed indignantly, especially since I was his friend. Professor McGonagall, who was nearby, didn't even bother to reprimand Lee. Flint is about to catch up with Ethan. He's going, ow. Ethan just elbowed Flint in the face. Ha ha ha, take this, you greasy snake. Hope this fixes your ugly face. Lee yelled, giggling like a maniac, which wasn't too different from some of the other Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, who were happy to see the scene. Oh. Look. Looks like Hilton found the snitch. He's going to catch it. He's got his arm out to catch it. He's almost there, and... He was hit by a bludger. He's falling. And it was just like Lee said. Hilton had just been knocked off his broom. I looked at him only to see him being caught under a spell by one of the teachers. As soon as Hilton landed safely on the ground, Dylan asked Madam Hooch for a pause. "Hilton, are you okay?" Patrick asked worriedly as the team landed on the pitch near Hilton. "I guess so," Hilton said. He then tried to get up, only to grunt in pain as he clutched his shoulder. "Ugh. I think I dislocated my shoulder." "But you still get to play, right?" Isabel asked hopefully. "No, I don't think I can keep playing," Hilton said, much to the dismay of the team. "If you, the Seeker, aren't going to play, how are we going to win the match?" Roger asked in a panic, looking at the score that was 170-80 for Ravenclaw. Even though it's 90 points ahead, without a Seeker it's basically a lost game, as the only expected end result is the other team's Seeker catching the snitch and gaining 150 points. "Someone can replace me as Chaser and then I come in as Seeker," I suggested, as I was the only reserve Seeker, and making this switch is not against the rules. After a short time of thinking about my proposal it was accepted, with Lucian Growler taking my place as Chaser and me taking the injured Hilton's place as Seeker. The Ravenclaw team's pause is up and they've made a change to their team. Lucian Growler steps in as a Chaser, and replacing the injured Hilton is Ethan Knight. Lee exclaimed in surprise, which was reflected in the faces of those who didn't know that I'm also the backup Seeker. Apparently Ethan replaced Hilton as Seeker and Lucian replaced Ethan as Chaser. Lee informed everyone after recovering from his surprise. The two teams returned to the air, waiting for the new signal from Madam Hooch to start the match again. So the little first year thinks he has what it takes to be a Seeker. The Slytherin Seeker in front of me, who I didn't mind remembering the name, sneered, and I was tempted to remind him that he lost to a first year in his last match against Gryffindor. Deciding to ignore the idiot in front of me, and using all my senses while enhancing my body with magic, I waited for Madam Hooch to blow the whistle. With my senses turned on I could feel everything around me, and focusing them I immediately found the snitch, causing a smile to cross my face. As soon as Madam Hooch blew the whistle I immediately and quickly moved forward with my broom, overtaking the Seeker and the Chasers of the Slytherin team at a speed difficult to keep up. And not even 20 seconds after I moved forward with my broom I stopped in the air, much to the confusion of my team and the fans, confusion that increased even more when they saw me open a huge smile as I raised my hand in the air. But this confusion soon turned to shock as they saw the snitch was in my hands, flapping its wings gently. "This? How? What the hell happened?" was the question Flint asked, which was on everyone's mind. But no one answered Flint when Madam Hooch blew the whistle, signaling that the match was over. What the fuck? Lee exclaimed, standing in the commentator's booth. "Ethan Knight just caught Snitch in less than a minute." 1 minute. Match ends 320-80 for Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw wins the match, he yelled, happy and shocked. When he finished, 3/4 of the students in the stands started celebrating and cheering wildly, both for the incredible match and for Slytherin's humiliating defeat. Landing on the pitch with the snitch still in hand, my teammates rushed towards me with shocked and elated expressions. When they caught up with me, they wasted no time and hugged me happily, with everyone jumping and screaming. And while I was in the middle of that hug I heard Ravenclaw fans, mainly my friends, and some other students from other houses, obviously not counting Slytherin, screaming my name. As an amazing and famous arachnid hero said. They love me, I thought, amused. After Ravenclaw versus Slytherin match, I ended up being the gossip of the week at school again. But I was already so fed up with the rumors that I decided to ignore it this time, planning to focus on my training. Of course, my spectacular match as Seeker not brought only negative things to me, it also increased the recognition that my colleagues had of me, and this was easy to see in the celebration we had in the common room, since all of my classmates, whether they are from my year or even older students, came to congratulate me on capturing Snitch. And like in the Hufflepuff match, my teammates from the other houses also congratulated me, more vocally than last time, and I didn't know if it was because I was amazing as a Seeker or because I basically defeated Slytherin. But I'm not complaining. It's always nice to be recognized and appreciated for something you've done, and I, like any normal person, like to be complimented too. Although sometimes Sophia or I had to threaten Andrew when he starts to get a little too excited about our victory over Slytherin. But hey, this is still better than having to put up with the smug look on the Slytherin's faces. Forbidden Forest. Today is the day the twins plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest, wanting to search for Aragog's nest. I thought this idea was stupid, but as the twins said, I shouldn't expect less from two Gryffindors. And I also wasn't supposed to judge them when I planned to do the same thing as soon as I saw the Forbidden Forest for the first time. Already in the Forbidden Forest with the twins, I made sure they were in a place with no presence of dangerous animals, which also happened to be the side the Thestrals were on. Knowing they were safe, I made the excuse of wanting to relieve myself in a tree to lose them to look for the unicorns. It wasn't very difficult to find them, mainly because I always came to see them in the same place once a week. Using all my beast talk mastery, I used my feelings and emotions to alert the older unicorns to the danger they were in by standing near the edge of the forest. I also used all my concentration to put the image of the centaurs in these unicorns' minds, while conveying feelings of safety and protection to them, trying to explain that staying close to the centaur tribe was the safest thing. I don't know if it was because they trusted me, or if I was very convincing, but the unicorns got the message I wanted to get across, and from their thoughts I could see that they planned to organize with the whole herd to depart to the frontier where the centaur tribe stood. I didn't know where the centaur tribe was, and I didn't even have time to look for them now, so I let the unicorns go to them on their own, planning to look for them some other day, but in the meantime I'd keep an eye on Quarrelmort, as I didn't want him looking for another source to stay alive. After warning the unicorns, I went back to where the twins were, and so we continued with our exploration, where I obviously kept them away from the acromantula nest, as I had no guarantees that even me with my spells could kill all the acromantulas that live there. Maybe some fire, earth, or explosive spells would solve the problem, but that would also attract the attention of the teachers and headmaster, something I don't want. Well, I really don't want the reason their attention on me is because I've annihilated a nest of XXXXX class creatures. March, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. The fourth game of this year's Inter-House Cup started, and I wasn't excited for this match, but I came to watch it to give my support to the twins and the Hufflepuffs who were my friends, as they did the same at Ravenclaw match against Slytherin. The match happened just like the canon, with Potter catching the snitch in 5 minutes. The only difference was that whenever Professor Snape, who was the referee, passed in front of the Gryffindor crowd, he looked at Granger frowning and watchful. And she, whenever she saw him staring at her, looked away in embarrassment. With Gryffindor's victory over the Hufflepuff, it became obvious who the main leaders were to win the Inter-House Cup, and that would be resolved in the last game of the year, which would be Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. The Slytherin match against Hufflepuff was still important, as depending on how many points the winner had, the cup could go to one of these two houses. But that wouldn't be easy. In fact, it would be very difficult to happen, almost impossible, and that's why people weren't that worried. But even so, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students still encouraged the Puffs, as everyone, including me, wanted to see Slytherin have their third loss this year. As time went by, my training schedule began to get smaller as teachers passed on more lessons than before, to the point where students who couldn't get their lessons and tasks done on time couldn't even enjoy Easter. I had to take turns doing Quidditch practices, which at least helped me maintain the athletic body I had, and studies, which luckily weren't too difficult for me, but there were still many lessons that were sometimes tedious and time-consuming, and yes, Benz, I'm looking for you. Well, the remaining time of the day I spent in the room of requirement training myself with the training room, where I trained my martial arts, my spells, and how to fight using knives and daggers, as I now have my own dagger, which was Theo's Christmas present. I also started thinking about what I would do in the final showdown between Potter and Quarrelmort. I could leave it to fate, or I could follow them like I did with Troll. But my answer came when I found Quirrell was paler and more scared than usual, and the stench of rot and decay was even stronger in him, so I figured this must be happening because he couldn't find any unicorns to feed on, leaving him weak. It also meant that Quirrell was a walking corpse, as he was going to die one way or another, as Voldemort was draining his entire life, and as a normal human, he wouldn't hold out for long. With all this stuff going on, I figured I'd better not take any chances, so I decided to leave the outcome of the confrontation to fate, and also to the much-talked-about power of love Potter's mother left for him. But I was obviously going to keep an eye on the entire confrontation using the Atlas, and maybe, just maybe, I'd give Potter a little anonymous help. But that wasn't the only thing that worried me either. I was also having an internal debate about what to do with the Philosopher's Stone, as I didn't see the point in keeping it if it only did what was said in the books, which is the elixir of life and the transmutation of metal into gold. I don't need gold, and the elixir of life doesn't appeal to me, but I could raise it to give to my parents. But the thing that's really weighing on my mind is the Flamel's death. I know the headmaster said in the canon that they agreed to destroy the stone and that they had no worries about dying, but I would like to hear it from their own mouths, not from the mouth of a man who wants it or not is a little manipulative. And with that in mind, I started to make up my mind. I would send a letter to the Flamels talking about my having the stone, and while the answer to the letter doesn't arrive, I will study the stone a bit. In one of my many trips with Hagrid to Professor Kettleburn's creature enclosure, Hagrid asked me not so discreetly if I happened to have any books on dragon breeding, claiming he was just curious. Even if I didn't know from the books why he was asking me this, the me of today, knowing Hagrid, would have obviously already figured he was asking me this because he had a dragon with him. I think when you're really big, like 10 feet tall, you tend not to be very good at controlling your body and facial expressions. Hagrid. You have a dragon egg, don't you? I asked him with a blank face. And no, where did you hear that? He denied, laughing nervously. And her nervousness only increased further under my intense gaze. Show me, I said in a tone of finality, obviously not taking no for an answer. But. Aye. Sigh. All right, the half-giant finally accepted that he had no other choice. How did you find out I have a dragon egg? He asked curiously. Besides you being too obvious. I saw the egg in your fireplace when I was at the door of your hut today, and I also noticed the intense heat coming from inside the hut, and putting two and two together I realized that it was a dragon egg. I shrugged, ignoring Hagrid's surprised look. I don't know if I'm surprised you found out so easily, or disappointed in myself that I didn't know how to hide the secret well, Hagrid muttered downcast. Don't feel that way, I decided to cheer him up. I doubt that many people can hide a dragon for very long. And I think that's because he's a XXXXX class creature that grows to be the size of a house, and maybe even bigger than that, I thought dryly. I'm really not very good at hiding creatures, Hagrid muttered, remembering Aragog, but well, maybe the next creature I can hide better, he proclaimed, with renewed vigor. Yeah, I believe you, I said, patting the half-giant's arm supportively. Next time you'll be able to hide. Wait. Next what? After our tour of the magical creature's enclosure, Hagrid said that when I had time I could stop by his hut to see the dragon egg, which I obviously agreed as I've been wanting to see this dragon since the beginning of the school year. I knew it wouldn't be until my 4th year that I would get another chance to see a dragon this up close, and even then, I would only see them from afar. With Norberta's birth I could see her and touch her, and how many people can say they've managed to touch a baby dragon in their lifetime? And there's also the main reason I want to see a dragon, which is to test my beast talk with it to see if the established connection is as amazing as the connection I had with the house elves. And even if the connection isn't all that special, I'll still be touching a fucking dragon. This is basically an impossible achievement for everyone in my old world, and I'm going to be able to do it. Although being reborn, being a wizard, entering Hogwarts and meeting the main characters of Harry Potter, touching other magical animals and plants, and being able to do magic, can already be considered impossible things that many in my old world, and even from the current world, would like to have conquered. Well, lucky me then. Hagrid's hut. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Hagrid. Open the door. I yelled as I knocked on his door. Asterisk woof. Woof. Woof, asterisk. I'm on my way. And be quiet, Fong, Hagrid said from inside the hut. I then heard the door open. Hi, Ethan. So you came, Hagrid said, opening the door and seeing me. Of course, you invited me, I shrugged, walking into the hut and patting the head of the Fong who was hovering around me. As promised, Hagrid had invited me to have tea at his hut and also to show me the dragon egg, and as soon as he invited me I wasted no time and came straight to his hut. So this is the egg? I said, approaching the fireplace where the egg was resting. I noticed that the hut was warmer than usual, and I noticed with my magic vision that the egg was absorbing the heat and residual magic to strengthen the little creature inside. And speaking of the unborn dragon, with my magic vision I could see a big point of light inside the egg. That light was dragon magic, and it felt hot and dangerous, and if even an unborn dragon looked so dangerous, imagine a fully grown dragon. Yeah, that's the little one, Hagrid nodded, tossing some more wood onto the fire. Isn't that the prettiest thing? He asked affectionately. I nodded my head unconsciously, as I was concentrating on using beast talk to try to open up a connection with the baby dragon. And I was incredibly surprised to feel mixed emotions of surprise and happiness coming from inside the egg. He's probably thinking that this connection is his mother talking to him, I thought, and immediately felt sad to realize just now that this little one was taken from her mother, and that later she would have to be raised in the dragon sanctuary in Romania. This is a Norwegian dragon's egg, and from what I've read in the books, it won't be long before it hatches, Hagrid said, pulling me out of my thoughts. And what are you going to do after he hatches? I asked. Obviously I'm going to raise him like my own son, Hagrid replied, and even though I already knew the answer I still looked at him blankly. In a wooden hut. Yes. Amazing, I said sarcastically. I know, right, and Hagrid didn't seem to notice. Sigh. Well, if you need help with the little one after she hatches, just send me a note with Hermes, I said, knowing it would be no use trying to convince Hagrid now that keeping the dragon wouldn't be wise. He asked, and I realized I said something I wasn't supposed to know. Well. The egg has a 50% chance of being a boy and a 50% chance of being a girl, so as you keep calling it he, I decided to call it she, so one of us will still be right, I shrugged. Oh, that makes sense, Hagrid nodded, but I think this idea coming from a Ravenclaw is something to be expected, ha 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 ha, he chuckled patting my shoulder. Should I be offended by this? I asked myself. And about helping me with the dragon, I would be very grateful, as I couldn't find much in the books about caring for a dragon beyond the basics, he admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Don't worry, it shouldn't be that hard, I reassured him, but inside I was sweating as I knew what trouble this dragon was going to give us. March 20th, my mother's birthday. Today is my mom's first birthday that I spend away from her and my family, not being able to celebrate with them, and I was a little sad about it, but decided that to take my mind off it I would prepare an amazing present for my mom. I knew a simple wizarding item wasn't good enough for her, so I asked Anthony, Terry, and the twins for help on what to get my mom, but the idea of presents they gave wasn't very good to give to a woman, especially if she is your mother, so I switched to more feminine help. I asked all of my girls' friends, and after listening to their opinions and ideas, I asked the Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall for help in making my mother's present. I also asked Professor Sprout to help me get a flower to give to my mother along with her present. After some work and lots of ideas, I gave my mom a beautiful dress that changes color according to the necklaces and earrings she wears, along with a lilac flower that sings a soft song that was in a small glass dome. I also sent some wizard sweets as my mom loved them the last time I took them home. I think getting a present for a woman was the hardest thing I've had to plan this year, I thought, hoping my mom would like the present. April 1 St. I've been so focused on my plans and projects that I almost forgot that April 1st was approaching. And this could seem like just any normal day, but I knew that for a duo this is a very special day. April 1st is the twins' birthday, and from what I've heard from older students, ever since the twins arrived at school, every year on that same day the school is hit by a wave of pranks. And with that information, I knew what present I would give them. I knew that they don't really care about presents or expensive items, so I decided their present would be me playing one of my best pranks in the entire school. Of course, I would also give them some prank items that I created. The prank I played was to give everyone at the school characteristics of magical creatures, where some students had dragon faces, and other troll arms. Even the teachers were hit by the prank, and seeing a Snape Dementor terrified and delighted many people, with the twins being part of the last group. And as a combo, the twins and I teamed up as the Three Musketeers to end the day with a huge prank explosion. At the end of the day, from their feelings, I was sure this was one of their best birthdays. Great Hall, breakfast. Today is Monday, which meant that my first class of the day would be potions, and according to Professor Snape, we would be making a strength potion, and any honorable Minecraft player would be jumping with excitement when making that potion. I'm a little better at potion brewing, thanks to the items I bought at Diagon Alley, and my weekly studies. While I was thinking about class, Hermes arrived with a note, and the note was from Hagrid warning that the egg was about to hatch, and across the Great Hall I could see Hedwig also carrying a note for the trio. The egg will hatch in the break between first and second class, I mused. Should I stop Malfoy from spying on us? Nah, if Hagrid doesn't have a reason to send Norberta away, he's likely to take care of her until she's a full-grown dragon in the Forbidden Forest, that is, if the dragon is not discovered sooner, which would be a big problem for Hagrid and for the headmaster. Hagrid's hut. Potions class went smoothly, with me being the first to finish the potion flawlessly, which was probably due to my excitement at making it. As soon as class ended, I immediately started heading to Hagrid's hut. Arriving at the door of Hagrid's hut, I heard the voices of the Golden Trio. I then raised my hand to knock on the door, ignoring the lurking ferret. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Hagrid. I called, to let him know it was me. Hi Ethan, glad you came, it's almost hatching, Hagrid said as he opened the door, letting me in. As soon as I walked in, the trio's startled eyes immediately went to me. What are you doing here? Weasley asked in surprise. I came here to say your mom is calling you, I replied sarcastically. Serious? So Hagrid, I turned to the half-giant, ignoring the only redhead in the hut who was still looking at me stupidly. Where's the little one? I asked. Oh, he's over there, he said pointing to the egg, which was on a table. It's going to hatch in a few minutes, I said, staring at the egg, and even using my magic vision to see if anything magical would happen when the egg was going to hatch. How do you know? Granger asked me. I don't know, a feeling maybe, I shrugged, getting a flat look from the girl. Hagrid, what is he doing here? Potter, who had been quiet this entire time, asked, eyeing me warily. Obviously he's here to see the little dragon hatch, Hagrid replied, as focused on the egg as I was. But aren't you afraid, well, that he'll tell someone? Potter asked, whispering the last part to the other two members of the trio and Hagrid, but I heard it easily. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I trust him, and besides, he found out about the egg long before you did, Hagrid said, dismissing his suspicions with a wave of his hands. But that still didn't stop the trio from looking at me suspiciously, nor from looking at me surprised either, as they didn't expect me to have found out about the egg before they did. Why are you so suspicious of me? I didn't even do anything to you guys, I thought as I rolled my eyes, obviously forgetting when I silenced Potter in the hospital wing or when I threatened to put Weasley's finger in his spot where the sun doesn't shine. Any other exchange was interrupted by the sound of something cracking, and with everyone following the sound to the source, we saw tiny cracks appearing in the dragon's egg. With everyone paying full attention to the egg, I glanced at the window out of the corner of my eye, seeing the Slytherin blonde spying on us. Seeing that he was also paying attention to the egg, I increased the potency of my magic vision, trying to absorb every detail of Norberta's birth. The cracks in the egg got bigger, until a small hole was made in the egg, and out of it came a little reptilian face. With the egg breaking even further, Norbert, or Norberta, started to come out of the egg, and at some point she was completely out of it, stumbling on her feet as she fumbled with her own huge wings. The first thing a baby dragon does at birth, like many other animals, is to look for its mother, and Norberta was no different. And probably because it was the most striking thing in the room, or because she was literally with her face almost touching the baby dragon, the first thing Norberta saw was Hagrid. From Norberta's feelings, I knew she was confused but happy. "He is not handsome?" Hagrid asked affectionately, reaching out to pet the dragon, only to be nearly bitten by those small but sharp fangs. "Look, he recognizes Mom." Hearing that from Hagrid, even though I knew he was right, made me snort. "Hagrid, exactly how fast does a Norwegian dragon grow?" Granger asked, but Hagrid didn't answer as he was staring palely at his window. "Hagrid." Weasley called after him, only to be startled when Hagrid jumped up and quickly approached the window. "Hagrid, what happened?" Potter asked. "Someone was spying on us through the window. A boy is running towards the castle," he replied, and when the trio went to the window to look for the boy, they saw a familiar platinum blonde hair. "Damn!" Potter and Weasley cursed, and Granger didn't even try to scold them. "Malfoy saw us, and even worse, he saw the dragon," Granger exclaimed. "Shit, I knew we must have drowned him in the lake a long time ago," Weasley grumbled. And while the trio and Hagrid panicked, I was looking at the baby dragon, who was curiously looking at me too. I then tilted my head to the side, and playfully the little dragon did the same. Seeing that Norberta was imitating me, I lifted my left arm a little, and she, who didn't have much hand coordination, tried, and failed, to lift her wing, which was bigger than her body. With the little dragon trying to control her body to imitate me, which I thought was really cute, I started thinking about using beast talk on her, but I didn't want to risk doing that in front of the trio, or even making the connection with a newborn being, as I had no idea if it would have side effects either way. I'll wait until the day she'll be delivered to Charlie's friends, since by then she'd have at least 2 weeks to live, which is probably enough for me to try a weak connection with her, I reflected. Trying to connect with any 2-week-old baby animal would probably be dangerous, but dragons grow faster than other creatures, which is why I was confident nothing would happen at that moment, and that confidence came from an instinct inside me, and generally my instincts are never wrong. One way or another, I have Quarrelmore to thank for allowing me this opportunity, as I doubt I could meet a baby dragon that easily any other time, I thought. After some time playing with Norberta and talking to Hagrid, the trio and I had to go back to school as we still had our second class of the morning. All the way to school the trio were silent, and if their feelings of worry and irritation were any sign, they were probably still wondering what to do with Malfoy. I know I said I wouldn't stop Malfoy from seeing the dragon, because that would put pressure on Hagrid to send Norberta away, but that doesn't mean I still won't play some pranks on him. Maybe that way he'll gain a little moderation and awareness. PFFF, who am I kidding? Malfoy will probably get even worse. Next day, Hagrid's hut. "Did he like the teddy bear?" Hagrid asked, having just placed an obviously handcrafted teddy bear beside the baby dragon. I corrected him. Huh. Hagrid looked at me confused. "He's actually a she," I said. "She? How did you find out?" Hagrid asked me curiously, easily believing I was right. "It's her claws, they're more curved and wider, and that's a trait of female dragons, along with her body colors being sharper. Plus, she's fierce and lethal, and that's a trait seen in, well, all females," I replied, shivering a little as I remembered the moments when my mom was pregnant with Seal and had her mood swings. "Makes sense," Hagrid said. "So, do you already have an idea what you're going to name her?" I asked. I don't know," Hagrid said, scratching his big beard. "If it was a boy I would have called him Norbert, but now that I know it's a girl I have to come up with another name." "How about Norberta?" I said jokingly. "Huh. Norberta. That's a great name, Ethan," Hagrid said happily, patting my shoulder. "What? No. I won't let you call her Norberta, that's a very bad female name," I said, as I always found the name Norberta strange, and now that there was a chance to change it, I wouldn't let Hagrid name the dragon that again. I didn't think he would accept the name so easily. And I was just kidding, I thought, sweating at Hagrid's naming creativity. "Why?" "I thought that name was so good," the half-giant said, confused. "Because she's a fucking dragon, and obviously deserves a name worthy of her kind," I replied. So what would be a good name for her?" Hagrid asked, and with that we both started to think. As we thought of names, I looked over at Norberta, who was playing with her wings and her little fire snort, which had more smoke than fire, making it look like she was dancing or bending, like in the anime, Avit. "Azula," I then exclaimed. "What?" Hagrid looked at me confused, a little surprised by my exclamation. "Her name could be Azula." I repeat. "Azula," Hagrid said, testing the name, before looking at the baby dragon. "Azula, I like it," he exclaimed. "From today on, you, little one, will be called Azula." "Ha ha ha ha." Hagrid chuckled, pointing to the dragon formerly known as Norberta, who now went by the name Azula. "Great name, Ethan," he nodded. "I know," I replied, satisfied. In 1 week Azula grew to 3 times her size, making her a little difficult to control. And if her size weren't bad enough, she got even wilder and more adventurous, but I couldn't blame her since every baby is like that, of course, apart from the fire-breathing part and having the strength to break a marble table. The trio and I met a few times at Hagrid's hut, but in those moments neither of us talked to each other. To help care for the dragon with Hagrid, the trio and I took turns, and today is trio day. Hagrid's hut. POV, third person. So Hagrid, how is he? Granger asked, sipping some tea. It's not he, it's she. And now her name is Azula. And she's fine, as you can see, Hagrid said, pointing to Azula who was biting one of the wood he'd cut for the firewood. She is a girl. How did you find out? Granger asked. Oh, it wasn't me, it was Ethan. And he was also the one who named her Azula, Hagrid replied. Was he the one who found out? How did he know she was a girl? Weasley asked curiously. He probably found out after reading some books, Potter proposed. But how? I've read every possible dragon book in the library, and none talk about how to tell dragons, apart from species. Granger said, now as confused and curious as Weasley, and also a little upset, thinking she missed a book with good information. Well, it's probably a Ravenclaw thing then, Hagrid waved a hand dismissively, earning a few blank stares from the trio. Sigh, maybe I should reread the library books. Granger wondered, getting two frightened looks from Potter and Weasley. You're crazy, how many books have you read? 5. 8. Weasley asked. Well, actually about 15, she replied, and the boy's gaze intensified. Oh stop, it's not even that bad, she mumbled crossing her arms. But that's 15 books. And just about dragons. I don't think I've read even 15 books in my entire life, let alone about only one subject, Weasley said, and Potter beside him nodded. Then maybe you should just start reading more. Hey guys. Potter called, only to be ignored. Why would I do that? I would waste my time playing chess. And eating. Granger interrupted him. And eating too, and Weasley continued, not caring that she was making fun of him. Guys. But it doesn't take too long. For example, I can read 7 or 9 books a week. Well, that's because you're a... Guys. What? Weasley and Granger turned to Potter after he yelled to get their attention. We're getting off the subject, he replied. Weasley and Granger then looked at Potter, turned to each other and stared at each other for a moment before turning to Potter again. What subject? Sigh. POV, Ethan. Get out of the way. Malfoy ordered Justin and Smith, who were walking and talking in the corridor. The two thought of complaining, but they looked behind Malfoy and saw that he was with his 2 faithful guard dogs. With no other choice, the two moved out of the way, with Smith staring at the back of Malfoy's head fiercely, only to squeak in alarm as Goyle turned to him. Humph! Malfoy snorted contemptuously as he continued to walk down the corridor like he owned the castle. Today couldn't be better. I know a secret from that trio of idiots and that arrogant Ravenclaw know-it-all. No one in the castle has the guts to stand up to me, and I just got a new hair gel from my dad. Although he never sent a hair gel for me in the mail. Weird. Malfoy thought, meh, maybe I'm just thinking too much, he then mentally shrugged. Draco. Crabbe, who was quiet, called. What's it? Malfoy asked, turning to him. What happened to your hair? Goyle was the one who spoke, pointing to Malfoy's head. My hair. Malfoy questioned confused. He then took a mirror and a comb from his bag, which he keeps for some reason. Malfoy then gaped at his reflection in the mirror, seeing his hair, which was now just as greasy as Snape's, only the difference is that it was green. Kaya. What happened to my hair? My beautiful hair, he yelled, rubbing his hair with his hand in an attempt to straighten it, and failing miserably. Malfoy, seeing that your hair wasn't getting back to normal, turned and ran out of the corridor, leaving the two confused bookends behind. Those in the hallway could only see someone screaming like a girl, with green hair, running past them. Good. Very good. I have Malfoy to thank for showing off his also beautiful, fast, and the best on the market, to everyone. And I also have to bring him some snacks as a thank you for the delivery, I thought, having watched everything from the corner of the corridor, but don't worry Malfoy, this is just the beginning, mwahaha. Today I was taking care of Azula alone, as the trio were doing things I didn't care enough to know, and Hagrid was hunting more mice and other small animals for Azula's food. Knowing that this was a great opportunity, and that Azula was prepared, I decided to use this moment to open a connection with her using beast talk. I then brought my hand closer to the little dragon with the intention of establishing the connection, only to have to pull it away quickly when Azula tried to bite it. If you try to bite me again, I'll show you how to make a dish of Norwegian dragon fried with apples and lemon and vinegar sauce, I said with a gentle smile on my face, trying to persuade the little dragon, who now started to look at me suspiciously. Looking to see if the little creature got my point, I brought my hand back to her head, and Azula seemed to understand that biting me was not a smart thing to do, as this time she let me put my hand on her without problems. Already touching Azula, I used my beast talk to converse with her, conveying feelings of safety and calm to the baby dragon. When Azula felt the connection, she was incredibly surprised, or at least as surprised as a baby dragon could be. The connection with a dragon wasn't as amazing as I'd hoped, and it wasn't anywhere near the level of a connection like the elves, and I don't know if that's because Azula was still a baby, or if it's because dragons aren't creatures as rational as elves. I will probably need to test with more creatures, both rational and thinking like elves, and not so rational like common and wild creatures. But this connection with Azula wasn't useless, as I managed to keep her calm and docile, which is a great find, as if it's possible to do that with a baby dragon, it should probably be possible with other wild and aggressive creatures too. Well, that means I can cross one of my projects off my list, and with that there will only be a few projects left for me to complete, at least for this year, I thought, stroking the little dragon, who got sleepy at some point and was sleeping with his head on my lap. Azula was getting more and more adventurous, and only my beast talk kept her calm, but since I couldn't use beast talk very often, especially around Hagrid and the trio, and since I couldn't spend much time with Azula either, Hagrid ended up having to suffer with the little dragon, barely having time to rest, and the trio often found themselves in the same predicament. The trio, having already talked about the idea of handing Azula over to Charlie, and having already sent him a letter, were now just waiting for an answer. I knew they would be able to smuggle Azula with no problem, that is, if we don't count on Malfoy. But I saw no reason to interfere in their confusion, mainly because the loss of points they would put Ravenclaw far ahead in the House Cups, making it difficult for the headmaster to donate points to Gryffindor without seeming more biased. And their being discovered by Professor McGonagall would cause them to go into detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, which in my humble but correct opinion is a very irresponsible detention choice on the part of Professor McGonagall and the headmaster. However, as there was no attack on the unicorns, Hagrid won't need to look for any creature that is killing them, so no detention in the Forbidden Forest. And with that, I won't have to worry about the trio, and I'll be able to enjoy the chaos that the big loss of points will cause. Malfoy, who saw the egg hatch, kept this secret for a week, which is impressive and made me understand that he has a bit of Slytherin in him, but since he likes to annoy the trio, he's always looking at them smugly. He also looked at me with the same expression, but for some very strange reason, he was always caught in some prank at these moments. Very strange. But this pressure Malfoy put on the trio only added to their stress and their rush to get rid of Azula. So when Charlie's letter, saying how they could smuggle out Azula, arrived, the trio members were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, something Malfoy noticed. Knowing that it was close to the day of the smuggling, and that I would finally be able to look at the Cloak of Invisibility, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, I also started to prepare myself. April 9th, Ethan's birthday. Today was supposed to be another ordinary school day, or as ordinary as a magic school could be, but it turned out to be different when, this morning at breakfast, I ended up getting a large package delivered by Hermes. In that big package there was a note and some other packages, and on the note that came it was written in big letters with lots of glitter and glitter, "Happy birthday. With love, from your most awesome and beautiful family," and at that moment I realized that I had forgotten my birthday. Damn. I got so focused on my plans I forgot what day it is, I muttered. What packages are these, Ethan? Anthony, who was beside me, asked me, looking over my shoulder. These are presents my family sent me, I replied. Presents? For what? Anthony asked, and Terry also looked curious. Oh, it's just that today is my birthday, I replied, picking up a handmade drawing that Seal made for me, which brought a smile to my face. Is it your birthday? Terry and Anthony exclaimed in surprise, also catching the attention of a few other Ravenclaws. Huh? Yeah, I nodded. And why didn't you warn us? Anthony asked. I forgot, I shrugged. Did you forget to let us know? Terry asked. No, I forgot that today is my birthday. How could you forget your damn birthday? Anthony asked me, shaking my shoulders. I don't know, blame the memory lapses. Memory lapses my ass. Why didn't you ever tell us when your birthday is? Terry then asked. Because I didn't think it was important, and besides, you guys never mentioned yours either, I replied, having freed myself from Anthony's clutches, but still looking at him warily, as he was now holding a fork tightly as he looked at me frowning. Ah well. That's true, Terry said after some thought, I guess it just never crossed my mind to talk about. See, I'm not the only one, I said to Anthony. That's totally different. You forgot your birthday. Who forgets their own birthday? He asked rhetorically. Why instead of you bitching about me forgetting my birthday, why don't you go find me some nice presents? I said, only to receive 2 blank stares. Or not. You who know, I laughed nervously seeing that their gaze didn't change, in fact, Anthony even started to get a half-crazed look. Anthony. Why are you reaching for your knife? And why are you approaching me? Anthony. Hey, calm down buddy. We don't need to get aggressive. Terry, Help me out here. Don't get me involved in this matter. You're a great friend, I thought, staring at Terry, who pretended not to be paying attention. Ow. Anthony, get away from me with that fork, you damn badger in raven clothes. After breakfast, where we all learned that Anthony is dangerous with cutlery in hand, my friends decided to have a small party for me in one of the many abandoned classrooms, as using the Ravenclaw common room would not be possible since I had friends from other houses who couldn't enter the Raven's Nest, name the twins gave our common room. The party had all my friends from all the houses, and even Professor Flitwick stopped by the room for a moment to congratulate me. The party was small and had some food that the elves made and that the twins managed to smuggle out of Hogsmeade. I also got some impromptu presents as everyone knew about my birthday at the last minute. The only ones who had a present prepared for me besides my parents were the twins, who had been preparing for this day since their birthday. But in short, this was one of the best birthdays I've had in my second life, mainly because it was the first I had with friends. Saturday. Today will be the day the trio will take Azula to Charlie's friends in the astronomy tower, and it's also the day I'll try to see the Cloak of Invisibility. Weasley, unlike Canon, wasn't bitten by Azula, so he didn't go to the hospital wing, so Malfoy won't be able to get the book with Charlie's note on it. Without the note, Malfoy will have no way of knowing that the trio will try to smuggle the dragon, so he won't report them to Professor McGonagall. Without the teacher, the trio won't get caught, and without them getting caught they won't lose points, and I can't allow that to happen. I know earlier this year I said I didn't care about house points, but it seems that the competition between houses and the favoritism of certain professors Snape and Dumbledore made me a little competitive. And to tell you the truth, I'm not finding this competition as bad as at the beginning of the year. Well, at least for me, who only sees the competition as another way to have fun. But back to the subject of the note, to solve this problem, I had the note slip away from Weasley's book and, coincidentally, land next to Malfoy, and from Malfoy's smug face, I think he liked what he read in the note. I also had the trio see Malfoy taking the note and reading it, just to increase the pressure on them a little, which just so happens to be what made them forget about Cloak and Canon. With everything ready and planned, I just had to wait for night to come. When it was 11 p.m., I came out of my room wearing some dark clothes. There was no one in the common room, but I knew that from time to time the prefects would patrol, so I quickly cast the disillusionment charm on myself, which luckily I learned to cast. I then left the common room and started towards the astronomy tower. As I walked, I used my magic vision to make sure no one was around, and arriving at the tower I started to inspect more intently, and I took this precaution because I knew Potter was going to lose the Cloak of Invisibility in the tower, and that Dumbledore would return the cloak to him the night of his detention in the Forbidden Forest, and as I don't know if he was around to get the cloak, I decided to proceed cautiously. After inspecting it a bit I confirmed that the tower was clear of any sign of anyone else being here, or of any spells or wards. And knowing half my worries were over, I went back to relaxing in a corner of the tower, waiting for the trio to appear. After waiting for a while, just before midnight, I heard footsteps approaching the tower. I knew it was the trio from under the cloak arriving with Azula, and I could have used my magic vision on the cloak at that moment, but I didn't know if I would have any setbacks from looking at an item that was once so close to death, so I decided to wait. As the sounds of footsteps reached the center of the tower, I saw the cloak drop and two members of the trio were shown, with one of them holding a box. The trio members who came were Weasley and Potter, with Weasley replacing Granger, something that didn't surprise me, as I knew that with that big box containing Azula, only two other people would fit in the cloak. And I also wasn't surprised that Weasley was the other person besides Potter, as he really would have been the better option. After the boys arrived, soon after, in the distance, some people appeared flying on brooms. After Charlie's friends had had a little chat with Weasley and Potter, they started getting ready to take Azula away. And before they left, I conveyed some feelings of mine to Azula, who was surprised initially, before starting to convey her feelings of joy back, something that surprised me as I didn't know she knew or could convey feelings too. It seems like I don't really understand completely how the feelings and a connection with the dragon works, I thought with a wry smile. After Charlie's friends took Azula away, the two boys in the trio sighed in relief and happiness, and while they were celebrating their successful mission I was paying attention to two things, one being the cloak on the floor, and the other being Filch who was approaching the stairs leading to the tower. The boys then started heading towards the stairs to get out of the tower, not having the slightest idea of the terror that awaited them. Leaving the boys to fate, I turned my gaze to the cloak. I waited until the boys and Filch were far enough away to inspect the cloak, and when I felt they were far enough away I turned on my magic vision to look at the cloak. When my gaze, with magic vision, fell on the cloak, I immediately stumbled back. Damn. The magic of this cloak is very concentrated, and this magic is too pure. Not even a thestral that borders on life and death gives me the same feeling that this cloak is giving me, I thought, holding my head and lowering the power of my magic vision, URG. But I shouldn't have expected less from an item that was supposedly made by death itself. Knowing now that it would be unwise to use my magic vision at full power in the cloak, I decided to lower its potency a bit. Now using only a little of my vision, I looked back at the cloak, taking in every detail of it but being careful not to overdo it. The first thing I noticed is that the cloak does indeed have some residue of the headmaster's magic, so this confirms the tracking spells theory. The second thing I noticed is that the cloak has a magic overlapping with its own, and that's Potter's magic. It's probably because Potter owns the cloak, and I think it's probably the same with the Elder Wand and Headmaster Dumbledore, I thought. Returning my gaze to the cloak, I then saw the third most interesting thing, which is also the most noticeable. What I saw was a dark and pure magic, and if this magic is what I was thinking, then this is one of the most mysterious types of magic in the magic world, the death magic, and unlike other enchanted items that are enveloped by the creator's magic, the cloak is literally made from the magic of who created it. In all my time in the wizarding world so far, I haven't found any item that is literally and purely made of magic, especially magic as special and remarkable as that of the cloak. And as I inspected the cover in detail, I felt a feeling of emptiness, as if something was pulling at me. But before I could delve into that feeling, I heard something calling to me from somewhere in the back of my mind, which was enough to snap me out of my stupor. After shaking my head, I looked back at the cloak, only without trying to delve deeper, and after a while I realized that the feeling that hit me was almost the same feeling I felt when I looked into the core of a thestral for the first time. Careful not to fall into the same sensation, I went back to taking in every detail of the cloak, sometimes taking a mental note whenever I found something interesting or something I didn't know about. In the end, I couldn't find out much about the workings of the cloak, and not because it's difficult, but because I don't have, and probably never will, a clear understanding of the magic surrounding it. Perhaps if this cloak of invisibility was one of the cloaks sold in the wizarding world, and not one of the Deathly Hallows, I would have better understood its workings, to the point where I could replicate it. This could become one of my future projects. Or I could create a spell as good as a cloak of invisibility and the disillusionment charm, I mused. Realizing that there was nothing else for me to look at in the cloak, at least not without being in a more private and secure place, I decided it was time to end my little adventure for tonight. The last thing I did was see if I could tag the cloak in Atlas so I could find her whenever I wanted. And after a few tries I managed to put a tracking spell using the cloak's own magic, so no one will know it has a tracking spell on it, and if they find out, they won't be able to connect it to my magic. With everything ready I was finally able to finish this little project. I then, with nothing else to do, went back to my common room. Arriving at the common room, I went straight to my room, taking advantage of the fact that there was no prefects doing rounds. Once in my room, I lay down on my bed, thinking about the adventure I had tonight that left me with more questions than answers. However, knowing that this world still has so many mysteries out there just made me even more excited. Truly a magical world, I thought with a soft smile on my face. End. The next day when I went down with the boys to have breakfast in the Great Hall, I looked at the hourglass of stitches and saw that Gryffindor was down 150 stitches, which didn't surprise me. I also saw that Slytherin was down 50 points, different from the 20 it should have been. And this is due to the fact that I may or may not have caused Malfoy to be found outside the corridors wearing girly pajamas right after receiving a scolding from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Wow, how did they miss those points? Was it Fred and George? Anthony asked, surprised. I don't know who it was, but I know it makes Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup smaller than they already were, Terry replied, almost glowing with euphoria. You're hanging out with Andrew a lot, I commented dryly. Are you going to tell me you're not happy, he asked me. Happy with other people's misfortunes and suffering? Yes, I am, I replied with a slightly overjoyed smile, which Terry imitated. Sometimes you scare me, Anthony muttered. Well, whatever the reason Gryffindor lost so many points, I know they're not happy at all, Terry commented, pointing to the lions who were scowling looking at the points. With the speed that news and rumors spread at this school, we'll probably find out the truth by lunchtime, I commented, shrugging my shoulders, and receiving 2 nods from the boys. And as I said, by lunchtime the whole school knew that the point loss for both Gryffindor and Slytherin was caused by Weasley, Potter, Nev, and Malfoy. As Granger had already lost 40 points at the beginning of the year, the members of the Golden Trio began to be isolated by the other Lions, along with Nevada. The only difference was the twins saying how proud they were of their brother for entering the world of troublemakers. Malfoy didn't suffer the same as they did in Slytherin, mainly because he was bragging about being the one who made Gryffindor lose so many points, and also because no one wanted to mess with Lucius Malfoy's son. But I could see the less favorable way the other Slytherins were looking at him. And while all this was happening in the 2 most troublesome houses in the school, the Ravenclaw celebrated the fact that we were way ahead of the other houses in the dispute for the House Cup. At night, after another day with many lessons and assignments given by the teachers, I was finally able to rest in my room, or at least that's what I would do if I didn't have other unfinished business to attend to. Unicorns, I said to my Atlas bracelet, and immediately the scroll with a map in my hands changed, now showing some blue dots on the map at the bottom of the Forbidden Forest. Those blue dots on the map were all the unicorns that were inside the castle wards, and this is also one of the special functions of my map. Thanks to me being able to scan the magic of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, now my map can also locate them all. I can do this with any magical creature, but only if I've scanned their magic signatures. I've done this with several species of creatures in the Forbidden Forest, with thestrals and acromantulas being some of those creatures. But back to why I'm looking for unicorns. I did this so I could know where they were, and if any of them were in danger, which was not the case as they were deep in the forest, being protected by the centaur tribe. Knowing that these noble creatures, particularly the little foal I have yet to name, were all safe, I was able to sigh in relief. With this, Quarrelmort won't be able to recover much of his strength since he won't have ingested the unicorn's blood, I muttered to myself in the emptiness of my room. But now there's the problem that I don't know if he has another way to get his strength and health back, because I doubt that someone who has studied magic so deeply, especially black magic, as he doesn't know one or two other ways to regain your strength, I said, frowning. While I was thinking about the possible dark arts that Voldemort knows about, I saw movement at one of the main points I asked the map to mark, which was the name of Professor Quirrell and Tom Riddle. Quirrell's name was superimposed on Riddle's, meaning he was in charge of the body, and I could see that thanks to another map function. Quirrell was in his office pacing erratically back and forth. He then stopped, and then Riddle's name started to overlap with Quirrell's, to the point where his name almost disappeared. Quirrell, now Riddle, turned and hurriedly walked out of his office, and I didn't even have to wait to find out where he was going. Rising quickly from my bed, I began to put on my darkest clothes, which I happened to buy precisely to improve my stealth on these night outs. My outfit was a black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt with small silver details, and a black hooded jacket to cover my hair. I also had leather and iron boots, all in black too. I also wore knee braces and had some pockets with expansion spells inside my jacket so I could store things, like the dagger Theo gave me. Knowing that the hood alone wouldn't hide my identity, I was also wearing an expressionless white mask, for dramatic effect too. I was also wearing a cloth mask to hide my lower face in case my other mask breaks. Apart from the clothes, I also grabbed my holster with my wand, several knives I got from the room of requirement, and I used the cloaking mode of my bracelet. This was basically my gear whenever I wanted to do something where I couldn't reveal my identity. Finishing with my clothes, I quickly but silently leave my room. Knowing that Voldemort would be in the forest before long, I started taking shortcuts to get there faster. After going through a few passages, I arrived in the forest, and using my bracelet's map in 3D mode, I saw that I had arrived before Riddle. I then turned off the 3D map of my bracelet and went to where Riddle would appear. Arriving at the location, I created an illusion of a unicorn, with the intention of having Riddle follow the illusion to the bottom of the forest, as I didn't want our confrontation to take place near the edge of the forest, as that might warn Hagrid or the people in the castle. I didn't know if I could fight Quarrelmort, who was already weak before, even after he probably got even weaker after not getting unicorn blood to consume, but I didn't want to involve anyone, mainly because it would reveal me, and also because Quarrelmort may be weak, but he still has the magic of a full-grown wizard and the wisdom of a mighty Dark Lord. With the illusion already created, I started to go to the bottom of the forest, not afraid that Riddle would disregard or discover that the unicorn was an illusion, as I knew that only someone with the same ability to see the magic that I had would be able to see through the illusion. And that's not to mention the fact that Riddle is probably not acting all that rationally, since he's out of his unicorn blood, something that's probably already affecting his mind. But I had to be careful that the illusion wasn't hit, because if it did, the plan would be over. After running for a while, I arrived deep into the forest, in a place with no creatures around, where I knew no one in the castle could hear our confrontation. The only ones who would be able to hear our confrontation would be the centaurs, and that's part of my plan. Waiting for Quarrelmort, I started to increase my skills with beast power, even using a little magic to improve myself, as I knew I couldn't beat Quarrelmort without it. But I had to be careful, as I still can't stand using the enhancement for a long time, especially in many parts of the body or in many senses. While I was concentrating and improving myself, I heard the noise of something coming towards me. Crack! He's arrived, I thought, getting ready. When Quarrelmort reached the part of the forest where I was, he saw that the unicorn he had been following all this time suddenly disappeared. He then saw that he wasn't alone in the forest, and I could feel the confusion, anger, and evil emanating from him. As soon as he saw me, he must have judged me to be a threat, as he immediately took a half-crouch position, causing my senses to alert me. With a speed I wasn't expecting, Quarrelmort lunged at me, with hands outstretched like claws. And since I didn't expect this speed from him, he ended up managing to grab my right shoulder, but I quickly got rid of him by kicking him in the stomach, sending him 10 meters back. Damn, he's strong, I thought, massaging my shoulder. Quarrelmort, who was kicked by me, stood up quickly as if he hadn't even taken a hard blow to the stomach. He then began to prowl around me cautiously, like a beast sizing up its prey, and under the hood he wore I could see a pair of narrow red eyes staring at me. Quarrelmort then seemed to get tired of waiting and again came in for the attack, only this time I was aware so I managed to dodge. But he didn't stop at an attack, he kept moving forward while trying to hit me. He's not attacking with magic, so I have a chance, I thought, dodging him again, and hitting him with a kick to his back. I didn't know why he wasn't using magic, but I decided to take advantage of it and started a counterattack, using all my physical skills and my martial arts to the fullest. Every time he attacked me, I dodged and returned with a strong blow that could knock even a large adult down, but these blows of mine seemed to have no effect on Quarrelmort's thin, weak body. I already had my suspicions that Voldemort did some rituals to improve his body before, but I didn't expect these rituals would work even on a possessed body. I thought, landing a punch to his temple, that it would be enough to knock someone out, but Quarrelmort continued to attack in a wild frenzy. Looking at this fight, physically I'm better than him, especially using enhancement. In terms of combat I'm better, since he's just attacking like a wild animal, I thought quickly. I don't get tired easily, but it looks like he does too, so this fight could go on for a very long time, that is, if the two of us we weren't worried about being found out. As I thought, I kept landing blows and more blows at Quarrelmort. I then ducked, dodging one of his blows that aimed at my neck, and hit him with a kick to his chin, causing him to roll backwards. Ugh! I then saw Quarrelmort struggle to his feet as he shook his head to clear the dizziness while holding his side. No matter how strong and resistant your body is, many consecutive blows still hurt a lot, I thought, sighing in relief to see that Quarrelmort was injured by my blows. However, just as I was about to celebrate a possible victory, fate decided that I had had my lucky moment. When I least expected it, I felt a shiver down my back and my senses alerted me, and since I never doubted them, now wouldn't be the time either. Leaping away, I could only see how a red bolt passed through my head, hitting a large rock on the ground and making a long, deep cut in it. Holy crap! I thought, turning to look at the Dark Lord who now held a wand in his hand. Damn it! Wasn't this supposed to be physical combat? Why did you have to pull out your wand? And why is your first spell so deadly? Couldn't you be a little easier on me? I thought in panic, while on the outside I tried to keep my cool, especially after I saw that, even with his body messed up by the possession, Voldemort still had such great magical power. I then saw Quarrelmort cast another spell on me, which I dodged, but I immediately had to dodge again when he cast another spell next. Give me a break! I screamed internally, now pulling my wand out of its holster. Before I could use any spells I had to create a barrier to block another Quarrelmort spell. TCH. Only those who can't guarantee themselves in a hand-to-hand fight use magic, I thought, annoyed. Quarrelmort continued to cast several spells at me in quick succession, barely giving me time to breathe or dodge. But dodging one more spell from him I could see that his attacks were slowing down, and even though it was barely noticeable, I saw that his hands were shaking. Huh, so he can't handle using such powerful magic for so long, I analyzed. In physical combat I had a huge advantage, but in magical combat Quarrelmort outshone me, at least as long as he can handle using these powerful spells. Knowing I still had a chance, I waited for the right moment to begin my counterattack. I couldn't and didn't want to use very destructive attacks, so I had to settle for using a few weaker attacks. My intention from the beginning was not to defeat Quarrelmort, but to make him flee, or hold him long enough for the centaurs to arrive. And I also wanted to analyze whether our difference in a fight was too big. Taking advantage that Quarrelmort was still injured, and having trouble using magic, I cast a slashing spell at him, followed by me forming spikes of earth beneath him. Quarrelmort dodged the first spell and destroyed the second, but I didn't give him time to attack me and immediately created a barrage of ice spikes around him. Quarrelmort then waved his wand, and immediately all the ice spikes turned to leaves. After that he started casting spell after spell on me, with me doing the same to him, mostly using the spells I copied from the anime attacks I saw in my last life. In between our spell exchanges I saw that he was getting slower to dodge my spells, and that his body was visibly shaking. But his spells started to get more lethal as well, resulting in me having to dodge more than attack. In the midst of dodging yet another Quarrelmort spell, I sensed that some presences were approaching our position quickly, and sharpening my hearing I heard the clatter of hooves, and I immediately realized the centaurs were coming. I can't let the centaurs see me, so I have to leave quickly, I thought. I then threw a expulso at Quarrelmort's feet, which caused him to be thrown backwards. Right after that I used a wind spell and made all the fallen leaves on the ground around us start to fly, creating a cover with the leaves that I used to escape, or as it is also known, a strategic retreat. As I fled I could hear the sound of hooves getting louder, and the sound of arrows cutting through the air and hitting the trees, but as I didn't feel any centaurs following me, I could only assume they were chasing Quarrelmort. After leaving the Forbidden Forest, and entering the castle, I stopped in an abandoned room only to see where Quarrelmort was, and using the atlas I saw him rushing into his office. After confirming that he wouldn't go out again, I headed back to my Ravenclaw dorm. Arriving in my room I collapsed on the bed, sighing wearily. Ugh. Today was such a productive day, I said to myself sarcastically. I then got up to take a shower in the bathroom of my suitcase, as I was dirty and sweaty after the confrontation with Quarrelmort. After taking a shower and putting on my pajamas, I climbed into my bed, seeing that Nyx was already asleep, and lay down. Even using a borrowed body, Voldemort is still as strong as I expected, I started to think, remembering what I analyzed from the confrontation. In melee I'm obviously better, mainly because wizards don't train their bodies or train combat techniques, at least that's what I realized. Already in magic, even with both of us using non-destructive spells, I still know he's more powerful than me. In this fight of ours, Quarrelmort was not acting rationally, let alone using all his power, so I can't even imagine how he is at his peak using all his strength and his cruel and cunning mind. At that moment I began to realize the power disparity between us. If your most faithful Death Eaters have at least 10% of their skill, then that will explain why the wizarding world fears them. But it makes me wonder how some teenagers who didn't even finish school managed to face them as equals. Sigh. Teens and their plot armor, I thought, finally feeling all the tiredness of the night hit me, causing me to start to slowly close my eyes, with the last thought on my mind being about me having to increase the intensity of my training. After my duel with Quarrelmort, I started training madly in the room of requirement, knowing that when the school year was over I wouldn't be able to use it for quite some time. I trained so much that there were even moments when I slept in the room of requirement, again grateful for the fact that Ravenclaws had their own rooms. Sometimes my friends were curious to know where I was going all day, but I always found some excuse to say. I really wanted to show them the room, but a selfish wish of mine was to keep it a secret for as long as possible, because I thought that was my secret and special place in the castle, and every man, or human being, would like to have their own Batcave. But I also didn't intend to keep this a secret for long, as I knew the room would be revealed in 5th year if there weren't any major changes to the story. I intended to introduce the room to the twins first, as they also revealed one of their important secrets to me, which was the Marauder's map. But there's also another reason I don't show my friends the room right now. I won't show them yet because I know that inside the room of requirement, or more specifically, the room of hidden things, there is an object enchanted with the worst dark magic the wizarding world knows, a Horcrux. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, who is also one of Riddle's Horcruxes, is kept in that room, and I don't want any of my friends anywhere near that thing. Of all the Horcruxes made by Riddle, only 2 of them were used by humans, which was his diary and Salazar Slytherin's locket, and both ended up messing with the minds of those who used them, so I doubt the diadem won't do the same. I still don't have a way to destroy the locket, since of the 3 ways to destroy it, only one of them is viable for me now, which is the killing curse. But I still can't cast this spell, and yes, I've tried it before. Also, I don't think it would be a good idea to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul, just when he's in the castle, so I can only wait for an opportune moment where I'll also have some means to destroy him. But changing the subject, let's talk about something lighter, like the things that are happening in the castle. On Saturday the 10th, the Slytherin vs Hufflepuff match took place, and even though it wasn't as exciting as the other matches, it was still a very disputed match. The fun thing about this game, however, was the fact that Hufflepuffs liked to play by following all the rules, while Slytherins liked to cheat, which is why this game was called the Clash of Good and Evil, something that actually started out as a joke. At the end of that game, despite trying with all their might, Hufflepuff lost to Slytherin. And with this victory for Slytherin, who didn't score many goals, it was obvious that the final game between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would be the decisive match. Teams from both houses were doubling their training schedule, most notably Gryffindor, who had more pressure being put on them than Ravenclaw, as Ravenclaw had a higher goal sum than Gryffindor. Gryffindor needs to beat Ravenclaw by a big points difference, and they knew this was going to be tough, so the entire team strove to train as hard as their bodies could, with Wood being very vocal about the importance of training. And I don't even need to mention that the members of both teams were annoyed with their captains, since the game would only take place in the 2nd week of June. May 25th. Today was supposed to be the day that Potter, Nev, Malfoy, and Weasley, who now took Granger's place, would have their detention in the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid would try to investigate a strange creature that was killing the unicorns. However, as this time the unicorns were being protected by the centaurs, no deaths occurred, resulting in Hagrid not having to worry about this creature. And luckily, since the last time Quarrelmort was driven out of the forest by the centaurs, he's decided to stay quiet and hidden, so there's no danger of him appearing again, at least for now. And since there was no detention in the Forbidden Forest, the 4 students who received the detention will have to do something else, maybe something like cleaning the cauldrons of the potions class or helping Filch organize the trophy room. The only downside is that Potter won't come to the conclusion that Voldemort is looking for the Philosopher's Stone, unless even with my interference he still finds Firenze somehow. Although centaurs are difficult to understand, and they love to predict events using divination, mostly with the support of the skies, so I can't expect things to go a certain way with them, especially Firenze, who when compared to centaurs who are already weird in their own right, we realize he's twice as weird. I also know that it was yesterday that Potter overheard Quirrell talking to Voldemort and assumed it was Snape threatening Quirrell, and all this thanks to my knowledge of the canon and thanks to my dear map, which allowed me to see Potter sneaking in to eavesdrop on their conversation. But even with certain changes, I still knew that the long-awaited confrontation was close to happening, and even though I had decided not to get involved with Potter and Quirrellmort's confrontation, I had to rethink my decision. The main reason for this is that I've seen how Quirrell isn't acting as rationally as I'd hoped, so I can only assume that Voldemort's possession is taking a toll on him, and after our confrontation where for the most part he looked more like a wild animal than a human, I began to doubt whether it would be wise to let him and an 11-year-old face each other. And that's why I started to prepare for the confrontation. Ravenclaw Common Room. Padma, where is the answer to that question? Terry asked, showing his parchment to Padma, who looked carefully. If I'm not mistaken the answer is in the 3rd Greenwich Spellbook Part 2 or 3, I don't remember exactly, she replied. Is question number 19? Corner asked. Is question 17, Terry replied, and Corner then started looking at his own parchment. About how does a reversible enchantment work on transfigured objects, he asked, earning a nod from Terry. I think it's part 3, he said. Oh, I found it. Thanks, Terry said, after looking through the aforementioned book. My classmates and I were in the common room doing a little review before exams started, as we all wanted to get good grades, and many of us struggled in certain subjects, potions being the main one. I was mainly here to help others, as my work on charms and transfiguration is basically perfect, and the rest of the subjects mostly use the theoretical part in the exams, something that didn't worry me at all, since I read a lot of books on the said subjects, and thanks to a clemency I could perfectly remember the information in these books. I've heard from some older students that Professor Snape is going to have us create a deadly poison that we'll have to drink, and then he'll have us create a cure for that poison, without information or help, Stephen commented, causing all of us to turn to him. And you believe them? I asked, with a raised eyebrow. Do you think it's not possible? He asked back. Terry opened his mouth to reply, but then he thought for a while and then closed his mouth again. Is it too late to ask for a school transfer? Lisa asked, and we all started to wonder if that option would be viable. The exam season began, and unlike my peers who were stressed and worried about it, I was relaxed, as even if I didn't get an O+ or O in almost every subject, at least I wouldn't get AP. The subjects had 2 types of exams, practical and theoretical, with some subjects having only one of them and others having both. The theory part was surprisingly easy, even with me getting annoyed that nothing Professor Bin said in class was on the exam, and I only knew I was going to get a good grade because I had read a lot of books in the library. After we finished the theoretical exams, we all had some rest time before starting the practical part, where each teacher of that subject would call the students one by one to a classroom, where he would tell us what we would have to do. The subjects that have practical exams are transfiguration, charms, potions, data and herbology. Flight lessons do not have exams, and we will only start having practical astronomy exams in the 2nd year. When this short break was over, my colleagues and I went to the transfiguration room, which was the subject of our first practical exam. After a while, I was called into the room, and as I walked in and closed the door I saw Professor McGonagall standing by her desk, and on top of that desk I saw one of the books I wrote, Aragon from the Inheritance Cycle, and the mug I got her for Christmas. I then looked at her with a satisfied smile on my face, and she must have noticed my gaze because she turned her face away and I could feel that she was embarrassed. Cough. So let's get started, Mr. Professor McGonagall stopped when she saw me look at her with a raised eyebrow. I mean, let's start, Ethan. What I need to do? I asked, but I felt I shouldn't have asked that question when Professor McGonagall gave a small smile. Oh, how about you surprise me with your best transfiguration, she said, and I immediately knew what she was up to. She must have noticed that even with me paying attention and having fun in her classes, I never struggled and didn't even feel like it was challenging enough, so now she's challenging me. Heh, fine, I said, a smile on my face. I then took my wand from its holster, and looking around the room I saw a set of teacups on a table in the corner, probably for the older students' tests. Waving my wand while pointing at that tea set, I muttered the incantation, and soon after, the tea set began to be transfigured. The cups turned into little crows, the teapot turned into a kitten, the silverware turned into snakes, and the plates and tray with the tea set turned into grass and leaves. I then, just for fun, put a tutu on the kitten, something I already tried to do with Nyx, but after a certain incident, my family and I agreed never to allow another tutu near Nyx or our house. After finishing the transfiguration I turned to Professor McGonagall, only to see that she was looking at me with her lips in a thin line, but I could feel the feelings of shock and pride coming from her. So all this time you've been holding back, she asked, and I could only scratch my head in embarrassment. Hee. Maybe. I said. Professor McGonagall then continued to stare at me for a few seconds with narrowed eyes before sighing helplessly. Why did you have to end up in Ravenclaw? She asked me with a wry smile on her face. Red doesn't suit me, I replied smiling, while adjusting my blue Ravenclaw tie, causing Professor McGonagall to look at me in amusement. She then shifted her gaze from me to the transfigured animals. She approached them with her wand in hand and began to inspect them. In the end she nodded in satisfaction and then turned to me. I'd say I'm surprised you used a spell taught only in 3rd year, but after seeing how easy it was for you to learn my subject, I think that was something to expect, she said. She then undid my transfiguration with a simple wave of her wand, making the transfigured animals go back to being a tea set. That said, your transfiguration was flawless, from the details of the grass and leaves to the fur and feathers of animals. In fact, the transfiguration of your animals was even better than that of grass and leaves, which is strange since animal transfiguration is much more difficult, but it felt like your animals had all the essence of a real animal, Professor McGonagall continued. I knew that my animal transfiguration were better than my inanimate objects transfiguration, but that was due to my beast power which allowed me to understand animals very well. After seeing this transfiguration, I have no choice but to say that you obviously did well on the practical exam, Professor McGonagall said to me, and I looked at her a little surprised. Shouldn't this be a secret until the exam scores are posted on the bulletin board? I asked. Do you really think you didn't do well after that demonstration? She asked me back with a raised eyebrow. You have a point, I said. Well, so with that your exam is over, she said. I then started to turn to leave the room, until she called out to me again. Ethan. Yeah. I asked. Well. Professor McGonagall began, acting like a nervous schoolgirl, which I found hilarious. What happened to Murtaugh? She asked, talking about one of the main characters in Inheritance Cycle. Well, just reading the book to know, I said to her mysteriously, by Professor Minnie. I then walked out of the room, leaving a frustrated teacher behind. How am I going to read the book if you haven't even published it yet? She asked no one in particular. What Ethan didn't know, is that after reading his books, Professor McGonagall went to the Muggle world to find the other books, only to see that the sequel hasn't been published yet. Would it be wrong for me to threaten to lower his grade if he doesn't tell me what happens in the next book? She wondered, sipping some tea from her mug. Well, he has until next year to publish the book, if not. She muttered. Charm's exam room. Hello Ethan, how are you? Professor Flitwick asked me as soon as I entered the room. I'm fine, but depending on the exam you're going to pass me that might change, I said with a small smile on my face, which made the little professor laugh. Well, I know a simple first-year exam isn't a problem for you, and as I'm pretty sure Minerva did the same, so I can only say, surprise me, he said, gesturing at me. Fine, I said, advancing to the center of the room. Right now, to impress him, I'd like to cast a Patronus, but this is a spell that for some reason I haven't mastered yet, so I'll have to settle for another one. With my wand in hand, I started levitating all the objects in the room, leaving nothing on the floor, and after all the objects were floating I started the second part of my presentation. For the second part of my presentation I started transfiguring all these objects into sharp and pointed iron spikes, and soon after I started levitating some plates and targets that Professor Flitwick kept in the room for some reason. After everything was ready, I started using Summoning Charm, Accio, and Banishing Charm, Depulso, where I started to summon the plates and targets while banishing the spikes, thus making a big target shooting game, only on the hard level. Professor Flitwick was watching all this in awe, while also thinking about the ramifications of what I was doing, seeing how this presentation of mine would work as great training for improving marksmanship, dodging, and magical control. Actually what I was doing was something I did to train in the room of requirement, usually when I didn't want to use the enchanted bats and balls of the room. I knew this would impress Professor Flitwick not for fourth-year spells, but for how it could be used in training. Finishing off hitting the last target, I stopped all the objects in midair again, before transfiguring the objects back while casting a reparo to fix them all. When all the objects were back to normal and intact, I put them back in their places. I then turned to Professor Flitwick who was looking at me in wonder and satisfaction. So? I asked. Have you ever thought about becoming a duelist? He asked me back, bouncing excitedly in his seat. Well. That's not what I expected, I thought. After talking to Professor Flitwick about the magical dueling championships, where he said I was talented and skilled enough to compete in the youth championships, he recommended several books, and even a dueling-focused journal, telling me to study all that, and that when I was ready I could, if I wanted, ask him to train me. And I immediately accepted, as I would obviously want a duelist master teaching me. So after that little chat I left Charm's exam room very excited, heading to the next exam room. The herbology, potions, and data practice exams weren't too difficult, mainly because I didn't try to show off like I did in the transfiguration and charms exams. The exams went smoothly, with the herbology exam being, in my opinion, the best of the three, mainly because Professor Sprout made the subject and the exam fun, and also because it's impossible not to like her. The potions exam was just like regular classes, with Professor Snape breathing down our necks, trying to find a mistake, or even putting enough pressure on a student to make them miss. The last exam, which was data, was boring with Professor Quirrell stuttering all the time, but what caught my attention was the fact that he was paler and more restless than usual, and that says a lot. Also, the smell of rotten decay that came from him became much stronger, at least for me who have a keen sense of smell. And if that wasn't enough to confirm that Quirrell was close to having a panic attack or a stroke, his volatile magic did. And I knew what that meant. This meant that Quirrell was close to losing the last control of his body, which probably meant that Voldemort was running out of time, and that he would have to get the stone quickly. June. As soon as my last exam was over, the boys and I went outside for some fresh air. And as we were by the edge of the Black Lake sitting on the grass, with me leaning against a tree, I saw the members of the Golden Trio rush past us as they headed towards the castle. I wonder what got into them. Anthony asked, only to receive a shrug from Terry. Maybe they're tight to use the bathroom. Terry asked, earning an odd look from Anthony. The three. To use a famous quote from our dear friend Ethan, they are Gryffindors, what do you expect from them? Terry asked. Fair. I was not participating in the boys' conversation, as my mind and thoughts were elsewhere. As soon as I saw the trio coming from the direction of Hagrid's hut and running towards the castle, I knew that this year's long-awaited event was going to happen tonight. Today is the day Quarrelmort will try to get the stone, where he will then be found by Potter, and from there the first real confrontation between Potter and Riddle would take place. I planned on letting them face each other, as I need Voldemort to see that Potter is untouchable to him because of the sacrificial magic that Lily Potter left on him, and with that Voldemort will come up with the idea of using the blood ritual to resurrect in the 4th year. The reason I want Voldemort to use the ritual in 4th year is so I'll know when and where he's going to be resurrected, which is better than being in the dark about it. And another reason I want him to be resurrected is that Riddle can't be killed in his spectral form, so he needs a body of his own to be killed. And about the confrontation, I don't care about the Philosopher's Stone, as I already have it with me, so the only thing that worries me is the Golden Trio itself, since I don't know if the fact that Quarrelmort is crazier and volatile than in canon can cause some difference in events, causing one of the trio's members to end up getting hurt or even being killed. So I'll wait until nightfall, where I'll follow the trio, and in case they need it, I'll be there ready to help them. At night. The confrontation was about to begin, and I was in my room seeing on my map the trio heading towards the Forbidden Corridor, with Quarrelmort already going through the penultimate test, which is the troll placed by himself. As I was about to leave my room to follow the trio and even to help them, I saw in Atlas that the headmaster was flying over the Forbidden Forest, returning to the castle. The strange thing is that the headmaster is coming back much sooner than expected. Why is he coming back so soon? Did he also notice Quirrell's chaotic state? That's the only reason I can think of why he's coming back so soon, and I also doubt the headmaster hasn't noticed Quirrell's condition, I thought, turning my gaze back to Quirrell's and Riddle's names that were rippling in the map, as if they were in a battle for the body, which Quirrell was apparently losing. If the headmaster is here, that means I don't need to follow the trio anymore, nor interfere in the confrontation, I thought, relieved, as I really didn't want to get involved yet. Well then I can go back to rest, I thought as I felt a weight being released from my shoulders, but I'll still keep an eye on them using the map. I then sat on the armchair in my room and started looking at the names of the trio in Atlas, where I saw that they had achieved the first challenge, which was posed by Professor Sprout, the Devil's Snare. POV, Potter. Today I expected another ordinary day, or as ordinary as a world of magic can allow, but then I found out that today will be the day that the Philosopher's Stone will be stolen by Snape. And after finding this out, I told Hermione and Ron, where we told Professor McGonagall, as the headmaster wasn't in the castle. Unfortunately Professor McGonagall didn't believe us, so we decided that we would stop Snape ourselves. When the night came, we started with our plan, and after going through the challenges left by the teachers, where Hermione and I had to leave behind Ron, who sacrificed himself for us in the chess challenge, we came to the last challenge, which it was a wall of flames and a potion riddle, and I immediately knew this challenge was from Snape. I didn't have confidence in any of his potions, especially when he's the one trying to steal the stone, but I didn't have many options, so after a little chat with Hermione, I decided that I would be the one to face Snape, and while that Hermione would try to get some teacher to help us. And that's why when I walked through the wall of flames I was shocked, as it wasn't Snape who was trying to steal the stone. Professor Quirrell? I asked, shocked and confused. Oh Harry, so you came, he said, but that didn't sound like Quirrell's voice, and I don't say that because he's not stuttering anymore. But this. How? I asked, confused. Oh, you didn't expect to see me here, right? You expected someone like Severus, didn't you? He asked me, and I started to realize how totally wrong I was in my assumptions. No Harry, he's not the one trying to get the rock, it's me. Ha 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 ha, Quirrell then started laughing maniacally. But Snape tried to kill me. And I saw him threatening you. I screamed, trying with all my might to deny this was happening. Did he try to kill you? Really? Quirrell asked with a smirk on his face. You might be right about him threatening me, but that was just to keep me from the stone. And about him trying to kill you, ha 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 ha. Oh, poor and innocent Harry, Snape was trying to save you. The one who was trying to kill you was me. What? No. I looked at him shocked, both from the knowledge that Snape had tried to save me, and from the fact that it was Quirrell who was jinxing my broom. Wait. So that means you were the one who unleashed the troll, I stated, looking at him with accusing eyes. Oh, so you found out? Quarrelmort asked sarcastically. You almost killed Hermione. I yelled angrily, only to receive from Professor Quirrell a smug look and an arrogant smile that didn't quite match his face. You know, that day I was walking down the corridors when I heard from some annoying little girls that there was a girl crying in the second-floor bathroom, and after I learned that this girl was your know-it-all mudblood friend, I couldn't let this opportunity slip away, Quarrelmort began to say with a crazed look, which soon turned cold and indifferent. What the hell is going on? I wondered, taking a step back away from Quirrell. And so Harry, when I released the troll, I purposely left him near the second-floor ladies' room, hoping that this mudblood would be killed, freeing our world of these disgusting people and causing more trouble for the senile old and idiot Dumbledore, and here Quirrell didn't even look like Quirrell anymore, but a cold and bloodthirsty psychopath. But. Why? Why are you doing this? I screamed, feeling a headache that came from both my scar and the confused thoughts I was having. Why? Do you really want to know, Harry? Quirrell asked me, and even though I felt like yelling at him to stop calling me Harry, I knew I shouldn't piss him off, as people tend to talk more and attack less when you let them dictate the conversation, something I learned from my uncle. The answer is obvious, Harry. I'm doing this because I want to, he proclaimed, opening his arms and looking at me with a big smile, and only at this moment did I notice his red eyes. But it seems that was at that moment that everything clicked in my mind. You're not Quirrell. You're Voldemort. I stated, earning an even bigger smile from Quirrell, no, from Voldemort. He chuckled, and I felt a chill run down my back. But you should be dead, and I then stopped talking as I remembered the fact that the wizarding authorities never found Voldemort's body at the scene of his supposed death, they only found his clothes, and that there were few people who suspected he was still alive. You didn't die, you just didn't have a body. But this body belongs to... I started to mutter, only to be interrupted by Voldemort. Oh, this body. It belonged to one of my servants, or should I say ex-servant now. Well, the important thing is that he gave me this body in these last moments. Before I had to share the body with him, and now this body is all mine, but this is temporary, he said, and I realized that Quirrell was probably, or will be, dead, whether Voldemort is expelled from his body or not. But you know one thing, Har. Seeing Voldemort started talking again, I took the moment to throw a rock I picked up earlier at him, trying to buy time so I could grab my wand. It took me a while to get my wand out of my pocket, but once I did, Voldemort quickly cast a spell that disarmed me. He then waved his wand again, and I began to levitate in the air, feeling an invisible force grip my body. Tisk, TSK. You interrupted me, Harry. I was hoping your parents had taught you to have a minimum of politeness, he said to me with disdain and amusement, and I glared at him. Don't you dare talk about my paren, arg. The invisible force that was holding my body began to tighten, causing me to scream as I felt my body being crushed. Don't yell, Harry, I won't hurt you, because I need you to get the stone for me, Voldemort said to me, and ignoring the pain my body was feeling, I looked at him confused. You see, Dumbledore may be a senile old man, but he still has his tricks, Voldemort began. He has somehow placed the stone in the mirror, and for some reason I can't get it, but now I have you here, and maybe you are the key for me to get the stone, he said, and I immediately looked at him with wide eyes. He then levitated me to the front of the mirror, but in order not to give him what he wanted I quickly turned my face to the side, intending not to look in the mirror. I then felt Voldemort approaching me from behind, with him looking at his reflection in the mirror. He saw that I had my face turned away trying to avoid looking at myself in the mirror, and he immediately understood what I was doing. He then reached out to force my face forward. Look in the mirror, Har, arg. Only then did I hear a scream of pain from Voldemort, at the same time as a horrible smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. I don't know what or how Voldemort was hurt, but it seems the pain took away his concentration as I immediately found myself freed from the invisible force that held me back. Falling to the ground and looking back, I saw Voldemort holding his hand against his chest as black smoke rose from his hand. I then also saw my wand beside him, not too close and not too far away. Knowing I wouldn't get another chance, and seeing that he was still holding his hand as he groaned in pain, I decided to enjoy this moment. I then quickly ran towards my wand, only for Voldemort to recover and look at me with a maddened, hateful look on his face. What did you do to me, Potter? He yelled, advancing towards me. I had my hands outstretched, almost reaching for my wand, but as soon as I was only a few inches away from reaching it, Voldemort managed to grab my arm, pulling me to him. Tell me, what did you do to me? He yelled in fury with his face inches from mine, and in panic, I pushed his face away with my hand. Ah. Arg. As soon as my hand touched his face I felt a burning sensation in the palm of my hand, and even though it wasn't very painful, it still scared me. And Voldemort, who was holding me, ended up releasing me, while putting both his hands on his face, screaming in pain. And I could see some black smoke rising from between his hands. He stopped screaming then, and with his hands still on his face he turned to look at me through his fingers, and I didn't even need to see his face to see that he was furious. Potter. He growled angrily, pulling his hand away from his face, leaving me to see a half-burned face, with many parts still burning and smoking. I will kill you, he then yelled at me with his red eyes glowing with hate. And immediately after he screamed he threw himself on top of me, and again in a panic I put my hands on his face and neck to defend myself. And again like the other times, as soon as my hand touched his skin I felt a burning sensation, which was nothing compared to what Voldemort must have been feeling as his face started to burn again, causing him to pull away from me. I looked down at my hands, seeing the palms red and hot, before shifting my gaze to Voldemort who was writhing in pain. Knowing what I needed to do, I didn't give Voldemort a chance to attack me again, and immediately jumped on top of him, placing my hands on his exposed skin. Ahhhh, he then started screaming, trying desperately to get me off him, but I held on tight, holding his face and ignoring the pain coming from my scar. Let me go, Potter, he yelled, but I ignored him. I then saw that even though I was just touching his face, the rest of his body also started to burn, with him releasing black smoke everywhere. "Stop, Potter, please." Just as I was about to gloat over the fact that I was beating Voldemort, I heard Quirrell's wail, and looking at the face I was holding I saw a burnt face that was looking at me in pain, and that was no longer Voldemort's face, but rather Quirrell's face. At that moment, I didn't know what to think. I knew this could be another scheme of Voldemort's, but even so, I knew I couldn't kill Quirrell. I then started to slowly pull my hands away from his face, shaking as I looked at his suffering face. But just as I was about to walk away, who I thought was Quirrell was actually still Voldemort, who threw himself at me again, grabbing my arms and leaving me helpless. "You bastard," he yelled, and I started to panic. But I noticed that even without my hand touching him he was still burning. "I will make you pay for this," Voldemort said to me, but before he could do anything he was sent flying across the room. "You won't do anything while I'm here, Tom," I then heard a voice that brought great relief to me. "Dumbledore," Voldemort growled, looking at the headmaster who was the one who took him off me. "Are you okay, Harry?" the headmaster asked me, still with his wand pointing at Voldemort. I think so," I replied, getting up slowly and moving to the headmaster's side. "Die." Voldemort, who wasn't acting rationally, yelled, pulling out his wand and trying to cast a spell, emphasis on trying, for as soon as he waved his wand he dropped it and started holding onto his hand as he screamed in pain. And it was at that moment that I noticed that Voldemort's hand, and practically his entire arm, was black and burnt, not unlike the rest of his body. He then began to scream in pain, bending over as he grabbed his arm. Voldemort then began to writhe, with more and more black smoke rising from him, and in a moment he doubled back as he gave the loudest cry of pain I'd ever heard. Then I saw, before my eyes, as his body began to crack and crumble, until there was nothing left but dust. As soon as Quirrell's entire body was reduced to ash, I collapsed to the floor while breathing heavily, feeling a hellish headache, especially around my scar. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I saw a black smoke rise from Quirrell's charred body. That smoke then roared at me before rushing forward and passing through my body, ignoring the spell the headmaster cast on it. As soon as this black smoke passed through my body I felt myself getting weaker, and the last thing I saw was black smoke coming out of a small crack in the room and the headmaster running towards me, before everything went dark. POV, Ethan. After following through Atlas the Potter's confrontation against Voldemort, where luckily Potter emerged victorious and alive, thanks to the appearance of the headmaster, I turned off the map and lay down on my bed. There may have been some differences, but in the end everything turned out as I had hoped, with Voldemort escaping and probably finding out that Potter was untouchable. Now with that I could relax, as this was the last major event of this school year. Now I just need to get ready for next year, which probably won't be as difficult as this one, as I don't plan on letting the older Malfoy give Riddle's diary and Horcrux to Ginny. Without the diary, there will be no opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and without the opening of the chamber, there will be no basilisk on the loose. Now I just need to think about what to do with the damn deadly giant snake that lives below the castle, I thought. I didn't know if my beast talk would have any effect on the basilisk and if I could tame it, so I had to think of alternative plans to get rid of it, as I didn't want a ready-made weapon for Voldemort to use living inside the castle. That's something for me to plan for later, I thought, closing my eyes and letting my body sink into Morpheus' realm. Following day. The next day, after asking around, I found out that, just like in canon, Potter was also in the hospital wing in a coma, and I knew he wouldn't wake up for 3 days. His comatose state obviously worried his friends a lot, and I didn't even need to use my empathy to realize that, as their worried appearance alone said a lot. And on top of that, rumor has already spread around the school that Potter saved a precious item from being stolen by fighting an evil wizard. Of course, there were those people who augmented the true story, some for fun, and others because they actually thought what they were saying was true, like a third-year Hufflepuff boy who said that Potter ran a broom race against a dragon to get said item. I can't even imagine what this boy will think when the first task of the Triwizard Tournament happens. My friends were also curious to know what really happened to Potter, and after some conversation, we ended up finding out from Sue that the Potter Fan Club was mounting an investigation to find out the answers to this mystery. We found this event to be a lot of fun, but it was about to get even weirder and funnier. As we were walking through the halls of the castle, we saw a Hufflepuff girl followed by a group of friends, all wearing berets and magnifying glasses walking around the castle, and the girl leading them was smoking a fake pipe, which was blowing colored soap bubbles. And I, seeing this, started to laugh, along with Terry and some Muggle-born and half-blood students, much to Anthony's confusion and the other students who didn't know the Muggle world, or any Muggle mystery work. And they still ask me why I think people are strange and crazy. June 9. Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw, the most anticipated game of this year. The teams from both houses trained hard for this day, and it finally arrived. The day of the last game of the 91-92 season. The decisive match. I remember that match ended with Gryffindor's defeat in canon, and if I'm not mistaken it was also the worst defeat she suffered in 200 or 300 years. Well, with me here this is going to be their worst defeat in 500 years, at the very least. Their defeat was mainly due to the fact that they didn't have a seeker, as Potter was in a coma in the hospital wing, and because they didn't have a backup seeker they only had the option to play and hope to score a lot of points before the Ravenclaw seeker get the snitch. As Potter, just like in canon, is also in the hospital wing in a coma, the outcome of the match probably won't be much different, so it's a sure win for Ravenclaw, so much so that the entire school had already unanimously accepted that Ravenclaw would win the Inter-House Cup, and that is an indisputable fact. And besides the Inter-House Cup, Ravenclaw is also by far the most likely house to win the House Cup, with many points ahead of the other houses, so even before the final result, all Ravenclaws were already celebrating. And it was with this celebration that we set off for our last Quidditch match of this school year. June 10. Just as predicted, Ravenclaw beat Gryffindor by several points, making it the worst defeat they had suffered in 600 years, far longer than I had expected. And thanks to that Ravenclaw had a big celebration in the common room, where unfortunately Hilton and I were bathed in pumpkin juice by the rest of the team, and they said it was to congratulate us and that we deserved it, as we were basically the reasons Ravenclaw won the cup. And while a party was taking place in the Ravenclaw common room, in the Gryffindor common room it looked like they were having a wake, as all the Gryffindors were incredibly saddened by the great defeat they had suffered. But they still tried to cheer themselves up with the fact that at least it wasn't Slytherin that beat them, as that would be even more humiliating. And with all these happenings going on at the castle, Potter was still in a coma, but I knew he would wake up tomorrow afternoon, which is also the day of the end of school year banquet. June 11 th. POV, Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Harry, I said, looking at the young boy who had just woken up. Harry then looked at me, blinked once, before his gaze focused, causing him to immediately sit up straight on the bed. Sir. What happened? The stone. Voldemort. And Professor Quirrell. Harry started, looking at me in panic, but as soon as he got to Quirrell he started to lower his tone, looking down obviously sad. I didn't need to use legitimacy on him, as it was obvious what he was feeling and thinking. Sigh. Harry, look at me. I said, sitting down in front of the boy, you didn't kill Quirrell, he was dead a long time, on the contrary, you set him free. How did I free him? I saw his body being destroyed. I burned him. Harry yelled at me with tears streaming down his face, a face that showed anguish and sadness. Knowing that in situations like this the best thing to do was not let him repress his emotions, I reached out my arms and pulled him into a hug, letting him cry into my chest. What is it with our world to make a child suffer like this? I thought sadly, looking at Harry with regret to see him squeezing his hands that held the sheets. Listen, Harry, the one you saw to Ash was not Quirrell, but the body of someone who gave into the temptations of dark magic, a body that no longer had a soul and no owner, I started to say, seeing Harry stop crying as listened to me intently, but even so, that body once belonged to someone, until it began to be used by a very evil and cruel wizard. Voldemort, Harry muttered, and even in that situation, I was pleased to see that he didn't fear this name. Yes, Harry, Voldemort, I repeated, and then continued, and I'm sure that, no matter where he is, Quirrell is probably resting in peace now that his body is no longer being used. So I don't want you to think that you killed someone because you didn't. I want you to go on with your life knowing that you, with a good heart, decided to take a risk to protect the stone, even with all odds stacked against you, and that you did so by giving a necessary ending to a man's life story. Here Harry stopped crying completely, pulling away from my embrace and looking at me with doubtful but hopeful eyes. Are you sure? He asked me, wiping his eyes under his glasses with the sleeves of his shirt. Yes, I do, I replied with a gentle yet sincere smile on my face, and after that I saw that spark of hope and happiness returning to her eyes, bringing immense satisfaction to my old heart. After recovering from his little emotional outburst, Harry then seemed to realize he was in a strange place and started looking around. He then saw the table beside his bed full of gifts, and confused, he turned his gaze to me. After your confrontation with Voldemort the number of admirers you have has grew, and this is the result. Although a good part also came from your friends, I clarified to him. Do people at school know what happened? He asked in surprise. Well, it was supposed to be a secret, but since this is Hogwarts, everyone already knew about what happened the next day. But we managed to change some facts, and now everyone knows that you and your friends managed to prevent a very valuable item from being stolen. Nobody knows that the one who tried to steal the item was Voldemort, and it better stay that way, I said looking at him over the top of my half-moon glasses, trying to make it clear that this was a serious matter. But what about Ron and Hermione? He asked apprehensively. Well, I think those two probably already have your suspicions since they were with you in this whole mess, so I don't see any reason why you can't tell them about it. But they're the only ones, understood? I asked, where Harry nodded quickly, smiling brightly at me. And speaking of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, I'm sure they're very worried about you, I said, earning yet another confused look from Harry. I then decided to explain to him, you were in a coma for 3 days, Harry. Then I saw Harry's eyes widen in surprise. 3 days, he exclaimed. You put a lot of effort against Voldemort, and if I had arrived a little later you could have died, I said, feeling tremendous guilt inside me as my idea of hiding the stone in the castle almost caused death of a student of mine. Harry then looked down thoughtfully, before quickly lifting his head to look at me. Sir, what happened to the stone? He asked me. Sigh, the stone has disappeared from the mirror, I said, and Harry looked at me in alarm. No, Harry, it wasn't Voldemort who took it. But we don't need to worry about the stone, it's probably in good hands, I continued, earning a skeptical look from Harry. I enchanted the mirror so that only someone who wanted the stone but had no intention of using it could remove it. A simple but very effective enchantment. I got the inspiration for this enchantment when I was making tea in the kitchens one day, and even I was surprised by this idea of mine, I said smiling, but well, moving on. The person who took the stone probably never intended to use it, and if he took the stone then at some point he looked in the mirror, and if that person wasn't standing in front of the mirror staring at the reflection that was prepared for him hopelessly, then that person has already overcome his heart's desire, and few people get that, and usually when they do, they end up being good people, I continued, seeing Harry start to think about what I said. But what about your friend Nicholas Flamel? Won't he and his wife die? He asked me curiously. Well, death has a different meaning for us, especially for those who've lived this long, I said cryptically, amused to see Harry looking at me confused. Besides, we don't know what the mysterious thief of stone can do. Well, I guess that's enough questions for today. If I stay here any longer and stop you from resting, Madame Pomfrey will probably end up kicking me out, I said, getting up from the bed, but not before grabbing a bean from the box of every flavor beans that was on the table. I've always had bad luck with these sweets, I said, putting the beans in my mouth. Burnt wood. That's why I prefer my lemon drops, I thought, turning around and walking out of the hospital wing. But just as I walked out of the hospital wing I heard someone clearing their throat beside me, and turning around I saw Poppy looking at me. Did you take long enough in there? Poppy asked, looking at me with narrowed eyes. Hee, it's just that young Harry and I got lost in the conversation and didn't see the time pass, I said, laughing nervously. Poppy then started to stare at me as I continued to look at her with a gentle smile on my face that hid the nervousness I was feeling. Poppy then huffed before turning to enter the hospital wing. A lesson for life. Never mess with a dragon woman and her cubs, I thought, walking away from the hospital wing before Poppy decides I need another bi-monthly health check. At night, Great Hall. POV, Ethan. Today everyone from the school was gathered for the end of the school year banquet, where it would be declared which house won the house cup, but this year everyone was already sure that Ravenclaw would win the cup. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were sad, but they were at least happy that it wasn't Slytherin carrying on with their consecutive victories. The Slytherins however looked like they had just sucked on a very sour lemon, as they not only lost, but the difference in points was gigantic. Ravenclaw had 776 points, thus ranking first. Slytherin had 430 in second place, Hufflepuff had 352 in third place, and Gryffindor had 272 points in last place. I knew that the headmaster would probably give points to Gryffindor, but I was sure that even with those points, Ravenclaw would still win. For Gryffindor to pass Ravenclaw in the House Cup they would need 505 points, and I think even the headmaster wouldn't be biased enough to give that large amount of points to his Lions. As the banquet progressed, it was time to name the winning house, and after his little speech, just like in canon, the headmaster gave some points to the Golden Trio and Nevada. The points given to Gryffindor weren't enough to overtake Ravenclaw, but they were enough to pass Slytherin on the scoreboard, thus putting Gryffindor in second place. After donating 160 points to Gryffindor, the headmaster ended the banquet with a landslide victory for Ravenclaw, and the students were torn between feeling disappointed or happy. The Hufflepuffs were confused, but like the good people they were, they applauded anyway. The Slytherins now had worse faces than before, and I had to stop myself from laughing at Malfoy's face. And it got even harder when I heard a "my father will hear about this" in the background. With the Great Hall changing to match the Ravenclaw color theme, my classmates and I started celebrating, and if I hadn't seen Madame Pomfrey sitting at the staff table I would have been worried about Andrew having a heart attack. In the end this year turned out to be much better than I expected. I am considered by my classmates and even by some teachers as the best student of my year. Ravenclaw won the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup, I made many friends, I found interesting places and creatures, I found new mysteries that I intend to unravel, I improved my skills and my spells, and as a bonus I even got a Philosopher's Stone. Well, even with some unexpected happenings I can say that this was still a good year, I thought, looking at the twinkling blue lights that flew across the Great Hall, work of the older students and unexpectedly, or not so much, from Professor Flitwick, who was looking at Professor Snape with the most condescending look I've ever seen on his face. But this little light show was nothing compared to the massive explosion of fireworks that followed, obviously a gift to the winning house and an end of the school year send-off by the beautiful, smart, cool, and sexy Three Musketeers. Looking across the Great Hall I winked at the twins, who responded by raising their goblets of pumpkin juice to me. Yes, a really good year. In the second week of June, the week before the end of the school year, the results of the exams were posted on the bulletin board in the Great Hall. The results were separated by year and subject, which showed who was the best one-year student in a certain subject, and in addition there was also the general ranking, which showed the best one-year students. I wasn't surprised to see that my name was number 1 in all but history of magic, which was taken by Granger. I actually expected me to be second in herbology, as I knew Nev understood herbology better than I did, but his withdrawn and shy personality kept him from getting involved in class, which probably happened in the practical exam as well. But at least in my heart I knew that Nev deserved first place, and probably everyone who knows him knows that too. I was also happy to see that I got O+ in every subjects in which I ranked first, except for data, which I didn't even try. And as for the overall standings, I was obviously in first, with Granger close behind in second, and surprisingly Terry in third. And I don't think any of my colleagues expected Terry to be in third, as we all looked at him in surprise. What? I've always been smart, Terry said, shrugging, before looking at Anthony smugly. Anthony then frowned at Terry before looking up his name in the rankings, finding him in 13th place. Meh, I was hoping to be in the top 30, but the top 15 is even better, he said smugly, ignoring Terry's cough that sounded like 10 down. As I know that you are probably also curious about the rest of the ranking, I will show you the top 15. 1 degree Ethan Knight. 2 degrees Hermione Granger. 3 degrees Terry Boot. 4 degrees Susan Bones. 5 degrees Padma Patil. 6 degrees Daphne Greengrass. 7 degrees Lisa Turpin. 8 degrees Draco Malfoy. 9 degrees Sully. 10 degrees Sally Ann Perks. 11 degrees Faye Dunbar. 12 degrees Blaise Zabini. 13 degrees Anthony Goldstein. 14 degrees Theodore Knott. 15 degrees Ernest Macmillan. If we analyze the classification well, we can see that Ravenclaw was the house that stood out the most, followed by Slytherin. But I think that's to be expected from the two houses that put in more mental effort than the other two. Oh, Ethan is in first place, very unexpected. Anthony commented, obviously unimpressed. I know I'm amazing, I told him, fixing my hair dramatically, making the boys roll their eyes. Ow, I'm not even in the top 15, I heard a voice beside me say, and turning around I saw Lily looking annoyed at the leaderboard. She then looked at the top of the table. Oh. Look, Ethan. You are first. Amazing, she said, grabbing my arm and jumping happily. Yes, I'm amazing, aren't I? I asked with a happy smile on my face, which grew even wider when Lily nodded her head cutely. What the power of cuteness doesn't do, Anthony muttered, with Terry and Stephen beside him nodding. POV, third person. We did it. Weasley celebrated, sharing a high five with Potter. Yeah, I can't even believe it. Even in potions my grade wasn't too bad. Potter said, impressed. He then turned to his other friend with a smile, I guess I have you to thank for that, Hermione. Yeah, without you I think we'd be lost, Weasley added, also turning to Granger, only to see her looking at the general classification with a frown. The boys then followed her gaze to the board and saw why she was upset. Oh, Els Disseram. They then looked at each other and then again turned to Granger. Well. Congratulations. You got second place. Weasley said, getting a look from Potter that said, really? Yes, thanks, Granger said, but it was possible to tell from her tone that she didn't mean it. He's also a muggle born like me, so why does he have to be so much better at everything he does? Granger asked herself, looking down with a frown. She then sighed and lifted her head, only to find Potter and Weasley looking at her worriedly, which brought a small smile to her face. Meh, who cares if he did better than me this year? Next year I'll definitely get over him, she promised in her heart. Hermione. Are you okay? Weasley asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Granger replied, a gleeful smile on her face. Phew. Good thing. For a moment I thought you were sad to see that Knight surpassed you in everything, even though you put in hours and hours in your studies, while he played Quidditch and still had time to have fun and the more Weasley talked, the more Granger's face darkened, to the point where Potter, who was seeing everything, began to wonder if he should look for a new best friend. Ron. Potter called, trying to warn his friend. There's also the fact that the professor seemed to love him, except Snape obviously, but even Professor McGonagall likes him, and my brothers have told me about how difficult it is for her. Ron. What? Weasley asked confused, only to see Potter pointing at Granger who was glaring at him. Are you still the smartest girl in our year? Weasley said in a questioning tone. But unfortunately for him Granger started pulling his wand out of his pocket. Sorry, Weasley squeaked. Hogwarts Express, coming home. The last week at school went by quickly, and the only interesting thing that happened was the teachers giving us homework for us to turn in for the next school year. After packing our bags, my colleagues and I headed to the station in Hogsmeade, where we caught the Hogwarts Express that would take us home. After settling into a compartment, we started talking about what we were going to do on our vacation, and when we were done we started playing some Muggle games which were the ones Stephen had given me for Christmas and which I had brought in my suitcase. POV, third person. In another compartment with the Golden Trio. Hermione, I never asked you, but what were you doing in the second floor girls' bathroom? I remember seeing you running to the first floor bathroom, Weasley asked curiously. Well, I was in the first floor bathroom, only it was busy and the girls went there to gossip, and it was always about the same person, she replied, sulking at the memory. Weasley and Potter then looked at each other in confusion before turning to Granger. What person? Ethan Knight, Granger muttered irritably. It was always the girls talking about how perfect he is. A smart, handsome, athletic, and friendly boy. At one point I got tired of hearing these same things all the time, so I decided to go to the second floor bathroom which is unused. And empty, she said, crossing her arms and frowning. Potter and Weasley then looked at each other again, before turning to Granger. Hermione, are you maybe jealous of Knight? Weasley asked, not noticing how Potter frantically shook his head at him. Granger, who was still lost in her thoughts, stood up suddenly, before slowly starting to turn around to look at Weasley, who began to realize her mistake. Sorry, he squeaked, curling up in his seat, but he's already awakened the beast, and nothing can stop it. I hope you find a quiet place full of food for yourself in the heaven, my friend. Amen, prayed Potter, who had his hands clasped in a prayer, trying to ignore your friend's painful cries for help. After Granger finished educating Weasley, everyone went back to their seats, with an unmade deal not to talk about Knight around Granger. Ahem. Back to the point, I'm glad we heard from Parvati that you were in the upstairs bathroom, or I don't even want to imagine what could have happened if we'd gone to the wrong bathroom, Potter commented, frowning and getting sick just thinking about it. And the person who felt the most sick at the thought of it was Granger herself, who shivered in fear at the thought of a troll attacking her with no way to defend herself or run away. Well, everything ends well when it ends well, right? Weasley commented, earning a nod from the other two. But I'm still sad that we didn't win the Quidditch Cup or the House Cup, Potter commented with his head down. Yes, Weasley said, but look on the bright side, at least it wasn't Slytherin that won, he said in an attempt to lighten the mood. True, Potter agreed with a smile. He then started laughing, and did you see Malfoy's face when Gryffindor passed Slytherin at the house points? Ha 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 ha. Yes, and it was hilarious. Ha ha ha, here Weasley and Potter started laughing, and even Granger started to giggle. My drive home was smooth, and when I got home, my parents, Seal, and I had a family dinner, with me telling my parents about things that happened at school, and also about the exams, which kept them entertained. I also showed them some of the things I learned in my first month using wandless magic, and they were impressed, both by the magic itself, and by the fact that I was doing all this wandless. My parents had some basic knowledge of magic and the wizarding world as they also read the books I bought in Diagon Alley, so it wasn't a surprise that they thought it was amazing for me to do wandless magic since they knew how difficult this feat was. After dinner I went to my room, where I started to sort my mind, thinking about future and current events. I also picked up some newspaper clippings to read, as they were currently my source of information about what was going on in the wizarding world. A fact that I didn't really care about, but that I found very interesting, was that between the year 91 and 92, Arcturus Black 3, Cygnus Black 3 and Cassiopeia Black died due to old age. Well, at least that's what the papers said. Arcturus had died early in the year 91, in March, Cygnus and Cassiopeia died in 92, with Cygnus in February and Cassiopeia in June. And besides them, Lucretia Pruitt formerly Black and Armando Dippet also passed away around the middle of the year 92. With these deaths, the Black bloodline now resides solely in Sirius, as the others are people with black blood, but not with the name. The people with the most black blood still alive, not counting Sirius, are the Black Sisters. Narcissa Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and Andromeda Tonks. I also know that between the end 1990 and early 1991, the mother of one of the franchise's best characters died because of an experiment gone wrong. Pandora Lovegood, Luna Lovegood's mother, ended up blowing herself up by accident while doing some experiments, and worst of all, it happened in front of young Luna. I unfortunately could not have prevented this event, and because of that an innocent and cheerful young girl will forever have in her memories the image of her dead mother. But I promised myself that when she arrives at Hogwarts and goes to Ravenclaw, I would do everything in my power to prevent her from the bullying she suffered in canon for being simply different. And I'm still impressed that the house that should accept the different and the creative would treat the person who best represents house that way. Apparently ignorance must also be a feature of Ravenclaw, as well as of all other houses at Hogwarts. My plans for the second year were quite simple, but very difficult. Year 2, as you probably all know, would happen the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, the place created by Salazar Slytherin to accommodate his deadly creature, the Basilisk. The opening of the chamber would cause a lot of trouble as the Basilisk would start petrifying people, causing panic and chaos in the school. Only now that I'm here and I intend to prevent the chamber from being opened, since if my existence causes any butterfly effect, it's quite possible that the Basilisk will end up killing someone instead of petrifying them, and I can't let that happen. Preventing the chamber from opening is easy, as I only have to get Riddle's diary that will be in Ginny Weasley's hands, but that will also pose a very big problem for me. Preventing the chamber from opening is a good thing, but without the chamber being opened the basilisk will continue to live below the castle as it has for the last 1,000 years. With the basilisk living in the castle, the danger of Voldemort deciding to use it when he tries to attack the castle is too great, so the basilisk has to be taken out of the castle, which is next to impossible, or else it has to be killed. Also, the basilisk's venom is one of 3 ways to destroy Horcruxes, so one way or another the basilisk is going to have to be killed, as I doubt this giant, deadly snake would give some of its venom or one of his fangs to someone so easily. Another thing I have to do this year is get rid of Lockhart, either by having him erase his own memory again, or by showing everyone what a terrible fraud he really is. And well, those are the 3 most important things I have to do in the next year. Stop the chamber from opening, kill the basilisk, and get rid of Lockhart. Anything else can be considered a minor issue, so I don't need to focus too much on them. Now the last remaining matter is what to do with the Philosopher's Stone, but as I'm getting very sleepy I'll leave that to think about it tomorrow. And with that I was able to rest after a very tiring day. Next morning. Well, that's amazing, I muttered, looking at a small pile of gold beside me. After waking up and doing my morning workout, I decided to test the Philosopher's Stone, and as I had no idea how to make the elixir of life I decided to try to use its second function, which is transform any metal into pure gold. I then took various metal items that I had in my house, and after a few tries I figured out how to activate the stone, and so I turned all that metal into gold. And of course I used my magic vision to see all the details in the stone and the magic as the transformation took place. The transformation of metal into gold is basically a complex transfiguration that does not use the wizard's magic, but the stone's magic, which by the way is much denser and more powerful than the magic of anyone I've ever seen, Dumbledore included. But that wasn't the most interesting thing about the stone's magic. In fact, the thing that caught my attention the most was the fact that the magic the stone used came from the environment. The stone sucked in the ambient magic and filtered it into it, and for a number of reasons I don't know, the magic that came out of the stone was totally different from the one that went in, and even a little different from the magic of the stone itself, as if it were a fusion of the 2 magics, but at the same time not. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this magic exchange felt like the Thestrals cleaning ambient magic at its core to make it pure and neutral. Is there any connection? Or maybe Flamel was inspired by the Thestrals? I thought with my hand on my chin. Well, I guess now that I've studied the known things of the stone, I can then begin to study the mysteries of the stone, starting with how it was made, I muttered to myself. Oh, just as I was about to begin my study of the stone, I heard a voice behind me, and turning around I saw my mother with her hand over her mouth looking alternately between me, the gold items, and the Philosopher's Stone. All that gold stuff. This weird stone. Are you getting involved in illegal stuff? Are you going to need me to act like your lawyer? She asked me, looking worriedly at me. And meanwhile I was looking at my mother with my right eye twitching. What does she think I've been doing? Honey, have you seen my... Oh, and just when I thought it couldn't get any worse my dad showed up. Ethan's son. It might not be of much help but I know some rehab clinics, if you want I can talk to a doctor I know and he can. What is my family thinking about me? Studying the stone was much easier said than done. The stone, oddly enough, did not have the magical signature of any magical item, be it an ingredient, some part of the body of some magical animal like in wands, or any other kind of thing, which is so weird, and for those who didn't understand, I'll explain better. Every magic item created from other magic items always ends up with a small remnant of the original items, or ingredients to be more precise. Only, for some reason, the stone doesn't have any of those remnants, which can only mean 2 things. One is that the stone was made using just one item, which by the way would be highly unlikely, and 2, that the stone somehow managed to completely absorb its ingredients, thus making all the items end up becoming one. I'm leaning more towards the latter, however I know how difficult it is for a certain item's magic to merge with another item's magic, and if the stone has been made with many items which is the logical thing to think about, then this fusion was even more amazing, as it wasn't 2 or 3 items that merged, but much more. Flamel really deserves to be called the alchemist. There probably hasn't been or ever will be any wizard who can compare to him in that regard, I thought impressed. Sigh. But now this stone has become even more useless to me, I thought looking at the stone with a look of disappointment. At least I can add in my achievements, getting hold of the Philosopher's Stone, hee. Well, if the stone is no longer of any use to me then I can start the plan to return it to the Flamels. But how do I do that? With that I started to think of a good way to get in touch with the Flamels. The difficulty of contacting the Flamels is great, and for many reasons. I don't know where the Flamels live, so it's going to be hard to send them a letter. They are the 2 oldest people alive in the wizarding world, as well as being very famous, so they will probably be too busy to respond to any form of contact. And most of all, I don't even know what to say to them. I can't send a letter saying, "Hi, I'm a Ravenclaw boy who's in his 2nd year in Hogwarts, and I managed to steal the stone you asked the headmaster to keep, and now I wanted to send it back to you. Please, send a reply as soon as possible. PFFF, as if. I wish there was a way to get my letter delivered to them, preferably in a way that gets their attention, I muttered. Maybe I'll make the letter suddenly appear in front of him in a burst of fire, hee, I thought amused. Fuck, how an idiot and a genius I am, I muttered, banging my forehead on the table. I know a way to get my letter delivered to them, and in a flashy way to top it off. Of all the ideas that came to my mind, this was the simplest and most practical, but also the most unusual, and you want to know what this idea is? Well, the big solution I've found to my problem is to simply ask Fox to take my letter to the Flamels. Fox is a phoenix, which means she can apparate anywhere, regardless of whether that place has an anti-wraith ward or not. Best of all, the Flamels know Fox, which means they won't find her appearance suspicious. The only problem this plan could have is the fact that I didn't know if I would be able to convince Fox to help me, but I felt confident that I could use my beast talk to talk to him, and if that didn't work I could use a little bribe. I mean, a little persuasion to convince him. Now I just need to think of the best time to call Fox, I thought. I don't know if he would answer my call here at home, and I'm also not sure if it would be the best choice for Fox to come here. Well, in that case I think the best time to try to talk to Fox is when I'm at school, so he'll be around to hear the call and he'll be in a known and safe place. With the problem of how to deliver the letter to the Flamels partially resolved, now I just need to think about what will be the contents of the letter I'm going to send them. At that moment I started tapping the pen on my chin, thinking about the best way to tell two 600-year-old semi-mortal wizards that I had their most accurate item in my possession. Well, I think the best way to say that to them is to tell a half-truth, I said to myself, even because what the eyes don't see or don't know, the heart doesn't feel. Phew, finally finished, I said, looking at the finished letter I'd written to the Flamels. I didn't write much in the letter, just a summary of how and why I have the stone, obviously omitting the parts that would commit me, although there weren't many. I wrote about how I by sheer coincidence found out that the stone was being kept at the school, and that someone was trying to steal it, which is why I decided to steal the stone first, so that when the thief went to steal the stone, he would just find nothing there. I also wrote about the fact that I didn't want the stone, and that I wanted to give it back to them, which is why I wrote the letter. Basically everything I wrote in the letter is true, so I won't feel guilty or worried if they find out I lied, because I didn't. With the letter finished and sealed, I was able to cross one of the to-dos off my list, and now I just have to worry about whether Fox will help me get the letter to them. Knowing that I wouldn't find out the answer until classes started, I decided to start working on my other projects. Now that I remember, I still have to write and publish the next books of the 2 sagas I'm writing, I muttered to myself. My books have now gained a lot of fans all over England and Europe, and impressively in some other parts of the world, and thanks to that people have started trying to find out who the writer of these books is. The books are under the name Knight, so people don't know exactly who wrote them. I didn't put my name because I'm not really keen on being a recognized writer, at least not yet, so I talked to my parents and we decided to leave Knight as the author's name, because in case something went wrong, we could say that my father or mother were the authors. Maybe at some point in the future I'll reveal to the Muggle world that I'm the author, but until then I'd rather be able to continue walking down the street undisturbed by fans. Do I have any fans in the wizarding world? I wondered, and unbeknownst to me, in a house in Scotland a certain Transfiguration teacher sneezed. Well, maybe I can start publishing the books on the wizarding side of the world too, that way I'd have more money for my projects and some fame that would allow me to have some influence, and if Lockhart did it, why couldn't I? I said to myself. But for that I'm going to need someone who knows the laws and rights in the wizarding world well, since I can't ask my mother to help me as a lawyer like she does in the Muggle world. But who could be a good wizarding lawyer? I wondered with my hand on my chin. Well, I guess, looking for a good wizarding lawyer is one more thing to add to my list. With so many projects and plans pending, I knew I would have to use all my vacation time to complete or review them, so I made a small schedule so I wouldn't get lost. I decided that the most important thing I would do would be to advance in my studies, taking advantage of the fact that I now had a lot of spell books that I bought in Diagon Alley and that I got from the Room of Requirement. I decided that my studies would be the main thing to do after I saw the difference in skills between myself and Quarrelmort, which not surprisingly, showed him above me in skills by miles. And if I really wanted to make a difference in this coming war, I would need to have enough power and spells not to be helpless in a fight against Voldnonos and his Dick Eaters. But besides that, I also decided that I would study powerful spells because if I want to kill the Basilisk of the Secret Chamber, I will need spells strong enough to harm this 1,000-year-old beast that is also known for having an ultra-resistant magic skin, probably tougher than the dragon's skin. I also aim to master the 3 unforgivable curses as they are very powerful and useful spells depending on the situation. I don't know if they do the caster any harm as they're some of the darkest spells in the dark arts, but I'll find that out when I try to use them, and if they're as bad as some fanfics say, then I'll stop my project of trying to learn them. In addition to my studies, I also intend to improve my control over my beast power in its entirety, as I feel like I'm not using it right. But for my beast power, the skill I most intend to improve is my instinct, or at least my reaction to it, as it is the skill that has helped me the most so far. And with all my schedule ready, I'm going to start my training for my private summer camp, train, suffer, and keep training. In these almost 2 months of vacation I was able to move forward with some basic plans, such as publishing the sequels to my books, I also spent some time with my family, and we even took a trip to the United States, my homeland in my first life. Unfortunately, I couldn't look at the wizarding community there, but I could see that the amount of wizards walking among the muggles is much higher than in the UK. It seems that here the division between the wizarding world and the muggle world is much more noticeable, and this is a sad thing to see, as both worlds have wonderful things to look at. But back to the subject, as time went on, it was finally getting close to the time when the Hogwarts letters would arrive, which meant that the day was also approaching when I would try to get Riddle's diary. Wednesday morning. My letter from Hogwarts finally arrived with my second year's list of materials, along with a parchment with my first year grades. Congratulations, big boy. You really were the better student of your year, my father said cheerfully and proudly, looking at the parchment with my grades, with my mother at his side looking over his shoulder at the grades. Why the surprise? I already told you that I was the first of my year, I asked, looking at them strangely. Well, it's not like we don't trust your word, but it's just that, we'd rather have more concrete proof, you know, my dad replied, which only earned him a blank stare from me. Don't worry, Ethan dear, we just wanted something physical so we could frame, my mom said, looking alternately between me and my grades that were now in her hands beaming with pride. Do you want to frame my grades? I asked, earning 2 nods, and how would you explain to visitors the fact that your son got an O+, which is an odd grade in itself, in charms and transfiguration, which are subjects taught in? Well, in no normal school. I asked while looking at my parents with a look that said, really? Well, we didn't really think about that, my dad said, earning an exasperated look from me. We can frame it in our room, so only we could see it, my mother proposed. That's a good idea, my dad agreed. But my grades shouldn't stay with me, because I'm the one who. I started to say, only for my voice to start to fade when I saw my mother looking at me with a look that said, are you really trying to reason with me, while my father looked at me with a look that said, are you really trying to reason with your mother? Well, I guess you guys can keep my grades, hee, I said, laughing nervously. Oh thanks, my mom said with a happy smile, turning around and heading to the kitchen. And meanwhile my dad patted me on the shoulder as he looked at me with an understanding look. Seeing how easily I was defeated by my mother, I decided it would be best to read my materials list. Well, there's nothing different here, other than the fact that now we can take our own brooms to school, I thought, but then I frowned upon seeing the ordered dada books. I'm really going to have to spend my money on those stupid Lockhart books. I questioned myself in disgust. Lockhart will be at school for quite a while, and I doubt a narcissistic man like him doesn't have a few galleons with him all the time, so maybe I can self-refund myself with his coins, I thought, with this plan becoming more and more attractive as time goes on. Then that's it. I'll steal. I'll refund myself with Lockhart's money. With this new side project in mind, I let a rather evil smile creep across my face, and my dad, who was seeing this smile of mine, decided to just ignore me while prayed for the good of the poor soul who was about to suffer a calamity named Ethan. See, what did you think? Just then my father and I heard my mother's voice, who came back into the living room. She was carrying with her a black wooden board with little carvings of flowers and green and red leaves, and it was written in blue letters, Ethan's grades, and obviously on that board was the parchment with my grades. Beautiful, isn't it? Seal and I did it, my mom said with a smile, with Seal peeking out from behind her legs as she looked at us with her own proud smile on her face. How long have you had this board ready? I asked, looking at my mom with a blank face, something my dad was also doing. Since the new year. Oh, I said, deciding it would be best to ignore that fact for the sake of my sanity. I helped. Seal exclaimed proudly, opening her arms as she awaited our praise. Well, at least Seal's cuteness remains the same, I thought, also ignoring the fact that my dad and I were grinning stupidly at Seal. After receiving my materials list, I decided I was going to buy them as early as possible, and even though I had already planned to go to Diagon Alley on the same day as the Weasleys and Potter, I'd still rather have my time off so I can think about how I'm going to get Riddle's diary from Lucius Malfoy's hands. Of course, another reason is that I don't want to get close to Lockhart, even if it's only 10 meters, since he'll be at the bookstore signing his books, and I might end up doing something really bad to him, although that might even be fun. Attempts to humiliate Lockhart aside, I also want to head to Diagon Alley early as I want to move forward with my investment plans, and the sooner the better, as the one who gets the best deals when investing is the one who comes first. Well, with that planned, I just have to wait for the next day to arrive, as tomorrow will be the day I go to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. The next day arrived, which happens to be today, and I was in Diagon Alley alone to do my shopping. I was alone because my dad had to deal with an emergency at the hospital where he works, and my mom was called in court to be the lawyer for someone I didn't bother to remember the name of, so at this point she's probably terrorizing some defendant or judge in court. You may be wondering who is taking care of Seal, as my parents and I were busy, and the answer is simple. Seal is being taken care of by my family's house elf. Yes, now my family has a house elf. Well, it's more like me having a house elf, since an elf can't have a master and servant relationship with someone other than a wizard or a squib. Our elf's name is Linley, and we managed to buy her through Gringotts Goblins 2 weeks ago. I was reluctant to buy an elf because of the thought of having a being that is basically a slave serving me, and my parents shared the same thoughts, and only after some research and a quick glance with my magic vision, I realized that elves serve wizards is not a bad thing. In fact, it is a very good thing for them. Elves need 2 things to stay healthy and strong, and that's some magic and emotions. Yes, emotions. Elves need magic to be able to use their own magic, and like all beings, without that magic the elves become weak, and the more time that passes with them running out of magic, the weaker they become. Elves also need to feel people's emotions in order for them to recharge. Elves kind of get sadder or madder in some cases when they don't have emotions for them to feed on, and by emotions I mean the emotions of thinking beings, and that's one of the reasons elves bond mostly with wizards and witches. But the way an elf acts also mirrors the emotions and magic they consume, so sometimes bonding with a wizard can't be a good thing for them, as is the case with Dobby and Creature. I had never noticed this in Hogwarts house elves, as they feed on the magic of the castle itself, not a wizard's magic, and also the emotions they consume come from all the castle's residents, and that's why they are very euphoric. Another thing I've discovered is that the elves' loyal and meek personality is common among them, having no connection with the kind of magic and emotions they are consuming. The elves punishing themselves or not being able to disobey the orders of their masters is not something done by the magic, but by a code and law of the elves themselves. Giving an item of clothing to free them also has no connection with any spell or curse, meaning that elves could always free themselves from their masters by breaking the master and servant bond, but because of their laws they don't. I also think that because the elves were directly involved in the emotions business of magic, they had a more special and stronger connection to me with my beast talk, but that's just a guess. Well, enough about house elves, let's get back to the main subject, which is my coming to Diagon Alley. I was currently in front of Bonko Gringotts, because the first thing I wanted to do in the alley was to finish my investment project, and that's why I'm here. Gringotts Bank, Knight's meeting room. So, Mr. Knight, what would you like to talk to us about? Asked the goblin in front of me that I had never seen before. Air. Not to be rude or anything, but who are you and where's Sharpfong? I asked. Oh, my name is Nagrork, and Master Sharpfong is at this very moment inspecting your Muggle accounts, and as I am his student, he has allowed me to handle whatever matters you have with our bank as a substitute manager of the Knight accounts, Nagrork said with a stoic and professional face, though I could feel the nervousness seeping out of him. Oh, he's a rookie, I thought, resisting the urge to scratch my chin analytically. Well, in that case, then I'd like to talk about some investments, I said, which immediately caught the attention of the goblin in front of me. What kind of investments are we talking about? Nagrork asked. The kind that will make a lot of money, I said, and then a toothy smile appeared on Nagrork's face. I then proceeded to explain to Nagrork which companies and products I would like to invest in, with the Firebolt broomstick being one of them. In the middle of the conversation I started using my talk no jutsu, persuasion and deception to try to convince Nagrork to accept a deal I wanted to make with him, and I then explained what terms he would have to accept, and in the end, after a few more words from me, Nagrork began to ponder the deal. Cuban peso, those would be some very good investments, and the deal isn't too bad, Nagrork muttered to himself in the goblin language. Cuban peso it would be, and I think he would gain a lot by accepting the deal, and I, who had obviously heard him, replied in the goblin language as well, surprising Nagrork, who looked at me in shock. Sometimes I'm very happy that my beast power gives me the ability to speak and understand the languages of other magical creatures, I thought, enjoying the surprised look of the goblin in front of me. Cuban peso, do you understand our language? He asked me. Cuban peso, well, I like to learn new things, I replied with a shrug. Nagrork began to look at me with an analytical gaze. He then shook his head and went back to speaking in human language. Well, back to the deal, I'd like to say I accept your terms, he said, with a professional smile that didn't hide his greed. Great, I said with a smile. Nagrork then took a red quill from a drawer in his desk, and with it he signed his name to a contract, and soon after I did the same. Well, I hope our partnership is very profitable for both of us, I said, reaching out for a handshake. And I expect the same, Nagrork said. After we talked about some side deals and investments, where I picked up some items I had ordered from the bank, I got up to leave. May your enemies have their intestines twisted and their sinews ripped out, I said, earning an appreciative nod from Nagrork. And may your rivals die a painful death while their vaults fill with gold, he said, and in my humble opinion, my goblin greeting was more creative, but who's counting, right? After I finished talking to Nagrork, I left the meeting room, only to find Sharpfong at the door, who looked at me curiously before greeting me respectfully. Hello, Warrior Knight, he said with a small nod. Hello, Manager Sharpfong, I said, also nodding my head. Sorry for the different service, I hope the matters you came to our bank to handle went well, Sharpfong said to me, while giving me a curious look. Oh yes, it went very well, I said with a sly smile, which made Sharpfong look at me curiously and cautiously, but well, I'd love to talk to you, but I still have a lot to do, so I'll have to say goodbye. May your vaults overflow with the blood and tears of your enemies, I said, waving my hand at him. I then turned around and started to leave the bench, leaving a thoughtful goblin behind. POV, Sharp Fong. I watched the young warrior knight's back as he walked out the bank's front door, and I couldn't help but think that every time he appears he gives me a feeling of being in the presence of a wild beast. Strange, I muttered, opening the door to the night accounts meeting room only to find my disciple laughing happily while looking at nothing. Ahem, I cleared my throat to get his attention. Oh, Master Sharpfong. Glad you're here. I've just struck an amazing deal with Mr. Knight that has given me many advantages, Nagrork said, sitting up straight in his chair and placing some papers on his desk. Hearing what Nagrork said and remembering the young knight's smile, I started to get a bad feeling. I then took the contract papers and started reading, and with each new page I read more I began to understand why I had this feeling. In the end, when I finished reading the contract I let out a weary sigh. For the first time I understand why they say greed is an issue, and apparently karma has come back to bite you in the ass, I said, earning a confused look from Nagrork. Who created the terms of this contract? I asked. It was Mr. Knight, but I also gave some suggestions and opinions, Nagrork answered me proudly, and I frowned. Did Mr. Knight say anything about those suggestions? Yes, he talked about some things I could change and add to my suggestion so that I would have a bigger gain, and he also said more terms that would benefit me, he replied. And did you hear him? You do realize you've just been tricked by a child, right? I then asked with a raised eyebrow. What? He managed to get you to sign these papers, and they basically claim that you will manage these investments to the best of your ability exclusively, but what you haven't realized is that the profit you're going to receive is the same as what you would receive if you managed these investments on behalf of the bank, as is usually done. As soon as I finished speaking, Nagrork immediately grabbed the contracts off the table and started reading. He then read the contract once, twice, 3 times, and in an attempt to see if what he was reading was not an illusion, he read the contract a 4th time. When Nagrork finished rereading the contract he started looking in panic at the papers, as he tried to remember his conversation and agreement with Mr. Knight, wanting to know at what point he started to be tricked by a wizard child. But. Nagrork, after finally accepting that he had been tricked, started muttering catatonically, putting the papers back on the table as he stared into space with a blank face. Sigh, this is what happens when we let rookies do the work of an unseasoned goblin, I sighed, looking at Nagrork with disappointment and pity, but to be able to trick a goblin, even if it's just a trainee. Ethan Knight, you once again proved that he deserves to be respected, I laughed as I walked out of the meeting room with my hands behind my back. POV, Ethan. Out of the bank. Well, with the investment project finished, I can finally start my shopping, I thought, looking down the rather crowded alley. I think this time I'll start with my books. Although this is more me buying a few books that catch my eye than anything else, as I already have all my second-year books, obviously not counting Lockhart's written delusions. Okay, so let's get started. Some hours later. Phew, I didn't take that long, I said to myself, putting the last book in my bag and looking at my bracelet which was in watch mode. I only took, 2 hours, and that's about half the time I normally spend at the bookstore. And I also only spent 79 galleons, and that's not a lot compared to how much I usually spend on my trips to the alley, I muttered, not realizing how Malfoy I sounded. Wait. Now that I realized, I spend a lot of money no matter how much, but at the same time I make a lot of good investments. I like to always be 3 steps ahead in my plans with a lot of preparation to spare, and I have a place of my own to do my thing. And on top of that, I also go out in black to fight some bad guys using my martial arts. Damn, I'm the Batman of this world. And again unconsciously my inner Chuyuni showed itself, and if anyone who reads comics knew what I just thought about, they would look at me strangely. And somewhere in London my parents felt a little shiver and had a feeling it wouldn't be wise for them to go into some dark alley. Well, now that I've bought my books, I'll check out my other materials, and then I'll take a walk down the alley to see if I find anything interesting. And maybe I'll buy some ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to take home, I thought, walking to the nearest store. At night. After my shopping in Diagon Alley, I went to a Muggle mall where I bought myself a few things, nothing too important. However, as I was walking in the mall I came across a comic book store, and entering it I discovered that unlike the books I'm publishing, DC and Marvel comics exist in this world, and I started to wonder which other forms of entertainment exist in this life that existed in my past life. I also started to wonder if I should start writing some new book, like Lord of the Rings or the Chronicles of Narnia, or even if I should write my own book, but that's a thought for the future. After the mall I went back to my house, and now here I am in my room, reading some science books that might help me create some new spells. I was thinking of creating some spell similar to Voldemort's unsupported flight. This is a spell where the wizard can fly without needing a broom or any other form of support, and the wizard's body is covered in a dark mist when flying. I know this spell, at least in the books, is known to only 2 people, with Riddle obviously being one of them and Snape being the other. In the movies, almost all Death Eaters could use this spell, and even Order of the Phoenix members could use this form of flight, where their mist was a bright white light, but that's not important for now. The important thing is that I intend to learn this spell, or create my own, until I create my ultimate teleportation spell. With my investment project finished, I could finally focus a little on my studies and my spell creation, but while I was doing my thing, on the other side of London a lonely boy was having some difficulties. Surrey, little whinging, for Privet Drive. POV, third person. Stop. In a small, dark room that had a lot of broken furniture, a thin, short, dark-haired boy was squirming on his bed, obviously having a nightmare. No. I didn't mean to. The boy moaned, shifting in bed, sweating and unconsciously scratching his lightning bolt scar on his forehead. I asked you to stop. Sorry. You hurt me, Harry. I had no choice. Why did you do that? No. Why did you have to hurt me? Stop. I was suffering, Harry. Please. Why did you kill me, Harry? Why? The boy then woke up with a jolt, sitting up on the bed while breathing heavily, rubbing his forehead. POV, Harry. Damn it, I swore, looking around and sighing in relief to see that it was just a nightmare. Even though I knew it was just a nightmare, the Quirrell's face and words still came to my mind. Don't think about it, Harry, that was just a dream. Just a dream, I muttered to myself, as if that phrase was a mantra, or maybe I was just trying to trick my own mind. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. Just then I heard 3 violent knocks on my bedroom door, and then my Uncle Vernon's angry voice rang out. Shut up, boy. We're wanting to sleep, he yelled irritably, and then I heard the sound of his heavy footsteps moving away from the door. So I stared into the darkness of my room, trying to think of anything that wasn't Quirrell or Voldemort. But it was easier to want than to do. Damn it. Why can't I stop thinking about it? I thought, covering my head with my hands as I pulled my knees closer to my body. The headmaster told me he was dead anyway, so why do I keep thinking about it? Why do I keep thinking about them? I screamed internally. I then felt my face wet, and realized I was crying. I used the sleeves of my shirt to wipe away my tears as I laid my head on my pillow. This vacation of mine is being amazing, I thought sarcastically. First I have to put up with my family. Then I don't get any letters from my friends, and then I find out that this is all happening because of a stupid elf, and in the end that same elf made me get a warning about using magic, and at the same time I get grounded in my room like a prisoner, and now I'm having these stupid nightmares. Sigh. I then looked at the ceiling of my room, trying to think of positive things, but my thoughts always wandered to the unfortunate events that happened to me. Well, at least I have Hedwig with me, I thought, looking at my beautiful white owl, who was also looking at me while pecking at the cage bars. But I think I'd still rather see you out of this cage than stuck here with me, I muttered. I could spend all night thinking about these things, but I was snapped out of my musings by a bright light streaming through the cracks in my bedroom window. Asterisk pa. Pa. Pa, asterisk. I then heard the noise of someone knocking on my window, which I found strange since I was on the second floor. I went to the window and opened it, and the sight that appeared in front of me brought me a sense of surprise and immense happiness. Hi, Harry. Ron. Wednesday, Diagon Alley. POV, Ethan. A few days had passed since the day I came to Diagon Alley to buy my materials and make some investments, and currently I was back in the alley. As you already know, I had already bought and made everything I needed the day I came to the alley, but I was here for another reason that you probably already know what it is. The reason I'm in the alley again is that today is the day that the Weasleys and Potter will come to buy their supplies, and that's also the day that Lucius Malfoy will put Riddle's diary in Ginny's groceries, and I want to prevent this from happening. At this moment I was sitting in the ice cream parlor eating a honey mint ice cream with cherry pie flakes, and even though the combination of flavors was strange, the ice cream was still very good. I was at the ice cream shop because it gave me an almost complete view of the alley, so I could wait for the older Malfoy to show up. I was also keeping an eye on the bookstore, while also thinking of ways to torture Lockhart, as I could hear his voice even from this distance, and if his voice wasn't enough, I still had to hear all the voices of the housewives who wanted his autograph. The worst part is that my sense of smell and empathy allowed me to feel the emotions and happiness of these ladies, and for the first time in my life I wished I didn't have my beast power. Ugh, something worse than hormonal teenagers or horny old ladies, I thought, looking at the bookstore in disgust. Then, as I cursed Lockhart, I heard some familiar voices, and turning in the direction of those voices I saw a bunch of red hair. The group of redheads were in a panic, and I noticed the lack of a certain boy with dark hair and glasses. Oh, Potter is probably in Nocturne Alley, I realized. I then got up from the table I was sitting at and approached the group, as I had already sent a letter to the twins letting them know that I would be in the alley today. Hey Gred, hey Forge, I said waving at the twins. The twins then turned to me, with Mr. Weasley doing the same. "Oh, hey Ethan," they said. I then looked at Mr. Weasley, who was looking at me too. "Hello Mr. Weasley, I'm Ethan Knight, a friend of the twins and Ronald's classmate," I said, offering my hand for a handshake. "Hi Ethan, I'm glad to meet one of my kids' friends," he said with a smile on his face as he shook my hand, and I was glad to see that he called me by name, without those silly formalities. "Yes, I like to be friends with your kids," I said, and then I turned to the twins. "There, I already said what you wanted, now you can stop threatening my family," I said with a hopeful look and desperate. I don't know, what do you think, Fred? Maybe we should hide them in our basement for a few more days, just in case." "You guys are so cruel," I said dramatically, with the twins chuckling evilly. Mr. Weasley, seeing our interaction, could only smile and laugh, seeing that his messy and playful kids would obviously only attract other messy and playful people. "But changing the subject, what were you looking for just now?" I asked the twins, seeing that the rest of the Weasley family weren't paying attention to us as they were looking around for Potter, with Mrs. Weasley and Ginny having already separated from the group to look for some time. "Oh, it's just that Harry was at our house. And we came to the alley using flu powder. And Harry has never used flu powder before. And now he's lost his way and probably it came out on some fireplace out there." Hearing the twins speak in turn, I nodded, already knowing what had happened because of the books. I don't think you guys need to worry too much," I said, earning a questioning look from the twins and the other Weasleys. "Why?" "Because Potter is right over there with Hagrid and Granger," I said, pointing to the stairs of Gringotts Bank. "Harry Weasley. Ron Weasley. Damn, there are so many Weasleys here that it's confusing and hard to name one." "But well," Ronald exclaimed, running towards Potter, with the rest of his family following him, and I was right behind. "Harry, glad you're okay," Mr. Weasley said as he approached Potter, inspecting him. "Where did you end up?" Ronald asked. "He ended up in Knockturn Alley," Hagrid said with a frown, causing Mr. Weasley to look at Harry with concern, and meanwhile the twins and Ronald looked at him in wonder and jealousy. "They never let us go there," Ronald commented with envy. I cut myself off from the rest of the conversation as I had just seen out of the corner of my eye Draco and his father leaving Knockturn Alley and heading towards the Quidditch shop. I also used my magic vision and I could see that Mr. Malfoy was in possession of something that contained a great deal of dark magic. How am I going to get this diary?" I wondered. I then turned my attention back to the conversation as soon as I felt Mrs. Weasley arrive. "Oh Harry dear, I'm glad you're safe, you could have been sent anywhere," Mrs. Weasley said worriedly and relieved as she brushed off Harry's soot. While Mrs. Weasley was checking that Harry had no injuries, I took the opportunity to greet Hagrid. "Hi Hagrid," I said, causing the half-giant to look at me. "Oh hi Ethan, how are you?" he asked me. "Good, and you?" "Oh, just a little busy," Hagrid said, and then glanced at a pocket watch he took out of the pocket of his moleskin coat, "and speaking of busy, I still have some business to attend to," he said. Hagrid then said goodbye to us as he dismissed Mrs. Weasley's thanks for finding Potter. Hagrid walked down the bank steps while waving at us, and in a moment he was gone down the alley, leaving only the Weasleys, Granger, Potter and me in front of the bank. Mrs. Weasley turned to look at me and Granger curiously, while Potter and Granger also turned to look at me, with Potter looking at me curiously while Granger looked at me a little annoyed, for whatever reason. Ignoring Potter and Granger, I held out my hand to Mrs. Weasley. "Hello Mrs. Weasley, I'm Ethan Knight, a friend of the twins," I said with a polite smile on my face. "Oh dear, nice to meet you," she said with a gentle smile on her face, ignoring my outstretched hand and giving me a typical mother hug. She then pulled away and looked at the twins. "I hope my kids aren't causing you too much trouble," she said, earning a scandalized look from the twins. "Don't worry, they're very good friends, and I know how to keep them in line," I said, ignoring the looks of the Golden Trio and the twins, who looked at me with disdain and disbelief. "Thanks, you're a good boy," she said happily. Mrs. Weasley then turned and greeted Granger, who felt awkward not being used to someone so cheerful and affectionate. After the greetings we all walked into the bank, where we saw Granger's parents exchanging some muggle money for wizard money. Potter also talked about seeing Malfoy and his father at Borgin and Burke's, and I started to wonder if I should pay a visit to this shop someday. After greeting Granger's parents, the Weasleys and Potter went to their vaults, and I didn't accompany them because I didn't need to go to my vault as I could get my money straight from my bank bag, and I also thought it was better let them go to their vaults alone, as I know the Weasleys aren't comfortable showing their financial status to others. After a few minutes they arrived, and with that we all split up planning to meet at the bookstore in an hour, with me following the twins who spotted Lee, but I still kept watching for Ginny or any sign of Lucius Malfoy in the diary. 1 hour later. After an hour of shopping, in which the twins, Lee, and I visited some prank shops, and where I managed to convince the twins to let me buy some things for them, we headed to Flourish and Blots. Arriving at the bookstore we saw a crowd of people, most of which were housewife witches, and I immediately started to feel a headache coming on. Lockhart is signing his books. Mom is probably crazy with happiness right now, Fred commented, approaching the golden trio and his mother who was standing in line with an excited gleam in her eyes. Wait a minute kids, we'll be next in a minute, Mrs. Weasley said, fixing her hair and clothes to make herself more presentable. Is it just me or does your mother seem a little too excited to meet Lockhart? I asked the twins sarcastically. Oh, it's just you, Fred replied dryly. Damn, I heard George mutter beside me, and looking at him I saw him looking at the prices of Lockhart's books. Those books aren't expensive, they're super expensive. But they were written by Lockhart, so obviously they would be expensive, Granger said in her fangirl mode, and I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. But still. They're too expensive, Ronald muttered loud enough for us to hear. Don't worry kids, we'll be able to buy them, Mrs. Weasley said, but I could feel the worry coming from her as she looked at the prices and bit her lip. You don't have to worry too much about prices, I have the VIP card for this bookstore, I said pulling a black and silver card out of my pocket. Does this bookstore have VIP cards? What do they? How did you get a VIP card? I've been trying to get one since last year. Granger exclaimed, cutting Ronald. Simple, I got it because I met the requirements, I said with a shrug. But the requirements to get this card is very difficult, she exclaimed in surprise. Not so much, I said. Not so much. The requirements to get this specific card are to have bought more than 1,000 books, have a safe in Gringotts, and have a monthly income of 1,000 galleons. Granger spoke looking at me with a shocked look, and I just shrugged my shoulders again. As soon as Granger finished speaking, everyone, even the twins, looked at me in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked confused. 1,000 books, the twins were the first to speak, looking at me as if I were an alien from another dimension. A monthly income of 1,000 galleons. Ronald began to mutter, staring at nothing. No big deal. I guess, I said, getting a look from the twins that said, I'm just not going to bewitch you here and now because our mother is here. Oh dear, that's very kind of you, but I can't accept it, Mrs. Weasley who came out of her stupor said. Don't worry Ms. Weasley, if I don't use this card it will only gather dust, I said, waving my hand dismissively. You really don't need. I insist, I said, and not giving her time to refuse again I placed the card in her hands. Oh, In that case, thank you very much, she said a little apprehensively, but with a grateful look on her face. You're welcome, I said. Huh, what's with this VIP card? Potter asked, and Granger, like the amazing encyclopedia that she is, was quick to respond. This card is like a Muggle library card. You know how Muggle library cards work, right? She asked Potter, who nodded. Oh, Potter replied, looking at the card in surprise, as were the other Weasleys who knew about the cards but didn't know about the benefits of the Flourish and Blot's silver VIP card. And it's not just Flourish and Blots that have VIP cards, almost all Diagon Alley stores have this card system, but it's usually very difficult to get one. I still need to meet some requirements to get the most basic card from here, Granger continued, and once again she looked at the card with envy. Mrs. Weasley who was holding the card in her hand started looking at it as if it were some precious possession, and Ronald was still staring at nothing as he muttered about 1,000 galleons. Seeing that everyone was still looking at the card and at me with amazement, I decided to lighten the mood. Don't mind the card, it's no big deal, I said dismissively. No big deal my ass, was what went through the minds of the young people in the group. Sigh. I really don't know how to thank you, Mr. Weasley said, and I just smiled at him. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's buy your books, said Mrs. Weasley, who saw that I didn't want to continue on that subject. She then walked into the bookstore while holding the card in one hand and Ginny in the other, and only I could see that the card she was holding had changed from black and silver to white and gold. What they didn't know is that the card I had wasn't the silver card, but the golden card, which happens to be the most difficult and expensive VIP card to get, at least as far as I know. The requirements to obtain it are to have purchased at least 5,000 books, have a private Gringotts bank account, have a monthly income of 10,000 galleons, and have a certificate signed by some administrative agent in the wizarding world, which in my case were the Gringotts goblins. This card of mine gives 70% off book purchases, and allows me to order special and rare books, in addition to me being one of the first to know when a new book is published, with me even having the chance to get an autographed book. I don't care whether or not I have a VIP card, and yes, I have VIP cards from other stores down the alley. The only reason I took these cards was because of my mom, who thought it would be nice to have them as it would save me a lot of money, but I'm pretty sure it's because she likes to have a lot of cards. The only difference is that the cards my mother has are credit cards, and the wizarding cards only serve as an identification of the discount level. I knew the Weasleys would probably refuse the card if they knew it was that extravagant, so I decided to put an illusion on it to make it look like a silver card, and apparently it worked. In fact, I even thought about making it look like a lower-level card, as even a silver card is something fancy, but I knew it would be more difficult to explain the sudden appearance of a golden card. Seeing the Weasleys and company enter the bookstore, I followed them, frowning at the sound of Lockhart's voice coming from inside. Well, even I have to suffer a little if I want to complete my plans, I thought, entering the bookstore while using all my mastery with my beast power to diminish the potency of my senses. Once inside the bookstore, I left the group with the excuse of getting myself a book, as I didn't want to be near Potter when he started his presentation with Lockhart, where I could end up jinxing Lockhart. I was also hoping to find Lucius Malfoy before the confrontation with Mr. Weasley to try and get the diary out of him, so I used my magic vision and my magical sensory ability to look for any signs of dark magic. Ironically, I could feel that there were a lot of dark magic objects around Diagon Alley, but the magic wasn't that strong and the items were few. After some time hanging around the shop and listening to Lockhart introduce himself as Hogwarts' new data teacher, I felt a thick and strong dark magic near the entrance, and getting there after dodging 5 old ladies who were a little too excited about Lockhart, I saw Lucius Malfoy with his offspring, with the two of them looking at the people in the bookstore with contempt. Using my magic vision, I saw some dark magic signatures on the older Malfoy, and I wasn't surprised to see that he was walking around with more than one dark magic item, as I knew he had come to the alley today with the intention of getting rid of some of his black magic items. Looking closely at Lucius, I felt that there were 2 magical signatures coming from him that stood out the most, and those signatures were familiar. The 2 signatures came from his left forearm and from the pocket of his cloak. Finally, I thought, feeling the diary in the inside pocket of Mr. Malfoy's robes. Wasting no time, I then proceeded to use some levitation magic to levitate the diary that was in his pocket, but just as I felt I was almost there, Mr. Malfoy held the diary while he pretended to straighten his robes. Damn, I was almost there, I swore, looking at him to see if he'd noticed anything, but Mr. Malfoy was actually looking around as if looking for something. Lucius then looked to a specific corner and smirked, and following his gaze I saw Potter, Granger, Draco, and Mr. Weasley's and their family, minus Mrs. Weasley, who was still trying to get Lockhart's autograph. Mr. Malfoy then approached the group with me following close behind. Upon arriving at the group, Mr. Malfoy started doing something he is very good at, which is despising others while still trying to appear noble. I passed Mr. Malfoy's side with the intention of stealing his diary, but unfortunately I couldn't as he was still holding it tightly. If I use a little more force or if I bump into him again, he might end up getting even more suspicious, or worse, he might realize what I'm doing, I thought, scowling. I then approached the twins and looked carefully at Mr. Malfoy, noticing that he was looking back and forth between Mr. Weasley, Potter, and his scar, and Ginny's materials. Mr. Malfoy then continued to taunt the Weasleys with scathing remarks, with Mr. Weasley retorting with his own remarks. And in between that exchange, Mr. Malfoy took one of the books from Ginny's cauldron. After that, Mr. Malfoy scoffed at Mr. Weasley's financial situation, and soon afterwards he also mocked the company too, which in this case are the Muggleborns and Muggles of the group, myself included. Mr. Weasley then attacked Mr. Malfoy and everything happened exactly as in canon, but I didn't pay attention as I was looking at the diary and the book that Mr. Malfoy was still holding, even though he was fighting with Mr. Weasley. At one point I saw him drop the diary, and I immediately tried to use my levitation to bring the diary closer to me, but Mr. Malfoy quickly grabbed the diary as he realized he had let go. After that, Hagrid arrived and broke up the fight. Mr. Malfoy straightened his robes and sneered at us. Mr. Malfoy then returned the book he had taken from Ginny, looking scornfully and arrogantly at her, and I could see the diary being returned along with the book to the cauldron. How did no one notice this? I can even say that I only noticed him hiding the diary because I knew it was going to happen, but even if I didn't know, it was still kind of obvious since the diary isn't even hidden properly, I thought, looking around to see if anyone realized, unfortunately not finding anyone. Sigh, Lucius Malfoy, the new Houdini. After a few more mocking remarks, Mr. Malfoy turned to leave the bookstore with his son. But just as the two Malfoys were leaving, as payment for mocking me, I made them trip over their feet with some wandless magic. The two then fell in sync to the floor, drawing a few muffled chuckles from the people around them, and a great laugh from the Weasleys, who weren't afraid to offend them. The two got up quickly, embarrassed and annoyed, and with Mr. Malfoy taking one last look at Ginny's materials and Potter, they walked away with me looking at them satisfied. Turning around, I saw the twins looking at me with a raised eyebrow, and I just smiled innocently at them, which obviously didn't fool them, but they just shrugged their shoulders and ignored it. For the rest of the day I kept looking for an opportunity to get the diary from Ginny's cauldron, but that opportunity never came, as even when I offered to carry her things I was denied by her. I didn't try to insist on going through Ginny's things as that would look awkward. No one would think it was okay if I insisted on going through her materials or if I tried to approach her so suddenly, and I don't want others to start thinking I have a crush on her. At the end of the day I had to return home frustrated that I hadn't been able to get the diary, planning to take that frustration out on Mr. Malfoy the next time we meet. Knight's house, the afternoon. Damn, I couldn't get the diary, I cursed, falling onto my bed. How hard is it to get a girl's diary? I asked myself in frustration. Sigh, now I'm going to have to think of other ways to get this diary. Looking at the ceiling I started to think about how to get the diary at school, but just as I was going to plan a way to finish this plan of mine, I heard a flutter of wings outside my window, and I turned to look. I saw a shaggy owl that looked like it was going to die at any moment. At my window I saw an owl that looked like it was going to drop dead at any moment. Opening the window for the owl, I saw that he was holding a letter. Leaving the owl to rest on Hermes' perch, I picked up the letter and started reading it. The letter was from the twins, and I realized the owl was Errol, the Weasley family owl. Now that I realize that if Percy still got an owl like in canon, it's probably also called Hermes, I thought, looking at Hermes who was nudging Errol to see if he wasn't dead. Meh, my Hermes is still better, I shrugged, and then went back to reading the letter. The contents of the letter, to my surprise, were the twins inviting me to visit their home, the Burrow. In the letter they put the various reasons why I should go visit them, and if they didn't want to be pranksters, they could work with marketing and advertising. After reading the letter I quickly wrote a reply, where I said that I would obviously enjoy going to their house, and that they could pick me up any day. Finishing the letter and sealing it, I set it on the side of a table for either Hermes or Errol to deliver. Well, I guess I don't need to think of a new plan anymore to get the diary, I thought with a smile on my face. When life gives you lemons, make a really tasty lemon pie. Saturday. Today is the day I'm going to visit the twins at their house, and I'm currently watching a table tennis championship with my dad while my mom was cooking in the kitchen, and before you ask, I don't have the slightest idea why we are watching a table tennis championship. Asterisk ding. Dong, asterisk. As I stared in amazement at the feint the Chinese player did, I heard the bell ring. Boys, can you answer the door? My mother yelled from the kitchen. Be one with the environment. Hold your breath and relax, my dad started to quote in his mind, only to receive a wooden spoon on his head courtesy of my mom. Ow. Why always a wooden spoon? And why didn't you do the same with Ethan? My father questioned, not daring to say it out loud. He then looked to the side only to see that I was nowhere. TSK. Damn magic. My dad then got up to answer the door, and I, who was under a disillusionment charm, chuckled to see him walk muttering to the door while rubbing your head. Ah, the blessings of magic, I thought, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sometimes I'm really impressed with mice. Pa, ouch. What the hell was that? I questioned myself, turning to see what hit me only to see another wooden spoon. How the hell did she know where I was? And why didn't my senses warn me? And as if it was a sign, I felt inside me that my magic and my instincts were saying, she's your mother, what do you want us to do? Women are scary, I muttered, canceling the disillusionment charm. Ethan, it's for you, my father screamed, and using my senses I felt some familiar magical signatures, and I then headed towards the door with my mother coming out of the kitchen to see who it was. Hi Mr. Weasley, I greeted Mr. Weasley who was the one at the door waiting for me, and hi Gred and Forge, I said to the twins who were behind their father. Hey Ethan, the twins greeted back. Hi Ethan, your dad told me you're ready to go, Mr. Weasley said, and I nodded. Yeah, I just need to get my bag from my room, I said, and felt my mom appear beside my dad. Hello Mr. Weasley, I'm Sarah Knight, Ethan's mother. My mother greeted him with a smile, reaching for him. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Arthur Weasley, the parents of these two here, Mr. Weasley said, shaking my mother's hand, realizing he hadn't introduced himself to my parents. My mom then looked at my dad out of the corner of his eye, who looked at her confused before the realization hit him. Hee, looks like I forgot to introduce myself too, my dad said, rubbing the back of his neck embarrassed. He then extended his hand to Mr. Weasley. I'm Joshua Knight, Ethan's amazing, wonderful father, he said, and my mom and I both rolled our eyes at his amazing performance. Mr. Weasley then shook my father's hand as he looked at him in wonder, something the twins were also doing. Mr. Weasley, why don't you come in and wait for me while I go get my things? And in that time I might as well show Fred and George my room, I proposed, and my father who was by my side was quick to agree with me. Yes, Mr. Weasley, and I would also love to talk to an adult wizard about his wizarding community, my dad said, with his eyes twinkling like a child who has just received the PlayStation she wanted as a gift. And I'd also love to meet the parents of my son's friends, as I'd also like to talk about the wizarding world, and it's kind of hard to get that when you only have friends and acquaintances who are also muggles, my mother said with ironic smile. With this invitation from the two of you so I can't refuse, Mr. Weasley said, and then his eyes also began to glisten, but I'd also like you to tell me about some of your muggle items, like the contraption that's next to your mailbox, he said. The lawn mower, my father asked confused. Oh, so that's what he's called, Mr. Weasley said in realization. Well, since you two have already found something in common to talk about, I'm going to take the boys upstairs to get my stuff, I said, motioning for the twins to follow. We then went upstairs to my room, leaving my mother and the two adult men/children to have their conversation downstairs. Your parents seem nice, Fred said as soon as we got to my room. Yes, they are, just don't let my dad hear it, otherwise he'll end up letting it go to his head, I said smiling. Looks like someone we know, George commented, and I felt his gaze on me. Haha, I laughed dryly. I then went to the desk beside my bed and picked up my shrunken suitcase that was attached to a drawstring. I then tied this cord around my neck and tucked the suitcase into my robes. That's a good way to store your suitcase, maybe I'll do the same with mine, George said with a hand on his chin thoughtfully. Me too, Fred said. How unoriginal, I said dryly, earning 2 dry laughs from the twins. The twins then looked around at my room, inspecting every detail. Well, here is cool and interesting, but I thought there would be more. Fred started. More bodies in chains. I was going to say books, but bodies in chains too. I keep almost all my books in the library in my suitcase, and why did you think I would have bodies chained in my room? I questioned them, looking at them strangely, and in return they just stared at me with blank faces before turning and walking out of my room. Huh. The burrow. After telling my parents to come get me at the end of the day, I followed the twins and Mr. Weasley to his pale blue Ford Angela. In the car we spent some time on the road talking, with Mr. Weasley asking me about Muggle things he saw on the way. After a few minutes, we finally arrived at the Weasleys' house, which was located on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. The burrow was weirder and quirkier than I'd expected, but it still felt amazing the way it managed to hold on, even though it looked like it could fall at any moment. Impressive, right? Fred asked with his hand on my shoulder, and I could only nod in amazement, much to Mr. Weasley's surprise. What spells were used to keep the house steady? Were the rooms added randomly or was it planned? Can you still add more floors? I then started with my flood of questions, which only stopped when the twins covered my mouth and dragged me into the house, leaving behind a Mr. Weasley who had an amused look on his face. Hello Ethan dear, nice to see you again, how are you? The first person to greet me as I entered the house was obviously Mrs. Weasley, who greeted me with a kind smile and a hug that only a mother could give. Hello Mrs. Weasley, I'm fine, I replied with a smile on my face. That's good, Mrs. Weasley said. She then pointed to one of the windows overlooking the garden. Harry and Ronald are over in the back garden. Why don't you go play with them while I make lunch, she offered, and before I could even respond the twins who were behind me started pushing me towards the door. Bye Mrs. Weasley, I said, waving at her, who happily waved back. Bye Mom, the twin said too. Sigh. Children, she thought, shaking her head with an amused smile on her face. Arriving in the back garden I saw that Potter and Ronald, who I decided to call by name because there are many Weasleys in the house and it's easy to confuse, were sitting on the grass playing wizard chess. Hey, I said, causing them to stop the game and look at me. Oh, the twins' friend, Ronald said tactlessly. Why can't he call me by my name? I mentally sighed. You know I have a name, right? I asked rhetorically. Sorry Knight, he said, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sigh, you can call me Ethan, you know. I said. Well, in that case you can call me Ron, that's what most everyone calls me. Ron said with a shrug. And you can call me Harry too, it's kind of weird when they call me Mr. Potter or Potter, now Harry, said scratching his head. Okay Harry and Ron, I said with a soft smile on my face. I then looked at the chessboard between them. Well, what are you guys doing? I asked. Oh, Harry has been trying to beat Ron at chess ever since they woke up, Fred was the one who replied. And so far there are 12 victories. 16, Ron said, interrupting George. 16 wins for Ron, George continued without missing a beat. And how many wins for Harry? I asked. 0, the 3 Weasleys in the room replied, and I looked pityingly at Harry, who ducked his head in embarrassment. I'm still learning, he muttered under his breath. I see, I commented sarcastically, watching him lose his queen. Checkmate, Ron said after one more move, making Harry sigh in defeat. One more round? Ron asked. Nah, let's play something else, Harry said, tired of losing. Like? Ron asked. I know. Let's play a friendly Quidditch match. Fred exclaimed, which immediately cheered Harry up. But here there are an odd number of people, George recalled. Why don't you call your sister? I asked, earning thoughtful looks from the twins and an odd look from Ron. Call Ginny. Ron asked. Yeah, she must at least know how to ride a broomstick, right? I asked back. Yes, but... Are you sure? Ron continued. Why not? So then we can play a full game, Fred said excitedly. But we don't have enough brooms, Ron said, making the twins realize that there was a slight flaw in their idea. Don't worry about it, I brought my broom and some extra brooms, I said, pulling the string with my suitcase around my neck. I then put the suitcase on the floor and with a flick of my wand it returned to its normal size. From the suitcase I took my Nimbus 2005 of the 9 clean sweep 7 I had. It's always good to be prepared, I thought, enjoying Ron's shocked look. How many brooms do you have? George asked me, also surprised. Some, I replied with a shrug. I plan to collect brooms as a hobby, and I'm starting with the newer ones, and then I'll look for the older ones, I said. If you want old brooms you can keep ours, Fred commented playfully. Well, I accept, but to be fair, you can have these clean sweeps in exchange, I said, but I was met with silence. Turning around I saw that the twins, Ron, and even Harry were staring at me with their mouths open. What's it? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Are you serious? Ron asked. At these moments serious is missed, since I can't use the joke. Yet, I sighed mentally. Yes, I'm serious, I shrugged. But these are clean sweep 7, and not just 1, but 5, he exclaimed. It's not that big of a deal, I have another clean sweep 7 in my suitcase, I said, and I could have sworn Ron was about to pass out. Well, in that case, we accept, the twins said, since they knew they wouldn't beat me in an argument, and that when I put something in my mind, I would go all the way to complete it. I was already planning on giving the twins a broom as a gift, and this was a good opportunity since I'm really looking forward to collecting brooms. But I don't want to collect just brooms, but several magical objects, since I think it will be nice to set up a private museum with all these items. Well, in that case since the broom problem is solved, so we just need someone to call Ginny in her room, George said next, and immediately he, Fred and Ron, who had recovered from his ecstatic state, raised the hand. I pass. Huh. Harry and I looked at them confused, before we understood what they were doing. Sigh. Very smart guys. Very smart, I said, looking at them with narrowed eyes. Well, looks like there's only you left, Ethan, Fred told me. Wait, Harry didn't say anything either, I said indignantly. Yeah, but I doubt he'll be able to talk to Ginny without her running off to hide from him, Ron said. You have a point, I said. I then sighed and looked up the stairs leading to the upper floors. Where's her room? I asked. First floor, second door on the left, George said, pushing me towards the house. What got into you guys today to keep pushing me to places? I asked in my mind. Entering the house, I headed straight for the stairs, and going up to the first floor, I looked for Ginny feeling her magic signature, and arriving in front of her bedroom door I knocked twice. The bedroom door then opened and Ginny appeared in my vision. Hey, I said with a smile as I searched the room for any sign of dark magic from Riddle's diary. Hey, Ginny answered back, surprised that I was the one knocking on her door. Well, the boys and I are looking to play a game of Quidditch, but we need one more person to complete the team, so. Would you like to play with us? I asked. What? Really? As soon as she heard what I said, Ginny immediately asked excitedly, looking at me with hopeful eyes. Of course, I nodded. Fine. Just wait a minute, I'm coming down soon, she said, going to put the books that were on your bed in your bag, and in the middle of those books I saw Riddle's diary. Ready, shall we? She asked with an excited smile on her face, which brought a smile to my own face. Yeah, the boys should be waiting for us, I said, and then we started down the stairs, not before I took one last look at her room. After a few quick Quidditch matches, we all headed back inside the house, as Mrs. Weasley called us to lunch. After a hearty and very tasty lunch, I saw Mrs. Weasley going to wash the dishes, and I, like a good person, got up from my chair and walked over to her. Let me do the dishes, Miss Weasley, it's the least I can do, I said, rolling up my sleeves. Don't worry about it, dear, I can do it myself, go play with the boys, she said, shooing me away with a gentle smile on her face. I can't let you do everything on your own, I would feel guilty. And besides, my mother would be disappointed if she knew I abused her hospitality, I said with a sad look. Well. In that case, fine, Mrs. Weasley said uncertainly, but wouldn't you rather play with the boys, she asked. Oh, don't worry, the boys will help me too, right? I said, with the last part being addressed to the boys who planned to refuse but met my menacing gaze. Hee, of course. Doing the dishes is so much fun. As a good friend I can't let him do it all alone, hee. Well, I'm glad to see you guys want to help that much, Mrs. Weasley said, looking at the twins and Ron proudly, but they only smiled nervously. Damn night, they thought. And meanwhile, Harry and Ginny were sweating looking at the scene. After we cleaned up the kitchen, Ginny went upstairs to her room saying that she wanted to read the Hogwarts books, but we all knew she wanted to run away from Harry, and meanwhile the boys and I sat on the couch in the living room with the boys, except Harry, plopping wearily into their seats. First you managed to get our mom to accept your VIP card from the bookstore, and now you managed to manipulate her into letting you do the dishes while making us help you against our will. I'm impressed, Fred said, bowing slightly to me. I try, I said, brushing imaginary dust off my shoulder. I'm most impressed by the fact that even with all the necessary traits, you still haven't been chosen for Slytherin. George commented. Oh, the Sorting Hat was not sure which house I would be placed in, so he let me decide. What were the options? Harry asked, since the same thing happened to him. The 4 houses, I replied, earning a surprised look from Harry and an unimpressed look from the twins. And why did you choose Ravenclaw? Ron asked curiously. Why did I choose Ravenclaw? Well, the answer is simple actually. Gryffindor has red as one of the house colors, and that color doesn't suit me. Besides, you guys are known to be troublemakers and clueless, jumping headfirst into any situation, and that's not my way of doing things, I said with a shrug and a disdainful look. Hey, Ron and Harry exclaimed indignantly. Fair, the twins said. As for Hufflepuff, there is a place where there is a lot of kindness, and I don't think I could handle that much love and peace, and yellow wouldn't suit me either. Actually, I think it would, but back to the point, I still think they're too friendly, and I like privacy, and they probably have to share rooms. In fact, I don't doubt they even share beds, I commented jokingly. Air. Fred and George spoke, sharing an odd look. What's it? I asked upon realizing their strangeness. It's just a rumor, but... Fred started. We've heard that at least once a week the Hufflepuff boys get together in a room to heighten their sense of friendship. But that's just a rumor. Understandable, I said with a blank face, deciding to ignore this little bit of information. I then turned to Harry and Ron who were looking at the shocked twins, now back to the matter. With 2 of the houses being eliminated, there were only Ravenclaw and Slytherin left, and as you know, I'm a Muggleborn, and Slytherins for the most part kind of hate Muggleborns, so if I went there the Slytherins would be teasing me. I thought you weren't afraid of them, George commented. And then I would have to send some of them to the hospital wing. Oh. In that case, then all that's left is Ravenclaw, which in addition to having the blue color that suits me very well, still has private rooms and a library, and I can easily ignore the know-it-alls who walk around with a dick in their asses like they're the greatest connoisseurs and scholars in the world, I finished, with the twins nodding in understanding as I received a shocked look from Harry and Ron. I wouldn't expect you to swear at the other Ravenclaws, Ron commented in surprise. Well, not all Ravenclaws are like that, but there are still some exceptions. I shrugged. It's a good thing Gryffindor doesn't have people like that, Ron muttered, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Do you think there aren't idiots like that in the Great Lion's house? I asked, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Obviously, he replied. Ah well. What do you think of Slytherin? I asked casually. After my question, Ron then, as if a switch had been flipped, started citing all 1001 possible reasons why Slytherin and all Slytherins are mean and pure-blood idiots. As he spoke the twins and I exchanged an exasperated look, before turning to Harry, only to see him nodding at Ron's words, and I nearly smacked my face. You were almost a Slytherin yourself, you idiot, I thought. At the end when Ron finished speaking he looked over at us, only to see me and the twins looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Idiot. Huh. Later. After an afternoon of playing wizard and muggle games I'd brought, I realized it was getting late, and it was time for me to leave. Well, I guess it's almost time for my parents to come get me, I said, glancing at the clock on the wall. I didn't even notice the time passing, Harry said, also looking at his watch. I think we got too involved in the game, Fred commented. Yeah, but we haven't bankrupted him yet, George said, with him and the other boys looking at the pile of fake money I had. Don't be sad, maybe in a few years you can beat me at Monopoly, I said, using one of the fake bills to wipe my fake sweat, earning a glare from the boys. Ethan, your father is here to pick you up. I then heard Mr. Weasley say to me. Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye, I said dramatically. Yeah, it was good while it lasted, Fred said also dramatically, as he pretended to wipe away a tear. I'm going to miss you, George commented, leaning sadly on his brother. I then got up and patted my pockets, only to feel that something was missing. Oh, I think I forgot my suitcase upstairs in your room, George, I said, but actually I left it there on purpose. I'm too tired to get up, go get it, he said shooing me away with his hand, making my right eye twitch. Lazy, I huffed, but I still went. The twins' room was on the 2nd floor, which meant I'd go through Ginny's room to get to theirs, and since she was downstairs, I'd have the perfect opportunity to get the Horcrux, and that was all part of my makeshift plan. After getting my suitcase from the twins' room I started down to the 1st floor, and using my senses I realized that there was no one on that floor. This is the perfect time to get the diary, I thought, walking silently to Ginny's room, obviously using the disillusionment charm, as I didn't want to get caught snooping around a girl's room by her family. I also brought a diary exactly like Riddle's, which I planned to leave in place of the original so Ginny wouldn't be suspicious. Entering her room and feeling the magic in the room, I easily found Riddle's diary, and wasting no time, I quickly caught it. That's 6 to go, I thought, holding the Horcrux in my hand and feeling its corrupted and evil magic. Putting the Horcrux away and placing the copy in Ginny's things, I quickly left her room, cancelling the disillusionment charm. I then went down to the living room, and after a little goodbye and promises to write, I went to my father, who was waiting for me outside with his car, while gaping at the distinguished building in front of him. Welcome to the wizarding world, Dad, I said with a smile, walking past him and getting into the car. My father continued to stare at the house in amazement for a minute until he recovered from his stupor, and after waving to the Weasley family at the door he also got into the car. He then started the car and drove to our house, with me thinking about the diary that was in my suitcase. Knight's house. After arriving home, my family gathered in the living room and I told my parents about my day at the first wizarding house I visited, and after promising Seal that I would show her some garden gnomes at some point, I went up to my room. Arriving in my room I opened my suitcase and took out Riddle's diary. With the diary in hand I looked at it using my magic vision, and seeing the dark magic in the diary I felt a feeling of disgust surge through me, and I turned off my magic vision before the feeling got stronger. And I thought that all kinds of magic were still magic, I thought, despising my naive thought. If the unforgivable curses are the same, I'm really not going to make the slightest effort to learn them. I then picked up the diary and tossed it in disgust into my suitcase. But well, still that was another mission completed, I thought, throwing myself on my bed with a satisfied and relieved smile on my face. After I got Riddle's diary, I locked it in one of the more secure compartments of my suitcase, and with it I knew that at least 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes would be with me by the end of second year. I knew it would be very easy for me to get Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem as it was in a place that was easily accessible to me, which was the Room of Hidden Things. After that, there would only be Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, the snake Nagini, and Harry himself. The problem is that many of these Horcruxes will be very difficult to get as they are in inaccessible places for me, at least for now. I don't know how to get the cup that is in the Lestrange family vault, and in my opinion this is the hardest Horcrux to get when compared to the others. The ring is in the Gaunt shack, and I just need a better understanding of wards to be able to get the ring, as Voldemort put too many wards in the shack, to the point that even Dumbledore had a hard time getting through. The locket is at 12 Grimmauld Place, and I have to wait for Sirius to escape Azkaban so I can find a way into the house, either that or I could try to think of a way to lure Creature out of the house where I could convince him to let me destroy the locket. The snake Nagini at this moment is probably next to Voldemort in Albania. And the last Horcrux is Harry himself, and I still have no idea how to get rid of the piece of Voldemort's soul that is in his scar, so I have to study more or I can probably leave it to prophecy and fate, which is not a very smart thing to do. Sigh. These Horcruxes are my biggest problem. If Herpo were alive I would beat him until he turned into a troll just because he had the stupid idea of creating Horcruxes, I thought, rubbing my temples, and if Horcruxes weren't enough, this madman was still the one who created the basilisks, ugh. Damn Herpo. September 1 St. After spending a few days, where most of the time I was training or studying, and even visiting the den twice more, it was finally time to go back to school. I heard from Harry himself about Dobby getting him into trouble with his family and the ministry, so I knew that Dobby would probably magically lock the platform barrier to keep Harry from going to Hogwarts. I also knew that this would probably lead to Harry and Ron flying to school in Mr. Weasley's flying car, and I didn't intend to change that. In fact, I even planted the idea in Ron's head that flying in the car to school it would be really cool. I did it because they would lose points, and even though I have a slight friendship with them, it doesn't change the fact that I found it fun to manipulate the points like I did last year. Now I know how Dumbledore and Snape feel when they do that, I thought. So dear, excited to be back at school, my mother asked me. Currently my family and I were in my father's car, with him driving towards King's Cross Station. Excited would be an understatement, my dad commented dryly, didn't you see how hyperactive he was these days? I wasn't that excited. I defended myself, only to receive a blank stare from my parents. Okay, maybe just a little, I muttered. These wizard children, my father sighed. Jealous, I muttered, loud enough for my dad to hear, and I could see his left eye twitch. Brother, can I go to school with you? Seal, who was resting her head on my arm, lifted her face to me and asked. Not yet, you're too young to go to Hogwarts, I said, ruffling her hair. But I wanted to see magic, she grumbled with a cute pout. Ugh. A critical hit, my father and I thought. Well, princess, if you behave yourself this year, Ethan can show you some magic, my mom said, and I looked at her critically for using me as a bribe. Sirius? Seal asked with her eyes shining. Sirius is missed in these moments, without him the joke doesn't make sense, I thought with my head down. Yes, isn't it Ethan? My mother asked with a smile that made me shiver. Yes. Of course I do. I said, nodding quickly. Good, my mother nodded with a satisfied smile. Yup. Seal celebrated, hugging me. Well, I guess it's not that bad. After a tearful goodbye from my family, coughs my mother coughs *, I boarded the train, and quickly found myself a compartment. Once inside the compartment, I cast an expansion spell to increase the size so that it could fit more people, and I was grateful for the fact that it was allowed to expand the compartments. Finishing the spell and looking at the compartment that now easily fit 10 people, I then sat back and waited for my friends to arrive. I didn't have to wait long until Anthony and Terry arrived together, and soon afterwards Stephen and Michael arrived. The boys and I chatted for a while, and a few moments later Lisa knocked on our door. Hi boys, how are we? Lisa started to say, but then she looked at our compartment with her mouth open. What the fuck? Language, the boys and I spoke simultaneously, causing Lisa to recover from her shock and look at us with an irritated look, but her cheeks were red when she realized what she had said. If the reason for your shock is because of the size of our compartment, expansion spell, Michael said, and Lisa looked at the compartment with understanding. Oh, that explains the size, she said, but then gained a curious look, but who cast the spell? As soon as she finished her question, the boys then turned to look at me. I'm not surprised, in fact I should have expected this, Lisa said. She then shook her head and returned her gaze to the compartment. Since your compartment is so big, I'm going to call the girls for us to sit here with you, so we can talk about how our vacation was. Have any problem for you? She asked. Nah. I do not mind. No problem. We even accepted Michael here. Yes, they even. Hey. Well then I'll go get them, Lisa said, and she then turned and quickly walked out of the hallway. So. Anyone want to play poker worth candy and homework? Stephen asked, pulling a deck of cards from his pocket and some caramel candies from his bag. After the girls arrived at our compartment, we talked about our vacation, where I found out that Sue also went to the States. In the middle of our conversation, I managed to see, thanks to my senses, Mr. Weasley's Ford Angela flying over the Hogwarts Express. I know they're going to get in trouble, but I also want to ride in a flying car, I thought jealously. After a lot of talking, time passed, and before we knew it, we arrived at Hogsmeade Station. When we got off the train, we passed the station and went to a small space in the village of Hogsmeade led by the older students, where we arrived at a group of horseless carriages. My group then split up and Terry, Anthony, Stephen, Padma, and I went to one carriage, while the rest went to another. Wow, the carriages are moving by themselves. Stephen commented impressed as soon as the carriages started to move. I thought you would have gotten used to the weirdness of the wizarding world by now, I said with a slight amused smile on my face. I highly doubt he'll get used to it. I've lived in the wizarding world my whole life and I still haven't gotten used to it, Terry said, also with a slight smile on his face. It's just that for someone who's seen a lot of cars and motorcycles, and even horse carriages, seeing a carriage that moves by itself is amazing, Stephen said, looking out the window at the other carriages. Well, you're right, but these particular carriages aren't moving by themselves, I started to say, and I could feel my colleagues looking at me curiously. They're being pulled by Thestrals, I finished, with a shrug, seeing some confused looks from my friends being directed at me. Thestrals? Terry asked, and Anthony, who was beside him, started looking at the other carriages next to Stephen, trying to see the said Thestrals. I also saw Padma taking a book out of her bag, and I struggled not to ask why she was carrying an expansion bag with books. Wait. I do the same too, I reminded myself, looking at the bag I always carry with me. What are these Thestrals like? I can't see them, Anthony said. Well, I guess it's good for you not to be able to see them, and the rest of you probably won't be able to see the Thestrals either, as you have to meet a requirement to see them, I explained, and I heard a sigh from the Padma, followed by a feeling of surprise and sadness. What requirement? Stephen asked curiously, and everyone else looked at me wanting to know the answer. Well. The requirement is that only people who have seen death can see Thestrals. Padma said, looking at a page in her book that I now realized was about magical creatures. Yes. Only those who have seen death can see the Thestrals, I said, and then I saw my friends look at the front of the other carriages with either surprised or fearful looks. But then, after a second, Terry's eyes widened and he turned to me with a surprised look. My other friends looked at Terry confused, and then turned to me, and as if a lamp had been lit in their heads, they all started looking at me with wide eyes. Ethan. You. Terry started, and I just shrugged. My friends then started looking at me with sad eyes. They must probably be thinking about who I saw die in front of me, I realized. I think they would be even more surprised if they knew that the one I saw die was myself, I thought, amused, and a little sad too. Well. They're ugly creatures, right? He, Anthony said after looking at an illustration of a Thestral in Padma's book of magical creatures, in an attempt to change the subject, to which I gave him a grateful look. Heh, yeah. They look scary too, Terry commented, and with that everyone started talking about the appearance and mythos of Thestrals, deciding to drop the subject of who I saw die. You know, they're nothing like what others say, I commented. What do you mean? Stephen asked. Wizards often associate Thestrals with death, bad luck, and bad omen, and it's all just because they look like that and because of the requirement to see them, I started to say. Even divination treats Thestrals as a bad thing, symbolizing death in your predictions. Well. I can understand why people think that, Padma muttered. But wouldn't that be judging a book by its cover? Anthony commented, and Padma shrugged. If most wizards took the trouble to interact with Thestrals, they'd see how they're misjudging them, I said. How do you know all this? Terry then asked. Well, I like to study about magical creatures, and I talk to Hagrid a lot, and I realized that the only scary thing about Thestrals is how they look, and even that can be ignored, as they are pretty when you see them up close. Well, pretty in their own way, I answered. Wait, have you ever come close to one? Stephen asked me. Yes, I always go to the Forbidden Forest to play with them, and they are very smart and approachable, I replied. In the Forbidden Forest? Padma exclaimed, looking at me in surprise, but isn't it dangerous there? I've heard that there are even werewolves living in the forest, she said, startled. Nah, the most dangerous thing there are squirrels, of course, only if you don't go too deep into the forest, because then you won't even know how you became food for another being, I replied, waving my hand casually. Another being? Didn't you mean another animal? Padma asked with a wary look, and I replied with a mysterious smile. What did you mean by that? She asked me, even more scared. Oh look, we're here, Stephen said suddenly, and just like he said, we could see through the windows the entrance to the castle. Well, let's go then, I said as soon as the carriage stopped, opening her door and getting out quickly, with my friends following behind. No, wait Ethan. What did you mean by becoming another being's food? And Padma followed shortly after, with me walking faster with an amused smile on her face. Great Hall, beginning of the school year banquet. The walk to the Great Hall was smooth, with me chatting with my friends from the other houses I met along the way, and with Hilton, who looked at me critically as soon as he saw me, as if he were sizing me up to see if I still had an athletic body. As soon as we sat down at the Ravenclaw table, Anthony glanced at the staff table. His eyes then widened and he turned to us. Look who's at the staff table. It's Gilderoy Lockhart. Anthony whispered excitedly, shaking Terry's shoulder. Ugh, not again. Terry and I said, with me smacking my face and Terry banging his forehead on the table. Huh. Anthony looked at us confused. Who is Gilderoy Lockhart? Stephen then asked, causing most of the people who heard him to turn to him. What do you mean? You don't know who Mr. Lockhart is, a third-grade girl exclaimed indignantly. Muggle-born, remember? Stephen said pointing to himself. Didn't you see our bill of materials? Mandy asked. No, I got lazy so I sent Michael the money and asked him to buy my materials for me. Wait, did you ask me to buy your materials because you were too lazy? You told me you were busy, so you wouldn't be able to buy your materials. Michael exclaimed. Well, I was busy beating the new Super Mario that released this year on my new Nintendo, Stephen shrugged, and Michael looked at him through gritted teeth. Damn, I wish I had won this video game for Christmas, Michael thought, looking even more angrily at Stephen. But then you didn't read any of the books you bought? Sue then asked. The game was a little hard to beat, Stephen said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Ignoring the urge to ask what the hell a Nintendo was, Padma began to explain to Stephen who Lockhart was, thankfully not having the dreamy appearance of the other girls and Anthony. And as she talked about Lockhart's accomplishments, with a few girls complimenting it with some compliments and passionate sighs, I looked at Lockhart with a frown. Yes, Lockhart is a very good wizard. A very good wizard at tricking others, who is also a fraud, self-centered and narcissistic, with delusions of grandeur, I thought, not saying it out loud to avoid getting killed by the hormonal girls around me. And by Anthony, who is too close to the silverware. Look, the first years are here, Lisa said to us, silencing the conversation. And just as she said, the doors to the Great Hall were opened and Professor McGonagall entered with a group of children. They're so cute and small, Morag cooed, and all of us sophomores turned to look at her strangely. You're only a year older than them, Stephen commented. And you can't say they're small when they're almost your size. In fact, some are even bigger than you, Michael added, but all of this fell on Morag's deaf ears as she looked at the first years while making faces trying to get their attention. The sorting ceremony began after a while, with Sorting Hat singing a different song than the last time. I paid attention to sorting as I wanted to memorize the names and faces of all the new students, something I intended to do every year as you never know when that little knowledge will be needed. Of all the faces, only 3 of them had any relevance. Those relevant faces were Ginny, someone I already knew, Luna, who was very noticeable among the other first years for her hair embellished with dried leaves and sunflowers, and Colin, who looks just like the actor in the movies and was looking at everything with an excited look. Seeing that excited look on his face, and knowing his personality, hobby, and obsession, I could only look at Harry with a pitying look. As the ceremony continued, I heard some familiar wizarding family names, and realized that many of those first years who went to Slytherin had neutral or supposedly black families, but some also went to Ravenclaw and surprisingly or not to Hufflepuff. Lovegood, Luna. Professor McGonagall called, and then I saw the dreamy blonde girl walk up to the stool with little bounces in her step. Hello Mr. Hat, today is a beautiful night, isn't it? I listened with my enhanced hearing Luna speak to the Sorting Hat. Yes indeed my girl, the Hat replied. Luna then sat on the bench and Professor McGonagall put the Sorting Hat on her head, and the rest of the conversation I couldn't hear as they were probably having the mental conversation. Which house do you think she's going to? Anthony asked. Ravenclaw. Well, I think that answers the question. I saw Luna take the Sorting Hat off her head and get up from the stool with a happy smile on her face. She then returned the hat to Professor McGonagall and then she complimented Professor McGonagall's dress. Is it just me or did Professor McGonagall blush? I realized. Well, Luna then came hopping toward the Ravenclaw table and sat in a space left for the first years, with her waving at the ghosts along the way. At the end of the ceremony, with all of us seated and with the headmaster's opening speech over, we started to devour the food from the table. And as I feasted on a plate of lasagna bolognese, which as I remember it was one of the recipes that I showed the elves last year, I saw Professor Snape enter the Great Hall with a scowling face. However, I could feel the feelings of happiness and satisfaction that came from him. He then went over to the staff table and spoke to the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, showing them a newspaper, and after a little chat Professor McGonagall got up and followed Professor Snape out of the Great Hall. To Harry and Ron, may their souls rest in the beyond, I thought in my mind as I felt the anger that was coming from Professor McGonagall. Wait. Damn it, I just remembered that they won't lose points, they'll just get detention, I thought, almost palming my forehead. Well, at least there will be other ways to make Gryffindor lose points. Although it won't be necessary, since the trio probably won't receive points for solving the secret chamber problem. Would you pass me that cherry pudding? It's good for stopping the dizziness caused by big nose spins, Luna, who was a few seats away, said to Michelle Foster, another first year. This girl then looked at her strangely, as did other students around her, but some looked at Luna curiously, especially the Muggleborns. That girl is a little weird, Michael commented, and before I could say anything in her defense, Anthony spoke up. Michael, you compliment yourself while looking in the mirror. For 3 minutes, you don't have much credibility to call someone a stranger. As soon as Anthony finished speaking, my friends laughed as Michael looked away in embarrassment. 3 minutes. How narcissistic must someone be to be praising themselves for 3 minutes? The most I can get is 2 minutes, I thought, looking at Michael critically and a little impressed. At some point during the banquet the headmaster got up and left the Great Hall, probably to solve the flying car problem, and after a few minutes he returned happily chatting with a frowning Professor Snape. At the end of the banquet the headmaster stood up and gave his closing speech, and he then dismissed all the students to their dormitories. I then saw Andrew get up and I realized he had a prefect badge on his robes. How did you become a prefect? I asked as he was passing me. What is that supposed to mean? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, it's just that you're kind of. I started to say. What he means is that you don't seem responsible enough to be a prefect, Penelope said, joining in the conversation, and I also noticed the prefect's badge on her robes. Well, I wasn't going to say it in those exact words, but that's almost it, I shrugged. I am responsible. Andrew defended himself, and we looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Well, I can be responsible when I want to. Shouldn't Robert be the 6th-year prefect? Anthony asked. I mean, as I recall, he was the 5th-year prefect last school year. He said he wants to focus on studying for his newts next year. Andrew shrugged. Now excuse me, as I need to guide our young eagles. Ravens, I corrected him. Ravens, he continued without missing a beat, to our incredible Ravenclaw nest. But shouldn't that be the work of the 5th-year prefects? I asked. Do you think I'm going to miss the chance to indoctrinate? I mean, to enlighten our eagles in the path of the wise. Andrew asked, and my friends and I started looking at him with blank faces, and Penelope by my side just rubbed her temples. I'm going to regret letting him talk me into this, I heard Damien Paris mutter, and I realized he's the 5th-year prefect who should take the first years to the common room. Actually, I already regret it. It's too late to go back on the deal now, Andrew said, and without wasting any more time he turned and headed toward the poor, helpless first years. I guess I should be grateful he hasn't been a prefect last year, Sue commented, and we all nodded unconsciously. Arriving at the common room my friends and I started talking about the flying car incident, as we had heard about it as we walked down the hall on our way to the common room. And not so surprisingly, who is spreading this gossip around the school are precisely the Gryffindors themselves, since for them, flying across London to school in a flying car and crashing into the Whomping Willow is something so great that it deserves recognition. Gryffindors really need to revise their concepts of what is some great feat and what is a stupid feat. When it was getting late, the prefects sent us to our dorms, which now weren't the same as last year. In my room, just like last year, I started redecorating it, expanding it and adding furniture. In the end, when I saw that my room was the way I wanted it, I changed into my nightwear and climbed into my bed for a good night's sleep, as I knew the remainder of my days in school would be quite busy. Waking up the next day with Nyx lying on my lap, I sat on my bed and started to think. Now that I'm at school I might try to get Fawkes to deliver the letter to the Flammels, but that's something I don't need to rush into. Well, actually I do, as I don't know how much time the Flammels have left to live, but this isn't as urgent a matter as the other matters I have to deal with. Now what was giving me a headache is the fact that I don't know how I'm going to kill the basilisk without the Gryffindor sword and a plot armor. I could try to use a crowing of a rooster, but this seems like such a ridiculous way to kill a deadly millenary creature that I doubt it will even work. Sigh, now I really wish I had learned the killing curse, at least this spell would give me more chances to kill this damn snake, I thought. Meow. I heard Nyx meow, and I saw that she was staring at me with curiosity and even concern. Don't worry girl, I'm just thinking about a few things, I said caressing her, who purred satisfied. Sigh, I think I better get up. And with that said, I put Nyx back on the bed and got up to change into my uniform. I usually get up early to train, but this time I woke up early because I wish I had time to prepare a prank in Lockhart's office, and as for why I'm going to put a prank in his office, well. I'm just doing this because I can and I want. If he wants to blame someone, blame that annoying smile he has, I thought with a shrug. Great Hall, breakfast. Where did you get that history book? I thought it was limited edition, Michael asked me, holding a green and brown book in his hands. I bought it at a wizarding bookshop in France on my vacation, I lied, as I had picked up this book from the Room of Hidden Things, and I obviously wasn't going to say that. Really? So I guess I'll try to order a book from there. Do you remember the name of the bookshop? Oh well, I don't really remember the name and... I started to say, but then I felt someone nudge me with their elbow. Hey Ethan, isn't that a howler in front of Weasley? Terry, who was nudging me with his elbow, said, pointing to the Gryffindor table. I then turned around and saw that indeed, on the Gryffindor table in front of Ron was a very noticeable red envelope. Oh crap, I muttered unconsciously, and I think I said the same thing that was going through Ron's mind, judging by his expression. The howler in front of him then opened, and with a crash, an angry voice rang out from the envelope which began to float. The angry voice was obviously Mrs. Weasley, where she was complaining about Ron taking Mr. Weasley's car borrowed to go to Hogwarts and how he was seen by muggles while flying over London. Before the letter could continue, I discreetly cast a low-powered explosive spell that destroyed him. Even though I thought this scene a bit funny in both the book and the movie, I still think neither Ron nor Harry deserve the humiliation that comes with it, especially now that we can say we're friends. Well. That was. Stephen started. Embarrassing. Michael broke up for him, and if even he realized that sending a howler was extreme, then it really is extreme. Look on the bright side, at least his howler ended fast, Anthony said, a fearful look on his face. True, Terry agreed, also with the same look. Have you two by any chance received a howler before? I asked curiously, and they both responded by lowering their heads. I didn't know that vase was Mom's favorite, Terry said, dejectingly poking the steak on his plate with his fork. Having a big brother isn't always a good thing, Anthony muttered. Seeing the two of them talking about their embarrassing moments, I couldn't help but remember my moments. At least your mom never went to a party where you were with your friends to pick you up after you didn't answer 15 phone calls from her, I thought, now also looking at my plate with dismay, remembering one of the thousands of embarrassing situations of my first life. I miss these corridors, Anthony said, looking around with a happy smile on his face. We had just gotten out of our second morning class, which was Charms, where Professor Flitwick gave a little review of what we'd learned last school year. Really? I thought you'd just miss your bed and your blankets, Terry commented slowly. Haha, and I thought you were going to miss your tissues and your 24th issue of Play Wizard that you keep in your second drawer of, How do you know where I keep it? Terry whispered to Anthony through narrowed eyes as he covered our lazy friend's mouth with his hand. He then turned to me with an innocent, carefree look on his face, hee, don't care what this badger in raven clothes says, he's not 100% sane. And I, who saw this interaction, just looked at the two of them with obvious contempt and disgust on my face. Hey Ethan, I then heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw Weasley. Ron, I'm still trying to get used to calling him by name, with his two friends walking towards us. Hey, I waved at him. How was your class? He asked, giving a nod to the boys behind me, who responded in kind. Cool, nothing too difficult since Professor Flitwick just gave us a little review about the things we learned last year, no big deal, I shrugged. Oh, Professor Sprout will probably give you guys a review too and then she'll talk about the mandrakes. That's what she passed on to us, Harry said, and I hope Professor McGonagall doesn't pass a too hard review, as I don't really remember the things she taught us last school year. Here he had a frown on his face. Oh, is your next class Transfiguration? I asked, and he nodded. Oh well, our next class is Potions. Potions with Snape on your first day of school. I feel sorry for you, Ron said with a sympathetic look. His classes aren't that bad. When I finished talking, Harry, Ron, Terry, Anthony, and Granger, who was looking at me annoyed, started looking at me strangely. Damn Ravenclaw, damn nerd, Ron and Terry thought. Why do I feel a great urge to punch these two? I wondered. Ring. Well, I guess that's the sign for the next class, I commented. Oh true. Ron exclaimed, come on guys, we'll miss Professor McGonagall's class if we're late, and I don't want to be late for our first class again. Ron then started walking, pulling his two friends with him. Bye Ethan, and good luck with Snape, Harry said, and with that the trio kept walking until they disappeared into the halls. Feeling some confused emotions coming from behind me, I turned to the boys, only to see that they were looking at me strangely. Since when are you friends with these three troublesome Gryffindors? Terry asked. Since the holidays, I said, and then explained, the twins invited me over to their house, and it turns out that Harry was there too, and well. We ended up playing a few games together, and sort of we became friends. Well, not exactly friends, but more like acquaintances I would say. Sigh, I can't believe we lost you to the dark side, Anthony said with disappointment clear on his face. First, I know you want me to ask Harry to sign your books, and second, is it so bad that I'm friends with them? We're even friends with Michael, I said. Fair. I then rolled my eyes at them. Come on, I know you obviously don't want to be late for our wonderful class with Professor Snape, right? I said, walking while the boys continued to stand in the hallway. Oh damn, it's true, Anthony exclaimed. Shit, he doesn't like me. If I'm late he'll take the opportunity to kill me, I'm sure, Terry said, running after me with Anthony on his heels. You say that like he likes some student, Anthony commented. Touché. The rest of my first day of school passed without any strange occurrences, which can already be considered a huge achievement when we remember the fact that we are at Hogwarts at the same time as the Golden Trio. The classes were just the professors reviewing their subjects or talking about something I already knew, and only Professor Snape gave something different, as in addition to a review he also asked us some questions about ingredients and potions, as well as he did in our first potions class last school year. With today's classes over, the boys and I headed to the Great Hall for dinner, and I didn't forget to stop by the kitchens to drop off the new recipes I'd jotted down on my vacation for the house elves. I even wrote down some recipes for dishes from other countries, recipes that I had never tried before, but I'm curious to know what they taste like. Sometimes I feel like I'm on a cooking TV show, I thought. Ravenclaw Common Room, at night. As I was reading in the common room in my usual armchair, with Nyx at my feet warming up in the fireplace, a trio of students walked through the passage, whispering to each other. Did you know? I heard from Samantha, that fifth-year Hufflepuff girl, that Lockhart got caught in a prank by the twins and ended up covered in green moss, one of the girls in the trio said. Really? I thought he was caught in a fart prank and a prank that turned him blue. I was told it was hilarious, the other girl said laughing softly. I thought they were lying when they said he got caught up in some pranks, but it turns out to be true, and apparently there were several pranks, the only boy of the trio muttered in amazement and wonder, obviously not being one of Lockhart's fans. I can't believe those red-haired Gryffindor twins did this, the first girl said with disgust when she mentioned the twins. Yes, Lockhart is so awesome. I confess it's funny, but why would they do that? Besides, This trio then continued walking to a far corner of the common room, and all this time I was using my clemency to keep me from smiling. Well, I may have exaggerated and played more than one prank on Lockhart, but I'm pretty sure this fart prank was the work of the twins, I thought, a satisfied and proud look on my face. Well, I hope Lockhart enjoys being pranked 2 days straight, and with that I shrugged, but even my clemency couldn't stop a smirk from breaking out on my face. The days went by, with the teachers passing reviews or asking questions about the second-year books we should have read. And on top of that the teachers also corrected the homework they gave us to complete on our vacations. As the days passed, the day finally and unfortunately arrived for the first Ravenclaw Dadak class with Lockhart, and I didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky, as we were going to have 2 classes in a row. On the bright side, this meant that I wouldn't have to put up with Lockhart for more than 2 days in the same week, but it also meant that in one day I would have to listen to him bragging about his achievements for 2 straight hours. Maybe I'll decide if this is bad or not after I have my class with him. After the Dadak class. Yes, I've made up my mind, there's no way Lockhart's classes will turn out to be good or have any positives. Even if the headmaster gains some sanity, where he decides to have us only have one 5-minute class per month with Lockhart, I still won't think this class is good or useful to anyone. At least I can thank the gods for getting Gryffindor to have their class with him on their first day, as that shameful and stupid class must have made the idiot Lockhart realize that releasing a bunch of wild Cornish pixies in a closed classroom it wasn't a smart idea. And thanks to that, we only had to put up with his 54 questions about himself that I made a point of not answering, and also his little moment where he almost brought himself to orgasm with your comments about how awesome he is. He also read and interpreted a small excerpt from his book, Me, Us, and the Giants, where I realized that other people's shame gained a new meaning. Is that the price to pay for the gift of sight and hearing? I thought, looking at nothing in reflection, or is this God's punishment for all the sins I must have committed in all my lives, past and future? I think the only sensible thing to do right now is to play more pranks on Lockhart, and with that a light shone my way and I gained a new resolution. Somewhere in the castle, Lockhart felt a strange chill. Hey Terry, don't you think Ethan is acting really weird today? Anthony whispered to Terry. Yeah, Terry said slowly, but he's usually always weird. But that could also be puberty coming for him, he rubbed his chin in reflection. Yeah, maybe it's puberty, Anthony said in understanding. I can hear you, you bastards. Gryffindor Common Room. POV, third person. I'm still surprised to hear that you are now friends with Knight, Granger muttered, her brow furrowed. He's not that bad, Harry defended. Yeah, he even brought me some candy when he visited the burrow for the second time, Ron said, a little drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. Harry and Granger then looked at him blankly. Well, as I recall, you were the ones who were suspicious of him last year, Granger accused. Well, it's just that in our first interaction he ended up killing a troll in front of us, Harry said, grimacing at the memory. And he threatened to put my finger in a place I want to keep untouched, Ron added, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Yeah, he did that too, Harry nodded. So why are you friends with him now? Well, he beat Ron at chess, Harry said. I still don't know how he did it, Ron muttered with a frown, and Harry looked away, as Ethan had told him the secret to winning at chess. Even knowing this, I still don't know how to do it, Harry thought. Are you friends with him because of chess? Granger asked with a strange face, but then she remembered how the three of them had started their friendship and realized that chess is a very normal way to start a friendship when compared to theirs. Well. Yes. And he's not that bad when you know him well, Harry said. Yeah, and if he was that bad, the twins would probably never be friends with him, Ron added, and Harry beside him nodded. Ron then thought for a moment, but it probably also has to do with the fact that he's a prankster like the twins, he muttered, and Harry nodded again. But he's. URG. I don't know how you guys can be friends with someone so smart. Ron finished for her. Strange, and Harry continued. Funny. A little cruel. True, he's a little cruel when he wants to. No. I don't know how you guys manage to be friends with someone so nice, Granger exclaimed, throwing her hands up. Hermione, are you still upset that he managed to take first place in the overall student rankings last school year? Ron asked, and Harry beside him palmed his forehead. Granger then mechanically turned to Ron, a menacing, slightly maddened look on her face. Sigh, I have to learn to keep my mouth shut, Ron thought, preparing for his punishment. After some time had passed since classes started, I finally figured it would be a good time to try to get Fawkes to have him deliver my letter to the Flammels. Knowing that the headmaster could find out if I called Fawkes in some abandoned classroom, I decided the best option would be to call him in the room of requirement. I knew there was a little danger of Fawkes himself somehow telling the headmaster I called him, but that was a risk I would still take. With me already in the room, and with the letter in hand, I prepared myself to call Fawkes. Well. Let's go then, I said to myself. I then looked up and yelled, Fawkes. Can you hear me? I need your help for something very important. It's to help an old friend of the headmaster. I won't hurt you, could you come to me? As soon as I was done screaming I waited, looking around the room for any hint of an explosion of flames. After waiting for 3 minutes, I started to believe that either Fawkes couldn't hear me, or he just didn't want to answer my call, which would make sense. Can the room of requirement prevent the apparition of a phoenix? I know this room is amazing, but this must be something very difficult even for it, I thought, ignoring the small tremor in the room that seemed dissatisfied with me doubting its capabilities. Who am I kidding? Fawkes would probably only listen to the headmaster's call. No creature in their right mind would go anywhere just because a stranger called them, I muttered, heading over to one of the living room tables to sit down. Sitting in the chair with the letter in hand, I started to devise a new plan to get the damn letter to the Flammels. Maybe I can try to find them in some theater in France. Or would that be a kind of persecution? I thought with my hand on my chin, maybe if I asked to. Poof. And just as I was using all my neurons to think of another plan, a burst of flame erupted over the table I was sitting on, catching me off guard. Fuck. I exclaimed, surprising myself mainly because since when I got my beast power, I've never been taken by surprise by anything since my senses always warned me before. As I was recovering from the fright, I saw that from the explosion of flames emerged Fawkes, who landed softly on the table, looking at me with his head held high. You came, I said excitedly, and Fawkes, who was in front of me, nodded. Did you hear everything I said? I asked, and again Fawkes nodded, amazing. How do the calls work? Could it be? No, wait, I'm getting off the main topic, I said to myself. Breaking out of my Ravenclaw mode, I glanced at Fawkes only to see him looking at me with a face that, at least by my bird standards, meant he was finding my monologue amusing, and his emotions confirmed it. Well. I know it's weird that I ask you this, but could you deliver a letter from me to the Flammels? I asked, looking expectantly at Fawkes for his answer. After Fawkes heard my request he started to look at me suspiciously, fixing his eyes on mine. I wasn't upset that he suspected me, as I know how absurd my request was. Just as I was about to explain the reason for my request, Fawkes lifted his head and sang a little song that brought some good feelings to me. Fawkes then looked at me again and took a step closer to me. When he got really close he gave a little jump and landed on my lap. In my lap he started looking at me and vibrating happily, and I could feel satisfaction and joy coming from him, which made me very confused. But what? I wondered aloud, but unconsciously I started petting Fawkes, and he also started rubbing his face in my hand. Well. So I can say that you accepted my request, right? I asked him, and he nodded at me. Perfect, I said with a happy, relieved smile on my face. I then took the letter that was on the table and showed it to Fawkes, who climbed back onto the table. This is the letter I wrote to the Flammels, and it's really important that it gets to them. The contents of that letter, depending on their response, could save their lives, I said with a straight face, trying to show Fox how important and serious this issue is. After I finished speaking, Fox vibrated, and with a look that at least to me looked serious, he flapped his wings, circled the room, and took the letter from my hands. He then stood in front of me, slowly beating his wings and singing a soft song, and then with another burst of flame he was gone. I hope the Flammels take the letter seriously, I muttered, but I knew the chance of them ignoring my letter was slim. The fact that I was talking about the Philosopher's Stone in the letter, which was something that should remain secret, will probably make the letter more believable, not to mention Fox. Now just wait for their response. Ravenclaw Common Room. After I delivered the letter to Fox, I left the room of requirement and returned to the common room, where I found my friends relaxing. Don't you guys have any lessons to do? I asked with a raised eyebrow, since I knew the teachers had given us tasks for the next week. They grumbled at the same time, and then went back to doing what they were doing before. Sigh, sometimes I think Sorting Hat put you in the wrong house. Come to think of it, it was probably me he put in the wrong house, right? I asked myself, rubbing my forehead. Maybe you're suffering from an infestation of sleepy pixies, they get in your ears and make you doubt things, I heard a soft, dreamy voice say behind me, causing me to turn around in surprise. Why am I always being surprised these days, especially today? Could it be that today is the day that my senses decided to abandon me? I wondered, with my hand on my chest because of the little scare I got, but calming down quickly. The girl who had spoken to me is none other than Luna Lovegood, who was looking at me with a gleeful gaze. Well, maybe it's the sleepy pixies, I said, neither denying nor asserting the existence of this creature. I'm in a world with dragons and flying cars. It's not that impossible for these creatures to exist, I thought. I then looked at Luna and saw that she was still looking at me with the same dreamy look, but I could feel her happiness with my answer. She's probably glad I didn't look at her strangely or think she's crazy, I realized. Well, I'm Eth. Hello Ethan Knight, I know who you are, she said with an amused smile on her face, I'm Luna Lovegood. Hee hee, so hello Luna Lovegood, I greeted her back with a smile on my face. Really, in books, movies or real life, it's hard not to like her, I thought. A new friend Ethan? Michael asked, looking at Luna curiously. Well, yeah, I shrugged, walking over to a free part of the couch, with Luna following me. Maybe you should try to make some new friends too, Michael, and with luck you can increase your friends' total to 1. Haha, he chuckled dryly. I then turned to Luna and started talking. Well Luna, I don't know if you know them, but these are my friends and classmates, I said, noticing that my friend started to pay attention to me. This snobby-looking one is Michael. Said the one who has a Nimbus 2000, Michael grumbled, but I ignored it. The one with a book is Terry. The smartest, Terry interrupted me to add to his presentation. Yeah, that's his dream. Well, that's Anthony. The cutest, Anthony also interrupted me, and my right eye started to twitch. That's Stephen. The funny, ouch. Next one to interrupt me is going to pay the giant squid a visit, I said with a menacing glare, putting my wand back in its holster. Oh. Can I pay a visit to giant squid? Luna asked me innocently. Do you want to visit the giant squid? Terry asked Luna, looking at her strangely. Yes, she replied with a nod. You know that squid is. Well, giant. Padma asked slowly, and Luna nodded her head looking more excited than before. Great, now we have a person almost or as crazy as Ethan, Terry said, throwing his hands up. Hey. I exclaimed indignantly, I'm not crazy. And you know very well that the giant squid is very docile and fun, I said. Yes, but that doesn't mean you should try to swim to the bottom of the Black Lake just to pet the damn squid. Anthony exclaimed. Fair, I said. Just as I was about to try to use another argument to defend the giant squid, I heard someone laughing beside me. Ha 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 ha. You guys are weird, Luna said between her giggles. My friends who listened to her started looking at her indignantly, and then they turned to look at me and for some reason I felt like they were blaming me. What? I asked, and they just rolled their eyes. Why is it so strange to be called weird by Luna? I asked myself, and besides, I'm not weird at all. I'm actually the most normal person here. At the Flammels' house. POV, Nicholas Flammel. I'm pretty sure the cauldron is going to explode if I don't put in exactly 200 grams of blue bubble fungus powder, I muttered, scratching my chin as I stared at the bubbling purple liquid in my crystal cauldron. And now, where is my ingredient scale? I wondered, looking around. I then started looking around in my lab for my scale, throwing aside some papers that might be some invitations from important French government officials that I decided to ignore. As I looked for the scale, the liquid in the cauldron began to bubble even more, looking like it was going to explode at any moment. Damn, I didn't find the scale, I said, and then started looking at the cauldron while scratching my head. Meh, I shrugged, taking a handful of blue bubble fungus powder in my hand. I then weighed the amount in my hand, dropping some of the powder back into the pot. Feeling that the weight was roughly the same as expected, I threw the blue bubble fungus powder into the cauldron, and walked over to see what would happen, ignoring the fact that if I was wrong the cauldron would explode. The liquid in the cauldron began to bubble even more, changing its color to a dark blue. I then started looking at the cauldron, my eyes glowing with a blue glow, and just when I thought the cauldron was going to explode, the liquid began to calm down. The liquid in the cauldron began to change, and in the end it took on a fluorescent lilac color and a creamy consistency, just the way I wanted it. Parfait. I said, happily switching to French, bottling the liquid. Darling. Fox is here with a letter for us. When I finished bottling up all the liquid, I heard my wife Perenelle, or Penny, which is the affectionate way I call her, call me Fox. I wonder what Albus wants. I asked myself, wiping my hands and walking out of my lab. Arriving in the kitchen, I saw Fox as handsome as the day I'd met him, on the table being petted and pampered by Penny. Looking closely at Fox, I noticed that he was indeed holding a letter that was addressed to us, but that wasn't Albus' handwriting. Weird, I muttered, approaching Fox. Walking past Penny and leaving a kiss on her cheek, I reached out my hand and brought it closer to Fox, letting him rest his head on it, where I stroked him. That letter is not from Albus, right? I asked, and Fox vibrated. I also found this handwriting on the letter strange, Penny said, looking at the letter with her green eyes shining, and I don't recognize the magic of whoever wrote that letter, Nick. Whose letter is this, my immortal friend? I asked Fox, who vibrated and sang happily, sigh. I sometimes forget how similar you are to Albus with those cryptic answers, I said with a nostalgic smile, and Penny beside me laughed amusedly. Well dear, I guess all we can do is open the letter and read it, Penny said. Yes, I said, taking the letter in my hand and looking at it with my eyes starting to glow again. This magic is too dense, I muttered. Using a letter opener, I opened the envelope and took out the parchment that was inside. I then sat down next to Penny, as the letter was addressed to both of us. Opening the parchment, we begin to read its contents. Well. That's enlightening, I muttered once I finished reading the letter. Yeah, now we know what happened to the stone, Penny said. She then turned to look at me with a wry smile on her face, and apparently Albus was right about the thief's intentions and also about him trying to return the stone. Yes, I said, shaking my head with a smile on my face, but now what I'm most interested in knowing is who this mysterious thief is about. Well. In the letter he or she didn't say much about himself, but it's easy to discern his personality, or at least some part of it, Penny said, and I had to agree with her. From the letter alone, you can tell that this thief is someone intelligent, but with a good heart, and maybe even a little cunning, but with these characteristics he can be a student of any Hogwarts house. Even age is difficult to find out from a letter alone. I guess we just have to write him a letter of reply, I said, using my wand to summon a quill and parchment. I then sat down in a chair and started writing the letter. Do you plan to tell Albus about this letter? Penny asked me, and I stopped my quill. Well. This thief did all this hidden from Albus' eyes even though he was at his school, and I highly doubt that Albus knows about this letter, so I can only assume that this thief doesn't want him to know about it, at least not yet, I said after thinking for a moment. Makes sense, Penny said, and I also think we should stop calling this student a thief, because he's our benefactor, right? Ha ha ha, you're right, honey, I said, and then went back to writing the letter. After a few minutes, I finished writing the letter, and looked at it with satisfaction. Finished, I said. Do you plan on meeting our benefactor? Penny asked. Oh no, honey, it's actually the opposite. Our benefactor who will come to meet us, I said with a mischievous smile on my face, handing her the letter to read. An invitation to have tea at our house, she asked with a raised eyebrow. I think it's appropriate, she smiled. The next day. POV, Ethan. Just like any other day at 4 a.m., I was doing what any normal human being would do, which in this case is sleeping. I was having a really good dream that involved a river of chocolate and 7 Victoria's Secret models, until I was suddenly awakened by a noise in my room. Poof. Ha. I sat up quickly on my bed, waking Nix who was beside me. Looking at the source of the sound, I saw Fox flying in front of me, looking at me in amusement. I still don't know why the hell my senses don't warn me of your arrival, I grumbled, rubbing my eyes. Fox, who heard what I said, vibrated softly in amusement. He then landed on my lap, and only after that did I realize he was carrying a letter in his clutches. A letter. I muttered, still sleepy. After I looked at the letter confused for a while, the realization hit me and I immediately took the letter that was with Fox, a letter. I exclaimed excitedly, causing Nix to jump startled and start staring at me. Oops, sorry Nix, I told her. I then turned to Fox, is this letter what I think it is? I asked him hopefully, and he looked at me and nodded. I then went back to looking at the letter in my hands, and without further waiting, I opened the letter and took out the parchment that was inside. The handwriting alone showed that whoever wrote it had a lot of experience, since beautiful and perfect handwriting like this can only be acquired after a long time writing. Putting the thought aside, I started to read the letter. Asterisk, asterisk. Hello, our dear benefactor, the one writing to you is Nicholas Flamel, something you may have already noticed. My wife and I read your letter, and we were impressed by your selflessness in trying to prevent our philosopher's stone from being stolen, and we were even more impressed by the fact that you came to us to try to return it. But I think the other impressive thing you've done, already ramping up your mysterious touch, is being able to convince Fox to help you without Albus knowing. How you manage that I have no idea, but it demonstrates that Fox trusts you, a lot, so I'll trust my immortal friend and trust you too, not that you've shown that you need our distrust, quite the opposite. But my thoughts aside, mainly because Penny is wanting me to finish the letter soon so she can read it, I'd like to extend an invitation to you. My wife and I would love to have tea with you, our mysterious benefactor, which is why I would like to invite you to our home in France for your Christmas vacation. We know you're probably in school right now. So would you accept our invitation? If you accept our invitation, just touch your wand to the back of the letter, and then we'll know you've accepted and we'll send a portkey that will bring you and your family, which I assume will accompany you, to our house. Oh, and we'll also send you a note informing you of the portkey activation date and time. Thank you for protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel the Alchemist. And Perenelle Flamel, the wife of this mad alchemist. P.S. When you come to our house I will make lots of cookies to go with the tea. P.P.S. Would you like some dumplings too? I know of a few recipes I learned in Greece in 1754, and they are delicious. P.P.P.S. We also forgot to ask if you like tea. Maybe we should change. Sorry, my wife is a little too excited to meet you, hee hee hee. Have a good time, the Flamels. Asterisk, asterisk. When I finished reading the letter I stared at it in shock for a long time. I was invited to meet the Flamels, I whispered. I was invited to meet the Flamels. I exclaimed excitedly, scooping the scowling, confused Nyx into my arms and throwing her up. After my little celebration, I quickly grabbed my wand from the table beside my bed and placed the tip on the back of the letter. I then saw how the letter glowed a white color before returning to normal. I still can't believe I'm going to meet two of the most experienced and influential people in the wizarding world, I muttered in awe. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel are two of the most impressive people in the wizarding world, and I accepted and even agreed with that fact as soon as I read one of the theoretical books they wrote. Not only are they smart, powerful, experienced, and influential, they are two of the few people I've seen who understand magic the way I do, and for that alone they've earned my admiration. I thought I was just going to send the stone to them and then this would be our first and last interaction. I didn't expect to be invited to their house for tea, I said aloud. As I was lost in thought I heard a soft song, and turning around I saw Fox looking at me curiously. Thanks Fox, without you none of this would have happened, I said, reaching out and stroking him. Wait, wouldn't now be a good time to test Beast Talk's connection with a phoenix? I thought, but then I saw Fox relaxed in front of me. Nah, maybe another time. I'm very excited, so I probably won't be able to focus enough to open a connection. Sigh, with that I can cross something else off my list for this year, I said, relieved. But well, now that I'm so excited I won't be able to sleep again, I said aloud. I then put my hand on my chin. You know what, I think I'm going to play some more pranks on Lockhart. As soon as I finished saying that I felt Fox vibrate, and looking at him I saw that he was looking at me with amusement and hope. Do you want to help me with the pranks? I asked slowly, and Fox vibrated once more in agreement. Meh, any help is always welcome, I shrugged. Meow. Yes Nyx, you can help too. The afternoon. I was in the stone courtyard teaching the boys the freezing charm, a spell Professor Flitwick had given us in the last class the boys couldn't cast. The spell was meant to immobilize or stop moving targets, but it only worked on living or animated things, and Stephen was serving as a target for the demonstration. I don't know why I agreed to this, he said. Yeah, neither do I, now shut up, Immobilis. I said, casting the spell faster than Stephen could react. Wow, that was quick, Anthony said in surprise, clapping his hands for me. That's what she said, Terry said looking at Anthony with a smirk on his face, and Michael and I who heard this held back the urge to laugh, with Lisa and Sue scowling at Terry, and Padma beside us looking at us confused. So young and innocent, I thought. Do you think I won't jinx you? Anthony asked, looking at Terry menacingly. It's a little hard to take any of your threats seriously when we see how Hufflepuff you are, Terry chuckled. What did you mean by that? We heard someone behind us say, and turning around we saw Susan and Hannah. That the Hufflepuffs are the kindest, gentlest, loyal, amazing, and wonderful out of all four houses, he said uncertainly. You convinced me, Susan said, and Terry sighed in relief, but next time I'll lock you upside down in Filch's bathroom. Yes ma'am, Terry squeaked, and even I was startled and impressed by this threat. Women are scary, was what went through the minds of the boys in the group. Friday afternoon. I still don't understand why Hilton made us practice all these rehearsed passes, I said, stretching my aching shoulder. After my 2 morning classes, I had the rest of the afternoon off, or would have, had it not been for Hilton calling up the entire team for surprise training. The team remains the same, since we didn't have any new members besides some possible reserve chasers. Maybe it's best to let the basilisk run wild so the games get cancelled, I muttered. As I continued walking down the hall muttering to myself, I felt a cold feeling go through me, soon followed by some feelings of boredom and curiosity. I then stopped in my steps and looked back, and there I saw that, looking at me too, was one of the ghosts with the most tragic and mysterious history in the school, the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw. We both continued to stare at each other for some time, and my senses were wanting to tell me something about her, but I didn't know what. I could feel the feelings of confusion coming from her, but her face remained calm. Seeing that this staring competition was going nowhere, I turned to continue my walk. Wait, I then heard Helena call me. Yeah? I asked, turning back to her. Air. She looked at me confused, her hand outstretched, and for the first time her face showed another emotion. Why did I call him? She asked herself. Do you need something? I asked again, seeing she didn't know what to say to me. Oh, Air. How's your stay at Hogwarts going? She asked, and I looked at her strangely. Damn, wasn't there anything better for me to say? Helena thought, mentally palming her face, wanting to hide somewhere in embarrassment. Well. This is a magical place, I joked, trying to lighten the mood, which seemed to work in part, but seriously, I really like Hogwarts. It feels like a second home here, even though I only started studying here last year. I think the castle gives that feeling to people, Helena nodded. In my day it was like that too, although this was my real home. And as soon as Helena realized that she started talking too much, she quickly closed her mouth, her eyes widening a little in surprise. Why am I talking about myself to him? Helen wondered. She then looked me up and down, and then she noticed something. He looks like he, she thought, with the image of a Slytherin boy coming to her mind. No, it's a little different, she kept thinking. Are you okay? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Instead of answering me, Helena kept looking at me for a while, and I could feel a lot of feelings coming from her, and among those feelings the main ones were confusion, anger, sadness, and curiosity. Hey. I snapped my fingers in front of her face, and she looked at me in surprise, as if she'd just come out of a trance. I'm fine, she said, a little too loudly, before turning and quickly fleeing somewhere in the castle. That was weird, I muttered, but then I remembered Myrtle, or is this something common with female ghosts? Meh, I shrugged, and then continued walking, this time heading towards the library. Saturday. So we can say this is the official opening of our study club, Lisa said, looking around at everyone sitting at the big table in the library. Is this a study group? Anthony asked, confused and surprised, causing everyone at the table to stare at him blankly. Wow, incredible. How did you come to that conclusion? Terry asked sarcastically. I thought we were just meeting here to talk, like good friends and colleagues from different houses, Anthony muttered sheepishly, and the looks of our friends from other houses softened. Actually, you thought we were going to play poker, didn't you? I asked blankly. Maybe. Sigh, sometimes I still think Sorting Hat put you in the wrong house, Terry commented, and very quietly I heard him whisper, damn badger. Air. Guys. Shouldn't we go back to talking about the study group? Sue said. With us at the table were all our friends. From Gryffindor came Nev and surprisingly Ginny, and unfortunately Faye had promised to help Parvati with something so she couldn't attend today. From Slytherin came Lily, and to my surprise or not so much since I knew they were friends with Lily, came Greengrass, Davis and Zabini too, and with the presence of these purebloods, Theo was also able to attend without arousing suspicion of our friendship. From Ravenclaw came all the second years and Luna, who became an official member of our strange group. And from Hufflepuff came Hannah, Susan, Megan, Ernie, Justin, Sally, and unfortunately for us Smith, who is someone who can be just as snobby and boring as Michael. Well, for starters, let's each talk about what subjects we're struggling with, so those who are good at that subject can help others, I said, and then pointed at Susan who raised her hand. Yes, Miss Bones, I said professionally. Excuse me, Professor Knight, but what about next year's electives? Are we going to study them in this study group too, she asked, joining in on the fun. That's a good question, I said, tapping my chin. I guess it depends. I for one am already learning about the electives I plan to take, so I'll study them in the group with anyone who wants to study too. But there may also be others in the group who, like Anthony, prefer to wait to learn from a competent teacher. Although Anthony is just being lazy. I finished. Hey! Anthony exclaimed indignantly, but we all ignored him. Well, I would like to learn in advance. Stephen raised his hand, and soon afterward those who wanted to learn in advance also raised their hand. In the end, everyone ended up raising their hands, and only Anthony was left with his hands down. So? Terry said, looking at Anthony and waving his hand. Well, if even those in the first year are going to study the electives, it would be bad for me not to study too. he said with a defeated sigh, raising his hand. So it's decided. We'll study the electives too. Susan clapped her hands for attention. Anything else? She asked. What are the meeting times for this study group? Theo asked, looking at everyone bored, but I knew he was excited to be among friends. Well, we don't need a set schedule. Whenever you are among 3 people in this group you can start studying, and the others who arrive, if they want to join the group they can. That way we can study every day of the week, I said. That's good, Lily nodded, mainly because I need a lot of help with the subjects. Hee, she laughed embarrassed. But so we can have more meetings like this, how about we get together, or at least try to get together once a week, on the weekends here? I asked. Fine by me. Acceptable. I have nothing to do on weekends. Okay. I don't have much of a choice. I know I'm going to be dragged into this by you guys. Doesn't take a genius to know that Anthony said it. Okay, so let's get started. I said, taking some books, scrolls, and quills out of my bag, something the others did too. Damn, that question was one that Professor McGonagall passed in the final exam, and I got it wrong, Justin said, showing Megan his transfiguration homework parchment. I don't remember if I got this question right. I answered that question by saying that the 2 objects would merge, becoming 1 inch, Megan said. The 2 objects would occupy separate parts of the same object, Greengrass told them, with her usual cold and distant look. Are you sure? Justin asked, looking at his parchment again. Justin, the answer is in the book you were reading, literally on the same page, I said, not taking my eyes off Lily's homework. Where? 5th paragraph. Greengrass, Terry, Michael, Zabini, and I all responded at the same time. Scary, Justin muttered. He then looked at his book. Oh, it's right here. How have I not seen this before? He asked himself. So I guess this confirms my suspicions. I got this question wrong, Megan said, not at all disheartened. Meanwhile, Anthony had been quiet this whole time looking at his own transfiguration task. I hadn't even seen that question, he thought, looking around to see if anyone saw his parchment, but unfortunately for him, Terry was looking at him with a smile on his face. Fuck. I arrived. Before Terry could say anything, someone arrived at our table. The person who arrived was Faye, who was taking a deep breath, as if she'd run all the way here. Did you guys start long ago? She asked. Nah, we started a few minutes ago, I said. We're doing and reviewing the transfiguration lesson, Nev said shyly. I'm glad, that's exactly the subject I'm struggling with, Faye said, but then she shook her head. Wait, I have something more interesting to tell, she said, sounding like a gossipy neighbor, which immediately caught everyone's attention. The Slytherin Quidditch team got into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and from what I heard, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood, and Ron, who was defending her, ended up getting hit by his own spell and started throwing up slugs, Faye said, and I was surprised that gossip was being told according to true events. Malfoy does what? Susan exclaimed in shock, and most of the people at the table who grew up in the wizarding world also looked at her in shock and surprise. He called Hermione mudblood, Faye repeated, using the word with extreme disgust. He's gone crazy, Anthony said. It was just a matter of time, Terry commented. He then looked at the other Slytherins at the table. Don't look at me like that, I've never called and I don't intend to call anyone mudblood, Zabini said defensively. Me neither, Davis said, too, and Greengrass simply stared at Terry, daring him to say something to her. Calm down, I'm not accusing any of you, it's just that I noticed you weren't all that surprised, Terry said, raising his hands to appease them. Well, when you start living in the same house as Malfoy and the other like-minded Slytherins for almost a year, you learn not to expect too much from them. Lily said with a shrug. Sigh. This isn't the first time Malfoy has used that word to describe the Muggleborns, but I'm still surprised he used it in public, and in front of a group of Gryffindor students, Zabini said, shaking his head. Why didn't you guys ever report it to the teachers? Susan asked, frowning. Calm down, Susan, we don't know how things are in Slytherin, I said, not needing an explanation to understand Zabini and the others. True, Terry agreed, remembering Theo's situation, now we just have to wait and see if the teachers do something about it. Yes, but if it's up to Snape. Michael said, and almost everyone in the group frowned, with the Slytherins surprisingly included. Can anyone tell me what the hell mudblood means? Stephen asked. It's a derogatory way of referring to the Muggleborns as us. Basically they're saying our blood is dirty, I explained to Stephen, who frowned in disgust. Shit racists, he said, and no one tried to censor his language. But changing the subject. Did you say my brother got hit by his own spell and started vomiting slugs? Ginny, who had been quiet this whole time, asked. Faye nodded. Oh yeah, I forgot you said that, Ernie said, imagining what the scene was like and holding back the urge to laugh. Yuck, some of the girls said with disgusted faces. Hee, this funny, and Megan was the exception. Well. I think the beginning of the school year is not going very well for my brother, Ginny said, not knowing whether to be worried, to laugh along with us, or to make a face in disgust too. Look on the bright side, Luna started to say. At least his start to the school year is going better than Lockhart's, she said smiling, and I don't know why, but I kind of started to get the feeling that Luna might not like Lockhart that much. That's true. Great Hall, lunch. After study group, I ran into the twins, who had just come out of the kitchens, and I could feel angry feelings coming from them, but they had big smirks on their faces. They were obviously angry about the situation with the Slytherins and Malfoy, and I'm sure the Slytherin Quidditch team will become the prank target of the twins and the Three Musketeers for at least a week. After chatting with the twins for a while, we went to the Great Hall as it was close to lunchtime. Arriving at the Great Hall, I decided to sit at the Gryffindor table with the twins, as this table is always the main focus of Hogwarts confusion, and I was wanting to enjoy a good show today. Where's your brother? I asked Fred. Last I saw him he was being carried by Harry and Hermione to Hagrid's hut, he replied. Well, I guess they're not in Hagrid's hut anymore, George said. How do you know? Fred asked. Because they are there, George replied, pointing towards the entrance to the Great Hall. The trio that had just arrived started walking towards the Gryffindor table, ignoring the giggling Slytherins on the other side of the Great Hall. Hey, Ron said to me, sitting down dejectedly in the seat across from me. Hey, I heard what happened, I said. About the slugs, he asked. And about idiot Malfoy, who still hasn't learned when to shut up, I replied, nodding towards Malfoy, who was at the Slytherin table doing an imitation of someone throwing up something while his friends laughed. Yes, Ron said, squeezing his fork tightly, trying not to lash out at Malfoy. Don't worry about it, Ron, I don't care what Malfoy says, Granger said. Yes, Hermione, but we care, Harry said, scowling. He then sighed wearily, but there's not much we can do, especially with Snape always defending the Slytherins. Are you sure? I asked with a smile on my face. Huh, they then looked at me confused, and I just looked at the twins, who shared a smile with me. Just as the trio were about to question us, they heard a crash from the other side of the Great Hall, followed by some high-pitched screams. With basically everyone in the Great Hall turning to the source of the sound, everyone saw that now the entire Slytherin team were wearing sleeveless leotard with a low neckline, a belt that had a jewel in the middle, and below the belt they were wearing skirts that went up to mid-thigh. In addition, they were also wearing white gloves that covered their entire forearms and high-heeled boots that went up to their knees. Along with this, they also wore tiaras with various glittering jewels and bracelets in the same style. And to finish off the set, they were also holding wands with jewels on top, and each wand had some sort of different design. Obviously each of them were wearing different colored clothes, ranging from purple and orange to pink and light blue. Some even had animal ears or tails. Obviously for those people of culture, it was very easy to see what our dear Slytherins were wearing. Our Slytherins became magical girls, also known as Meiho Shoujo. Ha 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 ha. Bwah ha ha ha. They. Ha ha ha. As soon as the realization of what they were seeing hit them, everyone in the Great Hall burst out laughing, and the Golden Trio looked at the horrified Slytherins with shocked and amazed looks. I think it was a mistake to let the twins read some manga. Especially Sailor Moon, I thought. Who am I kidding? Showing the manga to the twins was one of the best things I've done, I thought, joining in the hundreds of laughs in the Great Hall. After a few days, the end of September finally arrived and the month of October began. September was a month in which I managed to complete some tasks on my list, which was very good for me, which is why I intend to start this month of October by completing other tasks, starting with the easiest one, which is to get the vanishing cabinet that is here at Hogwarts. I guess I don't need to explain the importance of this cabinet, both to help me in the present and to prevent something bad from happening in the future. With all this planned, I started to head to the place I remember seeing the cabinet on my first expedition into the castle. Finding and getting the cabinet was not difficult at all, I just had to levitate it to an abandoned classroom and there I put the cabinet in my suitcase. The only difficult thing was trying to find a way for no one to notice that the cabinet was gone, even though I thought no one would miss it. But I managed to think of a way to solve this little problem. I just had to frame Peeves, and then if anyone noticed the cabinet was missing, they'd think it was him. The only thing left is for me to think of a way to get the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's on Nocturne Alley. I can't just walk into one of the darkest and most obscure places in the wizarding world, where various dark wizards and criminals do their business, being a sophomore. Maybe I'll use an aging potion to help me with this, I thought, scratching my chin. Well, that aside, I think now I just need to complete today's second objective, which is probably the most important, I told myself. With that said, I started to head to the castle site that I've come to occupy as my own base of operations, the Room of Requirement. But I was going to use a specific room from the Room of Requirement, the Room of Hidden Things. Room of Requirement, Room of Hidden Things. Well, I guess it won't take long for me to find that, right? I asked aloud, looking at the mountains of stuff in the Room of Hidden Things. As far as my eyes could see, there were piles of old, used, and broken things, and piles of things that were probably important to someone. Now that I think about it, I have to think of a way to get the Sword of Gryffindor, I muttered, with some plans running through my mind. I started to think about how I could convince or trick the Sorting Hat into allowing me to take the sword out of him, or at least try to. Obviously every plan that came to my mind had many flaws, and the most obvious of which was that I couldn't tell Sorting Hat my reasons for wanting the sword, nor how I knew the sword was in it. But changing the subject, I think it's pretty obvious why I came to Room of Hidden Things and what I intend to do here. I came here to complete the little puzzle left by Riddle, an annoying and vile little puzzle. So far I have Riddle's diary, and today I was planning to get the Ravenclaw diadem, and with the diadem in my hands, I would only need to get the other 5 Horcruxes. Sigh. Let's get started then, I said to myself, stretching a little. I just need to feel the diadem's dark magic. I've already memorized the diary magic, so it should be easy, I said. Focusing and using all my senses to the best of my abilities, I started to feel the magic of the environment like radar, trying to find the diadem. The room might have been large, but I didn't have to look long, as I already had an idea of where the diadem was from remembering its appearances in the 6th and 7th books. When I got to the spot where I felt the Horcrux's dark magic, I almost stumbled backwards. Damn, the dark and corrupted magic of the diadem is greater than that of the diary, I realized, gritting my teeth. Until today I haven't gotten used to the reaction my body and my senses have when approaching some magic that they consider bad. The strange thing is that this never happened to me when Voldemort himself was around, so I can only assume that Quirrell's body was containing his magic, or my beast power has gotten stronger since that time. Approaching the location of the diadem, I saw that it was on top of a pile of books, inside a jewelry box, and looking at it I realized that the Ravenclaw diadem is as beautiful as I had hoped. The diadem was made of silver, and on the front of the diadem was a bright blue oval jewel, which together with the diadem made it look noble and ornamental. Even the cobwebs and dust could not hide the beauty of the diadem, and the only thing that tarnished this beautiful relic was the vile magic that was emanating from it. Damn Riddle, I muttered, not being able to look at the diadem for long, even though I wanted to analyze the other magic in the tiara. Probably this is the magic of the diadem itself or Rowena Ravenclaw's own, I deduced, taking my shrunken suitcase that was attached to the chain around my neck and placing it on the floor. It doesn't matter whose or what that magic is, the only thing that I know is that Riddle has corrupted her. Ignoring my urge to punch Riddle until he was unrecognizable even with that snake-like face, I opened my suitcase already in its safe compartment. Looking at the diadem in the jewelry box, I reached out my hand to take it, but when I was almost touching the diadem my body froze, refusing to answer me. What the fuck is going on? I thought, sensing my magic was a little out of control, and by the second it was getting worse. Unbeknownst to me, my canines sharpened, and my nails grew like claws. My hair got messier and wilder, and the pupils of my eyes became slit-shaped, also taking on an amber and silver glow. My body also started to shake, and just when I thought I was about to magic combustion, my body relaxed, and I nearly fell to the floor breathing heavily, reverting to my normal features. Gasp. What the fuck? I said, trying to control my breathing and my body, which was still shaking. This feeling was almost the same as when I had that strange dream, only at the same time it was different. What the hell is happening to me? I asked myself mentally, sitting on the floor. I then closed my eyes and started shutting down my senses, trying to calm down. After feeling that I was okay again, I slowly stood up, looking carefully and warily at the diadem. When Harry took the diadem in his hands, nothing like that happened to him, I thought, looking at my own hands and the diadem with my magic vision on. I then took a deep breath, and in total seriousness I again reached out for the diadem. Seeing that I was only inches from the diadem and nothing had happened, I went and got it. Weird, I muttered, not noticing anything different about the diadem or myself. With the diadem in my hand, I looked at the item one last time before putting it away with the diary, not wanting to hold this Horcrux any longer. I have to thank Riddle's lack of time and arrogance, as it made him not put any dangerous magical protection on the diadem, unlike the ring and locket, I thought, happy and relieved. Well then, I guess there are only 2 things left for me to do before the end of this school year, which is to get rid of Lockhart and also find a way to kill the basilisk, I said, putting my suitcase away again. But I also have to find out what happened to me, I muttered, looking down at my hand as I opened and closed it. Actually, now I want to break something. I closed my hand tightly. Room of requirement, training room. Damn. If every time my body reacts like this to any dark magic, then I'll be useless in war, I muttered, punching the ground beside me. After my little problem with the Ravenclaw's diadem, I used the room of requirement to create a training room, where I decided to train to release all my frustrations at feeling helpless and weak again. I trained so much that I became sloppy at times, where many of the enchanted bats and balls hit me, and now here I am, lying on the cold floor of the room of requirement with my whole body aching. Sigh, 5 years. 5 goddamn years, I said to myself aloud, looking up at the bright ceiling of the room of requirement. It's 5 years before this damn war starts, and I need to get strong enough to be able to fight in it, but here I am complaining. I still have a lot to learn, I let out a derisive laugh. Voldemort has had 50 years to learn all kinds of spells, and has the experience from the last war. Compared to him now I'm just another talented student, and I don't doubt he's already killed his fair share of talented students. Staring at the ceiling, I started to think about all the things I'd accomplished so far. I learned a lot of spells, but I still don't think they are enough. I also have my beast power, but I feel like I'm not using it right, and I don't know how I can solve it. I also know that as someone who has been reborn, and in a world that is supposed to be fictional on top of that, I should give more credence to the signs my beast power is showing. It all started with the appearance of beast power, then I had that weird dream, and now what happened in the room of hidden things. Mysteries and more mysteries, as if my days weren't complicated enough already, I muttered. I then let out a weary sigh and got up off the floor. But you know what? Sitting here complaining isn't going to help me at all, I said. I still have to figure out a way to kill a millennial snake. Casting a tempest, I saw that I had been training for over 2 hours. Well, I guess now I deserve some rest, I said, stretching my shoulder which made a painful snap. At least my beast power heals me faster, so I don't have to worry about going to the hospital wing. Feeling like lying down and taking a nap, I packed my things, cast a basic cleaning spell on myself, and walked out of the room of requirement towards the Ravenclaw common room. Ravenclaw common room. After I took a relaxing shower to get the excess sweat and fatigue out of my body, I went downstairs to the common room, where I took my rightful place in my armchair. As I lounged in front of the fireplace, I felt that my friends were approaching the passage of the common room. So I had to pretend to be sick so my mom wouldn't take me with her to that dance, Terry said, chuckling a little. Really? Ha ha ha, I would have loved to have seen your reenactment, Stephen commented. Well, maybe I'll make this before our next potions class, then I won't. Oh, hey Ethan. Terry called out to me, and I, without opening my eyes, waved at them. My friends then started to sit on the sofas and chairs in the common room, only I heard a chair being dragged to my side. Ethan. Lisa hummed, and I opened my eye to look at her. Could you tell me about the creatures of the Forbidden Forest? She asked with a look of innocence that didn't fool me. This is the 7th time she's asked me this question this week alone, I sighed mentally, while looking at her suspiciously. Lisa, why do you want to know so much about the creatures in the Forbidden Forest? I asked, looking at her with narrowed eyes. Can't I just be curious? I'm in the house of scholars who are known for their thirst for knowledge and great curiosity, so is it so weird that I want to know more about such a mysterious place of the school? Lisa said to me with her hands on her hips, and I stopped to reflect on what she said. Sigh. Okay, you can ask me about the Forbidden Forest, I said tiredly and amused. Really? Thank you, she hugged me happily. Wait a minute, I have the questions written down, she said going to her bag. All right, wait a minute, what do you have? I asked and then saw her take a parchment out of her bag and open it, and I was astonished to see that the parchment was almost 4 feet long. How many questions are on this parchment? I asked impressed. No, wait. Actually, why are you asking me about the Forbidden Forest? Isn't it better to ask Hagrid, who almost lives there? I looked at her curiously. Well, it's just. Lisa started to say, shifting uncomfortably in her chair. It's just that Lisa is afraid of Hagrid, Sue interrupted, and Lisa turned to her with a betrayed look. What? It's the truth, Sue shrugged. Are you afraid of Hagrid? That Hagrid who acts like a child when he sees a new animal. The same Hagrid who offers us hot chocolate when it's snowing. Terry asked, looking at Lisa strangely. I know he's huge and all, but come on. The guy wouldn't even hurt a fly. Michael, yes, Michael, our Ravenclaw colleague from the same year, said in defense of the half-giant. Look, it has nothing to do with his height or him being scary, it's just. Oh, I remembered, I said, with a memory of our early days at Hogwarts coming to mind. You've told us before, the day of that Beard prank the twins played in the Great Hall, that you had afraid to Beard and hairy faces. I said, and what followed was an awkward silence. I had forgotten about that weird fear of yours, Stephen commented. And to think you're not afraid of normal things like bugs and clowns. PFF, but you're afraid of a beard, Padma said, resisting the urge to laugh, only Mandy didn't have the same control. Ha 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 ha. Hey. You talk like you don't have any weird fears, Lisa said, crossing her arms with a snort. As weird as being afraid of a beard? Michael asked with a raised eyebrow. No. Michael, you're afraid of dolphins, Stephen commented. Of course. Dolphins are as mean as any other animal. They play with their prey, they even kill sharks, and they get high using puffers, Michael said, and that was enough to make us stop laughing at Lisa, as we busied ourselves with turning to look at Michael strangely. Dude, you need help. Urgently, Stephen said, and Michael just frowned at him. I want to see you repeat that when you're attacked by a dolphin, he muttered scowling. What are the chances of me being attacked by a dolphin? Stephen wondered, sweating at the thought. Wait, if Lisa is afraid of bearded people, doesn't that mean she's afraid of the headmaster? I asked, and everyone looked at each other before we turned to Lisa, who looked away in embarrassment. So she's also afraid of Santa Claus. You can change the subject. October 31st arrived, which meant Halloween too. As everyone knows, at Hogwarts, a big banquet is always prepared to celebrate Halloween, and today would be no different. Compared to last school year, this year's Halloween banquet was much more ornate and extravagant, but I think that's because of Hagrid's giant pumpkins, which made the Great Hall more magical. And I knew this was going to be a smooth and fun Halloween, as there weren't any trolls or basilisks to ruin it. "Hey Ethan, pass me that pitcher of pumpkin juice please," Anthony asked me, and I passed the pitcher to him looking at the creamy liquid with extreme disgust. "I still don't know how you can find pumpkin juice bad," Anthony said. "And I don't know how you can drink such a thing every day. Don't you get sick of pumpkin juice?" I asked. "Nope," Anthony said, popping the pea. "If you like pumpkin juice, then I'm sure you'll love butterbeer, which is just as good," Emily, who was now in her 6th year, said. "I've had butterbeer before, and I can confirm that it's very good," Terry said. "Did your parents let you have butterbeer?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Who said my parents know I've had a drink?" Terry asked me back with a raised eyebrow. "You have a point." As this would be one of the few quiet Halloweens that Hogwarts would have, I decided to enjoy eating a lot and having fun with the dancing skeleton show. As desserts began to be served, I saw the Golden Trio enter the Great Hall, which finally eased my thoughts that the basilisk might somehow still have been released. I saw them looking around the Great Hall in surprise, and when their eyes passed the Ravenclaw table I waved at them, but they just gave me strange looks. Huh. I wondered, but then shrugged it off and went back to sampling the desserts at the banquet. Following day. The basilisk might not have been released, but that still didn't solve my problem, and because of it I spent a good deal of my free time training and memorizing spells from the books I read. I had already finished reading all the books from the 1st to the 7th year of Hogwarts, and I also memorized a good part of their contents, but remembering and understanding are two different things, and even though I remember many spells, I still haven't tried to cast a good number of them. That's why on my training days I decided to take the focus off my physical training and go to magic training. I wanted to increase the power of my spells, whether they were nonverbal or wandless, and also their casting speed. Amazingly, many of the spells were easier when I did them wandless, but that was just for the basic spells. I also realized that I neglected my spell creation project, just as I didn't bother to improve the ones I had already created. Most of the spells I created were inspired by spells, powers, and abilities from other fictional stories from my old life. And as I've said before, spells that use elements are easier to create, as they don't change reality much, unlike others. "My ultimate defensive and offensive spell will take a long time to complete," I muttered, looking at my journal with my notes. An aging spell. Creating such a spell requires a lot of biology knowledge, and even then that wouldn't help me create a spell that would destroy something like the Killing Curse. The hard part of creating this spell from scratch is that it has to destroy the magic, and the method I found was aging the magic, however I didn't find any way to do that. I only know that magic ages thanks to my magic vision, and because of that I'm pretty sure there aren't many books that talk about the magic of aging, that is, if there are any such books. I could research it myself, but that would take too long. Sigh, I reflected to myself. While the spell is a byproduct of magic, the magic itself is something completely different and special. When I said I wanted a spell to destroy magic, what I meant was that I wanted a spell that would clear the magic from said spell, which in turn would destroy the spell. It's like an air balloon. If you remove the balloon that is containing the air, only the air is left. Wait, clear the magic. I muttered to myself, tapping the pen against my chin and thinking. Clean the magic. Leave it clean and pure and neutral. I've seen it before. I exclaimed excitedly. Damn, how could I forget, I said, palming my forehead, but with an excited look on my face. That was one of the first mysteries I discovered when I came to Hogwarts. Apparently I had focused so much on the problems I knew were going to occur in the wizarding world, that I forgot about the things I discovered on my own. Thestrals. I muttered, Thestrals can clean the magic. They can make it pure and neutral, and I'm sure it can affect spells in general as well. It's amazing to think that the answer was right in front of me all this time, I muttered. Now I just need to figure out a way to replicate this weird Thestrals ability, but now that I have the equation, I don't need to rush or worry about finding the answer so fast. I can do it calmly in my own time. Ring. Huh. Is it already lunchtime? I asked myself, casting a tempest, and seeing that it really was lunchtime. Well, I'd better go to lunch then, since after lunch I'm going to have some Quidditch training. Hopefully this time Hilton doesn't make us train until dinner time, I said, stretching, already planning what prank to play on Hilton in case he overdoes it. Ravenclaw common room, after dinner. After a hearty dinner in the kitchens, I went to the common room, and when I got there I saw something that made me very sad and a little angry. Luna was sitting at a table with other colleagues from her year, and as she tried to talk to them with a happy smile on her face, some of the other first years looked at her strangely or whispered to each other. What's worse is that those who were whispering didn't even try to keep their tone down, as even without my senses I could hear them badmouthing Luna, and obviously Luna was listening to them too. Of course, it wasn't all the first years that were bad-mouthing Luna, as the rest were either ignoring her or were looking at her with pity and a little forced smiles. And from Luna's emotions, I could feel that she was sad, but her face didn't show it, as she was smiling calmly as usual, but I could see that her smile wasn't as happy as it used to be. Tired of seeing this, I grabbed a chair from one of the tables and carried it over to Luna's side. Bam. "Hi Luna Lovegood," I said to her, smiling. "Hello Ethan Knight," she replied with her smile, which got a little bigger when she saw me. "You need to eat some peaches and coffee to get rid of the toothless cobs," she said, and the first years looked at her more strangely. I don't really like coffee, but I think I can make that sacrifice to get rid of those toothless cobs," I said, ignoring the first years who started looking at me strangely. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Oh, I'm doing my transfiguration homework. I'm almost done, I just need to answer those last 2 questions." She then showed me her parchment. "The answers are in that book you're reading, but if you want the answers to be more complete I suggest you read the 3rd book of Abnormal Laws in the Transfiguration by Christy Berry," I told her. Is there this book in the library?" she asked. "It's in the Hogwarts library and there's a copy in the Ravenclaw library too," I said. "I've never found another copy in our library, so if you want to do your homework quickly, you'd better get the only one that's here in the Ravenclaw library before someone else takes it first." As soon as I finished speaking, the other first years at the table looked at me before looking at each other, and like housewives in a supermarket on sale day, they got up quickly and hurried to the Ravenclaw library. Ignoring the mess they were making trying to find the book, I turned to Luna. "Oops, I guess I forgot to say that I was the one who took the book last time and that it's still with me," I said, scratching my head with a smile on my face, and Luna, who heard me, started to laugh. I then grabbed my bag and took out a red-covered book and handed it to Luna. "Congratulations, you got the book," I said, and Luna, who was still chuckling a little, looked at me, at the book, and then at the confusion in the library. "Must have been my caramel cherry leaf earrings, they bring good luck," she smiled, picking up the book. "Yeah, it must have been the earrings," I smiled at her. November 7th, Saturday. Today will take place the long-awaited match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which is also the first match of the Quidditch season of this school year. The atmosphere between the two houses is tense, and compared to last year, the pressure on Gryffindor is greater as all Slytherin players received as a gift a 2001 Nimbus from Mr. Malfoy. I say gift, but we all know that the brooms were actually a bribe to let Draco join the team, not that he doesn't have Quidditch talent. Many might think that Draco is just an arrogant and spoiled kid, but if you pay attention you can see that he is also very smart. I'm not worried about Harry, even though I know he's probably going to be attacked by the bludger under Dobby's spell. I, as a friend of the twins, am going to watch the match, and also because Terry, Anthony, and Stephen want to see the match and they obviously won't leave me out. Being in the match, I'm obviously not going to let Dobby hurt Harry, and without Harry getting hurt, Lockhart won't be able to disappear his arm bones either. Though if Lockhart did that, I'd have more evidence of his incompetence. But then I would have to choose between embarrassing Lockhart or not letting a friend get hurt. A very hard choice. "Hey Ethan, do you want to place a bet?" Michael asked me. We were already in the stands waiting for the match to start, with all of us warmed up because the weather was stormy and with a big wind. "A bet? Is it about the match?" I asked back. "Yes, I want to bet on which team will win." "I think it will be Slytherin," he said confidently. "Don't you remember that you made the same bet last year, and that you lost?" Terry asked Michael. "This time I'm sure I'm going to win." When Michael said that, my friend started looking at him strangely. "What are you looking at? Are you sure you're not a Slytherin in disguise?" Lisa asked. "A snake in raven clothes," Anthony said. "I don't want to hear it from you, you badger," Michael said with narrowed eyes. "Well, back to the betting thing, I'll take it," I said, and just like last year's match Harry will get Snitch and Gryffindor will win. As soon as I finished talking, Michael started staring into space as if he was having a flashback. He then shook his head and started to look at me carefully. "What? Are you scared?" I provoked him. "Me? Scared? Ha. As if," he said, and then held out his hand to me. "If I win you'll have to do my homework for a week." "Hey, and if I win you'll have to do Anthony's homework for a week," I said, shaking his hand. "Why Anthony's homework?" Sue asked me. "Because he's always the one with the most homework to do, and my homework is impeccable, and I don't want Michael to ruin my perfect grades." When I finished speaking, Terry and Michael both looked at me with contempt, completely different from Anthony, who looked at me like I was a deity. Is everyone listening to me? Perfect. Catching the attention of everyone in the pitch, we heard Lee's voice echo through the speakers. "Welcome everyone to our first match of the 92 to 93 school year." With that line from Lee, all the students started clapping and cheering. "And for our debut match, we will have a clash between the teams of the two rival Hogwarts houses. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Let's go Gryffindor. Let's destroy these stupid lions. Today we will have snake meat for dinner, ha 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 ha." The supporters of both Slytherin and Gryffindor started cheering for their respective houses. Is it just me or are they more excited than they were last year? Anthony asked. Two don't see much difference in the Gryffindor crowd. To me they were always excited like that, but now I think the Slytherin who are a little more happy than usual. Allison, who was sitting in the back seats with her friends, said. Probably knowing that every player on the team has a Nimbus 2001 has boosted their morale, Michael said. He then turned to me curiously, aren't you worried about Ravenclaw versus Slytherin? They have the best and fastest brooms on the market. It's not the broom that decides the winner of the match, it's the player, and even then I'm not worried about their Nimbus 2001 as I also have a Nimbus 2001, I said with a shrug. Do you have a Nimbus 2001? The boys exclaimed in surprise. That was the same reaction from the Ravenclaw team when I showed them the broom at practice, I commented. But what happened to your Nimbus 2000? Anthony asked. I still have it, it's just that I kept it with my other brooms, I replied. Other brooms? Yes, I'm collecting brooms as a hobby, I said. Cool, Stephen said. Wait, nobody's going to ask how Ethan managed to buy a 2001 Nimbus. Like, they're really expensive. Michael exclaimed. True, we never ask how you manage to buy these expensive things. Are you some kind of noble in the Muggle world? Terry asked. You saying that like that makes me sound like Malfoy, I said with disgust, and no, I'm not from a noble family, at least as far as I know. My family just happened to have money, simple, I shrugged my shoulders. Yeah, now you look like a Malfoy, Terry commented with a blank face. You only say that because I look more like a pureblood than you do, I snapped, and Terry opened his mouth to protest, but he thought for a moment and then closed his mouth again. Is this something good or bad? Terry wondered. Boys. You know you missed both teams' presentations, right? Padma, who had just come from the Gryffindor stand, said. We then turned around and saw that we really missed the team's presentation, and that now both teams were in formation for the start of the match. We don't miss much, right? Stephen asked. Nah, you just missed the little Gryffindor fireworks show and the Slytherin smoke show and chanting performance, Sue said dryly. Oh, so it was nothing important, I said, and the boys nodded in agreement. Ugh, boys. Look, the match is about to begin, exclaimed Morag, and that was enough to make us all look at the players in the stormy sky. As Morag said, Madame Hooch blew her whistle and that started the game, which also caused both teams to speed up with their brooms. The match was proceeding smoothly, with no sign of the bludger being altered, which gave me time to scan the pitch for any sign of Dobby. Damn, how can an elf hide so well? I pondered, not seeing or feeling any sign of the elf's special magic. Ethan, are you sure Gryffindor will win this match? Anthony asked me, and if I didn't know the outcome of the match beforehand I would also doubt it, as the Slytherin players were dominating the game. Well, I'm sure. I started to say, but I stopped when I noticed a line of magic heading towards the bludger. Following that line, I saw hidden under the west stands Dobby, who was flicking his fingers to move the bludger. I found you, I thought, already getting ready to cast a silent spell on the bludger or Dobby. When I was about to intervene with a spell to release the bludger from Dobby's control, I decided to take a good look at the little elf who was wearing rags, and as I had my magic vision on, I could see his magic. What, that's what I thought. The magic I was seeing in Dobby was weak and messy, as if it was at odds with Dobby's body, completely different from the magic I saw in Linley, my house elf, and also in the house elves at Hogwarts. As I've said before, the magic of elves relies heavily on the magic of their masters, so I'm not surprised to see Dobby with his magic so messed up, but that's still sad. Wait. Since I changed the future, does that mean that Dobby won't be able to be free? I wondered. Looking at Dobby, who was looking sad as he tried to hit Harry with the bludger, I couldn't help but realize that my interference may have saved a lot of people, but it also hurt someone. Alternating between looking at Harry, Dobby, and the bludger, I started to think. Wait. I know of a way to free Dobby. I thought excitedly. I then looked at Harry with a pitying look. Sorry Harry, but you're going to have to suffer a little this time. With a plan formed in my mind, I lowered my hand that was ready to cast a spell and went back to watching the match. As I decided not to change the events of the match, the game continued the way I remembered it with minimal changes, such as the twins having faster brooms. Am I the only one who thinks that bludger is weird? Stephen asked. If it goes on like this that bludger is going to hit Potter, Michael commented, and when he said that we could hear a crack from the sky above that wasn't a thunder, and looking at the source of the sound we saw Harry holding his right arm that had just been hit by the bludger. I should shut my mouth, Michael said. With the rain pouring down on Harry, I could see him fast forward with his broom towards Malfoy, but I could also see that he was barely able to hold onto his broom, as one of his arms was broken and the other he was stretching forward. I then saw him advance with his arm outstretched, past Malfoy, only he was also heading towards the ground. I may not have stopped the bludger from breaking his arm, but I won't allow him to get hurt anymore. I then got up from my seat, pulled out my wand, and used two spells that came to my mind that seemed most suited to helping Harry in this situation. Arresto momentum, Maliar. I exclaimed, casting a spell to slow Harry's fall and another to cushion the ground. Luckily my spells were quick enough to get to Harry and the ground before he went down. Even with me slowing the speed of Harry's fall, he still hit the ground taking dirt and mud with him. Harry then rolled a little across the muddy lawn until he was lying on his back. He then sat down with one of his arms bent at an awkward angle, but he still had the strength to raise his good hand with the snitch to show that Gryffindor had won. Harry then passed out, and the students in the stands didn't know whether to cheer or not, but when we saw the rest of the Gryffindor team land next to Harry, some of us, mostly the Gryffindors, got up to go to the pitch. As I was faster and more agile, I managed to be one of the first to reach the pitch, almost at the same time as the other Gryffindors, who were closer. Looking to the side I saw that Fred and George were trying to store the altered bludger that was struggling trying to get out of their hands. Taking my wand out of its holster I cast a finite on the bludger which made him calm down. With a quick look around I saw Dobby disappear, with him looking sadly at Harry. Phew, thanks Ethan, I don't know what happened to that bludger, Fred, who had managed to store the bludger in the trunk, said to me as he came to my side. And nice catch, if you hadn't slowed down and cushioned Harry's fall then we'd probably have had to look for another seeker, George said jokingly, but I could hear the gratitude and concern in his voice. No need to thank me, Harry is my friend too, I said. Oh no, not you. As we were approaching the group that was surrounding Harry, we heard him groan painfully. He doesn't know what he's saying, said Lockhart. Don't worry Harry, I'll fix your arm in a moment, he said, taking out his wand. As with the bludger, I wasn't going to stop Lockhart from disappearing Harry's arm bones either. As for my plan to work I would need Harry to spend the night in the hospital wing. But that doesn't mean I can't make Lockhart suffer a little for this stupid act. Him walking around the castle as if he were Merlin is one thing, now trying to do something you obviously have no knowledge of just to show off, and ending up harming a student is inadmissible. When Lockhart was getting ready to disappear Harry's bones I used my magic vision to analyze the spell he was going to cast, as I didn't know that spell. Wandless and nonverbal, I discreetly copied the magical movements and fluctuations of the bone disappearing spell, and without anyone noticing I cast the spell on Lockhart himself, disappearing with the bones in his wand arm. Well, that can sometimes happen, but the important point is that now your arm. Lockhart started to say, but he started to feel that something was wrong. He then looked at his wand arm and saw that like Harry's arm, his was completely limp, exclamation point. Lockhart looked at his arm with wide eyes. His eyes then rolled back and he passed out. What? A fourth-year Gryffindor said, voicing the thoughts of everyone in the pitch, and meanwhile I had a more than satisfied smile on my face. Okay, I think I'm a bit sadistic, I thought. After that strange incident at the Quidditch pitch, Ron and Granger helped Harry to the hospital wing, and along with them were two fifth-year students who were carrying an unconscious Lockhart. After the entire Gryffindor team visited Harry in the hospital wing, I found the twins and they told me that Lockhart will have to spend a whole day with his arm deboned, as Madame Pomfrey only had one bottle of Skeelgrow, but the twins also said that she was probably lying and this was her way of punishing Lockhart for his stupidity. Since Lockhart wasn't going to drink the Skeelgrow potion just yet, so he didn't have to stay in the hospital wing, which is a disappointment, as I wanted to take advantage of this moment when he would be helpless to play pranks on him. But well, at least with that I wouldn't have to worry about Lockhart when I go to the hospital wing at night, and that's also a good thing because with Lockhart in the hospital wing my plan might fail as Dobby might decide not to visit Harry to look after him as it was too risky. Knowing that I had a few hours before nightfall where I would go to the hospital wing, I decided that I was going to use the time in the room of requirement as I needed to do some things that would help me complete my plan to free Dobby. Hospital wing, at night. Harry, like most nights since his confrontation with Quirrell, was unable to sleep because of the nightmares. He was used to getting little sleep in the Dursleys, but usually in the time he was sleeping he dreamed of good things, as only in dreams would he have any happiness. However, after the incident, he could only see Quirrell's burned face in his dreams. Thanks to these nightmares, Harry started to have a light sleep, which is why when he felt something touch his forehead he woke up, only to find himself staring at Dobby, the elf who got him in trouble with his relatives and the ministry. Harry, after questioning Dobby, discovered that it was also this little elf who blocked the platform barrier, and that he was also the one who bewitched the bludger. Dobby told why he did it. Well, he didn't say exactly why, as at some point in the conversation he started talking about why he adores the great Harry Potter sir. In those days we all saw only darkness, we were mistreated. Not that Dobby is still not mistreated, but before it was much worse for Dobby and all magical creatures. But when the great Harry Potter sir defeated he who must not be named who was in full power, we all saw light and freedom. As Dobby recited the 1001 reasons why Harry should be adored, Harry himself was looking cluelessly at the little elf, trying to understand everything he was saying. He knew he was worshipped by many wizards and witches, but he didn't know that this worship extended to magical creatures. He also began to understand a little bit why he is so admired, and he also began to understand how important it was to others that he defeated Voldemort that Halloween. And now something very bad is going to happen, and I can't let the great Sir Harry Potter sir get hurt and... Dobby spoke quickly, and Harry almost didn't understand what he said, but a part of Dobby's sentence caught his attention. "Wait, Dobby, what bad thing is going to happen?" Harry asked. "Oh, something really, really bad," Dobby whimpered, tugging at his ears. "I couldn't let Sir Harry Potter stay at Hogwarts. Sir would be in danger with the opening of the Chamber of Petrificus Totalis." Harry, who was listening to Dobby, was startled to see the little elf suddenly freeze. "Who's there?" Harry exclaimed, looking for the voice hidden in the darkness, and as soon as Harry finished speaking, a hoarse, chilling voice sounded through the hospital wing. "1, 2, Freddy's coming for you," the voice hummed, and Harry shivered at that, pulling the covers closer to his body, forgetting that his wand was on the little table beside his bed. 3, 4, better lock your door, the voice continued to sing, approaching Harry's bed, which was surrounded by the curtains. 5, 6, grab your crucif, boo. Ah. Harry yelled as he realized that the voice was no longer coming from outside the curtains, but from his side. "Ha ha 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 ha, you should have seen your face," I laughed, holding my side. "Ethan. What are you doing here?" Harry asked, holding his chest, "and why did you scare me?" "What do you think I came here for?" "I obviously came here to see if you're okay," I shrugged, wiping a tear from my eye. I then levitated the petrified elf to a bed that was beside, and besides, the evil side in me was stronger, so I couldn't resist the temptation to scare you, I said with a smile on my face. "Why are you so mean?" Harry complained. He then looked at me with narrowed eyes. "No, wait, even more important is why you came to visit me so late at night," he asked me. "Well, I have insomnia," I said, but that didn't convince him. Sigh. "Listen here, Harry, I saw that in today's match the bludger was acting weird, and he almost killed you. This isn't the first time someone has tried to kill you in a Quidditch match, and yes, I know that your broom was jinxed in your first match of last year," I said, preventing him from asking the question that was on the tip of his tongue. "Twice in 2 years someone tries to kill you in your first Quidditch match, I would obviously think this is suspicious." "But what does that have to do with you coming to visit me at dawn?" he asked, and I rolled my eyes. "Harry, someone was targeting you at the match, and luckily you managed to get out in one piece, or almost. If that person couldn't kill you at the Quidditch match, what would be another good time to kill you?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "When I'm alone and unprotected," Harry muttered after thinking for a while. "Which can also be when you're sleeping in a hospital wing at night," I nodded. "But there were no killers," Harry said. "Serious?" I asked, and then looked slightly at Dobby. "He's not a murderer, and he didn't mean to kill me," Harry defended him, forgetting that he was accusing the poor elf of trying to kill him just now. "But what if he wanted to?" I asked. "If he was a murderer, the chances of him having managed to kill you or have been able to do anything else were very high." As soon as I finished talking, Harry started to look down in contemplation, so I decided to change the subject to lighten the mood. "But it's also a good thing I came," I said with a smile, and Harry looked at me confused. "It's just that on the way over here I ran into your little fan, the creepy boy, and he was on his way here, probably to see if you're okay and also to, well, try to take some pictures of you, since he had a camera." "What?" Harry exclaimed, sitting up quickly on the bed and looking at the door in panic. "Don't worry, I managed to convince him to stop taking pictures of you and go back to the Gryffindor dorms, at least for today," I said, waving my hand dismissively. "How did you manage to convince him of that?" Harry asked, looking at me suspiciously. "Secret, Harry, secret," I said. I then looked at him and saw that his arm was recovering. "Well, I guess now that I've confirmed that you're safe, I can go back to sleep." "Did you really come here just to see if I was okay?" Harry asked me. "Well, yes, but I also wanted to see if I could get into Lockhart's dorm to test some spells on him," I said with a smile. He, that would be something I would love to see," Harry chuckled, but then he saw that I was looking at him with a calm smile. "Wait, were you serious?" "Hey, who knows, Harry, who knows," I said, and then I turned and walked out of the hospital wing levitating a petrified elf, leaving behind a curious, confused, sleepy boy. Harry, who kept looking at my back as I walked out of the hospital wing, could only think of how strange and unpredictable I am, but there was something else on his mind. What was Dobby trying to tell me? What kind of danger am I in? And what the hell did he mean by opening of the chamber? Harry wondered, planning to ask Granger if she knew about anything when he left the hospital wing. After talking to Harry in the hospital wing, I used my atlas to make sure there was no one in the corridors, and seeing that the only people around were Madame Pomfrey, who was in her dorm in the room next to the hospital wing, and Filch, who was on the first floor, I took the petrified Dobby to the room of requirement. Arriving at the room of requirement, I put Dobby on a chair and depetrified only his face, and as soon as I did he started looking at me with his big green eyes, but I didn't feel any feelings of fear or concern coming from him, just curiosity. "Huh, I doubt he's afraid of anything after living with the Malfoys for so long," I thought with a sad smile on my face. I then looked at Dobby, and pulled out a chair to sit across from him. "Hey, your name is Dobby, right?" I asked. "Yes, sir, I'm Dobby," he replied quickly, and I don't know if it was because he thought it was an order, or if he gives his name to anyone who asks. "Well, Dobby, you're the Malfoy's elf, right?" I asked, and as soon as I said that, Dobby looked at me with wide eyes. "Oh no, you can't know who Dobby's masters are. Dobby are wrong, Dobby has to be punished." "Oh, bad Dobby, dumb Dobby." Dobby started to grumble, and I was sure that if he hadn't been petrified he would have been trying to punish yourself. "Calm down, Dobby, I know you're the Malfoy's elf because Draco told me," I said, and that's obviously a lie. In fact, I've heard Draco bragging about having a idiot elf serving his family, but he never said the elf's name. "Sir Young Master told you?" he asked. "Yeah, he told me about you 'cause we're best friends," I said, hiding the disgust in my voice, and as soon as I said that, Dobby started to look at me with wide eyes, but then something seemed to click in his mind. "Oh no, so the Sir will tell the Sir Young Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter, and then the Sir Young Master will punish Dobby, and then he will tell the Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter, and then the Master will punish Dobby and—" "Calm down, Dobby, I won't tell anyone," I said, tired of hearing so many Sir in the same sentence. "You won't?" Dobby asked. "I won't," I said, and that made Dobby sigh in relief, "but there's something else I'd like to tell you." "What would you like to say to Dobby?" "First of all, you don't have to call me Sir, you can call me Ethan," I said. "All right, Sir Ethan," Dobby said, and I resisted the urge to palm my face. I then sighed and looked at Dobby. "Dobby, I want you to stop trying to get Harry to leave Hogwarts," I said. "But Sir Harry Potter is in danger and—" "Listen to me, Dobby," I said, and Dobby was quiet. "Harry is not in any danger as the Chamber of Secrets will not be opened." "Does Sir Ethan know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Dobby asked me, "And won't it be opened?" "Yes, Dobby, I know about the chamber, and it won't be opened. I have Mr. Malfoy's diary, so there's no way the chamber will be opened, so please stop trying to send Harry home," I said. "Do you have the diary?" Dobby asked, his eyes brightening hopefully. "Yeah, but you can't tell anyone about it, or anything involving the Chamber of Secrets, okay?" Dobby then looked at me and nodded, but then he seemed to have thought of something. "But what if Dobby's masters ask him?" "Dobby will have to tell them everything, and then they will know that Dobby spoke to Sir Ethan and Sir Harry Potter and—" "Dobby." I yelled to get his attention, which worked. "That's another thing I want to talk to you about. Do you want to be free?" I asked. Dobby. "Free?" he asked. "Yes, would you like to be free, without having to be punished, without having to listen to orders from the Malfoys or anyone else, without having to wear those rags?" I asked, and with each sentence Dobby's eyes gleamed more and more. "Yes, yes, yes. Dobby would like to be a free elf," he said, nodding quickly, but then he lost heart again. "But Dobby won't be free. Dobby's masters will never give a piece of clothing to Dobby." "I know, Dobby, and that's why I'm going to help you get that piece of clothing for you to be free," I said with a confident, calm smile on my face. "How are you going to help Dobby?" "Well, I'm going to need your help with that," I said with a sly look on my face. Malfoy Manor, Master Bedroom. POV, third person. In a large room, with a lot of obviously expensive furniture, two people with long blonde hair were sleeping in a bed. Pa. Suddenly, in the air above the long-haired person with the more masculine features appeared a black diary, which fell on his face. "Ugh," groaned Lucius, bringing his hand up to his face and feeling the diary. "What?" he wondered. Sitting up in bed, he picked up the diary and looked at it. The diary that was in his hand suddenly glowed in the green color, catching him off guard, and for some reason he felt an immense urge to open said diary. Opening the diary, he saw that there was a sock between the pages, and he looked at the sock without understanding. Picking up the sock in disgust with his fingertips, he looked at the page, which had some writing on it. "Dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, I'd like to say that I'm amazed at how stupid your plan was. Trying to get rid of a dark item by putting it in an 11-year-old girl's things is disgusting, even for you. Or so I thought. But what impresses me the most is the fact that you know the danger that this item would bring to Hogwarts and the students at the school, a school which your own son attends. TSK Malfoy, I expected more from you. As I have more important matters to attend to, I won't be able to punish little Lucius, so I'm going to do something that won't physically hurt you, but it will be a little humiliating for you and your reputation, hee hee hee. I hope you like my gift, as well as my new friend's gift." When Lucius finished reading that diary page, the text in it began to change, until the word freedom was written. The diary then glowed again, and suddenly Lucius felt an immense urge to throw something, and as he only had that sock in his hand, he threw it. Plop. Lucius, who was still seething with rage, looked in the direction the apparition's sound had come from, and he then saw there, standing in front of his bed, his stupid house elf, who was now holding the sock in his hands. "Ooh! Dobby is free! Dobby is free!" Dobby exclaimed as he jumped excitedly. Narcissa, who was sleeping, ended up being woken up by all the noise and screaming. What is happening? She asked, but then she saw her family elf holding a sock as he jumped across the bedroom excitedly shouting that he was free. What? She then turned to her husband and saw him looking gaping at the elf. Lucius, what have you done? She asked, but he was still too shocked to answer. Dobby then stopped jumping, and with a huge smile on his face he looked at the Malfoys with a vengeful look that no one expected an elf to have. Thank you for freeing Dobby. And the sir had Dobby deliver this to you, he said, snapping his fingers. Just as Dobby snapped his fingers, a bucket appeared floating above the Malfoys' heads causing Lucius and Narcissa to look up. Lucius, who saw the bucket above them, hurriedly tried to grab his wand which was on the table beside his bed, but emphasis on the tried, since as soon as he stretched out his arm Dobby turned the bucket over. As the bucket overturned, sticky blue goo fell on top of the both Malfoys. Arrivederci bitches, Dobby said, and then he quickly snapped his fingers again and apparat. Plop. What the hell just happened? The both Malfoys wondered, with Narcissa looking at her now gooey hair in shock and anger, and meanwhile Lucius was doing the same. But besides being worried about his hair, Lucius was also feeling a tremendous hatred for the person who had planned all this. Bastard, he ground his teeth. Back to Hogwarts. POV, Ethan. Plop. Sir Ethan, sir, Dobby did it. Dobby is free, said the little elf who operated in front of me. Incredible, I said, with a big smile on my face. Yes, and Dobby also did what the sir asked, Dobby said, and immediately my smile grew even wider. You did? I asked, and the little elf quickly nodded. Dobby then snapped his fingers and a camera and a picture appeared in his hands. Picking up the picture I saw that the image on it was of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, lying on their bed covered in blue goo. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. I laughed happily, holding the picture as if it was a gift from God. You did great, Dobby, I said, rubbing the little elf's head. And well, now you're a free elf, Dobby. Dobby, who heard this, began to smile happily with his eyes filled with tears. He then, catching me completely off guard, threw himself at my legs, hugging me while crying. Thanks, sir, thanks for helping Dobby, he said, and I looked up at him with a sympathetic smile on my face. I then lowered myself to his height and hugged him, running my hand in a soothing way on his back. No need to thank me, Dobby, you deserve to be free, I said. Sniff. Thanks, sir, Dobby is very happy, he said, using his rags to clean up his snot. You know, Dobby, now that you're free you can get rid of those rags to wear whatever clothes you want, I said with a smile. Wear whatever clothes Dobby wants, he asked. Yes. Any clothes. Any clothes, I said, and then with a thought of mine, the room of requirement began to change, surprising Dobby. At the end of the move, the cozy room we were in before changed to a room full of clothes that was in the room of hidden things. I think as a celebration of your freedom, you're entitled to have fun in all these clothes, I said, emphasizing my sentence with a spin to show the whole room. Do Dobby? Can Dobby wear these clothes? He asked me as he rubbed his hands together nervously. Yes, I shrugged. It's not like these clothes are really mine, I thought. Dobby can't, sir, he said shyly. Don't worry, if no one wears these clothes they will have to be thrown away, and that will be very sad, I said with a sad and disappointed face, but if Dobby wears these clothes then they won't be wasted, I continued, looking at Dobby with expectation and hope. So, what do you say, Dobby? Will you accept to wear these clothes? I asked. Well. Dobby thinks it would be bad if those clothes were thrown away, so. If it's okay with the sir. Dobby will wear these clothes, he said, with a smile on his face, and I smiled at him too. Very well, I said with a smile. I then cast a tempest, and saw that it was already past 2 a.m. Well, it's getting late and I need to get back to my dorm, so why don't you stay here and enjoy all these clothes? You can leave it to Dobby. Dobby will only leave here after wearing all the clothes in this strange room, the little elf said as he saluted. He then turned and ran on his skinny, tiny legs to a basket with a pile of clothes. Sigh. House elves are weird, I thought with ironic smile, turning and walking out of the room of requirement. Next morning. POV, Harry. After Madame Pomfrey checked my arm and saw that everything was fine with it, she led me out of the hospital wing, and as soon as I was out the first thing I did was look for Ron and Hermione. Harry. How are you? Is your arm better? Ron asked as soon as I got to the library, which is where they were. I'm fine, I said, but then I looked at my arm. Actually my arm is still a little stiff and sometimes sore, but other than that I'm fine. Well, that's good. And you're lucky it wasn't a rib the bludger hit, he said, and I immediately grimaced at the thought. Yeah, lucky, I said dryly. I'm sure Professor Lockhart wouldn't do the wrong spell if you weren't moving around so much, Hermione muttered, and Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. He then moved closer to my ear as I sat down next to him. I had to listen to her defend the peacock better known as Lockhart all day yesterday, and I can't stand to hear or talk about him anymore, he whispered, and I laughed a little, though I could imagine how tiring it was. What are you whispering over there? Hermione asked with narrowed eyes. Nothing, we replied, and she looked at us suspiciously. Well, changing the subject, I don't know if you already know, but if not then I'm sure these two good news I have to share will probably cheer you up, Ron said with a huge smile on his face. What news? Lockhart was again bombarded with pranks, he said in wonder, with stars in his eyes, but I'm pretty sure my expression was no different from his. Serious? I asked, but then I remembered my conversation with Ethan last night. Wait. Could it be him? And you know what? Colin got hit by some prank too, and now his camera is floating over his head, and he can't catch it, Ron said laughing as he remembered the scene. What? Really? I asked, laughing too. Yes, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, that should teach him that he shouldn't be taking pictures of others without permission, ha ha ha, I said, laughing heartily. After laughing for a while, I wiped my tears with the sleeve of my robe. As I wiped away my tears, my conversation with Ethan in the hospital wing again came to my mind. Wait, didn't Ethan also say that he managed to convince Colin not to take pictures of me somehow? He's scary, I thought. Humph. I don't know what's so funny about these pranks, especially when it's done on a professor, Hermione said, putting down her book and crossing her arms. Oh come on Hermione, you only say that because it was with your darling Lockhart. And you have to agree that some of these pranks are funny, Ron said. No, they're not funny. And I'm not saying that because the pranks were played on Professor Lockhart, but because it's wrong to prank teachers. In fact, pranking anyone is wrong, Hermione snapped. Really? Are you sure about that? Because as I recall, you were laughing a lot at the prank the twins played on the Slytherin Quidditch team in the Great Hall, Ron said, looking at Hermione victoriously. But that was different, she defended herself. Why? Ron asked in defiance. Well, wasn't the prank with the Slytherins so humiliating? Hermione kind of asked. Wasn't it humiliating? Ron exclaimed. Shoo, we then listened to Madame Pants, who signaled for us to speak quietly. Sorry, Ron and Hermione said quietly. Ron then turned to Hermione and started whispering. What do you mean that prank with the Slytherins wasn't humiliating? They were almost naked wearing those ridiculous clothes in front of everyone in the Great Hall. Well, but the Quidditch team got caught in one prank, and Professor Lockhart has been plagued with pranks since the start of the school year. And he deserved it. He didn't deserve it. He's a great writer and a great wizard. That's what he wants us to believe. Well, that's... Harry, seeing his two friends arguing, could only shake his head with an ironic smile, and any questions he had about a chamber at school were left in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement. Does this green cap go better with this lilac scarf or this yellow scarf? Dobby asked no one in particular as he looked into a mirror the room of requirement had offered him. Should Dobby put some more brooch on that blouse? Dobby thinks it matches, the little elf said, putting a prefect brooch on his blue and grey striped blouse, which already had more than 13 brooches on it. What do you think, Lady Strange Room? Is Dobby handsome? Dobby yelled, looking up. And in answer to his question, the room vibrated, which he took as a yes. Great, Dobby likes brooches, hee hee. November 14. A week has passed since the day I helped Dobby free himself from the Malfoys, and in that time I have not been idle or relaxed. I researched more about filtering the magic that Thestrals do, the same way I started one of my projects that I was putting off until later, and this is one of my most fun but difficult projects, which is replicating the Voldemort's unsupported flight. I won't go into too much detail about these two projects of mine just yet, because today I have something more important to worry about. Today is the second game of this school year's Quidditch season, which will be Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, and I couldn't relax as I knew the Hufflepuff team is very strong. All the Quidditch teams at Hogwarts are strong, but none compares to Hufflepuff, which despite being underestimated by others, still shows that it's a house with great students and players. But I think that's to be expected from a house where hard work and loyalty are their main characteristics, even though I find some puffs too innocent and easily manipulated. Almost match time. As you know, Hufflepuff has a great strong team, and their teamwork is even better, so we're not going to be able to beat them just by playing aggressively or defensively, we're going to have to play strategically, Hilton said, walking back and forth like an army sergeant talking to his recruits. Strategically speaking. Isabel started to say with a playful smile, we won't be able to make a good and strong game if we only use strategies. At some point, Hufflepuff will break the strategy that we are going to be using, and it will be difficult for us to regroup to come up with another strategy. But then it would all depend on our strategies and Clark, as the longer the match takes the easier it will be for Hufflepuff to beat us, so he'd have to find the snitch fast, Spencer argued. Yes, but I also have to compete with the new Hufflepuff Seeker, and I don't know what his playstyle is, Hilton said. Zed is a good Seeker, and he's probably one of the best in the school, so your concern shouldn't be with his playstyle as he can probably adapt to any style, I said, since I'm the only one on the team who's ever had some sort of interaction with Cedric. In that case then our match just got harder, Hilton sighed. Well, how about we play the match using a more improvised and unpredictable style of play? Roger suggested. This style of play has the same problems as the strategic match, Dylan was quick to refute, and what's more, an unpredictable style of play is harder to make than a strategic one. Guys, aren't you complicating the match too much? Why don't we use a more strategic and unpredictable style of play? I asked. We never practiced the two tactics together, Isabel said. But we've played friendly matches using both tactics at different times, and it was almost the same as practice, I said with a shrug. He's right, we've never officially trained a tactic like that, but we can't say we've never used that tactic in our friendly matches, Roger said. True, Hilton muttered. He then looked at the team. Is anyone against this tactic? He asked, but no one said anything. Well, since it's decided, let's go down to the changing rooms, he said, and then the whole team followed him. On the way to the changing rooms we met the Hufflepuff team who were heading to their own changing rooms. We greeted them as many of those on both teams knew each other from attending classes together, and I knew them from talking to them when I sat at the Hufflepuff table from time to time. Hey said, I said, catching the Hufflepuff seeker's attention. Hey Ethan, he said. So you managed to become the titular seeker, I said to Cedric, congratulations. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to become the titular seeker this year, but Billy said he was going to be very busy with his newts and that he'd rather stay in reserve, Cedric said, but I guess my becoming the titular seeker is no big deal compared to you, who became Ravenclaw's chaser in your first year here at Hogwarts. What can I do? I'm someone very talented, I said, tossing my hair in the wind, but in addition to my congratulations, I would also like to apologize to you. Apologize to me? Cedric asked confused. Yeah, since you're going to lose in your first match as a titular player, I replied, a competitive smile on my face. Ha ha ha, this I want to see, Cedric said defiantly, also with a competitive smile. Hey, if the two handsome ones are done talking, we want to start heading to the changing rooms to start the match, Maxime, the Hufflepuff beater said. Well, like that pretty lady said, I guess we should go to our changing rooms, I said. See you at pitch said, I waved at him. See you soon Ethan, Cedric yelled at me. Arriving in the changing rooms, I saw my team straightening their gear. So Ethan, I saw that you were happily talking to the enemy, what do you have to say about that? Roger said, putting his arm over my shoulder. That you're jealous that we're both handsome and you're not, I said. Yo. This one even hurt me. Ethan doesn't even have mercy on his friends. Ugh, you broke my heart, Roger said with his hand on his chest, but I'll let this one go just because we have a match to win. Yeah, just because of that, I huffed in disdain, going to change. Are you ready for the second match of the 92-93 school year? Lee yelled into his microphone, and he received several affirmative cheers from the stands. That's the answer I wanted, he said excitedly, but enough rambling and let's get down to business. Coming in with a different lineup than last year is the Hufflepuff team with Herbert Fleet as keeper, Maxime O'Flaherty and the captain Anthony Rickett as beaters, Malcolm Preece, Heidi McAvoy and Tamsin Appleby as chasers, and C. Edric Diggory coming off the reserve to become Hufflepuff's new titular seeker. After Lee finished speaking, the entire Hufflepuff team entered the pitch to the applause and cheers of the Hufflepuff house, taking up a formation in front of their hoops. And now, I present to you last school year's Inter-House Quidditch Cup winning team, the Ravenclaw team. Lee yelled into his microphone, boosting the morale of Ravenclaw crowd. And keeping the same team as last year, here they are. Dylan Bailey as keeper, Patrick James and Christy Collins as beaters. The amazing trio of chasers, Isabel Summer, Roger Davis and Ethan Knight. And finally, here's the captain of this amazing team, Clark Hilton as the seeker. With that lively intro, my team and I flew out of the changing rooms, looping around the pitch before stopping in front of our hoops, with the cheers and applause of the Ravenclaw crowd ringing in the background. And look at that, Ethan Knight is riding a Nimbus 2001. How does this kid always manage to have the latest brooms on the market? Is he the most handsome and cool Malfoy's lost brother? Jordan. Sorry Professor McGonagall. Cough. Back to the subject, to start the match, as referee and judge, we have our flight instructor, Madam Hooch. Hey, you remember Strategy 1, right? Hilton asked looking at us. It's hard to forget when you insist on reminding us of it every 5 seconds. Christy said looking at Hilton with her left eye twitching. Well, so that means you remember, Hilton nodded proudly, totally ignoring our stares and heading to the middle of the pitch to meet the Hufflepuff captain. I want a fair play, no cheating, Madam Hooch said to both captains, and it was fun to see that she wasn't as serious and attentive as she was in Slytherin matches. Then let's get started, she said, getting ready to blow her whistle. I then lowered my body onto my broom using aerodynamics for more speed, and I held on tight, keeping my senses and my eyes focused on the Hufflepuff team and the quaffle. Go. Madam Hooch said, blowing the whistle and giving the signal for the balls to be released from the trunk. Preece has the quaffle. He advances with his broom dodging Davis and Ah. He almost gets hit by the bludger. Lucky for him Rickett was there to protect him, Lee narrated to everyone on the pitch and in the stands. Priest keeps advancing. He does a feint on Summer. Now he throws the quaffle to Appleby who. Wow. What an amazing block Davis does. He managed to steal the quaffle and now he's charging towards the Hufflepuff hoops. Roger. I yelled, catching the attention of Roger who was trying to dodge the bludger and the two Hufflepuff chasers. Roger, without looking at me, threw the quaffle up, and I quickly advanced with my broom. Easily catching the quaffle and dodging the bludger, I did a reverse feint that nearly caused McAvoy and Priest to collide. With my Nimbus 2001 I shot towards the Hufflepuff hoops that were being defended by Fleet, and not giving him a chance to think I threw the quaffle hard into the left hoop that was farthest from him. Unable to react to the speed and force with which I launched the quaffle, Fleet could only watch helplessly as the quaffle passed through the hoops, thus scoring Ravenclaw's 18th goal, and my 8th goal of the match. And that's another goal scored by Ethan Knight. Lee narrated along with the cheers of the Ravenclaw crowd, so the score now is 180-70 for Ravenclaw. Good feint Ethan. Roger said to me, and I waved at him. Good pass, I said, but that was the only thing I could say as I had to dodge the bludger again. Hey Roger, let's do the lilac combo, Isabel said flying to Roger's side, speaking our tactics in code. Last school year we used letters and numbers as codes, and while keeping some of those codes we changed most of them, and now our codes are based on colors and shapes. The lilac. Roger asked, but this is a 3-chaser and a beater combo. Did you warn Ethan about the combo? No, but knowing him, he'll probably understand what we're going to do, Isabel said, and after thinking for a bit Roger had to agree with that. Okay, I'll do the triangle feint on the first one who blocks me, he said, and Isabel nodded. Perfect. So let's go, she said, shooting with her broom towards one of the Hufflepuff chasers. While Roger and Isabel were planning a strategy, I was getting in the way of Malcolm and Heidi with Patrick's help. When I saw that Isabel approached Christy, I already knew it was probably to create a strategy, so I used my hearing to eavesdrop on some of the conversation. I heard her say lilac and I immediately understood what she wanted to do, and any doubts I might have were gone when I saw Isabel approach Roger. As I held back the Hufflepuff chasers, I saw an opportunity, and taking advantage of it I quickly moved forward, managing to take the quaffle out of Heidi's hands, who was dodging the bludger. Patrick. Let's go with the blue circle. I exclaimed to him, and that was the code to let him know that a rehearsed move was going to happen and that he should help Hilton. With the quaffle in hand I threw it up, and as it was falling I hit it with the back of my broom, sending it flying towards Roger, who was flying over the left side of the pitch. As Roger moved forward to catch the quaffle, Tamsin moved forward to block but Roger turned it upside down and let the Hufflepuff chaser and the quaffle pass him. Just when Tamsin thought that Roger lost the quaffle and that she could catch it, a bludger came flying towards her, hitting the tip of her broom causing her to lose control of the broom. And while Tamsin was trying to regain control of her broom, Isabel shot up and grabbed the quaffle, passing her and Heidi, who was being distracted by me and Christy. Flying across the pitch with almost no obstacles, Isabel arrived in front of Hufflepuff hoops, and with a false throw she threw the quaffle into the middle hoop, and even with Herbert trying, the quaffle still passed him, thus scoring another goal to Ravenclaw. The match continued to play out with Ravenclaw scoring more goals and Hufflepuff using their impeccable teamwork to score goals as well. After a few more minutes of play, I heard a small buzz passing quickly by my side, and glancing up I saw the snitch's golden glow. Catching the quaffle Isabel threw to me, I shot up with my broom, and the Hufflepuff chasers quickly followed. I didn't need to fly up, as I could simply advance to the Hufflepuff hoops to score another goal, but that was one of my ways to let Hilton know I'd found the snitch. When I saw that Hilton looked at me, I accelerated with my broom in the opposite direction of the snitch, and Hilton understood what I meant and so accelerated with his own broom. Even with the quaffle in my possession I didn't intend to make another goal, as I knew the victory would be ours, so I used the quaffle as a way to distract the Hufflepuff chasers and beaters, and Isabel and Roger looked to understand this, for they began to do the same. After a bit of stalling, we heard Madame Hooch whistle and the Ravenclaw cheers, and looking back we saw Hilton with a gleeful smile on his face with his hand in the air, raising the snitch to show that we'd won. End of game. And the winners are the Ravenclaw team. Lee yelled, almost as excited as the Ravenclaw crowd. With a score of 380 to 110, Ravenclaw advances to the top of the leaderboard. This time when Lee yelled he seemed to realize that this wasn't very good for Gryffindor, as he wasn't as excited as before. Good catch Clark. Patrick yelled as we landed on the pitch. That's it. We won. Isabel said excitedly hugging Christy who was next to her. As we were celebrating, the Hufflepuff team landed on the pitch with sad looks, but they still smiled at us. Congratulations on the win, and good catch, Rickett said, shaking hands with Hilton. Thanks, and that was a good match, Hilton said. As my team was congratulated by the Hufflepuff team, I approached Cedric. Well, I guess that means I won, I said, pushing his shoulder playfully. Yes, he said, a sad smile on his face. But hey, next year we're going to face each other again, so I hope you don't get discouraged and give me some challenge that day, I said, a teasing smile on my face. Haha, so I hope you don't get rusty by then. I don't want to feel bad about beating someone who wasn't in good shape, he said, also teasing me. That's what we'll see, I said with a competitive look of anticipation. I then turned around and followed the rest of the team heading to the changing rooms. After a small party to celebrate Ravenclaw's victory in our first match this school year, I waited for all the students to go to sleep and waited for the prefects to make their rounds, and after the last of the prefects had passed, I silently slipped out of the common room using some secret passages. After going through some passages, I went to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and when I got there I was happy to see that Myrtle wasn't around. As there was no one around, I decided to try something that had been on my mind for a long time. Serpensortia, I whispered, and just after that, from the tip of my wand came a large black snake that fell to the wet bathroom floor. As soon as it hit the ground, the snake immediately rose up, looking for someone to attack. Calm down, I said, using my beast talk. The snake then began to look at me carefully, and I continued to stare at it. The snake, erect and frozen as if contemplating something, began to approach me, and without fear I bent down and stretched out my arm, letting the snake climb onto it. With the snake coiled around my arm, I raised my other hand and started stroking her head. So you're a girl, I realized after a quick analysis. Come on, my little friend, I know that creatures, even if not magical, understand more about magic than the wizards who use it, so I know you know what you have to do, I whispered to the snake, even though I knew she couldn't understand me completely, even with me using my beast talk too. I then moved the snake close to one of the sinks, where there was a snake notch tap at the base. Let's go, little friend, I said, making a slight connection with the snake using my beast talk to control its actions a little. I also had my magic vision turned on, as I wanted to fully analyze how Chamber of Secrets passage magic worked, as one day I might try to replicate this style of passage. But getting back to the main subject, I saw that the snake started to stare at the faucet fixedly, shaking its head from side to side, and through the connection I could feel that it was in some sort of trance. After a few seconds with the snake facing the sink, I heard it hiss, and I made a point of paying attention to what it hissed. With my magic vision I saw that the magic in the tap responded positively to the snake's hiss, but it didn't seem to be enough to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But I expected this, which is why I was using my beast talk to connect with the snake. Good job, little friend, Vipera Evanesca, I said, making the snake disappear in a waft of black smoke. After I made the snake disappear, I went back to looking at the sink. I stared at the sink for a long time, whistling in an attempt to mimic a snake's hiss. At some point I felt that something that was locked inside my mind was unlocked. Section open section, I said, hissing like the snake, surprising even myself, as I hadn't expected the familiar feeling that came with the word and the language. As soon as I finished talking, I saw the sink glow with a faint white light, and then the sink started to move, and in the end what was left was a large tunnel with a pipe that led to the chamber. It worked, I said to myself, looking at the sink in surprise, even though I expected something like this to happen. I continued to look at the entrance, but I didn't go down it. I then closed my eyes and concentrated a little, trying to bring out the same feeling I had when I first spoke Parseltongue. Section close section. As soon as I hissed again, the sink started to move again, and in the end it returned to its place and the passage disappeared, with the bathroom returning to normal. I stared at the sink for a while as I thought about the new discovery about my beast talk. When I came here I expected to do the same as Ron, who learned to speak open in Parseltongue by listening to Harry mumble the word in his sleep, but I didn't expect to learn the language that many in the wizarding world consider dark. Apparently I only need to hear or try to speak any magical language once in order to learn it, I muttered to myself, satisfied with this new part of my abilities. With that I don't have to worry about finding a way in and out of the Chamber of Secrets anymore, I thought, taking one last look at the snake carving on the tap. The rest of November passed quickly without any major happenings, and in that time I occupied myself with my training and studies. I haven't been able to make much progress in my studies on unsupported flight, let alone replicate it correctly. The only time I was able to replicate this form of flight was by using wind and levitation spells to keep me aloft. I found that unlike Wingardium Leviosa and Accio, my levitation, or telekinesis as I prefer to call it, also works on living beings, or more specifically, on humans, something that none of the spells mentioned above can do. I already tried to levitate myself using my telekinesis and all the levitation spells I knew, however the sensation is strange, and even though I have a fondness for flying, I still felt that something was wrong with these forms of levitation and flight, at least when used on myself. But that doesn't mean I won't use them, it just means I'll mostly use other spells or other means before trying to use any levitation spells on me. Well, the other part of my studies that I was struggling with was learning spells that used Parseltongue. I knew that Parseltongue was a magical language, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to understand it, but my studies didn't advance because I couldn't find any books containing information about any magic or spell that used that language, even in the room of requirement. I was still hoping to find something by looking in other wizarding communities, with India being one of the most likely to have something, but I wanted to learn as soon as possible as the parcel tongue could be the key to me defeating the Chamber of Secrets basilisk. And finally, amazingly, my study of the Thestrals and their power to filter and clean magic was the research that was most successful. I still didn't have a clear enough understanding to be able to replicate this skill, but I at least learned a few new things every day of research. But I'll leave to talk about these new things I learned another day. My physical training was a bit stalled, but that's because I wanted to focus on my magic training and my studies. I know my spell casting speed has increased, as has the power of my spells. I can cast a string of 10 spells in quick succession in less than 20 seconds, which means I cast one spell every 2 seconds. That speed still isn't good enough, but that's only when compared to the powerful wizards we know, like Voldemort and Dumbledore, and other adult wizards. The only thing that is stressing me out is the fact that, even with great magic power, enough understanding of the spell, and a good amount of happy memories, mainly because I have 2 lives of memories, I still can't cast a corporeal Patronus, and I don't know what the damn reason is. There's nothing to stop me from casting a Patronus, and I can say that this was the spell I've trained the most since I started doing magic, so why can't I form a damn corporeal Patronus? No matter how much I think, I can't figure out why. I even thought that I would only be able to cast a corporeal Patronus if I was in combat with a Dementor, but that makes no sense. Basically all the students who learned the Patronus from Harry and the DA, whether corporeal or incorporeal, never had any combat or even any form of approach with a Dementor. But even though I got a headache from this spell, I had to put it aside for my other studies and projects for this year, even though I knew that next school year I would possibly have to face a Dementor. So let's start, I said, holding my wand and taking a deep breath. I'm currently in the room of requirement trying to recreate the unsupported flight, and so far the only thing I've gotten is a dizzy feeling every time I try to fly. Unsupported flight is a spell I really want to learn, but it's hard to create a spell I don't even know how to use. I knew I might discover some new things about this form of flight if I talked to Riddle in the diary, but even I'm not that dumb. I have confidence in my occlumency and my mind, but not to the point of trying to talk to a Horcrux that will try to consume my soul to strengthen itself. Another option to solve this problem of mine would be if I created a flight spell from scratch, and I really find this easier than trying to recreate an existing spell. But I'm already trying to create a lot of spells, so I'd rather at least get the outline of what I know about Voldemort's unsupported flight before trying to create my own spell. As I held my wand, I passed my magic through my body, and when it got to my feet I began to use magic to create a puff of smoke that along with its wind began to slowly lift me off the ground. I learned a while ago that I didn't necessarily need to do magic just using my hands or a wand, and I don't know if Voldemort realized the same thing as me and used it to create his way of flying, but I know that this is the fastest and easiest way I can think of to create my spell. Sigh, Riddle is really a genius when it comes to magic, I thought. With smoke leaking down my legs, I started to control the air so it wouldn't lose control. Little by little the smoke started to lift me higher and higher, but that was my limit, as I couldn't move in the air yet, as I easily lost control of the spell when I tried to move it too roughly. I knew that even if I could fly using this form of flight, this spell would still be incomplete, as I wanted to turn my body into smoke, and that requires a great understanding of both transfiguration and charms. Landing slowly on the ground, I stumbled forward a little but managed to regain my balance quickly. Damn, I still have to figure out how to stop this dizziness every time I use this spell, I grumbled to myself. After standing for a while, waiting for the dizzy feeling to pass, I went to my spell journal that was on a table and jotted down the details of my last test. Well, even with my unsupported flight being incomplete and imperfect, I can say that I'm moving forward with it at an acceptable speed, I said, looking at a stack of notes on all the forms of flight and levitation I could find. In that pile of notes was even a parchment with information on how to make and enchant a broom. Sigh. That's a lot of work for one person, I muttered. I then shrugged and walked back to the middle of the room. Well, I still have a lot of free time, so I better not waste it, I said, a bit of smoke leaking from my feet. Courtyard. After leaving the room of requirement I went to get something to eat in the kitchens, and when I got there I saw that the kitchens had an extra elf, and that elf is obviously Dobby, who decided to spend his time helping the other elves at Hogwarts. I wasn't surprised that he was at Hogwarts, as I knew the emotions and magic at school were very good for him, not to mention that he could be close to his great Sir Harry Potter. After eating a small snack in the kitchens I went to meet my friends who were on the central courtyard. Hey, I said, seeing that they were sitting in a circle talking, along with some of our friends from the other houses. Hi Ethan, Susan answered me, with me sitting next to her. What are they arguing about? I asked, nodding to Stephen and Megan. Something about soccer being better than Quidditch and vice versa, Susan shrugged. I nodded, and then decided to ignore they, as I've seen Megan arguing with someone about something, and I know how persistent she can be. And you? Where were you? Susan asked me. I was visiting the elves in the kitchens, I replied. Do you know where the kitchens are? Susan asked, a little surprised. Yeah, it's not like the kitchen is an inaccessible, mysterious place, I shrugged. Well, it's just that from what I've heard from the older students at my house, not many people know where it is or how to get into the kitchens. Well, it turns out that I'm a very good mystery solver. I could even work with Mystery Incorporated. I said, getting a confused look from Susan. Sigh. It's a Muggle reference. Hello friends, Luna, who had reached our group, said, sitting down on Susan's other side. A little bird told me that Professor Lockhart was caught in a prank while passing Professor Vector's office, and now Filch and the Professor Flitwick are trying to unglue him from the wall. As soon as Luna finished speaking, those who weren't so focused on Megan and Steven's discussion turned to her, with the boys having a gleeful and cruel look while some of the girls had shocked looks. Man. How many pranks has Professor Lockhart been caught in so far? Terry asked. Not enough, Michael, Justin, and I said, and then looked at each other in surprise. Is he still trying to flirt with Professor Vector? Lisa asked with a frown. Sigh. For once I think he deserved to be caught in a prank, Susan said. I didn't know the twins invented a glue prank, I thought. You know, I don't think it was a prank that hit him. I think it was Professor Vector who got tired of him chasing her and decided to solve the problem, and he said it was a prank because it's less humiliating, Luna whispered, approaching us, but we all heard. For some reason, no one doubted Luna's words this time. You know, Professor Lockhart, you've been getting caught up in a lot of pranks lately. If you want I can teach you some spells so you can defend yourself, Professor Flitwick said to Lockhart with a friendly smile on his face. It'll be just like before, when you were a student of Hogwarts in my house and I had to teach you some spells so you could protect yourself from the older students. Haha, nah. I'm just letting the kids have fun. They're probably excited to play a prank on me, Gilderoy Lockhart, he said with a big smile that sparkled. Yes. Surely that's the reason, Professor Flitwick agreed with a sarcastic smile. Well now if you'll excuse me, I need to answer some fan mail in my office, Lockhart said, turning to leave. Why am I getting cold? He asked aloud as he walked away from the corridor, waving to some students who were looking at him with shocked eyes. Shouldn't we warn him that we had to rip the back of his clothes off to get him off the wall? Filch asked, in an incredible show of empathy, looking down at the lavender underwear with blue flowers that Lockhart was wearing. Nah, he's a great wizard. He'll figure it out at some point, Professor Flitwick said scornfully. Professor McGonagall's office. POV, third person. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Teacher. Hermione called after knocking on the door. Come in, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall's voice came from inside the room. You said you'd like to see me. Yes, have a seat, Professor McGonagall said after Hermione entered the room and closed the door, pointing to the seat opposite her desk. As soon as Hermione sat down, Professor McGonagall began to speak. So Miss Granger, I called you here because I'd like to talk about your electives. My electives? Hermione asked confused. Yes, Professor McGonagall nodded. Since you were so kind to hand me your form with the subjects you chose so far in advance, I could see that you chose a few more subjects than the request. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Hermione's confused expression changed to one of expectation. Yes. I didn't know which one to choose, and all these subjects seemed to be so interesting and fun. I've even started studying some of them in the library, Hermione said all this in one breath, her eyes shining. Professor McGonagall seeing this could only smile wryly inside, but on the outside she sighed helplessly. Miss Granger, I'd like to warn you in advance that some of these electives will have their classes overlapping each other, and we cannot change your timetable to fit more classes, so it's unlikely you'll be able to attend all these classes, Professor McGonagall said, and she could see the shine in Hermione's eyes starting to fade. Really? There's no way I can see all the classes. You can even take my lunch break, Hermione said, and the Professor McGonagall resisting the urge to massage her temples and laugh at that last sentence. She then looked at Hermione who had a pitiful look on her face. Sigh. Why are my smartest lions always the ones that cause me the most problems, she pondered. Professor McGonagall then looked back at Hermione and let a small smile play on her lips, but luckily I already knew that you would insist on studying all the electives. Well, you remind me a lot of myself when I was your age and I had to choose my electives, not least because I tried to do the same as you choosing so many classes. Miss Granger, I can't promise you anything, but I'll try to find a way for you to see at least some of these classes, but like I said before, I can't promise you with 100% certainty, she said. Really? Thank you, teacher. I won't let you down, I'll study every book I find in the library. And I won't let my grade be lower than an O, Hermione said excitedly. She then looked at Professor McGonagall's bookshelf. Do you have any books to recommend for me? I want an opinion from someone experienced too. Just as Hermione was about to continue her animated chatter, she noticed a few specific books that were neatly tucked away in a unique part of the bookshelf. Do you read the Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books? Hermione exclaimed in surprise and a little excited. Do you know these books? Professor McGonagall asked a little excitedly internally too, forgetting that she was still working and that she was supposed to act professionally, especially in front of a student. Do I know these books? I'm a big fan of them. Hermione replied, I bought the Aragon book the same month it came out, and I've been a huge fan of the saga ever since. Well, I came across these books last year, actually, I received them as a Christmas present, Professor McGonagall said, looking at the books with fondness and pride. Really? I didn't know you liked these kinds of books, Hermione said surprised, but she received a raised eyebrow from Professor McGonagall in return. I mean I didn't know you liked Muggle books, Hermione said after noticing her poorly worded sentence. Miss Granger, I'm a half-blood, Professor McGonagall said, and even if I wasn't, a book is still a book, whether a wizard wrote it or not. Oh yes, I forgot, Hermione said a little embarrassed, and when she received a questioning look from Professor McGonagall she was quick to explain, I read about you being half-blood in one of the books that talked about the current teachers at Hogwarts. I forgot this book existed, she muttered. Well. So does that mean you wouldn't autograph my book if I asked you to? Hermione asked shyly, it's just that in all my books I try to get an autograph from the author or whoever is being quoted in the book, she said, looking at Professor McGonagall with puppy eyes. Sigh. All right, I'll autograph your book. But you can't tell anyone that I autographed your book, do you understand, miss? Yes, Professor McGonagall, Hermione quickly agreed. Well, so are your Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books already autographed? Professor McGonagall asked. No, and I think it's going to be hard for me to get an autograph from him, or her, Hermione commented, crestfallen. What do you mean? Don't you know who the author of these books is? Professor McGonagall asked with a curious look. Well, nobody knows who the author is, he remains anonymous and the only thing we know about him is his alias Knight, and that doesn't tell us much, Hermione replied, and then she saw Professor McGonagall look at her. With a strange look. But Knight is not an alias of the author, Professor McGonagall thought. Hermione then started looking at Professor McGonagall with narrowed eyes, as if she was analyzing something. Wait a minute. Do you know who the author is? Hermione asked, and she saw Professor McGonagall's eyes widen slightly. Aha. You know who the author is? I don't know what you're talking about, Professor McGonagall said, keeping a stiff, serious look. How old is he? Is he a wizard? Is he a she? Hermione began her barrage of questions, looking at Professor McGonagall as if she were a police officer interrogating a suspect. You won't be able to get any more information from me, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall said, staring back at Hermione. So does that mean I've already managed to get any information out of you? Hey, so you really know who the author is, Hermione said with a victorious smile. You're too smart for your own good, Professor McGonagall said, her right eye twitching. Now please, if you'll excuse me, I have some essays to correct, she said, shooing Hermione away as she waved her hand towards the door. Hermione then stood up with the smile still on her face and turned to leave the room. She then opened the door and as she was about to leave she turned to Professor McGonagall. What color is his hair? Get out of my office, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall said, and Hermione quickly closed the door, and only after she heard Hermione's hurried footsteps disappearing did she relax in her chair. Sigh. With each passing day these lions of mine cause me more and more problems, she said rubbing her temples, but with an amused smile on her face. Professor McGonagall then turned to the Inheritance Cycle books on her bookshelf. Why didn't you reveal yourself as the author of the books, she wondered, but then she shrugged. Well, whatever your reason for remaining anonymous, you should have your reasons. That said, she looked back at the scrolls on her desk, and among those scrolls was a letter that was addressed to the Ministry, and one word that stood out in that letter was Time Turner. Well, I've already talked about my studies and training, and in the time that has passed, I've slowly advanced in each one. I found out from my parents' letters that Seal began to show more accidental magic. I also, through some old letters, remembered that Seal managed to do something that I've been trying to do since the beginning of the year, which is fly without a broom. I have not and will not try to copy her type of flight, as accidental magic works differently from controlled magic. Accidental magic does not obey or is controlled by the wizard or witch, but by the will of the magic itself, which wants to please its user. It's hard to explain, but from the theoretical books I've read, and from what I've analyzed for myself, the magic of children under 12 years old acts of their own volition to protect, cheer, or welcome the witch or wizard. You may be thinking that I got the age wrong, but in fact magic still has a will of its own and the wizards continue to show signs of accidental magic until the end of their lives, but it is less frequent when the child turns 12, not 11 as we've been taught to believe. But changing the subject and putting my training and studies aside, I'm getting ready for Christmas, as I'm going to visit the Flammels with my family. I've already packed the Philosopher's Stone in my suitcase, and I've prepared a short mental list of questions to ask them. I'm obviously not going to pass up this opportunity to gain knowledge with the two oldest people in the wizarding world, who are also probably two of the most experienced and knowledgeable people in magic. Perhaps talking to them will even allow me to understand what is missing from my self-created spells. Hi Ethan Knight, Luna, who was sitting in front of one of the common room windows said, turning to me as I'm walking down the stairs to the dorms. Hello Luna Lovegood, I said to her smiling, have you seen the boys? I asked, not finding them in the common room and not feeling their magic in the dorms. Oh, they're looking for the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, Luna replied, turning back to look out the windows. Why are they looking for the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room? I looked at her curiously, and what are you doing with Nyx? I asked, noting only now that Nyx was on Luna's lap with a crown made of flowers on her head. Because when I try to put any kind of clothes on you, do you try to attack me? I asked myself, staring at Nyx with a raised eyebrow. Nyx seemed to know what I was thinking as she looked at me lazily and moved closer to Luna, making my eye twitch. The boys are looking for the Hufflepuff common room because of a bet with Megan, and about Nyx. Doesn't she look pretty in that flower crown? Luna asked, not answering my question as she held up Nyx for me to see. Sigh. Yeah, she looks pretty, I said, shaking my head helplessly with a wry smile on my face. Luna, hearing me agree with her, had a huge smile on her face and then turned around to go through her bag. I'm glad you think she looks pretty, because I made you a flower crown too, she said, turning to me with a blue flower crown in her hands. You're lucky to be too innocent, I muttered, sitting down across from her, picking up the flower crown and placing it on my head. It looks great on you, Luna said happily, and Nyx looked at me and I could feel that she was enjoying this whole thing. I should have picked a toad, I thought, staring at Nyx. Sigh, well while the boys are doing boy stuff, would you like to play a game of chess with me? I asked Luna, pulling out my wand and levitating a wizarding chess board that was on a table next to us. Well, yes, but you have an advantage over me, she said, and I looked at her confused. What advantage? Isn't it obvious? Grizz blue flowers attract Nixies, the strategy fairies, and you're wearing a crown of those flowers, so the fairies will help you, Luna said crossing her arms, and I felt like looking up with my magic vision just to see if these fairies are here. Well then, in that case I can take the flower crown off so we're evenly matched, I said, my hand moving up to the flower crown. Oh no need, Luna said, digging into her bag, I'll put my Grizz blue flower crown too. She then took another flower crown from her bag. How many of these do you have in that bag of yours? I asked with a blank face. Well. Some, she said innocently. Sigh. Well then, let's get started, I said, putting Luna's fun little oddities aside. A little later. After a few rounds of playing against Luna, I started looking at the board wondering when it all started to go wrong. We've played 5 matches so far, and in all 5 I've lost to Luna in the most unusual ways I could think of. I've even started to think that the fact that she has several Grizz blue flowers in her bag is attracting more Nixies than accepted by the international wizarding chess community. And here I found my long-awaited opponent, I thought, my chin resting on my hands. What a strange smell, I thought, feeling a bitter and slightly sour smell hit my nose. I then heard some shuffling, wet footsteps coming from outside the common room, and turning towards the passage I saw it open. As soon as the passageway opened, I saw the boys coming through it. They were all soaking wet and looking somber, and along with the smell it was easy to discover what had happened to them. Have you had a nice walk to the Hufflepuff common room? I asked, trying but failing to hold back my smile. Whoever said the Puffs are good is completely wrong, Terry said, looking blank and frightened. And me thinking Salazar was the cruelest founder of Hogwarts, Anthony said, turning to look at me. Ethan. What do you know what? Never mind, Anthony said, turning around and heading upstairs to his dorm room. Terry, who had heard Anthony, turned to look at me along with Stephen and Michael. What the hell are you wearing on your head? Michael asked. And what the hell is covering your body? I asked curtly back, causing Michael to shut up. Michael then turned and walked up the stairs behind Anthony, and Stephen was smart to keep quiet and follow the two of them. Terry, who was the only one remaining in the common room, looked at me, then Luna, and finally Nyx. Well, that's not the weirdest thing I've ever seen, so meh, he shrugged. Checkmate, Luna said, surprising Terry. This is something weird, he said. See Ethan, now the score is 6-0 for me, Luna said victoriously. Could it be that I'm dreaming and this is all an illusion made by Helga Hufflepuff? Terry wondered, looking off into space. Why don't you go take a shower, Vinegar Boy? I asked dryly, and Terry lifted his arm to sniff himself. You are right, Terry said wrinkling his nose. He then turned around, and like the other boys went up to his dorm. You know, my dad told me that Helga Hufflepuff was part of a dangerous organization that aimed to steal all the kettles in the world, Luna said, and I started to open my mouth to say that this might not be true, but then I stopped to think. That might be true, I said scratching my chin. The Christmas and New Year holidays have finally arrived. I had already written a letter to my parents telling them that we were invited to the Flammel's house, and this news surprised and excited my mother. Like me, my mom also read the books the Flammels wrote, and joining one thing with the other, she realized that the strange red stone she had seen was actually the Philosopher's Stone. With this new discovery of hers, she sent me a letter wanting to know what the hell I was doing in possession of such an important and amazing item, but I said I would explain it to her after I got back. I also sent another letter to the Flammels asking them to keep it a secret from my parents about how and why I had the stone, and amazingly they agreed very easily. But getting back to the vacation thing, I had already promised to write to my friends, and even told Lily that I would try to find her in France, as she would be taking a trip there with her family. So that I could be carefree on this vacation, I also used a lot of my time to train or get ahead with some of my studies, and I also put a ward in the sinks in the girls' bathroom on the second floor, as a precaution. And I obviously didn't forget to leave a few dozen pranks ready in Lockhart's office and dorm, which happened to be pretty easy to break into. Professor McGonagall's office. "Hi teacher, did you say you'd like to see me?" I said, opening her office door as soon as she told me to come in. "Yes, I asked to see you because I'd like to talk to you about your electives," Professor McGonagall said, straightening a stack of papers that I noticed were the electives choice forms. "And what would you like to talk about my electives?" I asked. "Well, I noticed you chose only 2 electives," she said, picking up a separate sheet of paper on the corner of the table. "Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes," she read. "Yeah, those 2 were the ones I picked. Is there a problem?" I asked curiously. "No, no problem, it's just, well, I thought you were going to choose more electives," she said, looking at me curiously. "Well, Professor Minnie, the other subjects that were left were arithmancy, Muggle studies, and divination, and between the 2 of us, none of them seem very cool." "Maybe just arithmancy, but I'd rather study it myself," I said with a shrug. "Are you sure?" "You can still change your electives," Professor McGonagall said, looking at me uncertainly. "Professor, and I've read the books on Muggle studies, and I as a Muggle-born know more about the Muggle world than all the books you can find here at Hogwarts," I said, holding up a finger. "Arithmancy and divination are on the same situation. They study fate, luck and the future." "And let me guess, you don't believe in divination?" Professor McGonagall said. "On the contrary, Professor, I strongly believe in fate and luck, and I believe in predicting the future too, but I don't feel like studying about them, because as it is said in the studies of these subjects, destiny and the future are unchanged, and I'd rather follow a destiny I don't know with my own steps, than try to change or follow a destiny I know and end up messing it up," I said, with Professor McGonagall nodding at my words. "Who would have thought that behind that mischievous and playful personality of yours would be a wise and mature person?" Professor McGonagall said, and I smiled at her at that. "Yes, thanks," I said, but then I looked at her with a strained smile, and the other reason I didn't choose divination is that I've already met Professor Trelawney. "Oh," Professor McGonagall said, with a small, knowing smile, "I think your motives are good enough." She then looked at one parchment in particular, and following her gaze I saw that the parchment she was looking at was a letter, and that letter was a request to the Ministry for 2 time-turners. Looking at this letter and remembering Professor McGonagall's insistence that I choose more electives, I realized what she was up to. Damn, I missed the opportunity to win a time-turner next school year, I mentally cursed. Imagine the training time I'd save with an object capable of turning me back in time. Sigh. I should have realized why she called me here from the start, I thought. Professor McGonagall saw me looking at her letter to the Ministry, and she then looked at me with a strained smile. "Well, I think you've noticed, right?" she said. "Yes," I replied with a wry smile, "a time-turner would be of great help to me, 'cause I'm always busy playing pranks on Professor Lockhart." "No evidence, no accusations," I was quick to respond, as my mother had taught me, and Professor McGonagall shrugged. "Well, unfortunately the criteria for asking for a time-turner are pretty specific," she said. "Fine, I'd probably use it to prank Lockhart more," I shrugged, and Professor McGonagall looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "What? I don't care too much about punishments, detentions, or loss of points, and I know that almost or all of the teachers are enjoying and having a lot of fun with the pranks being played on Professor Lockhart." As soon as I said that, Professor McGonagall looked away innocently. "Yeah, but back to the point, unfortunately since you declined to do more electives I won't be able to order another time-turner," she said, looking at me apologetically. "Don't worry, Professor Minnie, I would probably give up as soon as Professor Trelawney predicted the first death," I said laughing. "Heh, I wish I had that same thought as you when I was choosing my electives in my 3rd year," Professor McGonagall said. "Why? Did your teacher also predict the death of students?" I asked jokingly, but I saw Professor McGonagall's dark gaze. "Did he predict?" I asked uncertainly. "No, he didn't predict who was going to die, he predicted who would be someone else's soulmate," Professor McGonagall said. "And how can that be worse than predicting a student's death?" I asked confused. "It's worse because he always chose a single person to be the soulmate of several students. And in my year, I was chosen." Professor McGonagall sighed wearily as she recalled her old memories. "I will never forget the massive amount of love letters and confessions I received in my 3rd year." As soon as she finished talking, I looked at her pityingly as I tried to hold back my laughter, which I seemed to be failing as she started to stare at me with narrowed eyes. "Did I say something funny?" she asked. "No, it's just that I remembered something Stephen said in the common room," I said, turning my face to the side and not looking at her. She said, obviously not believing me, I want to see you laugh when you're a little older and it's Valentine's Day. With that sentence of hers, I started to look at Professor McGonagall strangely, but I decided it would be best if I kept quiet. Well, now that the matter is settled, if you'll excuse me, I still have to review your mid-year exams, Professor McGonagall said, waving her hand away as if she was warding off a dog, which caused my right eye to twitch. I then got up from my chair and went to the door, opening it. You know, Professor Minnie, did any of your suitors back in high school ever try to flirt with you over a bowl of milk or some cat treats? I asked, and not giving her a chance to answer I turned and walked quickly out of her office, narrowly missing a spell that slammed into the wall beside me. Why is it that every time I talk to one of these kids I feel like I'm going to have to ask Poppy for a headache potion? Professor McGonagall said, feeling a sense of déjà vu. She then leaned back in her chair and looked at nothing. And how did that boy find out that someone has already tried to flirt with me using cat treats, she wondered. Knight's house. So Ethan, would you like to tell us why you got an invitation from the greatest alchemist in the wizarding world, my mother, who was sitting on the couch across from me asked, looking at me with her arms crossed. And a better question is why you are guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which is probably among the most precious and important magical items in the wizarding world, my father said, also looking at me with his arms crossed. After arriving home for Christmas and New Year's break, my parents immediately took me to the living room and started interrogating me, and meanwhile Seal is in the armchair looking at the whole scene. Well, it turns out they lost their Philosopher's Stone, and by incredible luck and coincidence I found it in one of Hogwarts' special rooms, I shrugged. Oh, and what room would that be? My mom asked, bringing her face closer and looking at me like she didn't believe what I said. The room of requirement, but more specifically, the room of hidden things, I said, having no problem telling my parents about the room. What room is this? I don't remember it being mentioned in any of the books about the castle, my mother asked. It's a secret room that only appears when someone really needs it, and the room of hidden things is a room that holds all of Hogwarts' lost and found items, I said, probably the Flammels lost the stone at Hogwarts and the elves found it and kept it in the room. As soon as I finished talking, my mom and dad started looking at me with narrowed eyes. So that means you're not involved in anything illegal, right? My dad asked, and I felt my right eye twitch. Yes, I'm not involved in anything illegal, I said dryly, and my parents sighed in relief. What the hell did you think I did to get the Philosopher's Stone? I asked slowly. My father and mother then looked at each other and then turned to me. Well, something that involved threats and bribes, my dad said, and I looked at him scandalized. How could you think your son would do something like that? I asked, placing my hand on my chest. My father then started looking at me with a blank face. 3rd grade, elementary school, Professor Robert, my dad said. You have a good point. After that, I started explaining to my parents with a few little lies about how I was able to talk to the Flammels and also why we were invited to visit them. Impressively, what surprised my family the most was not the fact that I am in possession of an item that can give us infinite money and great longevity, or knowing that 2 of the most influential people in the wizarding world want to meet us. In fact, what impressed them the most was the fact that I talked to and even touched a phoenix. It may not seem like it, but in addition to our love of studies, my parents and Seal also shared with me the same passion for magical and non-magical creatures, so knowing that I saw and even touched such an amazing creature as a phoenix was a big surprise for them. And the surprises aren't over yet, as I haven't told them that Fawkes would be the one to bring Portkey to us. After this conversation with my family, we all went to sleep, as tomorrow morning would be the day we would take Portkey to go to France. Next morning. We're not going to have any problems entering France this way, right? I mean, we're kind of entering another country without informing said country, and that's illegal as far as I know, my mom said, knowing a lot about the law. Well, I think it might be illegal, yes, my father said, checking his suitcase for the last time, but I don't think there are many people who would go against the word of 2 wizards as important as Mr. and Mistress Flammel. In fact, I think this trip having the chance to be illegal just makes it all the more exciting, I said excitedly, earning 2 strange looks from my parents. But then, how are we going to get to France? My father asked. Do you remember the forms of magical travel that Professor McGonagall told us about on our first trip to Diagon Alley? Sue, we're going to try another one of those methods of travel, I said, and I could see my father's face darken. Do we still have time to take a plane? He asked. Well, I don't think so, since our messenger has arrived, I said, looking at our living room table. What messenger? My dad asked, but instead of answering I just pointed at the table. Poof. And just as my father looked at me confused, a burst of red and gold flames shot through the air above the table, and out of those flames came Fawkes, who landed on the table while holding a letter and a large gold hoop. Approaching Fawkes, I ran my hand over his head, and turning to my parents I saw them gaping at Fawkes. A fiery bird. Seal exclaimed excitedly, jumping out of the armchair and running towards Fawkes, looking up at him with eyes gleaming excitedly. Fawkes then looked into Seal's eyes, and after a while with the 2 of them staring at each other, Fawkes brought his head closer to Seal, who turned to me as if asking for permission. I looked at Seal, who was looking at me expectantly, and nodded my head, and right after that Seal then started petting Fox. Is he what I think he is? My mom asked, pointing at Fox with a shaky finger. A pterodactyl. Yes it is, I replied sarcastically. Pretending not to see the look my mother was giving me, I walked over to Fox and picked up the letter and hoop he was holding. Opening the letter, I started reading it, and in the end I saw that it was just an explanation of how Portkey was going to work and some other additional information. So we're just going to have to wait until 10 a.m., my mom asked, taking the cage from Nix, who was looking at Portkey angrily. Yes, I said, looking at the clock and seeing that it was 9:54 a.m. What about our bags? Are we going to have to hold them? My father asked, seeing that we had a lot of bags. Why don't we put these bags in one of my suitcase compartments? I asked, as my suitcase compartments were the size of a normal room. Okay, my dad said with a shrug, and after that we busied ourselves with putting all the bags in my suitcase. I then shrunk my suitcase again and tied it to my chain, which I placed around my neck. When we finished, the clock was already showing that it was 9:59. Without wasting any more time, my family and I quickly placed our hand on the gold hoop, waiting for the Portkey activation time to arrive. Thanks, Fox, there are some snacks on the table in my room for you, I said to the Phoenix, who was looking at my family. Fox then looked at me and I winked at him, to which he nodded. And without saying another word, the golden hoop in our hands began to glow, and a second later we felt a sensation of being squeezed and sucked in, and with one last turn we and Portkey disappeared, leaving only Fox in our living room. Fox then took off and flew to my room, and there he saw several packages on my bed that said, "For Lockhart," and without wasting time he grabbed one of those packages and operaed on fire, planning to continue with the pranks like a good honorary musketeer. After Portkey activated, my family and I were taken into a large lighted hall, and at a glance I saw that "Apparition" and "Portkey Point" was written on one wall. Damn it, my dad cursed as he fell to the ground after we reappeared. URG. I think I'm going to throw up, my mom said on the floor, holding her stomach. While my parents were suffering from the effects of traveling with a Portkey, I was taking a deep breath, as even with the trip not affecting me as much, as it was the first time I used a Portkey, I still received some of the negative effects of the trip. That was fun. Seal said, and with that I confirmed in my mind that my sister has an odd opinion about what's fun. See honey, I said they would love the trip, I then heard a male voice laugh. Yes, I can see how much fun they found the trip, a female voice commented dryly. From the sensation these two people brought to me, and from the great, dense magic I could feel emanating from them, I easily discovered who they were. Well, hello Mr. and Mrs. Flammel, I said, turning to the two voices and surprising myself a little. In front of me were two people who, unlike what the movie Fantastic Beasts had led me to believe, weren't old or fragile looking. Mr. Nicholas Flammel had long and wavy brown hair, a goatee and a mustache the same color as his hair, and blue eyes that sparkled in the same way as Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes. He looked to be somewhere between 35 and 40 years old, as opposed to the 600 years he should have looked like. He was wearing a black suit with an overcoat over it, and if I didn't know he was an alchemist wizard, I would think he was part of the French mafia. Mrs. Perenelle Flammel had long and straight blonde hair, an aristocratic appearance, and vibrant green eyes. Her aristocratic and noble appearance didn't hide her gentle personality, and the blue dress she wore only highlighted that. Oh, so you are a benefactor, I believe, Mr. Flammel was the first to say, a little younger than I expected, but that just goes to show how amazing you are for what you've done, he said, referring to the challenges that the Headmaster Dumbledore set to protect the stone. Well, as you already know who we are, could you tell us who you are, our young benefactor? Mrs. Flammel asked with a gentle smile, nodding to my parents behind me. I'm Ethan Knight, second year of Ravenclaw, I said, bowing exaggerately to them. It's a pleasure to meet two of the great renowned names of the wizarding world from this century, and also from a dozen centuries ago, hee. Oh mon Dieu, J.E. Sweeflat, Mrs. Flammel said, and from what little French I've studied, I know she said she was flattered. It's nice to see that young people these days still find us interesting, isn't it, dear? Mrs. Flammel asked her husband. Say it for yourself, honey, I always have been and will always be interesting, Mr. Flammel said with false arrogance. He then turned to my parents and reached out to them. And you must be the parents of our young benefactor, right? I'm Nicholas Flammel and this is my wife Perenelle, but you can call us Nick and Penny, he said, shaking my father's hands and kissing the back of my mother's hand. Mrs. Flammel then came forward and greeted my father, and my father just like Mr. Flammel kissed the back of her hand, showing that our classes of pureblood norms and etiquette were good for something. Mrs. Flammel then went and hugged my mother, as if they were old friends. Well, like you said, we're Ethan's parents, my dad started to say. I'm Joshua Knight and this is my wife Sarah Knight, and this little one here is our little girl, Celestia Knight, he said, pointing for each one. Hello little one, I'm Penny, Mrs. Flammel said as she kneeled in front of Seal. I'm Seal, the Ethan's little sister, Seal said, her chest puffing out in pride, and I turned away as my parents glared at me, knowing I was the one who taught Seal to introduce herself like that. I'm not crying. I'm not, I said to myself, beaming with pride and satisfaction. Hee hee, yes you are Ethan's little sister, Mrs. Flamel said, ruffling Seal's hair, making her smile with satisfaction. Well, since we've all introduced ourselves, before we go to our residence, we'll just need to stop by the French Ministry of Magic to organize your tourist and visitor papers, Mr. Flamel said, making my mom sigh in relief to see that we weren't breaking any laws. Damn, just because I was prepared to run away from the French Oars if they found us, I grumbled, earning a confused look from Mrs. Flamel and a raised eyebrow from my mom. Ha ha ha, I know how you feel, Mr. Flamel said, walking to the exit of this great hall, with me and my family following behind him, but we are not going to the ministry to allow you to stay in France. We are going there to get a permit so you can come back to visit France whenever you want. How? My father asked. Well, you can always come to France by nomage means, but by wizarding means like apparition and portkey you would have to ask permission from the ministry, Mrs. Flamel began to explain. We're going to the ministry to get to you a level 6 permit, which means you can always come to France by any means, without needing to alert the ministry. Amazing, my mother said. If you think this is amazing, you will be even more amazed to learn about the privileges of the level 11 authorization, Mr. Flamel said, and he then continued, the level 11 authorization allows the wizard who has it to go anywhere in the world, and it can only be obtained with permission from the International Confederation of Wizards. Wow, my dad said, must be really hard to get one of these. Yes, it's a little difficult, Mr. Flamel said, and as soon as he finished talking he pulled out of his pocket a translucent sign with black letters that read, level 11. Stop showing off dear, Mrs. Flamel said, patting Mr. Flamel. Sorry honey, he said to her, turning to me and winking discreetly, but changing the subject. Here we are, Mr. Flamel said. I didn't need to turn on my magic vision to realize that what he meant was that we'd arrived in front of a magical passage. The entry to the French wizarding community is very different from the other entries I've seen or read. While the other entrances try to keep a low profile, the entrance in front of me could be anything but discreet and inconspicuous. The passage was in a busy square, but I noticed that people weren't looking our way, and it was easy to see that the passage was enchanted with concealment spells. The passage itself was a large fountain of water that was being surrounded by vines and arches of water in front of us, and in addition to the water being a crystal blue and brilliant, the vines were decorated with points of light that made the scene magnificent and magic. I always knew France was an extravagant place, I thought, looking at the passage in wonder. Is this the entrance to the French wizarding community? My mother asked, looking out over the lit vines and the crystal clear water fountain in front of us. This is one of the entrances, and here we call it portals, Mrs. Flamel replied. There are many mirrored portals across France, but only some are main portals, others are minor portals. Yes, and the total number of main portals spread across France is 11, a number much loved by French wizards, Mr. Flamel continued for her. Why 11? I asked. Well, 11 here is almost the same as other magic, luck and fate numbers elsewhere in the world, like 7 in Great Britain, 9 in Japan, 4 in Russia, 5 in Korea, 3 in America and 592 in Ireland, he replied. 592. Why such a specific number? I don't know, Mr. Flamel shrugged. You've probably been to Ireland already, right? I asked and he nodded. Well then why didn't you ever ask anyone there about that number? Oh Ethan my boy, there are 2 things you should never ask an Irishman. The first is the meaning of the number 592, and the second is what happened in the election for minister in 1784 Mr. Flamel said, putting his hand on my shoulder and speaking wisely. Damn. Now I really want to know what happened, I thought. But back to the subject. Mrs. Flamel began to say, these 11 main portals are spread out in the main and most important cities of France, and this portal is usually in the center of the city, surrounded by 8 minor portals, and this whole set we call Orchidée Lumineuse. Why the name? My mom and I asked, even though I already had an idea why. Well, if we put the portals on a map and look from above, the set will look like a flower, and our entrance is a little flashy, so putting that together. Mr. Flamel replied, the portal in front of us is the main portal of Paris, and it leads to the center of our community. He then turned to us, handing my parents 2 coins. To see the portal, a muggle would only need to have had some time of exposure to magic, and usually parents of wizard children can achieve this easily. However, to pass through the portal you will need to be recognized, and so these coins, Mr. Flamel said, and he then turned to Seal, I'd even give you a coin, but I know you're a big witch and you can go through the portal, so I'll give you this, he said, taking from the inside pocket of his overcoat a small crystal ball that had a rainbow inside, much to Seal's happiness. Well now that we're all ready, let's go, Mrs. Flamel said, holding out his hands and showing my parents how the portal worked. The portal's vines began to stir and curled around Mrs. Flamel, but that didn't bother her. She then began to walk forward, and the vines began to cover her along with the water, and in the end she disappeared among them. After she passed through the portal, my parents looked at each other, and then holding tightly to their coins they walked through the portal, with Seal in my father's arms. After my parents walked through the portal, only Mr. Flamel and I stood in front of the fountain, with him looking at me with an analytical gaze. Sigh. I know you want to ask me something, Mr. Flamel, I said, turning to him. Hee hee, I think I was too obvious, he said, scratching the back of his head, and please call me Nick. Okay, I said with a calm smile on my face, and what would you like to ask me, Nick? Well, actually it's something I've been wanting to know since when you sent that letter to us, he said. Nick then looked at me with a curious look on his face. Why did you want to return the stone to us? Why didn't you keep it with you, he asked. Why should I keep your stone with me? I asked back. The philosopher's stone has an owner, and besides, it's not that important to me, I shrugged. Do you know about the things it can do? Nick asked me. Gold and immortality. None of that interests me, I said. I can get gold easily, and immortality doesn't appeal to me. What's the point of living for a long time with a lot of money if with a normal life I can already enjoy a lot of the life and world I'm living in now? As soon as I finished speaking, Nick started to look at me with a calculating look, but then he broke into a sincere, happy smile. I knew you were a good boy as soon as I read your letter, he said, and that's a very mature and intelligent thought, Ethan. Well, I'm from Ravenclaw, I shrugged with a smile on my face. Maybe because I had a past life, it made me appreciate the few moments I can live, I thought. Well, I think we better get going then, the others must be waiting for us, Nick said, walking to the portal and putting his hand on the vines. Yeah, maybe my mom is already thinking about what law violation I'm committing and what defenses she's going to have to use in court to get me released, I said, chuckling dryly. Ha ha ha, yeah, probably Penny is doing the same, Nick said, and we both knew the other was serious. So without wasting any more time, Nick and I quickly made our way through the portal, and upon reaching the other side we were met with two critical and curious glances. I didn't commit any crimes this time, Nick said to his wife. It wasn't me, I said to my mom, and with that my parents and the Flammels looked at me with an eyebrow. What? That's the best excuse possible, I shrugged. At my jokes, my parents just rolled their eyes in a good-natured way. Seeing that my joke had the effect of lightening the mood, I took the opportunity to look around. If I was expecting something extravagant from a French wizarding community, I wasn't disappointed. We were in a large hall in a crystal dome, and when I say big, I mean really big. Probably even if you stack 5 dragons on top of each other you still won't be able to reach the ceiling. We couldn't see anything outside the dome, and the light that illuminated inside came from tiny dots of lights and crystal chandeliers that floated above our heads. On the ceiling, in the center of the dome, was a large crystal chandelier with ornaments of gold and other precious stones. The floor below us was made of white marble, with a large flower design in the center and a water fountain just like the main portal we entered, only much larger. There were also large marble doors that led in different directions, and above these doors were plaques with the name of the place these doors led to. That alone would make this place beautiful and wonderful, but the people and creatures that walked around the hall made the place look more magical. Looking around the dome I could see some white wooden tables with some French ministry attendants and officials, judging by their attire. Wow. It's beautiful here, my mother said in wonder. Impressive, this is the most spectacular place I've ever seen, my dad said, just as amazed as my mom. Here's magic, I muttered, feeling the magic in the hall. Yeah, I'm glad to see you think that, Nick said with a proud, satisfied smile on his face. He then turned to us, but even so, let me be the first to tell you this. Welcome to our wizarding community, the Cathedral de Seraphines, he said theatrically. Where is this place where we are exactly? I asked, feeling that my senses couldn't sense many things from outside the dome. Well, it might not look like it because of the lighting, but we're underground, Nick replied, and I nodded in understanding. I can only imagine why, it must be difficult to hide a structure of this magnitude, my father commented. Well, in my experience, almost every ministry of magic and wizarding community in the world are hidden underground, Mrs. Flammel said. She then turned to us with an air of mystery, but make no mistake, this is just the boarding and information point for our community. There's still a lot for you to see. With that said, the Flammels began to lead us to one of the marble doors, and above that door I saw a sign that read, Sector D7, and, Commercial Area, in French. Commercial Area. We weren't going to the ministry. I asked Nick. Well, yes, we are going to the ministry, he said. But then why don't we go through that door? I asked again, pointing to a door with Sector B14 and Ministry of Magic written on the sign above it. Because we can also get to the ministry by going through the shopping area, and on the way you'll be able to see a lot of our French wizarding community, Nick replied, stopping in front of the marble door. Nick then, without saying much, put his hand on the door handle, and instead of the door opening, Nick disappeared. Wait. Was this supposed to happen? My dad asked, blinking at the place where Nick should be. Hee, don't worry. The doors are here for looks and charm only, they are actually portkeys, Mrs. Flammel answered, but that answer only made my dad stare at the doorknob with a frown on his face. And I, seeing my father looking at the doorknob like that, could only shake my head at him. Humph, I huffed, walking past my dad and looking at him mockingly. As I passed my father, I looked at him with a superior look and put my hand on the doorknob, and immediately I felt a sensation of being pulled by the belly button, and then everything around me started to spin. When everything stopped spinning, I balanced myself easily before I tripped, already getting used to the Portkeys way of travel. Well, I see you don't suffer much from the effects of traveling through the Portkeys, Nick said, standing by my side to help me if I needed it. Of course, a little magical trip isn't enough to bring me down, I said, but then I took a look around and marveled at what I saw. The shopping area of the French wizarding community appeared to be a larger merger of Diagon Alley and the Cathedral des Seraphins. And if that wasn't already amazing, the place still had the flamboyant and gorgeous style that only France could have. Everything and everyone around me carried with them a magical air, and I didn't say that just for looks. The streets, shops, and people looked totally different from the shops and people in Diagon Alley. The wizards and witches around me wore elegant and designer clothes, something to be expected, since France is also known as the country of fashion. The stores in the commercial area ranged from huge stores with whimsical and modern architecture, to small but cozy stores. When I glanced at these stores, it felt like I was in a mall in my old life and world. Compared to Diagon Alley, which is an old-fashioned and simple place, here it seemed to be more modern, and it may just be my opinion, but the magic plus modern things makes everything more beautiful and amazing. And looking up, I noticed that we weren't underground anymore, as the sun was shining above us with a clear and blue sky, and I could feel the fresh air rushing past us. I've only been here for a short time, but I've been impressed by so many things, I muttered. Ha ha ha, I know how you feel, Nick said. I've lived for so many years and yet I can still find something in this big world to impress me. I was going to say something else, but I felt some magical fluctuations coming from behind me, and I turned around and took a step to the side, only now noticing that a large, 3-foot oval platinum plaque was floating in the place where I had appeared, probably being the place where Portkey teleported us. Behind this sign I could see that the shopping area stretched as far as my normal eyes could see. I thought there would be another door on this side, I shrugged. The first person to appear in front of us was Seal, who, showing incredible balance, did not fall or stumble. Ethan, she exclaimed, running up to me and hugging my legs, Mom and Dad, they let me use the pole. Polka by myself, she said, jumping up and down, with me holding back my laughter as I saw her shuffling to speak Portkey. Yes, I saw that, and you were amazing, I said, patting her head. Shortly after that, my father and mother appeared, stumbling a little but managing to stay on their feet. Why didn't wizards just make a regular door, my mom grumbled, if I have to use another Portkey today, I'm going to take the wand of the first French wizard I see and shove it deep into your... Wow, calm down dear, Seal is here, my dad said, but then he walked over to my mom and whispered, but just in case you want some help. Brother, Seal called out to me, turning to me, what is Mom going to do with the wand of? Oh look, Seal, a magic ice swan, I said, pointing to a display in front of a magical store, luckily managing to distract Seal. Well, I see you all arrived well, Mrs. Flamel said as she was the last to arrive. So, how are we going to get to the ministry? I asked. Please don't be another Portkey, my father muttered, clasping his hands in a prayer. Ha ha ha, no, we're not going to use another Portkey, Nick said, making my parents sigh in relief. The ministry, being one of the most important places in our community, has several entrances, and one of them is in the center of the commercial area. Here in France things are well organized. Britain should learn a little thing or two from you, I commented, earning a nod from Mrs. Flamel. I've always thought so, but wizards, both in Britain and elsewhere in the world, are hard-headed people who can't listen to someone else's opinion, especially if this opinion goes against the concept of right and fair for them and also their traditions, Mrs. Flamel said, and I could see Nick sigh wearily. I wish all wizards were a little more open-minded, Nick muttered, loud enough for us to hear. Sorcières stupids, always thinking they're right, but we all know they only have a gros bâton enfants profondément entre ses fesses and stupid wizards slash a big stick thrust deep between your buttocks. Nick. Mrs. Flamel said in warning, preventing Nick from continuing his cursing, but from what I understand Nick has a certain contempt for ultra-traditionalist wizards. Sorry, he said to us, an embarrassed smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm the only one in my family who knows some French, so they must not have understood anything you said, my mother said, and I looked away innocently. Good thing, Nick said, but that matter aside, we're not that far from the entrance to the ministry, so let's get going. With that, Nick, Mrs. Flamel, my family and I continued our tour of the commercial area, enjoying the scenery and attractions like the tourists that we are. It didn't take us long to get to the ministry, and it took even less time to get our permits. The ministry, like the commercial area and the Crystal Dome, had an extravagant and exuberant appearance, but after seeing these other places, the ministry paled in comparison to them. But I have to say that the ministry staff are very polite, something I can't imagine being the same in the British ministry. But moving on, after we got our permits, we accompanied the Flamels on a tour of the commercial area sites and even some important ministry points. I was surprised to see that few people recognized the Flamels, and those people who recognized them treated them with respect, and this was most obvious with some ministry officials. Something I had expected, but still was impressed by, was the fact that the Flamels seemed to have a lot of freedom to roam in the French wizarding ministry. At some point Nick even wanted to take my family and me to one of the courts where a criminal was being charged with murder. And to my and my mother's misfortune, Mrs. Flamel stopped him. After our tour, the Flamels saw that it was almost lunchtime, so they took us to their house via a port key, much to my parents' dismay. Flamel's house. After we arrived at the Flamel's house, which looked like a simple, modern French house, my family and I stored our things in the guest rooms the Flamels had prepared for us. After that, Mrs. Flamel went into the kitchen saying he planned to cook us a special dish for lunch, and with that my family and I went to the living room where we sat and listened to Nick tell some of his stories of his adventures around the world. And not surprising anyone, having lived for so many years, Nick had a lot of interesting stories to tell us. After a few stories, lunch was finally ready. "This food is wonderful, Mrs. Flamel," my mother said, and that wasn't a simple compliment, as I also shared the same opinion as my mother. "Even the Hogwarts elves' food is a little below the taste of the food that Mrs. Flamel prepared." "Oh, thank you. It's been a while since I've cooked for anyone, especially guests, so I wanted to try one of the dishes I learned in India in 1846. Mrs. Flamel said with a soft, satisfied smile on her face, "And I told you to call me Penny." "Being called Mrs. Flamel makes me feel old," she said with a laugh. "But you're old," was what crossed my parents' minds. "And you, Ethan, what did you think of my food?" Penny asked, and don't measure your words, I enjoy getting both negative and positive reviews. "It helps me improve where I went wrong," she said. I started to think, rubbing my chin, causing Penny to pay a lot of attention to me. "The rice was cooked just right, and the soy and lemon sauce you used to season it combined, especially with the fish au gratin with Arabic pepper. The Thai sauce is also very good, and it tastes homemade." "Is this a homemade sauce?" I asked, and Penny nodded excitedly, even bringing a little notebook from somewhere to jot down what I was saying. As this happened, my parents sighed beside me, knowing that when it came to analyzing and criticizing things, I got too involved. These potatoes with orange zest gave a special touch to the rest of the dish. Overall, the food is perfect, but if I had to criticize something, it would be the lack of a lighter accompaniment, like a salad or a less seasoned sauce, I said, nodding at my analysis. "And what kind of salad do you think would go best with the dish? A lettuce and tomato salad or a broccoli salad with white sauce?" Penny asked me with her notebook still in hand, a straight face on her face. "A lettuce and tomato salad would go better with this dish, but that white sauce would be welcome too," I said, also with a straight face. I see," Penny muttered, jotting something down in her notebook. She then turned to me again. "I'm thinking of making a lasagna bolognese for dinner. Which one do you think would be a good side dish?" she asked me, and from there we started talking and exchanging ideas about dishes and side dishes. It turns out that because I have such strong senses, taste included, I've developed a sixth sense for flavors and food, and that makes me the best person to analyze and criticize someone's food. Unfortunately, I don't know if at some point in my life I will be called to be one of the master chef judges. With everyone at the table then engaging in conversation, we finished lunch and the long-awaited moment of the day arrived. Time to return the Philosopher's Stone to its true owners. Going into the living room with my family and the Flamels accompanying me, I grabbed my suitcase from the chain around my neck and set it on the small table in the center of the room. Enlarging the suitcase to its normal size, I opened it into my second secure compartment, as in the first were the Horcruxes, which I decided to keep with many spells and wards protecting them. As soon as I opened this compartment, a red glow spread through the room. I then took the glowing ruby red stone in my hands and brought it in front of the Flamels, who were looking at the stone with soft smiles on their faces. The way the Flamels looked at the stone was not the same way one would look at a rare and precious item. They looked at the stone with feelings of longing and happiness emanating from them, as if the stone was a sentimental symbolic thing for them. "Hee, I think this was the first time we've been separated for so long from our stone, right honey?" Nick asked, taking the stone in his hands. "Yes," Penny laughed. She then turned to me. "I really don't know how to thank you. The Philosopher's Stone has been with us for so long that it has turned out to be a very important item for our family, and I don't say that because of the gold it can create or because of the elixir. The feeling of importance we feel for the stone is more emotional and sentimental," she said, a soft smile on her face. "Many people have asked me why in all these years I haven't created another Philosopher's Stone, but the truth is that for us, it is irreplaceable," Nick said, placing the stone gently on the table. He then turned to me too. "And for you being able to return the stone to us, Ethan, I thank you from the bottom of my heart," he said, bowing his thanks to me, with Penny doing the same. Seeing this scene, I panicked a little, not knowing what to do, and looking to the side I saw my parents in the same situation as me. "Please stand up. What I did may have been a big deal for you, but for me it was nothing, so you don't have to thank me," I said, and unconsciously used some magic to slightly lift them up. The Flamels then looked at me a bit surprised, both by my words and my display of wandless magic. They then quickly recovered and turned to each other. Looking back at me with a little smile, Nick was the first to speak. "You know, it might sound a little offensive and biased what I'm going to say, but with that personality of yours I'd expect you to be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff." He chuckled, and I laughed along with him. "The Sorting Hat thought the same thing, but I still think blue suits me better," I said. "And my father, who had been silent all this time, decided to speak. Mr. Flamel. Nick, he corrected himself as he saw Nick looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Sorry for the question, but what would you do if you couldn't find the stone? My father asked. Well. Nick started, looking at Penny. If we didn't find the stone, we'd just live our lives until the time of our death, just like everyone else. Wouldn't you try to create another stone? My mother asked. We could do that. Or we could just take one last trip around the world without worrying about living another 100 years, Penny said. After living and experiencing as many things as we do, death becomes just another great and mysterious adventure. With that phrase from Penny, my parents started to look at them with more respect, and I looked at them lost in thought. The next day, after a delicious breakfast, the Flamels took my family and I on a sightseeing tour of the main sights of France, both on the wizarding and muggle sides. Touring France with the Flamels as guides was interesting. Every place we went they had a story to tell. There was even a moment when they started to mention the changes that took place in a church, talking about the time it was founded, which was in 1653, about the year it was destroyed in a four-wizards duel in 1795, until the year it was rebuilt in 1812. And it's amazing to know that, even being over 600 years old, the Flamels didn't act like old and experienced people, they just acted like anyone would act. Sometimes they even looked like a couple of teenagers. I thought that because they were so old, they would have some old-fashioned custom or style, but actually it seems that they managed to keep up with the modernity of the world. But changing the subject, the Flamels, to my surprise, decided they were going to teach me some of the things they've learned in their many years of life. They decided that by seeing that I am good at magic, and by listening to my parents talk about how I enjoy studying and that I am the best student of my year. They also said that I can consider it a thank you for returning the Philosopher's Stone to them. I could refuse, but I obviously wasn't going to miss this opportunity to learn more, and even with the Flamels telling me that they aren't as powerful wizards as Dumbledore and even some Aurors and that they just had a lot of knowledge, I wasn't discouraged. In fact, it just left me with more expectations for their classes, as I don't really need to increase my magic or learn more powerful spells. What I need is knowledge. Maybe after these lessons I'll even be able to figure out what's missing from my spells. Meanwhile at Hogwarts with the teachers. POV, third person. Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Well, with that we're done with our annual meeting, Headmaster Dumbledore said, looking at all the Hogwarts staff in the office. Does anyone have anything else to say? He asked. The professors around him shook their heads no, but he noticed that Filch was a little frowning, well, more frowning than usual. Argus, would you like to say something? The headmaster asked. GRH. These rude brats are making more and more of a mess. Every day I have to clean these corridors because of some prank of theirs, Filch grunted grumpily. As soon as Filch talked about the pranks, all the professors and staff in the office could see that Lockhart shivered a little, and even his self-proclaimed, world's most beautiful smile, ended up fading a little. Everyone also noticed the satisfied look that flashed across Professor Snape's face as he looked at Lockhart. Yes, the pranks. The headmaster said, with an amused smile on his face. Unfortunately we have no way of knowing who the students are who are doing these pranks, and even those that we have discovered, we can't do much about them other than give them some detention and a point reduction, but that doesn't stop them from playing more pranks the next day. When the headmaster said this, Filch frowned even more, but he remained silent, knowing it wouldn't be a good idea to tell the headmaster some of his plans to punish students who prank and mess up his corridors. And besides, pranks are usually harmless, and students just do them for fun, Professor Flitwick said. Hee hee, and they're really fun, Professor Sprout said laughing behind her hand. Pranks make the school more lively, and even some of the more serious students sometimes have fun with some of those pranks the Three Musketeers do on the Great Hall. The Three Musketeers, Professor Snape muttered under his breath, having some negative memories about groups of students who like to prank. That brings back some good memories, Headmaster Dumbledore sighed with a nostalgic look, and some of the older professors shared the same look he did. Well, since we can't resolve the pranks issue, so I guess the meeting is over, right? The headmaster asked, looking at everyone over the top of his half-moon glasses. Actually, headmaster, I'd like to speak with you privately about a request of mine, Lockhart said, smiling brightly. Perhaps you would like to ask Albus for an autograph. I know he is quite famous and a lot of people would like to have his autograph, Professor Flitwick said, for no other reason than to irritate Lockhart, who hates being compared to anyone, and hates it even more when they say that someone is more famous than him. Maybe he wants some tips about his upcoming classes, as Albus was already a dada teacher in his youth, Professor McGonagall said, hiding her smile, understanding what Professor Flitwick was doing. Some professors like Professor Sinister and Professor Kettleburn were trying hard not to laugh, mainly because they didn't expect Professor McGonagall to join Professor Flitwick in making fun of Lockhart. Perhaps Professor Lockhart wants to ask some fashion tips from the headmaster. They both have a fashion sense, similar, Professor Snape said slowly, and no one knows if it was because Professor Snape was the one who spoke or if it was because of the scandalized look on Lockhart's face, but those professors who were trying to hold back their laughter started to laugh softly. Is there a problem with my choice of clothes? The headmaster wondered, looking at his red robes embroidered with green flowers. He then turned and looked at Lockhart's robes, looking him up and down, ignoring or not noticing that Lockhart was looking at him with an odd look, as if he'd just sucked on a very sour lemon. My fashion sense isn't that bad, the headmaster thought, mentally noting to himself that he should cut down on the amount of colorful and flashy clothes he had in his wardrobe. Ahem, the headmaster cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, as none of you other than Professor Lockhart has anything to say, so I say the meeting is over and you can go back to what you were doing before, he said, and with a few brief goodbyes the Hogwarts professors and staff began to leave the headmaster's office one by one, with some of them whispering to each other. As soon as the last person left, the headmaster turned to Lockhart. So, what is this request of yours that you would like to share with me? He asked. Well, I'd like to talk to you about a very special day that is coming, Lockhart said, sitting boldly in the chair opposite the headmaster's desk. Oh, and what day would that be? The headmaster asked, a little curious. Well, my dear fellow Order of Merlin, this special day is obviously Valentine's Day. As soon as the headmaster saw the smile on Lockhart's face he knew he was going to regret having agreed to have this conversation. Flamel's house. I'm currently sitting in the guest room the Flamels prepared for me, reading Marcel's diary. I had a very productive day today, as Nick taught me a bit about alchemy, which in his words, it's nothing more than a mixture of all magic and its subjects, be it potions, charms, transfiguration or astronomy. I was aware that alchemy blended everything we learned from these subjects, but Nick showed me that learning alchemy also required having learned at least a few muggle subjects, such as chemistry and biology. Unfortunately in this class I had with Nick he only taught me a few theoretical things, unlike Penny, who taught me a lot of spells for daily use and practice, as I helped her make the food and clean the house from time to time. Penny told me it was fun to have guests at home as she doesn't have many friends as they all either died or live far away and are busy. She even said that she liked the fact that I was a child even more, because she always wanted to have children or grandchildren to raise and care for, but one of the negative effects of elixir of life is that whoever drinks it for a long time ends up becoming sterile. Because of that, Nick and Penny never had any heirs, which isn't necessary since they're immortal, but Penny was still happy to be able to teach me, which is why she's not showing me flashy or destructive spells, but simple and basic spells, because those would be the first spells she would teach her children. Nick even told me that when he accepted Headmaster Dumbledore as a student and partner, Penny tried to pamper him like a child, and she still does to this day. And this is a scene I really want and need to see. But going back to the subject of Marcel's diary, I had already read a few pages of the diary earlier this year, but nothing that interesting happened, leading me to believe that my instincts had deceived me. But currently Marcel is in his last year at Hogwarts, and for some reason, I started to feel that the main event was about to begin. May 19th. I thought that after more than 6 years at this school, I would have managed to get my classmates to accept me, but it seems that pureblood thinking is so ingrained in their minds that no matter how kind I try to be, they'll still treat me like scum. The only good thing is that I realized a long time ago that when being nice and polite isn't the answer, cruelty and meanness are. I can still remember the fear in Morpheus' eyes when I bewitched his Quidditch team uniform to suffocate him. I knew he could have caused a lot of trouble for me with that, mainly because there were so many witnesses, but he preferred not to get the word out that a disgusting mudblood had bewitched him. Idiot. December 25th. This discovery. I don't know how to react to it. I should have chosen to remain a mudblood, that would be so much better than knowing I was abandoned. All that money I saved for the inheritance test could have been used for better things. In fact, I would rather not have had that money. Could I be being hasty? Yes, but it doesn't matter anymore. I don't know what's worse. Knowing that I have a family that abandoned me, or knowing that he is part of my true family. This goddamn father of mine obviously abandoned me. I can't think of any other reason I lived with those fuckers I had to call family. My father obviously can take care of me. In fact, he could give me the life of a king and there would still be money left over, so why? But the question that remains in my head is, who is my mother? I don't recognize her family name. Is she a foreign witch? Sometimes knowing less is as good as knowing everything. At least I can be happy to know that I don't have a blood connection to those little muggle shits. Damn, saying something like that really makes me feel like part of his family. So Marcel is the bastard son of some influential wizard. But from what I could tell, not only is his father a rich and probably important wizard, but his whole family is too, so in this case, the Marcel's family might still exist, I thought, scratching my chin. The more I thought, the more the pieces fell into place. Marcel's life from the beginning, his life so far at Hogwarts, and the things he discovered. I'm starting to get a little suspicious about something, I muttered, going back to reading the diary. Hee. Apparently I should stop trying to discover my origins. I don't know whether to feel happy or disappointed. How could I be so dumb? The answer was always in my face. Were the books that I received and kept so fondly actually a form of silent support? I knew I'd read that last name before. I wanted to know who my mother was, and in fact, I always knew. Or at least inside me there was that feeling and desire that she was my mother. Well, now I don't know what I want anymore. The books I received from that lady were old Hogwarts books, and I always noticed that there was a common name written on all of them. Annabelle Traceley. And one of the two main names in my inheritance and lineage test was Traceley. I'm that lady's son. She's always been taking care of me. A little time-consuming, but she still took care of me more than anyone. But if she could take care of me from a distance, why didn't she come talk to me? Didn't she want to have connections with me? Is something stopping her? I feel like when I dreamed of her calling me her son I was happier than now that I know I really am her son. Asterisk. Damn, I muttered after a while, so my suspicions were right and that woman who delivered food and books to Marcel really was his mother. Just by discovering this I started to realize how bad and messed up Marcel's life is. You could make a Mexican soap opera with so many plots and twists that his life has. Looking at the diary again, I started to ponder what I would do if I were in Marcel's shoes, and I realized that I would probably act the same way, or maybe even worse. Sigh, what a shit life, I muttered, leaning my head against the wall and looking up. Now I can't even blame Marcel if he wants to become a Dark Lord. As I thought, I realized that if Marcel's family, both on his mother's and father's side, are still alive through descendants, I can find them using my magic vision. Probably the magic will be very diluted, but even if it had been 1,000 years, there will still be that little remnant of an ancient magic, and it will be even easier to find since Marcel's magic is a little unique. With that in mind, I activated my magic vision and memorized every detail and feeling I could feel of Marcel's magic in the diary. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. As I deeply analyzed Marcel's magic, I heard someone knock on the door, and I could feel Nick's magic on the other side. Hey Ethan, your parents and I are planning to visit the Eiffel Tower, would you like to come with us? Nick opened the door and started to say, but he stopped at the end of the sentence. Turning to Nick I saw that he was looking at me with a very shocked face, and that was strange, as even when I showed my skill with wandless levitation, the most I got from him was a satisfied smile and a raised eyebrow. Hi. I said, not knowing what to say. Do you have the magic insight? He exclaimed in surprise. Do I have what? I asked confused. The magic insight. Nick repeated, entering the room and closing the door. The magic insight? I don't even know what the hell it is. Just as I was about to deny it, I realized what Nick was implying. Oh damn, I thought. So you and Penny can see the magic, and you call that ability magic insight? I asked, with Nick nodding at me. Yes, this is a skill that we developed, and it's very, very rare to actually find someone with that same skill, especially someone so young, he said. Well, maybe I'm just very special, I said with mock arrogance, making Nick roll his eyes playfully, but you know, when I first read your books, I was glad to see that you and Penny seemed to see the magic the same way I did, but I didn't expect it to be that literal. Ha, I know how you feel. Even though we've lived for so long, the amount of people that Penny and I have encountered with this skill are very few, Nick said, and a thought flashed through my head. Is one of those people the headmaster? I asked. Oh no, Albus has already tried to learn the skill of ours, but it's not something you learn, it's something that awakens in you. Unfortunately Albus couldn't awaken the skill, but thanks to his attempts he got a better understanding of magic, to the point of being able to feel it, Nick said, and I nodded in understanding, as I already knew about the fact that the headmaster was a little more sensitive to magic than other wizards and witches. But you know, I can understand why you'd think Albus would have that ability, Nick started to say, with this thing about the greatest wizard alive, the Dark Lord's defeater, he's expected to have an ability as incredible as this. Yes, and then there's the fact that his eyes are always twinkling, I said, with a little grimace. Ha, Nick laughed good-naturedly, I understand you, those twinkling eyes sometimes irritated me too. Nick then looked at me and started to think. After a while he put his hands on my shoulders and looked at me with a serious face, but with a calm smile on his face. You know, Ethan, every wizard and witch who has the magic insight has always been involved at the center of some important event in the world, both wizard and muggle. Penny and I think awakening magic insight is a way for magic to tell us that wizard who awakened it will do big things in the future, he said. And the headmaster wasn't one of those people, I muttered, making Nick sigh. I know, I also expected Albus to have this ability. But magic insight doesn't choose a hero or a great wizard, it chooses someone who will change the world, whether in a positive or negative way. As soon as Nick said that, I looked at him questioningly. This may surprise you, Ethan, but I've seen more bad people awaken magic insight than good people. But usually whenever there was someone bad with that skill, there was someone good to stop him, and that's the case with Albus. With that phrase from Nick, I looked at him with wide eyes, realizing who the person he is talking about is. Are you implying that Grindelwald had magic insight? Yeah, that's what I meant. Nick nodded. Well, fuck, I muttered, and Nick nodded. I then sighed, planning to think about it another time. You know, Nick, now that I know this ability is so old, I started to think the name it was given is a little bad. I said with a mischievous smile on my face, trying to change the subject. Ha ha ha, I know, but that was the name everyone decided to use, and now we can't change it anymore. Or maybe we just don't want to, he said, but then he looked at me, and speaking of name, what was the name you gave your magic insight? Magic vision, I said proudly. And you still want to judge the name we gave? He asked with a blank face, to which I shrugged. I then put my hand on my chin and thought. Nick, how did you realize I had magic vision on? I know when the skill is activated it just makes my eyes a little bright, and I trained hard to hide this bright, so there's no way you could have seen it, I asked, since even the headmaster couldn't feel or see when I used this ability. Simple, I recognize the signs when someone is using magic insight, he shrugged, call it a sixth sense, he said with a small smile, and I could see him looking at me with his blue eyes twinkling. Looking at me with magic insight on, I could see Nick's eyes widen slightly. Mon Dieu, I always knew your magic was dense, but apparently I was underestimating you, he said. Hee hee, thanks, I scratched the back of my neck a little embarrassed by the compliment, but then I thought of something. Hey Nick, I can't see my magic very well because it's in my body, so can you tell me what color it is? And its characteristics? I asked. The color of your magic? Nick asked confused. Yes, I replied, and then I saw Nick grimace. Ethan. All magic that is seen with magic insight is the same color, he said, and with that we fell into an awkward silence. Oh, was the only thing I managed to say. Ethan, Nick called me, looking at me with a straight face, how does your magic insight? Your magic vision work, he asked. I had already realized that my magic vision was probably not the same as magic insight, so I started to be cautious, mainly because sharing my abilities with others is not a smart thing to do. However, I could only sense Nick's confusion, curiosity, and concern for me, and my instincts were telling me he was trustworthy, so I decided to tell him most of the things I'd discovered about my magic vision. Well, that's interesting, Nick said, tapping a finger on his chin as he thought, from what you've told me, I can say with 100% certainty that your ability isn't magic insight. In fact, all I can say is that magic insight is a weaker and simpler version of your magic vision. When Nick said that, I puffed out my chest a little proudly, because who wouldn't want to know that they have a powerful ability that is the final version of an ability that many important witches and wizards have had. Hee hee, and I thought I could give you some tips on how to use your magic insight, but now I know I'm not worthy of it, Nick said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. In fact, you would be the one who could give you some tips on how to use magic insight. Well, what counts is the intention, right? I asked, smiling at him. Yes, Nick said, smiling too. He then looked at his pocket watch. Oh, we got too involved in the conversation. Probably Penny and her mother are thinking that we ran off to terrorize some poor innocent soul. Humph, no person is a poor innocent soul if I say they aren't, I said, looking at Nick with an arrogant and powerful look. Of course, oh mighty lord, holder of the magic vision skill, Nick said sarcastically, bowing slightly to me. Glad to see you know your place, old boy, I said, and then Nick and I looked at each other for a few seconds before we both started laughing. It's been a while since I had this fun, Nick said, standing up and wiping a tear from his eye. Well, then I guess as a nice guest, I have to teach the old man here how to have fun, right? I said, and then started laughing evilly as I rubbed my hands together. Should I stop him? Nah, what's the worst thing he can do? Nick thought, shrugging as he turned to leave my room, ignoring the young man behind him who was letting out some maniacal chuckles. After the Flammels, my family, and I tour of the Eiffel Tower, we headed back to the Flammels' house, where Nick told Penny about my magic vision, with my permission of course. Penny was just as surprised as Nick, to the point where I had to sit in a chair for nearly 2 hours answering her questions about my ability, with her jotting down every little bit of information. The difference between magic vision and magic insight is that magic insight is not as powerful or useful as magic vision. Magic insight can only see magic as a large orb of light, where sometimes when a wizard reached a relevant level of power that orb of light acquires some different characteristics. Nick said that when he looked at the headmaster's magic he felt like he was looking at a great warm, comforting sun. Those who have magic insight also cannot see the magic of some items if they are too old, unless the item contains a lot of magic in it. Knowing that the Flammels couldn't help me develop my magic vision discouraged me a bit, but then I was happy again, as I remembered that my skill is more special than a skill that is already considered very special. It was as if in a world where there were only 7 cars, I got a plane. As the Flammels found out about my ability, they decided that I could learn some more advanced things, nothing too over the top since they wanted me to enjoy my vacation. I also haven't forgotten that I have to try to get Nick to take me to Beau's Batons, since I want to see what another wizard school is like. And I also have to pay a visit to Lily, who sent me a letter saying that her family was making a stop here in Paris before heading to the City of Lion. Other than that, I still have to read Marcel's diary more, as I want to try to find out who his father is and what family he belongs to. ***. July 2nd, 1758. I've just arrived home after another year at Hogwarts, and for the first time in a long time I felt excited to be back. As my family no longer tormented me since my 4th year, as I learned that if I can't use spells to re-educate them, then I might as well use some potions. I think now I also don't need to think about them as my bloody family anymore, since they're not even my real family. But back to the main subject, now that I'm out of Hogwarts, I'll be able to look for my mother, and when I find her, I'll have a lot of questions I want her to answer. A part of me is relieved to know that the muggles I've lived with for so long aren't my family, and that the one who is my real mother has been quietly watching over me. But also another part of me is terrified of knowing that she only took care of me to keep her conscience clear, or because she feel that this was the minimum of her obligations as a mother, and that she actually doesn't love me and doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I don't know what I'm going to do if I find out that even the person I care about most in this world sees me as just another nuisance. I really don't know. ***. July 9th. I tried to find her everywhere in this fucking village, but the only thing I got was calluses on my feet and confirmation that my mother never really cared about me. Now that I'm coming of age, I'll be able to fend for myself using magic, so that must be why she doesn't show up anymore. She probably thinks she's already done her duty as a mother. And if that wasn't enough, I still had to see that bastard's face as he paraded through Diagon Alley as if he owned the world, and everyone was below him. I'm glad I wasn't raised by that father shit. ***. Ha. My fucking father is going to run for Minister of Magic. A man who cannot remain faithful to his own wife, and does not have the courage to take care of his son, even if he is a bastard, is obviously not capable of taking care of a wizarding country. And to make matters worse, I found out that this trash knows about my existence, and that he's the one who's been keeping my mom from seeing me. But my mother is smarter than he is, much more. She left a letter with Mr. Ollivander, knowing that every 3 months I went to his store to check my wand. The letter was short, but very explanatory. In the letter, my mother, who apparently was unaware that I already knew she was my mother, explained about me being the bastard son of an important wizard, and that same wizard was preventing her from seeing me, using my life to threaten her. She hid the name of my goddamn father, probably afraid that I would seek revenge on him, but little does she know that it is too late. Knowing that my mother hadn't abandoned me, and that my sperm donor is actually threatening her, made me more than angry. I've never felt such hatred in my life, not even when his son tried to knock me headfirst down the Hogwarts stairs. Not even when my adoptive family decided to take out all their frustrations on me. Not even when I felt the sneers, the whispers, and the jeers from my classmates at school. I hate you with all my might. I hate you, and I want you and your damn family die. I hate you, Sebastian Greengrass. ***. What? I wondered. Is Marcel actually a greengrass? I thought, obviously shocked at this new information, it really could make a great Mexican soap opera with Marcel's life. Marcel's life has so many plot twists and surprises that if it were a movie, no one would leave the theater at the end because they would wait for the post-credits scenes. And I was thinking of looking for someone who had a connection with Marcel, but ironically one of the first people I met when I arrived at Hogwarts was someone from his family. In fact, I hadn't even arrived at Hogwarts yet, I thought, remembering my first conversation with Daphne Greengrass when I boarded the Hogwarts Express. Wait. If both Marcel's mom and dad come from wizarding families, that means he's a pureblood, I realized. A pureblood boy from one of the families that most believe in pureblood being raised by muggles, ending up in Slytherin, and being despised by his colleagues purists. What an irony of fate. Come to think of it, Riddle and Marcel's story is getting more and more similar. The only thing different is that Riddle managed to manipulate those around him so that he was on top, and Marcel, even being a genius and someone as cunning as Riddle, only managed to stay at the bottom of society. Sometimes it's hard not to believe that Slytherin is a dark wizarding house. There you either have to be an idiot purist to stand above the others, or you are put in a situation where the pressure is so great that at some point you will end up exploding. In these moments I realized that Sorting Hat was wrong in saying that Harry would do well in Slytherin. I sighed, mentally tired from these discoveries. Chapter 174, Chapter. After reading Marcel's journal, I decided I needed some time to think and relax, so I went downstairs to the living room, where my parents and the Flammels were talking. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I grabbed a cup of hot chocolate that Penny offered me with a smile, and then I listened to their conversation. At some point in their conversation, I got bored and decided to play around with my wand a bit, make the cookies that were on the plate on the table dance. While I was playing with my magic, my parents and the Flammels watched my little show amused. You know, one thing I've noticed is that none of you have questioned us so far as to why Ethan is using magic outside of Hogwarts without getting any warning, Nick said, causing my parents and I to look at him. Well, I've already gotten used to him using wandless magic to levitate things or to play with Seal, so I've kind of started to think it's normal for him to use magic outside of Hogwarts, my mom said, realizing only now that they'd probably warnings about magic are only given when a wand is used. And I thought because we're in France, Britain's wizarding laws would be void here, my father shrugged. The Flammels didn't question me because they know I can see the wards that covered the house. They also asked the French ministry for a permit for me that allowed me to use magic freely, as long as I didn't do magic in front of muggles or use very destructive magic other than in private places. Well, you're almost right. The reason he doesn't get any notices about magic outside of Hogwarts is that we got him a permit, and also our house is surrounded by wards, and one of them prevents the ministry from monitoring it, Nick said, waving his wand and casting a spell on the living room wall. Right after that, from where the spell hit, some blue and gold symbols and runes began to appear on the wall of the room. And these, my dear friends, are our wards. Some of them are my beautiful wife's creation, he said, and with my magic vision I could see every detail of the wards, something I've done before, and every time I analyzed the wards I was even more impressed. Wow, this is beautiful, my mom said, as the only time she saw a ward fully activated and visible was the day the goblins installed wards in our house. What do these wards do? My father asked in wonder, but he heard no answer. My dad and mom then looked at the Flammels and saw Nick looking at them with a wry smile on his face as Penny looked away a little embarrassed. And I, who had already analyzed the wards a little, could understand the reason for their reaction. Penny then took out her wand and summoned a book that was on the living room shelf. Picking up the book she put it on the table and dragged it over to my parents. Well, I can get excited sometimes when I create something, and the wards are made for our safety, so I may have put in some a little extreme protections, she said. My parents, who looked at Penny strangely, took the book and started reading it, and each page they read made their faces turn blue and pale. A ward to make all the bones in the body disappear, my mother asked scared. Twisting all the invader's tendons, my father said, as scared as my mother, since he's a doctor and knows how painful this ward must be. I have to ask Penny to teach me how to ride this ward, I thought. Is there a spell that does the same thing as this ward? I can ask Nick later. Most of the time these wards are off, Penny was quick to reassure my parents, which seemed to work. Most of the time. The last time I saw these wards deactivated was in 1858, Nick thought, not daring to say it out loud. My parents, after listening to Penny, continued to read the book. A cleaning ward, my mom asked, and hearing her I turned around in surprise to look at Penny. Is there a cleaning ward here? So why do we still clean the house every day? I asked, and Penny just turned to me with a happy smile on her face. Well, because it's fun, she said, and I felt my eye twitch. It's fun. Even though it's small on the outside, this house has so many rooms that sometimes I almost feel like I'm at Hogwarts, I thought. Following day. Street of presentations and shows of France. Everyone come and see. Mystical and mysterious creatures, which alone can terrorize a city. They are known for having origins in Greece, with voices that enchant anyone. With a simple song they can win 1,000 hearts. Come see the Sirens Gracieuse show. Where my family and I walked, we could see and hear people screaming to draw attention to their shows and performances. As my family and I didn't want to waste our time in France, the Flammels decided to take us to the Street of Presentations and Shows, also known as Avenue de Chansons, Avenue of Songs, which is basically in street/avenue where at every corner we can find amazing magic shows. This reminds me the Circus Arcanus from the second Fantastic Beasts movie, I thought. You wizards never cease to amaze me, my dad commented, lifting his finger and popping a golden soap bubble, which turned into a crystal rose. Hee hee, this is just the street performances, we didn't make it to the main events, Penny said, pulling my mom by the arm and heading down the street. My dad and Nick then looked at each other and shrugged, going to follow the two of them, but then I called my dad. Hey Dad, I'm meeting a friend of mine here so you can go without me, then after I talk to my friend I will meet you, I said to my dad, who looked at me. Fine, but don't take too long or your mom might be worried, he said, and I nodded. Can I go with you, Ethan? Seal asked me, tugging at the sleeves of my shirt. Please, she said, looking at me with those damn puppy eyes. I then sighed and turned to my father. Sigh, it's okay Seal, you can go with your brother. But behave yourself, and don't forget to listen and obey him, okay, he asked, crouching down in front of Seal, who nodded quickly, with a giant smile on her face. After saying that, I took Seal's hand and started walking towards the hangout Lily had talked about, which was in front of a big red souvenir shop. Hey Ethan. I heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw Lily running towards me. Arriving in front of me Lily hugged me, and before I could say anything she started to tell me about how your vacation has been so far. Brother, who is she? Seal asked me, looking at Lily with a frown. Hearing the cute voice beside me, Lily turned to Seal, only noticing her now. Who is she? Lily asked. Seal, this is Lily, a friend and colleague from school. And Lily, this is Celestia, my younger sister I talked about, I said, but instead of seeing the two of them greeting each other as expected, I saw two of them staring at each other with frowns on their faces. But what the hell is going on? I wondered, eyeing the two of them, who were looking each other up and down analytically and competitively. Humph, the two then huffed and looked away. I, who was between the two of them, could only look at them strangely, deciding not to think too much about their interaction, as I know women can be very confusing at times. Chapter 175, Chapter. My mom says there are some magical creatures here that are very rare to find in Britain, Lily said, holding my arm as she guided me to a large museum-like structure, and meanwhile Seal was clinging to my other arm, pouting. Like which creatures? I asked. I don't know, Lily said happily. My mom never told me, and I never asked. With that response from Lily, I simply looked at her with a raised eyebrow, which she shrugged. I know you like magical creatures, so I thought you might like to see some rare creatures, she said, and I smiled at her. Well, maybe I like it a little, I said, and this time it was Lily's turn to look at me with a raised eyebrow. Arriving in front of the place, I saw that there was a large decorated and colorful sign written, Zoo de Creatures Magiques Rares et Spéciales de Maître Augustin, abbreviated to Zuma. Master Augustine's Zoo of Rare and Special Magical Creatures. Paying a total of 4 galleons per person, Lily, Seal, and I entered the zoo, and the first thing we noticed was that the place was more organized than expected. The interior of the place was well lit, and had a very long corridor, and on each side of the corridors were cages, boxes, and glass cases with several animals inside. Interestingly, for each species of animal, their cages had a different appearance to suit their natural habitat. Most of the creatures that were at the entrance to the zoo are common magical creatures such as plimpies, nifflers, clabberts, and diricals. Of all the Class X and XX creatures that were in the first sector of the zoo, the only ones that looked interesting were the nifflers for their ability to find and steal anything shiny, and the diricals, who are known to muggles as dodos, and who has a teleportation ability similar to the apparition. The deeper we went into the zoo, the more strange and interesting animals we saw. Look, Ethan. I've read about this creature, said Lily, pointing to a water horse. Hee, yes Lily, he's a Class XXX creature called the hippocampus, I said, approaching the big glass aquarium and putting my hand on it. With my hand close to the glass, the hippocampus inside the aquarium seemed to have sensed me, as they approached the glass and stared at me. With some of my beast talk, I passed some positive feelings onto the hippocampus, who neighed happily before they started swimming around the aquarium, as if they were dancing. Some people compare hippocampus to hippogriffs, but in fact the two are completely different. Hippocampus are also calmer and more cheerful, and easily tamed. It's a mystery to me why they're considered Class XXX, I said, and I could see Lily looking back and forth between me and the hippocampus with a look of wonder. How did he make them dance, was the question on Lily's mind. We then continued with our tour, where we saw some auguries, some mooncalves that had a habitat that was enchanted to always be at night, and a couple of foppers, who luckily were bewitched with silencing spells. Ethan, what creature are those? Seal asked me, pointing to some horses with wings. Those are winged horses, and it's usually their colors that help us distinguish their race, I said, and then pointed to a brown winged horse. That one is an Ethanan, that gray one is a Granian, and that big horse Palomino with white wings is an Abraxan. How do you know so much about magical creatures? Lily asked me. Well, I'm a Ravenclaw, known for studying hard and being smart, Lily continued for me. She then took a look around us. Are there only horses here? She asked, and I laughed a little. Maybe this is the area for the horse-like creatures, I said with a slight smile on my face, shrugging my shoulders. I then felt some feelings and emotions of calm and purity, and I easily recognized which animal was transmitting these feelings. Well, I don't know if you want to see another horse, but I have a feeling you'll like this one, I said, and then started taking them to another habitat. Arriving in front of a habitat that resembled a forest, I saw a pure white creature approaching the railings that surrounded the habitat. Wow, how beautiful! Lily said in wonder. Seal, who was beside me holding my hand, started jumping around happily with an excited smile on her face as she pointed at the creature that was in front of us. Brother. She started to say, but I finished for her. Yes, Seal, he's a unicorn, I said, smiling at the creature. At the same time I felt sad to see him trapped in a cage, even though I know it's safer here than most forests of the world. An unicorn. Seal exclaimed happily, walking to the front of the bars, but I held her back. Calm down, Seal, unicorns don't like to be approached so suddenly, I said, and then put Seal behind me as I calmly approached the unicorn. Arriving in front of him, I looked around to see if anyone was watching us, luckily finding no one. I then brought my hand closer to the bars and let the unicorn decide whether to approach it or not. Not a second after I stretched out my hand, the unicorn in front of me came over and laid his head on my mom, and I started petting him. See, now you can get closer, I said, turning to the girls, only to see that Lily and Seal were standing next to each other, looking at me in wonder with a twinkle in their eyes and their mouths half open. Ethan. Are you a Disney princess? Lily asked me, causing me to stop abruptly. I then turned to look at her slowly, but I could only see innocence and curiosity in her eyes. Why did you ask that? I asked, confused. Well, you're known for being kind, you look great, and animals love you. Isn't that almost the same as a princess? She asked me back. You know, maybe I'm a princess, I said, shrugging my shoulders. As soon as I said that, I saw the two of them looking at me with their eyes wide open and huge smiles on their faces. "This is amazing," Lily exclaimed. "I didn't know unicorns let men touch them," she continued. "Maybe I'm a special case," I said. "But I also saw the hippocampus dancing for you, and I saw that Kneasel staring at you, and that." "Okay, I get it. I'm a princess," I said, rolling my eyes playfully at Lily. Brother Seal, who was quiet, approached me and tugged at my shirt. "Yes, Seal. If you're a Disney princess, does that mean I'm one too?" she asked, looking at me expectantly and innocently. "Yes, Seal, you are a wonderful princess," I said, and Seal broke into a huge smile, before turning to look superiorly at Lily, and I could see Lily's right eye twitch. Seeing this scene, I let out a little huff, and Lily turned to me pouting, and I had to resist the urge to laugh. "Well, girls, we don't have all day, so let's get on with our ride," I said to ease the tension between the two, which at least to me felt comical. For the rest of the day the girls and I continued seeing and visiting many other habitats, where I saw many creatures that would probably be impossible to see normally. For a very obvious reason, there were no creatures of class XXXXX here. When it was mid-afternoon, I said goodbye to Lily, who had to meet her parents, and then I went to the theater that was near the center of the avenue, as I could feel the Flamel's magic nearby. Chapter 176, Chapter December 25 th. On this Christmas morning, we could see a cheerful little girl tiptoeing to a bedroom door, trying to be silent. Hi, Big Brother won't be waiting for that," Seal thought, turning the door handle slowly. As soon as she turned the knob fully, she opened the door and peered into the room through the small crack in the door. Looking at the bed and seeing a person-shaped bulge under the covers, Seal broke into a huge smile and walked into the room. "Ethan!" Seal screamed happily, running towards the bed with the intention of jumping on it. But before she could jump, a pair of arms caught her from behind and lifted her off the ground. TSK, apparently you never learn, do you?" I asked, holding Seal, who turned her face to look at me with a pout. You're supposed to be sleeping," she said, annoyed, and I laughed, placing her on the floor and lightly pinching her puffy cheeks. "And let you wake me up by jumping on me?" "Nah," I said, "now why don't you wake up Mom and Dad so we can open our presents?" "Ooh, true," Seal said, and she then started laughing with a mischievous look on her face. She then skipped out of my room while humming, and I for some reason felt sorry for my father. I created a monster, I thought, sweating, but with an inexplicable feeling of pride in my chest. Living room. "You got more presents than last time," my mom commented, looking at the pile of things I had next to me. "Well, I'm really good at making friends," I shrugged arrogantly. "So why haven't I seen your ability to make friends at your Muggle school?" my father asked, and I placed a hand on my chest painfully. "That was a low blow," I said, and he shrugged with a smile on his face. "I'm glad to see you got so many nice presents," Nick said, glancing at a blue scarf and eucalyptus leaf necklace Luna gave me, "but well, I guess there's still room for one more present." As soon as he said that, Penny used her wand to summon a box that was wrapped in green wrapping paper. But you guys already got me a present," I said, pointing to an enchanted formal wear set and a thermos of infinite hot chocolate. "We know, it's just that you can consider this present as compensation for returning the stone to us," Penny said. "But Yes, we've told you that the lessons you're getting are compensation, but we don't think that's enough," Nick said, and before I could argue he continued, "and you're not going to refuse our present, Rigth." "Sigh, with you saying that, it's hard for me to refuse," I said with a wry smile on my face. "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Penny said with a smile on her face. She then took the present and handed it to me, and I took it with a curious look. "We didn't know what a good present to give you, but with the little time we spent with you we had a little idea of what we think you'd like," Penny said with a little nervousness and anticipation. "Don't worry, I'll be happy with any present I get from you," I said with a slight smile, which seemed to calm Penny down. Without further ado, I tore open the wrapping paper and saw that the box the Flammels had given me was actually a small trunk enchanted with a shrinking spell. "Hit your wand 3 times on the lock," Penny told me, and that's exactly what I did. As soon as I gave the trunk's lock the 3rd tap with my wand, I saw it increase in size, reaching the size of a school trunk, and automatically it opened. "Is that what I think it is?" I asked, looking in surprise at the contents inside the trunk. The trunk was completely filled with books and diaries, and I recognized the titles of some books as being very old and limited books. "Some of these books were written with our help, and some we got as gifts from the authors themselves," Nick said, picking up a book entitled The Tales of Beetle the Bard, which surprised me a lot, as I knew the importance of one of the short stories in this book. "And some of these other books are of our own making, and there's even some journals that we've written in our lives, with our stories and some studies and spells," Penny said, which made me look at them wide-eyed. "What?" My parents also looked at the Flammels a little surprised. "I didn't think you guys would even give him your diaries," my dad said, and I turned to look at him. "Did you know?" I asked. "They asked our opinion on what to get you," my mom said, with my dad shrugging his shoulders with a faint smile. I then turned back to the diaries and then looked at the Flammels. Sorry, but I can't accept these diaries, they're yours, I said. Ha ha ha, don't worry about the diaries, some of them were just gathering dust in our library, and some of those diaries are just copies, Nick said, which made me feel a little more relaxed. But why do you want to give them to me? These books alone are worth far more than any compensation, and along with these diaries. I said, and I wasn't saying this out of humility, but because I knew how much these books and diaries were worth. Well, Ethan, you might think these sheets of paper are a big compensation, but for us that's still not enough to thank you for what you've done, Penny said, which made me duck my head in thought. And besides, Nick started, catching my attention, we feel it's worth handing them over to you, as we have faith that you'll do great things in the future, he said, looking at me with a smile and eyes shining, and I understood what he meant. Lowering my head, I started looking at the trunk lost in thought. I then sighed and lifted my head to look at the flannels. With so many good points, I guess I can only accept this present and say thank you, I said, a slight smile on my face. You don't have to thank us, Penny said, coming over to me and hugging me tightly. Air, I need air, I said dramatically. We're wizards, we don't need that much air, Penny said, squeezing me even tighter to my parents' and Nick's amusement. But that doesn't make any sense, I thought, wondering if it would be wise to use the apparition to escape this death grip. Guest room. Back in my room at the Flammel's house, I sat on the bed looking at the trunk at my feet, lost in thought. What I was thinking was that with these books and journals, I would have a better chance of completing my plans and goals for this year. Reading a few pages of the books and journals with information about spells, I found some that could help me against the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. If I couldn't beat the basilisk with these spells, at least my chances would be bigger. Sound spells, a spell that could cause small but strong earthquakes, and some offensive spells that I was sure would kill many magical creatures, but I don't know if they would work on the basilisk's tough skin. Too many things to think about, and I haven't even finished creating my unsupported flight spell, I thought with a sigh, throwing myself back on the bed and staring at the ceiling. I then looked to the side and saw Marcel's diary on my pillow. Calmly I picked up the diary and looked at it. Well, at least I'm almost done reading this diary, I thought, opening the diary to the last page I had read, and if I start now, maybe I'll finish reading it today, I said to myself. Chapter 177, Chapter. Marcel's diary continued to tell about his life until his final year at Hogwarts, talking about Marcel graduating from Hogwarts with above-average grades, with me knowing he could very well have gotten the best grade of his year. The other information that was in the diary talked about how Marcel lived his life after Hogwarts, and happily he managed to get away from that goddamn adoptive family of his, and he began his search for his mother. Knowing his mother's name should help in his quest, but apparently either she was really a little-known foreign witch, or Marcel's father somehow managed to erase any information about her existence. Judging by the dirty information Marcel found out about his father, I'm leaning more towards the second option. All the things Marcel's father did on the sly, in my mind, made me think he might as well have become a Death Eater or an acolyte of Grindelwald had he been born in another time. And to think that the wizarding government has been corrupt and dirty since ancient times, I thought, not able and not even trying to contain my contempt. I then went back to reading the diary, only to my confusion the next page was all blank. What the hell? I muttered. I went to the next page, and just like the previous one, it was also blank. I then leafed through the diary, and saw that all the following pages were also blank. Has Marcel stopped writing in his diary? What happened? I mentally asked myself. Just as I was going to reach for my wand to see if there were any concealment spells in the diary, I felt some magical fluctuations coming from the blank pages. With a look of curiosity on my face, I turned on my magic vision, and with it I could see that those blank pages were actually enchanted, and the magic in them was so strong that it made me realize that all the magic I had felt from the diary came from them. What did you do, Marcel? I asked no one in particular. Why did Marcel enchant only these pages? What is so different and special about them? I wondered. Before I could think of an answer, before my eyes and with my magic vision on, I saw the blank pages of the diary turn pitch black, and then I felt a sensation of being pulled into the diary. Wait. Is that diary a Horcrux? I thought, closing my eyes and breaking the connection to the diary. I then, without much thought, threw the diary away. As soon as I felt the connection break, and felt my magic settle, I looked down at the journal I'd thrown on the floor. Damn, that was close, I thought, but then my mind started working and I realized something. Wait, it doesn't make sense and it's not even possible that this diary is a Horcrux, I thought, realizing that I was a bit hasty with my actions, mainly because of my last encounter with a Horcrux. The diary doesn't have the same corrupted magic from the Horcruxes, and I had no reaction to touching it in all this time, and besides, my senses didn't alert me to any danger coming from the diary, quite the opposite. Towards the end of my analysis, I went back to looking at the diary on the floor, and getting up from my bed I began to cautiously approach him. When I was in front of the diary, I reached my hand out to it, with my magic vision turned on just in case. And just as I expected, nothing bad or strange happened, and even Marcel's magic in the diary remained the same. Well, while Marcel's magic isn't the most pure, clear, and light magic I've ever seen, it's also far from the most corrupt, dirty, and dark, at least not at the level of someone who made a Horcrux, I thought, picking up the diary and holding it in my hands. Returning then to my bed, I opened the diary curiously. Since now I knew the diary didn't pose any danger to me, I was curious to know what that feeling of being pulled was all about. Opening the diary to the blank pages, I held it up and looked at it, but strangely nothing happened. Funny to think that the weird thing here is the diary isn't trying to pull me into it, I thought. I then thought of something and decided to turn on my magic vision, and just then the same phenomenon happened, with the pages being completely dyed black and me feeling myself being pulled into the diary. This time, I didn't try to break the connection and let the enchantment on the diary continue. With a small feeling of dizziness and lightness hitting me, I saw the world around me spin with flashes of white and black lights, and as soon as those flashes stopped I suddenly found myself standing in a large circular room with many bookshelves on the wall, with parchment and other magic items thrown around the room. Oh, I think I already know what enchantment Marcel used to enchant the diary, I muttered to myself, watching my hand go inside a lamp and blur it, as if it were a mist. I'm in a memory, like in Riddle's diary. No, like in a pensive, I said, looking around carefully. The last pages are not Marcel's everyday notes or information, they are Marcel's memories. I said, surprised that I didn't know such an enchantment existed, but even more surprised to find that Marcel knows about it and used it in his diary. URG. Damn headache, I heard someone grumble, and looking in the direction of the sound I saw a tall man with curly black hair that reached his shoulder length. This man also had a long beard and dark circles under his eyes, highlighting his gray eyes. The man wore shabby, baggy clothes, and if I hadn't noticed his dragonhide boots or caught a glimpse of the wand holster on his wrist, I'd have thought this man was homeless. The man approached a half-open box that sat on a table next to several dirty cups of coffee. Damn, my supply of headache potions has run out, he cursed. The man then sat down heavily in a chair and pulled his wand from its holster, and with it he summoned one of the few clean cups that were in the cupboard and a kettle that was on the fireplace. Approaching the man I stopped in front of him, looking at him with analytical, curious eyes. Marcel, I said, and the man raised his head. Huh. I said eloquently, pulling away from Marcel, can he hear me? I wondered, but then I saw him get up from his chair and walk over to me, and when I was ready to pull out my wand I heard the man speak again. Finally you're here you stupid bird, Marcel said, passing through my body and becoming a blur of mist, taking shape as he passed me. Looking back I saw that he was actually talking to an owl, which was carrying a large package. If I'd known it would take so long to arrive, I would have ordered elsewhere, Marcel grumbled, picking up the package and handing some pieces of bread to the owl, which took off right away. Marcel then unwrapped the package, and placing its contents on the table, I saw that Marcel had bought several things. 3 books, various potion ingredients, a few other items I didn't know what they were or what they were for, a wand, and vials containing some types of liquids. What the fuck is Marcel trying to do? I wondered, with an odd look on my face looking at 2 of the vials I recognized, knowing they were unicorn blood and some other creature's blood. Leaving these items on the table, Marcel picked up one of the 3 books that had a dark red cover and approached his bookshelf, where he picked up a journal and a quill, with his coffee cup levitating behind him. He then began to look at the book with concentration. This book is written in another language, and I don't know this one, and he muttered, and then to my surprise I saw his eyes light up. Right after that, I heard him speak, but he wasn't speaking English anymore, and it didn't take a genius to find out that he was actually speaking the language that was written in the book, and the surprising thing was that he learned this new language in seconds just by looking at a book. Does he also have the magic insight? But how did he learn a new language so easily? Is he just like me and also has a special ability? I asked myself surprised. Chapter 178, Chapter. Even though I was very surprised by Marcel using magic insight, and with many questions running through my mind, I still kept watching to his memories, hoping to find some answers. The memories passed quickly, with often skipping days or weeks, and in one of those many memories I saw how Marcel added his memories to this diary. At the end of a day, in which Marcel spent the whole afternoon reading the books he had ordered, I saw him pick up his diary, which happens to be the same diary I am in possession of now. Marcel used his wand to pull a silver thread, like a mist, from his head, and I knew those were his memories. He then placed the memory in the diary, where it was absorbed. I still don't know what spell, rune or enchantment Marcel used to make the diary store and display memories, but what I've seen here shows just how smart and determined Marcel is. Not only did Marcel achieve this feat, he also spent day and night studying and taking notes about his experiments, but I didn't know what for. No, that blood is still very diluted, I heard Marcel speak. He was at a workbench, with various items around him, most of them for potions or nursing. Was what Marcel was doing now an attempt to divide? Well, an attempt to separate something from a creature's blood. I have no idea what he wanted to get from that blood, and I even tried to read those books of his over his shoulder, but unlike him, my magic vision doesn't allow me to understand all languages. Sigh, if only this language was a magic language, I thought. Where am I going wrong? Marcel muttered in frustration. He then picked up one of the books that had a black cover with blue accents and a drawing of a crow on the front. It can't be the enchantment. And it's not the blood or the creature either, so what's causing this experiment to fail? The spell should have been able to distinguish the blood, so what's missing, he wondered, but then I saw his eyes widen. Wait. The blood. It's also magical. Marcel exclaimed. He then got up quickly and ran to his bookshelf, where he picked up two small books with black covers with dark red accents. Magic blood, magical blood, Marcel muttered, flipping through the pages. I found it, he said. Hate and anger, rancor and suffering, pain and revenge. Many things are capable of awakening a latent desire in a wizard, but only the worst and strongest feelings can allow them to use all their magic and the blood of their enemies to his advantage, Marcel muttered, quoting an excerpt from the book, and as he did, I was looking at the title of the other book. Curses of Body and Soul, by V. Kristovich. I muttered, recognizing the name of somewhere. Isn't that the name of a Russian dark wizard from the 11th century? I thought, but I decided to put that aside and continued to pay attention to what Marcel was saying. Magic, just like when we were children, will act based on our emotions, and with that, it will itself become the executioner of the one our negative emotions were directed at. Marcel then stopped to catch his breath, and I looked over his shoulder to read the book with him. Chapter 23, Blood, I muttered. With your magic recognizing the target, with the right equipment and preparations, and with certain conditions met, the blood and flesh of the one we want to see pain will be cursed, and that curse will run through your soul, and your offspring, thus making the curse an incurable virus that will hit the enemy's entire family. Marcel continued reading. Another name given to these curses, which annihilated many families and kingdoms, is blood malediction, Marcel and I said together, with him gaining a satisfied, excited look and me gaining a terrified look. What? I asked out loud. And before I had time to reflect on what I'd just seen, Marcel's memory shifted again. Very quick and not very painful, Marcel said, crossing something out of his journal. I quickly looked around, and saw that we weren't at Marcel's house anymore. We were in a closed place, like a chamber, or a cave. It's hard to explain as the place was dimly lit and I was paying attention to other things. In addition to some items, ingredients, and books that were scattered around a table, this chamber also had several cages with many magical and non-magical creatures. In the center of the chamber was a stone platform, with some runic symbols carved into it. On that blood-stained platform lay a wolf cub and a large wolf, which was probably one of his parents, obviously dead. It didn't take long for me to understand what was going on. You worm, I growled, glaring at Marcel, even though I knew everything here was a memory and he couldn't see me or hear me. From the amount of blood on the altar, and the many empty cages with traces of other creatures, it was easy to discover that this family of wolves were not the first creatures Marcel sacrificed in his experiment. Even though the effects weren't what I wanted, at least now I know how to eliminate one part of the blood, and how to awaken the other, Marcel said, a happy smile on his face as he burned the wolves' bodies at the altar. Just wait for me, Mom, I'll still find you. Marcel said, to my momentary confusion. He then looked at his journal, and wait for me, Daddy, I'm still going to destroy your life and everything you've built, he said with a sadistic look on his face. Following his gaze, I saw something that startled me. The journal had several notes on blood maledictions, talking about how to cast them, what the criteria were, and what effects these curses would have on the affected family. Holy shit. I muttered, you're a fucking crazy bastard, I said, trying to remember when that kid who loved to read under a tree became a sadistic psychopath. How can someone like you have the magic insight? I started to say, but then I remembered what the Flammels had told me about magic insight. You know, Ethan, every wizard in which who has the magic insight has always been involved at the center of some important event in the world, both wizard and muggle. Penny and I think awakening magic insight is a way for magic to tell us that wizard who awakened him will do big things in the future, he said. And the headmaster wasn't one of those people, I muttered, making Nick sigh. I know, I also expected Albus to have this ability. But magic insight doesn't choose a hero or a great wizard, it chooses someone who will change the world, whether positively or negatively. Well. Fuck, I said, the big thing Marcel is going to do, or rather, did, was create and annotate all these blood maledictions, and for some reason, I'm pretty sure these curses didn't just remain stored and noted in this diary. As I thought about the ramifications of what Marcel just did, I started to think about something. Wait. If even someone who created a dark spell or in curse is considered important and can have the magic insight, then that means many dark wizards have awakened him. I said to myself. Come to think of it, I don't doubt that Herpo the Foul was one of the people who awakened the magic insight, I said to myself. Sigh, things are only going from bad to worse, I thought. Chapter 179, Chapter. The memories continued to pass, with Marcel doing more and more experiments and tests on many creatures in an attempt to create a blood curse that is satisfying to him. The creatures and magical creatures he used as guinea pigs ranged from common birds to house elves, and I had already lost count of the amount. With each experiment I watched, the more I lost the little sympathy and pity I felt for Marcel, to the point where I kept watching the memories just to see what his goal was, willing him to fail. I knew I was being very spiteful, but it was hard to resist as I had to see so many poor, unhappy, and innocent creatures dying in the cruelest and most painful ways possible, just for him to complete his revenge. Ah. What? I heard Marcel, who was looking at some containers that held his own blood. Did I make it? He said. He did make it. I asked, a little surprised. Yes. I did it. Ooh, he shouted excitedly, holding the vial of his blood carefully and expectantly. Wait. Why is the blood so dark and reacting so weakly? Marcel wondered, calming his excitement and looking at the vial. This is not how the blood is supposed to react, he said with a frown. As I looked at Marcel as he started fiddling with his equipment to analyze the blood, the memory began to shift, and then I found myself standing on a deserted road that led to a house on top of a ridge. So this is where she is. Marcel, who was beside me, wondered, holding his vial, the blood in it moving towards the house. What Marcel had been studying all this time besides the blood malediction was a way to track down his mother, and the way he found it was by using blood. However, the problem was that Marcel didn't have any blood samples from his mother, so the way he thought of solving this problem was to use his own blood to track her. He then studied how to split his blood and activate the part that belonged to his mother, and that was another reason he studied the blood maledictions, as this curse sought out and attacked the blood of a specific family. While I was lost in thought, I looked at Marcel and saw that he was trying to straighten his clothes to make himself more presentable. Well, Marcel, you've been waiting for this moment all these years. Now is not the time to be nervous, he muttered. Marcel then took a deep breath and started walking towards the house, with me following close behind. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Excuse me, does Mrs. Traceley live here? Marcel called after knocking on the door. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Mrs. Traceley. Marcel called again a little louder after 1 minute had passed and no one had opened the door. After another 1 minute had passed, Marcel activated his magic insight and looked inside the house. As the memories were Marcel's vision, I could see what he saw with his magic insight, so I wasn't surprised to suddenly see the magic all around me. I'm always surprised when I see how basic the magic insight is compared to magic vision, I thought. Strange, Marcel muttered, looking at a spot inside the house. That spot was someone's magic, and the magic was a little weak, like it was fading. Damn, Marcel and I said at the same time, understanding what was happening. Marcel, without thinking twice, pulled out his wand and tried to open the door, but the door wouldn't open because of a locking spell that was on it. He then used a low-powered explosive spell and destroyed the door. Entering the unscrupulous house, Marcel ran to where the weak magic was. Arriving in front of a door, he pulled out his wand to destroy it, but then he thought for a while and decided to open the door normally. After the door opened, Marcel walked into what was a bedroom with some old furniture that was dusty. And lying on the bed inside the room was an elderly lady, who slowly turned her head to look at the invader. Marcel, the woman asked in a weak voice. Sniff. Yes, Mom. It's me, Marcel said, not stopping the tears from falling from his face when he saw that his mother recognized him after so many years. My son. You came, Isabelle said with a soft smile on her face, reaching out her old and wrinkled hands to Marcel. And he, wasting no time, ran to his mother and took her hands, feeling that they were cold and fragile. Yes, I came, Mom, he said, crying, falling to his knees. I tried to look for you for so long, I swear I tried. I know, my son, I believe in you, Isabelle said, using one of her hands to wipe a tear that was running down Marcel's cheek. Lift your face, let me look at you. Marcel, listening to his mother's request, wiped the tears from his face with the sleeve of his robe and lifted his face to look at his mother. Hey, you have my eyes, she said with a thin smile, which almost made Marcel cry again. And I, who was watching the scene, could only look at this family of two with a sad smile on his face and a worried look, as Isabelle's magic was getting weaker and weaker, but I didn't know if Marcel noticed or if he was just ignoring it. The mother-son duo then started talking about Marcel's time at Hogwarts and afterwards, with Marcel putting aside the bad things he had to go through and the dark things he did. Marcel's mother also started talking about her youth, her adventures at Hogwarts, her family, and the time she spent taking care of Marcel on the sly. And they both decided it was better not to speak on one particular subject, which was about the green grass, which was a relief. With them talking, time passed, and before either of us knew it, it was night. Marcel. I think it's about time, Isabelle said. What? What do you mean, Mom? Marcel asked. I know you've noticed. I don't have much time to live, she said, and Marcel looked at her in panic. No, Mom, you still have time to live. I've studied some healing spells and I have some potions with me. I can help you, Anne. Marcel, Isabel called, causing her son to look at her. You don't have to try to save me, I know I'm dying. I've known for a long time, she said. But then why didn't you seek help, he asked, but then he saw his mother's sad, reluctant look. It was him, wasn't it? Marcel asked, gritting his teeth. You don't have to worry about that, Isabel said, putting a calm smile on her face and running her hand over Marcel's cheeks. It was obvious that Marcel wanted to argue, but he must have realized that it wasn't worth spending those last few moments of his mother talking about his shitty father. I know I can't ask you not to be sad about my death, but know that I've only lived so far just to have one last chance to see you and talk to you, she said, surprising Marcel. Asterisk sniff, asterisk I also just lived my life thinking about meeting you, Mom. You are the most important person in my life, he said, gently taking her hand that was on his cheek, squeezing it lightly. I'm glad to hear that, Isabel said, smiling. Chapter 180, Chapter. As Marcel held his mother's hand, she started coughing, causing him to look worriedly at her. My son, I have some requests, she said, shaking Marcel's hand. I want you to live your life with no regrets. I want you to be happy, maybe get a girl and have a family, venture into world, or do something that makes you happy. Yes, Mom, I promise, Marcel said, crying and smiling at his mother. I also want you to promise me that you won't go looking for your father, and that you won't try to do anything to him either. Isabel said, taking Marcel by surprise. Mom. Marcel started to say but was interrupted by Isabel. Marcel, please promise me. He doesn't deserve your time, and I don't want you to destroy your life seeking revenge or justice. I want you to live a peaceful and happy life. You promise me, my son, she asked, looking at him calmly with her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, Mom, I promise you, Marcel said with a forced smile and tears on his face. Good, his mother said, smiling. She then began to slowly close her eyes. Marcel, no matter what you did or do, I will always be your mother. And know that I love you, my son. I love you too, Mom. Marcel said between his sobs, closing his eyes and holding Isabel's hand against his forehead. And I, who was looking at Isabel, saw her open a slight smile, with her breathing slowing, until she stopped breathing and I couldn't hear her heartbeat anymore. Marcel, who was still holding her hand, felt his hands go limp, and he didn't look up because he knew what that meant. Looking at this scene, I felt my cheek get wet, and running my hand over it I realized I was crying. I didn't know what to think or how to react. It all happened so suddenly that I didn't know if I should feel sorry for Marcel, or if I should be angry at the shitty life they both had. Damn, I thought, looking at the floor and letting my tears fall. After about 20 minutes with Marcel on his knees holding his mother's hand and crying, I saw him get up. He looked at his mother and bent down to kiss her forehead, looking at her with a slight smile. Thanks for everything, Mom. I love you, he said, taking his wand from its holster. He then started to leave the house, and after I took one last look at Isabel, I followed. Arriving outside the house, to my surprise, Marcel used a spell to set the house on fire, but unlike an ordinary fire, this fire was pure white and didn't seem to be hot. As I could feel and looking at the grass around us, I saw that the fire wasn't burning anything alive either. Now you're free, Mom. I hope you're happy in heaven, he said, looking at the ash that flew towards the starry sky. Marcel then looked up with a slight smile on his face, wiping away his tears, clasping his hands in prayer. I never prayed for you, or even believed in your existence, but please, if anyone is up there, take care of my mother. She didn't deserve the life she had. She's a good person. So please God, take care of her for me, Marcel said. After finishing his prayer, Marcel took one last look at the house. He then turned around, and started to walk away from the house covered in white flames. I also prayed for Isabel, wishing she had a good life in her next reincarnation. Finishing praying, I quickly followed Marcel, and I saw that he was clenching his hands into a tight fist. Turning to look at him, I saw that Marcel had his hair covering his face, but I could still see the look of hate and anger he had, and I'd never seen someone with such a hateful look in their eyes before. I'll make you pay, Sebastian. You and all your family, Marcel thought. The memory I was in began to crumble into mist, and I knew I was going to another memory. In this new memory, Marcel was bent over a table jotting something down on a parchment. Looking around, I saw that we were back in his lab. But the memories kept passing, with one showing Marcel arriving at the lab with a cage of rats, another showing him casting spells on a target. Each memory showed Marcel busy with his projects, until finally a different memory appeared. This time we were on a trail in a forest, and I didn't understand why he had come here. But all the pieces fell into place when I saw that there was a ward in front of us. Marcel then took from his pocket a vial of blood and a compass, and by the vial of blood I understood what he was doing. So he's finally going to take revenge on the green grass, I thought, looking at Marcel, who was putting the compass on the floor in front of him. The compass then blinked for a few moments before a hole formed in the ward in front of Marcel. He passed the ward and I could see that on the other side of it was a big fancy mansion, with a huge garden with some harmless magical creatures strolling through it. But after going through that ward, another ward was waiting for us, but to my confusion Marcel walked through it calmly. Which? I asked myself, approaching the ward and studying her, is this a recognition ward? How did he get past it? I wondered, but I didn't have much time to think as Marcel was making his way through the garden towards the mansion. Upon reaching the doorway, Marcel cast a disillusionment charm and another spell that allowed him to pass through the door as a ghost. After entering the mansion, he used his magic insight to search for the Greengrass family, and he found it, seeing more than a dozen magical signatures in the room, and wasting no time in making his way there. Greengrass Manor, living room. Congratulations, son, your proposal being accepted by Wisengamot makes you one step closer to winning the position of Chief Warlock, a lady in her 70s with blonde hair and almond eyes said to a man also with blonde hair and eyes green. Thank you, Mom, and with that our family is one step closer to becoming the most influential family among Sacred 28, the man said with a happy but calm smile on his face. He then hugged a woman who was beside him and ruffled the hair of a little boy who was between them. And that's thanks to you too, he said, kissing the forehead of the woman who was supposed to be his wife. No, this is all your own effort, the woman said, but the man tried to deny it. Oh, just accept the compliments already, we're here to celebrate your success, not to listen to your 1,000 words of love, an old man said in mock disdain, with a proud look looking at the blonde man. Those in the room laughed at the blonde man who was looking away in embarrassment. But that moment was interrupted by the sound of clapping. Asterisk clap. Clap. Clap, asterisk. Amazing. What an exciting moment. Marcel said, cancelling the disillusionment charm, drawing the attention of the family, who turned in surprise in his direction. Who are you? How did you get in here? The blonde man questioned, standing up with his wand in hand pointing at Marcel, placing his son and wife behind him, and meanwhile the rest of the family also pulled out their wands. Marcel, hearing this, smirked at him. Chapter 181, Chapter. Oh, how sad to hear that you forgot about me, Marcel said with an obviously fake sad look. I thought you would remember your great friend and housemate that you tormented and even tried to knock headlong down the stairs at Hogwarts. As soon as Marcel said that, the man's face gained a look of recognition, before being replaced by a frown. Marcel, he growled. Hello Rochard, Marcel said, a cheerful, friendly smile on his face, as if a dozen wands weren't pointed at him. Let me guess. Did you come here to get revenge on me? Rochard said, but Marcel just laughed. Ha ha ha, you think you're very special, don't you? He said dismissively, what you did to me at school for me was just a little kid trying to get attention. I'm here for him, Marcel said pointing to Rochard's back. Turning their faces in the direction Marcel pointed, Rochard and his family saw that he was pointing at Sebastian. What? Rochard asked confused, what do you want with? Shut up. Don't disturb our reunion, Marcel said, pulling out his wand quickly and disarming everyone in the room with a simple wave while at the same time silencing Rochard. He then turned to Sebastian with a happy, expectant smile on his face. I've waited a long time for this moment. Father. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, and Sebastian looked at Marcel angrily. Rochard glared at Marcel, but because of the silencing spell he couldn't speak, not that he needed to, as his mother spoke what was going through his and everyone else's minds in the room. What nonsense are you talking about? You can only be delusional if you think Seabass is the father of someone like you, she yelled, which only made Marcel's smile grow even wider. Hey, if you don't believe me, just look at your precious husband's face, he said. Don't talk nonsense. I never had another child, and my husband would never cheat on me. You're just a delusional madman who... Enough, Callista, Sebastian said with authority, surprising his wife and the others in the room. What? But, Callista started to say, but a look from Sebastian silenced her. Sebastian then began to walk towards the front of his family, with firm and calm steps, stopping a few steps away from Marcel. What do you want, Marcel? Money. Part of the inheritance. Recognition, he asked, but the answer he got was Marcel chuckling. Do you really think I need something from you? A man who doesn't know how to take care of his family and doesn't stay true to his wife. Marcel asked after catching his breath. Enough talking nonsense, tell me what you want and let's get this drama over with, Sebastian said, but then Rochard, who had the silencing spell cancelled, called him. Dad. Is he really your son? He asked uncertainly. Oh, your father never mentioned me or my mother to you. That's a shame, Marcel said with joy as he saw Sebastian's face contort. Come on, Dad, tell him about how easily you abandoned me and about how you left my mom alone to die. Stop bullshitting, Marcel, we're not here to listen to your sad life story, Sebastian said. Say what you want to keep silent and get out of here. And who said you have something I wanted? Marcel asked, tilting his head in confusion. If you think that by giving me some alms and gold you will get me to keep your infidelity and your fatherly failure a secret, you are very much mistaken. You don't have a choice. I'm still giving you the choice to get out of here unharmed with something. In a few moments the wards will activate and they will recognize an intruder, and then a signal will be sent to the ministry, and then you'll only leave here to go to Azkaban or the cemetery as a dead body. Sebastian said. Oh, how nice of you. I wish you had extended that same kindness to my mother, Marcel said calmly, and don't worry about the wards, they won't activate. What do you mean? Sebastian asked frowning. Well, your wards only recognize trespassers that aren't on your whitelist or aren't a greengrass, Marcel said, and then he grinned, and guess what? I have greengrass blood running through my veins. As soon as he said it, Sebastian's frown deepened, for he knew Marcel was right. Damn, he growled. Sebastian, knowing he had no other option and knowing he was dealing with someone seeking revenge, quickly pulled out his wand that had been stowed away all along and cast a string of spells on Marcel. Marcel, seeing those spells heading his way, just deflected them with the tip of his wand as if they were nothing. You know, if you were younger I might even have a problem, but now I just see a weak old man, he said, dodging a bone-breaking spell and blocking a blood-boiling spell. Marcel was fighting with his magic insight turned on, so it was easy for him to duel against his father who no longer had the same power he had at his peak. At some point the other members of the Greengrass family who knew how to duel picked up their wands from the ground and also started casting spells on Marcel. Marcel didn't seem to care about the other opponents, and I could tell he wasn't being repressed, quite the contrary, he even seemed relaxed while dodging spells and defending himself. Even in an 11-on-1 duel, Marcel was slowly dominating them all, and it made me realize that Marcel wasn't just another scholar. If his goal was world domination, he would have managed to become one of the worst dark wizards the British wizarding community had, just like Grindelwald and Riddle, but that's probably just my guess as I've never seen the other two Dark Lords duel. Watching this one-sided battle, I was wide-eyed, both from seeing Marcel's power and knowing that I wouldn't be able to defeat even one of the adult Greengrass. This is getting boring, Marcel muttered, and then with a quick shake he disarmed Callista, a young man who looked like he'd just graduated from Hogwarts, and two men. Then he swung his wand down as he waved his hand to create a barrier to protect himself from the other spells. Wandless magic, I muttered surprised, as I hadn't seen Marcel use wandless magic in his memories, even though I knew he could. Returning to the duel, the ground below the Greengrass family began to shake, knocking some of them off balance, giving Marcel time to disarm them. The only one who stood his ground was Sebastian, who kept casting dark spells on Marcel. None of them noticed that Marcel isn't trying to kill them. I wondered, but then I thought they were probably too focused on the battle to realize that. Avada Kedavra! Sebastian exclaimed, but Marcel simply levitated a vase to defend himself from the spell. Tisk, TSK. Are you already casting the killing curse? But we haven't even started, Marcel said, and then he started to increase the intensity of his spells. Under Marcel's relentless and powerful attack, the rest of the Greengrass family could only defend themselves, with more and more people being defeated, and even those who had already been disarmed picked up their wands from the ground to enter the duel again, only to be defeated and disarmed again. Crucio! Rochard yelled, but against his expectations Marcel quickly disarmed him. Cool, my turn. Crucio! Marcel said, casting the torture curse on Rochard, who couldn't bear the pain that was coursing through his body and began writhing on the floor while screaming. Rochard! Sebastian yelled, and then he started an offensive against Marcel, who smiled excitedly. The duel between the two continued, with Marcel's obvious advantage. Expulso! Marcel exclaimed, dodging another killing curse and sending Sebastian flying. That was fun, Dad, he said, using his wand to pull Rochard towards him. What? Callista muttered, having recovered from a stunning spell that hit her, only to see her child in Marcel's hands. Rochard, she yelled, catching the attention of Sebastian, who was lifting himself up off the floor with his hand gripping his right side, groaning in pain. He looked over, and saw Marcel crouching beside his son, raising his wand high. No, he shouted, but it was too late. Marcel then tapped the tip of his wand on the ground, and around the two of them a large, translucent, red barrier formed. Well, let's start the main event, Marcel said, looking cruelly at Rochard. Chapter 182, Chapter. Let him go. My son has nothing to do with what happened to you and your mother, this problem is between you and me alone. Sebastian yelled, glaring hatefully at Marcel. Oh. It looks like you care for at least one of your offspring, Marcel scoffed in disdain, but I'm sorry, I promised my mother I wouldn't do anything to you. But that promise doesn't extend to your family, he said with a sadistic smile. Marcel then turned his gaze to Rochard, who was still recovering from the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Nothing against you, brother, only against your family, Marcel said, ignoring Rochard's frightened and angry look. Marcel then raised his wand and began reciting an incantation, pulling some items out of a bag that was tied around his waist and throwing them on the floor. Meanwhile, the other greengrasses outside the barrier were trying their best to destroy the barrier, but it seemed to absorb all the spells thrown at it. And I, who was still with my mind thinking about the battle that just happened, turned my gaze to the barrier, analyzing it minutely. Damn it, a man with a short beard and glasses growled, Avada. No. Sebastian yelled. What? Why not, brother? You know no barrier can stop a killing curse, the man said. I know Julius, but don't you think that after all the things he's done he hasn't prepared a counter-meditate against the unforgivables? Sebastian asked. So what do we do? We can't leave Rochard with that madman in there, Julius asked angrily. And you think I don't know that? Sebastian said frustrated. As they discussed how to get through the barrier, Marcel's ritual was almost over, and we could see that some of the items Marcel had brought had melted or turned to dust. Rochard, who was still at Marcel's feet, saw that the items that had turned to dust and melted began to walk across the floor, forming a runic circle, with him at the center. Marcel then took another vial from his pocket, from which he drank the contents and spilled the rest on the floor. He took another vial out of his bag and poured the black liquid inside onto the floor as well, and the two liquids came together and started heading towards Rochard. Marcel. Stop it. I'll do what you want, I'll take the blame for your mother's death, and I'll let you kill me if it makes you feel any better. Sebastian screamed in despair. He. It's already too late for us, Sebastian, Marcel said with an amused smile. Wah. Those who were still trying to break through the barrier were startled by Rochard's scream. Looking at him, they could see that there were black veins running through his body, with blood leaking from his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. Rochard. What are you doing with him? Rochard's wife asked in tears, covering her son's eyes as he clung to her shaking. What am I doing? Marcel asked innocently, it's actually quite simple to understand. I'm cursing your family, he said, opening his arms theatrically. Cursing our family? Sebastian repeated, but then he understood what Marcel was doing, a blood malediction, he exclaimed. Ding. You nailed it. Marcel said in mockery. No. Not that. Sebastian muttered helplessly, and those of the family who knew what a blood malediction was reacted the same way. Ha, yes. Your whole damn family will suffer and perish in time, just like you did to my mother, Marcel chuckled madly, looking at Rochard, who writhed in pain in front of him, with the Greengrass family looking helplessly at him, knowing there was nothing they could do to stop the ritual. Marcel then pointed his wand at Rochard's wrist, causing black mist to come out of it, and then at his own wrist, slashing it. Blood began to trickle from Marcel's wrist to the floor, where it spilled into the ritual circle. The black mist that came out of Rochard then began to enter through the cut on Marcel's wrist. Marcel's veins then began to pulse, and they turned black like Rochard's. You know what's funny, Sebastian? This curse doesn't work without a blood sacrifice from the cursed family, he said, stunning Sebastian. What? No. Don't kill him, he screamed. Haha, don't worry. As much as I'd like to kill him and all of you, I want you to live and suffer, Marcel said, earning a startled look from the Greengrass family and a confused one from Sebastian. But even so, the curse still needs a sacrifice. But unfortunately for you, there is someone here who is willing to sacrifice himself and has the same blood as you, he said, causing Sebastian to look at him even more confused, but seeing Marcel's sadistic smile he understood what he meant. You're going to kill yourself, he said, looking at Marcel in horror. Hearing that, I, who was watching everything carefully, turned to Marcel in shock. What? I said. Yes. But don't feel sad about my death, Marcel scoffed, I'll go out with a bang, he said. Damn it. So this is how he died. He wasn't defeated or arrested. Marcel killed himself, I thought, looking at Marcel with clenched fists. Ugh. Marcel, who was standing there calmly, grunted in pain, falling to his knees on the floor. Damn, this hurts like hell, he said, laughing painfully. Marcel continued to recite the incantation, throwing more and more items and ingredients at his feet in the ritual circle. And I started to look at the scene with a sad look, knowing that Marcel's life until now was just for this moment. Marcel's veins began to swell, and from his eyes, nose and ears, black blood began to flow. I could tell he was in pain, but that didn't take the satisfied smile off his face. I hope you all suffer a lot, and know that this is all your fault, Sebastian. Live with it, Marcel said, before squirming, throwing his head back. In the silence that followed in the room with everyone looking at Marcel, knowing there was no way to stop it, only Marcel's heartbeat could be heard. The beats were loud, and over time they started to get faster, with Marcel grunting in pain, refusing to scream. Mom, I heard Marcel's voice, but he didn't say anything. I hope you forgive me for everything. Where is that voice coming from? I wondered, looking around, but the voice was coming from everywhere. I know I wasn't a good wizard, a good son. A good person, the voice continued, and I turned to look at Marcel, only to see him smiling and looking off into space. This voice. It's Marcel's thoughts. I came to the conclusion. No matter where you are, or where I'm going. I just want you to know that you changed my life, you showed me happiness, affection, love. You were an amazing mother, and I'm glad I had you as my mother. I love you. Forgive me. Aha! Marcel then screamed, his veins completely consuming his body, and his heart beating so fast it felt like it was going to burst. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. 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 Marcel, who had been screaming this whole time, stopped screaming, and he just stood there, staring into space with a serene smile on his face. His body, covered in black veins, began to slowly disintegrate. The barrier he'd created began to crumble, and the green grass were ready to grab their wands just in case, but suddenly they felt a pang in their hearts, and they all fell to their knees groaning in pain, with the weaker ones passing out. I could no longer see the continuation of the memory, as it began to disintegrate like the Marcel's body, and in the end the world around me began to fade into a dark mist. Chapter 183, Chapter. As soon as the mist passed, I didn't find myself back in my room, but on top of a hill. Looking around I saw that there was also a big tree beside me on top of this hill, and looking closely at it I realized that it looked like the tree Marcel described in his childhood. The same tree he spent his days sitting under its shade reading the books his mother gave him. "It's beautiful here, right?" I heard a voice say behind me, and turning quickly I saw Marcel looking at the view with a calm smile on his face. "Is that another memory?" I asked out loud. "No, that's not another memory," Marcel replied, surprising me and causing me to quickly pull out my wand, pointing it at him defensively. "What the fuck?" I asked. "Did you just answer me?" "Ha ha ha, yes, I answered you," Marcel said, still with the same calm smile on his face. But how? You should be dead. Are you a Horcrux?" I asked, still on guard and a little agitated and confused. "Oh, do you know about Horcruxes?" Marcel said, a little surprised, which only added to my wariness and nervousness, and Marcel seems to have sensed that. "Don't worry, I'm not a Horcrux," he said. "That's what a Horcrux would say," I said, and he laughed. "I may have done a lot of bad things in my life, but I'm not despicable enough to create a monstrosity that is a Horcrux. And besides, immortality doesn't appeal to me," he said, but I scoffed at the part where he said he wasn't despicable enough to create a Horcrux. "If you're not a Horcrux, then what are you?" I asked. "Well, you can say I'm like a magical portrait," Marcel said, and I looked at him in surprise. "How? How did you do it?" I asked. "The question should be, how have wizards never thought of this?" He shrugged, and I couldn't argue with that, "but you're not here to talk about memories and portraits," he said. "The reason you're here is quite simple." "Well, it's not really that simple," he said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. "Amazing, you keep surprising me," I said sarcastically. "Hey, sorry. It's just that I don't really know why I enchanted this diary either, or why I kept my memories in it," he said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "I guess I just didn't want to be forgotten. Or I think I wanted to pass on what I learned, I don't know," Marcel said, sighing. "You know what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right?" I asked, but then something else came to my mind. Wait. How did your diary end up in the room of requirement? And how the memories of your last moment of life are in that diary? You shouldn't have been able to pass them on to the diary if you were dead. The answer to your questions is magic, he said, and my eye twitched. Jokes aside, the truth is that after some time passing a copy of my memories to keep in the journal, I decided to test a different method, since this one was tiring and I forgot to do it at times. "And tell me, oh great genius of magic, what method was this?" I asked in disdain, which he ignored. "I just had to enchant the diary to get my memories automatically, without me having to be around," he said, and I looked at him in surprise. "How?" "Well, I don't recommend this method to anyone, but I basically connected the diary to my mind, and the reason I don't recommend it to anyone is that the mind connected to the object would eventually deteriorate, and it's impossible to break the connection," he said, grimacing. "Fortunately I wasn't worried about my mind deteriorating as I didn't intend to live long," Marcel shrugged. "Well, that's an unorthodox method," I commented, "and maybe if you spent more time studying magic instead of torturing innocent creatures, maybe you'd find the solution to your problem." I looked at him and said with a little of venom in my voice. Marcel looked at me with a small frown that then turned into a sigh. "I know, and I can understand you being angry after seeing everything I've done. Anger is not enough to describe what I felt when I saw you torturing an elf just for your revenge," I spat, and Marcel looked at me sadly. "Everything you did in search of revenge didn't make you any different from your FA." "Yes, I know. It didn't make me different from my father," he said, and I looked at him in surprise as I didn't expect him to admit it so easily. When I started down this path of revenge I already knew what I was going to become, but at that moment I just didn't care anymore. "This sucks," I muttered. "I agree," Marcel said, laughing deprecatingly. He then looked at his hand and saw that it was disappearing, and I looked at mine and saw that the same thing was happening to me. "Looks like that's as much as this enchantment can take," Marcel said, and I nodded, understanding that the enchantment is not permanent. "Look, I know I can't ask you for anything, and I know you're mad at me, but I wanted to make one last request," he said, and I looked at him for a while. Sigh. "Okay, but I can't guarantee I'll fulfill him." "What's your last request?" I asked, and Marcel smiled. "I'd like you to free the Greengrass family from blood malediction," he said, and I stopped in shock. "What?" I asked. I want to free the greengrass family from blood malediction, Marcel repeated. Wait. If you want to free them from the curse, then why did you curse them in the first place? You might as well have tortured Sebastian and ended it all without harming anyone else, I said. Because I wanted to see him suffer from the guilt. I wanted him to die knowing that his family's deaths would be his fault. But I didn't want to involve people who didn't do anything to my mother and me in this revenge, but when I started it was already too late, Marcel said, lowering his head. Do you know how long it's been since the day you cursed that family? Do you know how many innocent people died because of you? I asked, gritting my teeth. The amount of people I've killed is an unknown number to me, but the time that has passed. It's been 208 years, he said, and before I could ask him how he knew this he replied, magic. And after all these years you want me to release them? I asked. Yes. It's the least I can do after destroying their lives, he said, and I lowered my head, lost in thought. I accept, I said after a while. I will free the greengrass family from the curse, but I won't say it was at your request. You don't deserve this recognition, I said, and Marcel nodded. This is what I deserve, he said. He then approached me and in his hand a diary with a black cover and red details appeared. Here, take it. What is it? I asked, taking the diary. I then flipped through a few pages of it, and I saw that it was the same journal Marcel used to jot down his blood malediction and his spells. You should already know what this is and what to do with it, he replied, and before you ask me how you're going to take it to the real world, magic, he said with a playful smile on his face. Sigh. This will make breaking the greengrass family curse easier, I said, and he nodded at me. Thank you for fulfilling the request of someone like me, even though you're doing it for the greengrass family and not for me, he said. He then looked at me and opened his mouth to say something, but then he closed it again. Sigh. You can talk, I won't stop you, you know. I said, and he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I have another selfish request for you, he said, and when he saw me nod he continued, could you go up to this hill in Olsborough Field and put some flowers for my mother? I'm sure she's been waiting a long time for this, and she'll be happy to receive some flowers. Yes, even if you didn't ask me to, I was already planning to do some homage or tombstone for her. She was an amazing woman, I said, and Marcel smiled at me. I know, he said, and then the landscape around us began to distort. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Yes, I said, looking around. I then turned to Marcel. Even after all you've done, I still hope you found peace and happiness wherever your soul is, I said, taking him by surprise. Thank you, he smiled, slowly disappearing. You're going to be. No, you're a great wizard and a great person, Ethan Knight, he said, and I was surprised since I hadn't told him my name. Hey, I laughed, nodding ironically. Goodbye, Marcel Traceley. Goodbye, Ethan, Marcel said, smiling sadly at me. Chapter 184, Chapter. As Marcel finished speaking, I felt the space around us distorting, and the last thing I could see was the tree on the hill before the whole place turned to grey mist and I felt myself being pulled into the real world. The memory or wherever I was started to crumble, and then I suddenly went back to my room, and I realized that the journal Marcel had given me in the memories was now in my hands. The first Marcel's diary I was holding started to burn, with smoke rising from its pages. Damn it, I said, and thinking quickly I summoned an iron vase and threw the diary inside, letting it burn. Sigh. When did it all start to go so wrong? I wondered with some confused emotions in my chest, looking down at the journal in my hands. Knowing that Marcel was the one who cursed the greengrass family with a blood malediction was something unexpected, especially when I think about the fact that one of my classmates is from the greengrass family, and that family is part of Sacred 28. It's obviously not common knowledge that the greengrass family suffers from a blood malediction, but with some in-depth research into the family it's easy to figure this out. However, I also know that it must be a disgrace for the greengrasses that they, a family of purebloods, were cursed. Being cursed by a bastard son of the family must have been a very bad event for the greengrasses' reputation, and I have no doubt they did their best to hide that fact. But leaving that aside, I took the new journal Marcel had given me and opened it. The journal, as I said before, was filled with notes about various blood maledictions, and looking at the last few pages I found other types of curses and spells. Some of them were the same ones I saw Marcel create in his memoirs, and the curse that stood out the most to me was the one specifically named Greengrass. Looking closely at the notes on how to cast this blood malediction, I was surprised by what I read. Fuck was the only thing I managed to say, mainly because the list of ingredients and criteria needed to create the ritual are something worthy of a dark wizard. I didn't expect those things Marcel used in the ritual to be this. Some of the things he did to get these items already make him a very evil dark wizard, but I can't blame him for becoming 1-inch, I muttered. Some of the things that are required to do for the ritual to work could result in any witch or wizard being imprisoned in Azkaban for at least 50 years, and that's a positive estimate. Sigh. That was a lot for one day, I said, looking at my bedroom window and seeing that it was already dark. I think I'll go downstairs to get something to eat, and then I'll go to sleep. My mind needs to relax after so much information, I thought, taking the new journal and putting it in my suitcase, and disappearing with the remains of the old diary. January 4th. Well, it was a pleasure having you with us this Christmas and New Year's. These were probably the most fun and interesting days we've had in decades, Nick said, his arm around Penny's waist. Yes, and you should visit us another time, otherwise we'll come after you, she threatened playfully, especially you, Sarah. Merlin knows I haven't had such intelligent female companionship in a long time, she said. Don't worry, I'll come visit you again. Just please find another method of transportation other than a portkey, my mom said, with a disgusted look on her face. Okay, I can make Nick come up with another method especially for you, Penny said, and Nick looked at her strangely. What I am? Some sort of inventor vassal, he thought, not daring to say it out loud. Could you do that? My dad asked Nick hopefully. Well, if I have the right materials and some research time. Yes, I can, he said. Amazing, my dad whispered, looking at Nick like he was a deity descending into the mortal world, and my mom and I both rolled our eyes at him. And you, Ethan, come visit us and tell us about your time at school and how the British wizarding community is doing. Albus usually did this before he got busy with his many jobs to go with his many names, Nick said with a wry smile. Okay, but you're also going to have to tell me what wizarding communities were like back in the day, I said with a smile, and Nick nodded at me, smiling too. Come here, Penny said, coming up to me and hugging me tight. Write us some letters, and use Fox to deliver them. He has to do some exercises since I bet he just stays in that office eating lemon drops. Yes. I'll write letters. For you, I said, trying to speak and breathe, but with her tight hug it got a little difficult. And so are you, Seal, Penny said, this time turning to the little girl in my mother's arms. Yes, I'm also going to write a really big letter, she said, opening her arms to emphasize the size. Hee hee, yes I know you will, Penny said, patting Seal's head. As we were saying goodbye, the hoop in our hands that was the portkey started to glow. Well then, I guess our time together on this vacation is over, Nick said, and I nodded. Yes, and I had a great time here. And again, thanks for the invite, I said, reaching my hand out to Nick, who simply pulled me into a hug. Next time we'll show you other amazing places, so leave your schedule free for the next vacation, he said, also talking to my parents. Okay, and next time, as a thank you for the books and journals you guys gave me, I'll bring you both a copy of the books I've written, I said, earning 2 surprised looks from the Flammels. Did you write a book? Nick asked. Actually I wrote some, or more precisely I'm still finished writing 2 sagas, I replied. Oh, and what are these sagas? Penny asked curiously, and the hoop my family was holding began to glow even brighter. One of them is called Inheritance Cycle and the other is called Percy Jackson, I said, and I saw Penny look at me with wide eyes. Wait, what? Penny exclaimed, but to her unhappiness the portkey had already been activated and my family and I were teleported away. He's a boy full of surprises, right? Nick said with an amused smile on his face. But Inheritance Cycle. The author was so close, and I couldn't get his autograph. Penny muttered, looking off into space with her hand stretched out in front of her as if trying to grab something. Sigh, yes, full of surprises, Nick thought. Knight's house. After portkey activated, my family and I found ourselves standing in our living room, with my dad leaning on his knees and my mom leaning on the couch with one hand while the other held Seal. I hate portkeys, they said. Look on the bright side, at least it wasn't a night bus, I said, opening my suitcase and taking out the other bags inside. True, my mom agreed. Phew. Those were some very interesting days, my dad commented, plopping down in his armchair. I don't know if it was because of fatigue or if it was because of the turbulent trip. I think we have to unanimously agree that this vacation turned out to be the best we've had so far. That I have to agree, my mom said, putting Seal on the floor, who grabbed her small suitcase and ran to her room. Princess, lunch will be in 1 hour, my mother yelled, and we could hear a scream deep inside saying, yes mom. She's getting more playful every day, my dad said, and he then turned to look at me, and whose fault is that, he asked rhetorically. And I, like the good person that I am, started to whistle innocently. You know, maybe we can ask Nick and Penny to show us other magical communities on Ethan's next vacation, my mom said, sitting on the couch. That would be amazing. I'd like to see what the wizarding community in Africa is like, my dad said. If the French and British communities are already so amazing, what will the others be like, he asked aloud. Probably even more amazing, my mom said. And that, my dear parents, is all thanks to magic, I said, opening Nix's cage, who came out stretching before jumping onto the couch to lie down. Lazy cat, I thought, rolling my eyes. Well, long live the magic, my dad said, raising an imaginary glass to toast. Long live the magic, my mom said, doing the same. Chapter 185, Chapter. After talking a little more with my parents and after having lunch with my family, I went up to my room to unpack and put away my things. Arriving at my room, I saw that of all the prank gifts I had left for Lockhart, none were left. I prepared pranks to last through the end of the year if used sparingly, something I obviously wouldn't do, and apparently Fox wouldn't either. There were over 100 gifts here. How did Fox manage to use them all in such a short time? I wondered. Meanwhile at Hogwarts. Boom. Kaya. Ah. What was that? Professor Sprout asked Professor McGonagall. Currently, the two of them were in Professor McGonagall's office having an old friends chat, enjoying the fact that they had some time to relax since they didn't have to teach classes these vacation days. But that time was interrupted when a loud noise and an effeminate scream sounded through the castle. My beautiful hair, a cry of desperation sounded shortly thereafter. Sigh, the two teachers sighed, looking at each other wearily. How is it possible for him to get caught up in so many pranks? And there aren't many students at school who could be doing this. Professor McGonagall said, rubbing her temples. The Weasley twins aren't even at school. Professor Sprout said. And neither does Ethan, Professor McGonagall commented. Ethan. Ethan Knight. What does he have to do with it? Professor Sprout asked confused, and Professor McGonagall turned to look at her with a blank face. Sigh. This boy is very good at deceiving others, Professor McGonagall thought, shaking her head with a wry smile on her face. Boom. Kaya. Serious. Again, the two teachers said at the same time, resisting the urge to palm their faces. They then looked at each other, and with no other choice they got up and left the office, and walking down the corridors in the direction they heard the noises, they arrived in front of Lockhart's office. In front of the office there were 3 more students who were spending Christmas at Hogwarts. The students were looking into the office through the open door, and the 2 women ignored them and looked into the office as well. What the foo? Language, Professor McGonagall said unconsciously, causing that student who was about to curse to close his mouth. The Lockhart's office was painted all over neon orange, from his portraits that looked at each other in horror to the carpet on the floor. And Lockhart himself was looking at himself in his mirror, one of the many he had in his office, trying to fix his hair, which was now a blue-tipped mohawk. He also had a tattoo of a dragon around a skull on the left side of his face, and if we ignored the fact that his robes were also neon orange, he'd look like an 80s punk. I'm too old to deal with this, Professor McGonagall said with a weary sigh, turning and walking out of the front of the office. Me too, Professor Sprout said, following after her and ignoring her desperate colleague Professor. The students, who saw the two turn and walk away, looked at each other before shrugging and continued to look at Lockhart, who was crying as he caressed his face in the mirror. And while all this confusion was going on top of a large statue in the corridor was a hidden flaming bird looking at it all with amusement. He then took flight and disappeared in a burst of flame, appearing in an abandoned room on the far side of the castle. The room was the size of a regular classroom, and scattered around it were more than a dozen wrapped gifts of different colors, sizes, and shapes. Fox then chose the biggest gift that was there, took it in his claws, and in another burst of flame operated with the gift, vibrating happily. Back to school. After spending the last few days of vacation with my family, taking advantage of the fact that it was just the 4 of us, the day has finally come for me to return to Hogwarts. I met the boys on the express, and the trip went smoothly, with us talking about our vacation, with me deciding to hide the fact that I had visited the Flammels and just telling them I was in France. So Ethan. Are there a lot of pretty French girls there in France? Terry asked me, leaning towards me, and as he did so I looked at him with obvious contempt on my face. I've heard that France has a lot of beautiful and famous models, like Louise Lavallini who appeared in Meiji Et Mode magazine spring issue 75, Anthony said, and this time Terry and I looked at him strangely. How do you even know the magazine issue? The autumn edition with Lena Del Caselli is much better, the flowered dresses on the 5th page are the height of fashion. I think it wasn't hard to figure out who the second sentence was from. You guys are a perverts, I said, this time glaring at Terry as well. Thank you, they said proudly, and I palmed my face. At Hogwarts. Hey Ethan, someone called out to me, and turning around I saw it was Harry. Hey, I said, but then I realized something, wait. Did you come from the train? I asked. Yes, Ron replied confused. So you didn't spend Christmas here at Hogwarts? I asked again. I was going to spend Christmas here, but Ron insisted I spend Christmas with your family. Harry replied, and Ron beside him was smiling happily as he nodded. Oh, and how was it? I asked, turning and walking towards Terry and Anthony who were waiting for me a little further down the corridor for us to go to the Great Hall, with Harry and Ron following me. It was very fun and exciting. Ron replied with a twinkling eye, and now my chess win count against Harry is 76-0. As soon as he said that, I turned to Harry with a pitying look, and he just nodded with a sad smile. Hey guys, Ron said as we got to Terry and Anthony. Hey, how are you? We're fine, Ron shrugged. Terry then looked behind them and missing someone he turned to the boys questioningly. Where's Granger? He asked. Oh well. She said she wanted to talk to Professor McGonagall. Something about trying to find out her secret. Ron shrugged. It's probably something involving the classes, Harry said, and the boys nodded. Secret? What secret? I wondered, but then I shrugged it off too. With Professor McGonagall. Please teacher, tell me who the author is, a brown-haired girl said, or more accurately, begged. I already told you, Miss Granger, I have no idea what you're talking about, Professor McGonagall said. I know you know, Hermione said. You don't know that I know, Professor McGonagall retorted. I know you know. No, you don't know. Yes, I know. You don't know. I know. Miss Granger, shouldn't you be heading to the Great Hall to celebrate the New Year's banquet with your friends? Professor McGonagall asked, rubbing her temples. And shouldn't you also go to the banquet as a professor and head of Gryffindor? Hermione asked back with a raised eyebrow. Touché. Next day. After morning classes, I was walking through the corridors heading towards the Great Hall when I saw Lockhart leaning against one of the corridor walls talking to 3 seventh-years girls. From what I could hear of the conversation, he was bragging about his conquests while he was flirting with them, and of the 3 girls, only one wasn't being fooled by his sweet words. When the second lunch bell rang, Lockhart had to say goodbye to the 3 girls, and then he turned to leave, but not before flashing them a wink and giving them his signature annoying smile, making those 2 innocent or dumb girls sigh dreamily with silly smiles on their faces. Lockhart started walking towards me, and as soon as he passed me, I discreetly pulled out my wand and cast a spell on his shoes, and in the next second his shoelaces came to life and started attacking him. Satisfied with my work, I turned to leave, only to find Professor Snape at the end of the corridor staring at me. Professor Snape then walked towards me, ignoring the 3 girls who were looking at Lockhart in surprise and shock, and looking between me and the bound and gagged Lockhart who was floundering on the floor. He let a small twitch appear on his lips, but I was wise to keep quiet. Looking at me one last time, he walked past me and continued forward, ignoring Lockhart on the floor, but with my enhanced hearing I could still hear him say, 5 more points to Ravenclaw, very quietly. Looking at Professor Snape's back as he disappeared down the corridors, I could only shrug. Apparently resentment towards idiots makes people friendlier, I thought, also walking out of the corridor ignoring Lockhart. Chapter 186, Chapter. I knew I was taking too long to solve the basilisk problem, so I decided to spend all my free time at Hogwarts thinking and coming up with a simple and easy way to kill him. Well, simple and easy is easier said than done. I'd already caught 2 of Hagrid's roosters without him knowing, and I'd studied and learned the sonorous spell from the Flammel's books, planning to use both of them to kill or at least stun this age-old snake with deadly eyes. I had no faith that a crowing of a rooster could kill the basilisk, at least not the one in the Chamber of Secrets, so I also planned to make some potions to help me. Draft of Living Death is going to be one of the potions that will help me face the basilisk, and normally I would have a little trouble brewing a newt-level potion, but thanks to Nick's teachings my potion brewing has become smoother. I still think I'll make a few mistakes here and there when creating it, but after a few tries I'll probably be able to make a few bottles of Draft of Living Death that are at least almost perfect. Another good thing is that I knew a spell that could turn liquids into mist, so I won't need to make the basilisk ingest the potion, I'll just need to make him breathe the mist. With all that, I was pretty sure I was ready to face the basilisk, or at least as ready as the little time I have will allow me. But before I went ahead with my crazy and maybe suicidal plan, I needed one last thing. I wasn't sure if I would be able to get the Sword of Gryffindor out of the Sorting Hat, and I needed something to contain the basilisk's venom as that was the easiest and fastest way to destroy a Horcrux, which is why I made a request to Nick before I left France. I knew that even with the goblins respecting me, they would not give or sell me anything made with their goblin silver, which is why I had asked Nick to see if he could get from any of his contacts a dagger made of goblin silver. He was initially surprised and curious at my request, but he didn't ask too much and said he would try to get the dagger for me. Even though he didn't ask me for an explanation, I still said that I wanted a dagger for self-defense reasons in case I lost or couldn't use my wand, also talking about my mastery of martial arts. And about goblin silver, I simply said that the absorptive effects of silver interested me a lot, and that it would be useful for many things, with potions and alchemy being some of them. And why did I ask for a dagger and not a sword or something like that? Well, the answer is simple. Unlike the sword, I could hide and carry a dagger with me anytime and anywhere. It would probably be weird if I walked around the castle with a sword in my back, which is stupid and flawed, or around my waist. If Nick doesn't get the dagger for me by the end of February, I'll have to go ahead with my plan, using some sturdy and enchanted vial to store the basilisk's venom when he's killed. So until the end of February, I just have to keep doing what I've been doing this school year, which is having fun with my friends, training, studying, and playing pranks on Lockhart. Hagrid's hut. Hey Hagrid, can you tell me how tough a dragon's skin is? I asked the half-giant who was preparing some rocks. I mean cupcakes. Hagrid had invited me to have tea in his hut, and as I had free time I decided to come. I could have used this time to continue with my studies and training, but something my martial arts classes taught me was that everyone needs time to relax, as overwork can be overwhelming. The answer depends, Hagrid said, scratching his beard. A dragon's skin is very tough, but some spells and special items can cut it, but only when the dragon dies and when the skin is being used to create clothes. If the dragon is alive, is the skin more resistant? I asked, as this information was not in any book. Yes, and this has already been proven by some scholars and some dragon keepers. As for the reason, they say it's because the dragon's skin and its stamina are intimately connected with the dragon's life, and some even say it's because they are connected to his magic, Hagrid replied. He then began to look up in thoughts. You know, a lot of the magical creatures I've seen or read actually have amazing magical properties, but generally they're stronger when they're alive. Unicorns are an example, he continued. So you mean it would be easier to cut a dragon's skin if it's already dead or its magic is weak? I asked, and Hagrid nodded, assuming the dragon is alive and with very strong magic. What spells are usually used to cut its skin? And how long would that take? That's a question I won't be able to answer. Any strong slashing spell can hurt a dragon, but the only cases where anyone in their right mind tried to hurt a dragon was being supported by 10 more wizards. By the way, why are you asking me these things? Hagrid asked with a suspiciously raised eyebrow. No reason. From what I've read, one of the toughest things in the wizarding world is a dragon's skin, so I was just curious to know if there was any spell capable of causing any damage to a dragon. I shrugged my shoulders, and Hagrid nodded, quickly accepting my lie. Well, in that case I'd like to tell you that even though a dragon's skin is tough, its eyes aren't. That's the weakest part of a dragon, Hagrid said. Just the eyes. What about the inside of a dragon? I asked curiously, since generally the inside of any being is more fragile than the outside. Hagrid huffed, the inside of a dragon. The inside is almost as tough as the outside. They even say a dragon's heart is tougher than its skin. As soon as Hagrid said that, a frown appeared on my face, before I went back to a calm face. Damn, so that means a basilisk probably has its organs and interior as tough as the rest of its body. How am I going to kill that damn snake without a weapon made of goblin silver? I can't and don't even know how to use the killing curse, I thought, frowning in thought. But well, I guess you won't have to worry about that. The chances of you seeing a dragon are almost nil, Hagrid said, and I looked at him blankly. Azula was the only thing I said, which made Hagrid stop in his tracks. I said almost, Hagrid said, not daring to look me in the eye. Besides, Azula was just a baby, so she doesn't count. And if you could keep her until she grew to adulthood, would you keep her? I asked, already knowing the answer Hagrid would give. Of course, Hagrid replied promptly. And if you had the chance to have another dragon, would you take it? Who do you think I am? Of course I would, it's a dragon. Hagrid said, almost offended by my question. How could I not accept a creature as cute and beautiful as this, who needs all the love and affection I can give? As Hagrid continued talking about the 1,000 reasons he would agree to take care of a dragon, I simply looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And Hagrid, after realizing I wasn't saying anything, turned to me, only to see me staring at him. Almost nil, right? I said dismissively, and Hagrid just chuckled nervously. Chapter 187, Chapter. After my morning classes, I went to the Forbidden Forest where I could read and study outdoors peacefully. As the room of requirement, even though it was a secret and calming place, it was still a stifling place after being in it for so long. I had the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and an animal anatomy book in hand, with the intention of understanding more about the body of a snake. Thanks to watching a lot of Animal Planet in my past life out of boredom, I knew there was a specific point on a snake's body that was a weakness for them. I didn't know if a basilisk would have that weak point, but I couldn't rule out that plan. I knew that a basilisk shouldn't be as fast as a normal snake, mainly because of its weight and size, so I already had an advantage against it thanks to my agility and speed. With those thoughts in mind, I sat under a tree in the same clearing where I played with the little unicorn foal on weekends. Opening the books to the marked pages, I started to read them, jotting down a few things in my journal. The weak point or Achilles heel of a snake, according to what was written in the book of Animal Anatomy, was a point that was between its neck and its back. By pressing this point, the snake would lose all sensation in its body, with only its head able to react. However, because the point was very close to its head, the snake wouldn't be able to make many moves. The pressure applied at this point also causes the snake to unconsciously open its mouth, and it is with this method that some scientists and experts extract venom from snakes to produce medicines and cures. And that's why in the Muggle world the snake is the symbol of health and healing, which is ironic, since in the Wizarding world the snake is the symbol of evil and the dark side. Now I just need to think of a way to hit that point on the basilisk, but that's easier said than done, since I don't even know if that weak point is on a basilisk either, I thought, closing the book and leaning against the tree behind me. Why couldn't things be simpler? I wondered. What could be simpler? I then heard someone speak behind me, causing me to turn around in fright. As I turned around, I saw that crouching beside me, looking at me curiously, was Luna. Luna. What are you doing here? I asked, loosening the grip I had on my wand. How the hell did she manage to approach me without me noticing? I asked myself, calming my heartbeat. Me. Well, I wanted to take a walk to get some fresh air, she said, smiling at me innocently. In the forbidden forest? Yes, she replied, still smiling. You came looking for a crumple-horned snorkack, didn't you? I asked with an empty face. Why? Did you find any? Where is it? Do they like chocolate or do they prefer caramel? Luna started asking me, and I couldn't help but smile at her, because without even needing legitimacy I could tell she was just trying to get my attention off the subject that was stressing me out. Haha, no Luna, I haven't found any crumple-horned snorkacks, but when I find one I'll let you know, I said smiling. Well, it's a shame, so I brought these sweets for nothing, she said, taking a lot of sweets from the pockets of her blue dress, and I looked at her strangely. Looking at her as she was fiddling with her sweets, something came to my mind and I cracked a small smile. Well, I don't know if the crumple-horned snorkack would like these sweets, but I know one creature that does, I said, getting up off the floor and wiping the dirt off my pants. Oh, which creature? Luna asked. Secret, I said, a mysterious smile on my face. I then started walking through the forest, with Luna following close behind. Is the creature deep in the forest? Luna asked, bouncing around as she looked around with interest and curiosity, or are you suffering from a rackspurt's infestation? Hey, don't worry about the rackspurts, I'm safe from them, I said, pulling a necklace made of butterbeer caps from inside my shirt, which was a present from Luna. Oh, was the only thing Luna said to me, with a happy smile on her face. We then continued to walk and talk, and I learned that this was Luna's first time in the Forbidden Forest, which is a surprise since I thought she was going to try to come to the forest on her first day of school. We're almost there, I said, and after a few more steps I stopped, with Luna stopping too. I know you're hiding there, I yelled at the forest, and Luna looked around as if trying to find something. Just after I screamed, we heard rustling from behind some large bushes. Luna was looking in the direction of the sound with a curious look, and when the creature appeared she got a surprised look. Is this a Luna Kamikua Dizzer? A thestral? Yes, he is, I said, turning to see Luna looking at the thestral with a look of wonder. I then held her hand, catching her attention, to which I only gave her a reassuring smile. And I then, still holding Luna's hand, approached the thestral, who just let out a small amused snort and waited for me. Coming in front of him, I caressed him with my free hand, and he rested his head in my hand satisfied. Arch, this is Luna, and Luna, this is Arch, I said, introducing each other. Hi Arch. Luna said with her usual cheerful personality, and Arch neighed happily at her. I then started to lift Luna's hand that I was holding, and under Luna's questioning gaze I started to bring her hand closer to Arch's head. And to my surprise, after seeing my action, Arch decided by himself to bring his head closer to Luna's hand. Well, I think he liked you, I commented amusedly, letting go of Luna's hand. Yes, Luna replied with a happy smile, but I could see a little sadness in her tone. Luna, I called, looking at her with concern. She then turned to me, and seeing my worried look she answered me. I've read about thestrals before, and I know the criteria needed to see them, she said, looking at Arch with a sad smile. How did you know? She asked me, and I knew what she meant. I've seen you looking at a picture that you always carry with you. And one day out of curiosity I looked at the picture over your shoulder without you knowing. Sorry, I said, which was true. I already knew about Pandora's death from having read the books, but I only found out some time ago that Luna had a picture in which she appeared to be 5 years old and was sitting between the legs of a blonde woman, who was smiling happily looking at the camera. Oh, Luna said, putting her hand over the pocket of her dress, where the photo should have been. I've heard you talking about your dad, but you hardly ever talk about your mom, and I may not be a mind reader, but I can see you get sad when you look at this picture, so I added 2 plus 2, I kept talking, and I've also seen you looking out the common room window at the thestrals that are near Hagrid's enclosure, so I assumed you'd already seen someone die. After I finished speaking, Luna looked down and I felt some confused emotions coming from her. She then lifted her head and turned to me. It's been 2 years since she died. I was 9-inch, Luna started to say, and I just looked at her waiting for her to continue. She was amazing, smart, and the best mother in the world. She loved to read to me, and also showed and taught me about many magical creatures. But then, one day a spell she was testing went wrong, and she. Not letting Luna continue, I brought her into my arms, and I could feel her shake a little and many feelings of sadness and pain hit me, but Luna didn't shed any tears. I'm sure no matter where your mother's soul is, she sure is very happy with the amazing daughter she raised and cared for, I said, saying words of comfort to Luna. You are strong, much stronger than anyone else I know. Even with everything you've been through, you still have the strength to smile and be yourself every day. You can make everyone around you feel happier. You are amazing, Luna Lovegood. As soon as I said that, I could feel my shirt was a little wet, but I didn't care and let Luna cry as much as she wanted. Arch, who had been quietly watching, approached us, and showing how smart he was, he placed his head in Luna's palm in a form of silent support. Luna, seeing this, stopped crying and pulled out of my embrace, looking at Arch with a soft smile on her face. "Thank you," she whispered to him. She then turned to me with a big smile on her face, probably the happiest and truest I've ever seen on her face. "And thanks, Ethan, for everything," she said, and I smiled softly at her. "That was nothing, and you're my friend," I said. "A crazy and weird friend?" Luna asked with a playful smile. "Heh, yeah. A crazy and weird friend," I said amusedly, "and besides, any friend would do the same in my place," I said. "Maybe, but you did it, so thanks," she said, and I could only smile at her. Nay. Arch, who was being ignored, whinnied to get our attention. Luna, to calm Arch, put her hand on his head and began to caress him. "You know, I'm curious about something." "Why is his name Arch?" she asked me. "Well, his name comes from Arche, Alpharokai, which means beginning in Greek," I said, looking at Arch satisfied with my naming creativity. "Beginning?" Luna asked, cocking her head to the side in confusion. "Yes, but you can also consider that his name means a new beginning." "A new life," I said, which made Luna even more confused, but I just smiled at her mysteriously. Chapter 188, Chapter Room of Requirement, Laboratory. A pinch of powdered oak leaves that have been under a storm for 72 hours. Where the hell am I going to get this? I asked myself with a strange look. I was making more preparations to face the basilisk, and I was reading some of the potion recipes that were recorded in Marcel's journal. One of these recipes was for a potion that would cause extreme dizziness and weakness in anyone ingesting it, but the ingredients weren't something I could get easily or quickly. I think in my entire life, I've never seen it rain more than 1 full day, let alone 3 days, and even more a storm, I said to myself, rubbing my temples, sigh, well, to the next potion then. Saying that, I turned to the next page, only it was just another potion that served to torture someone, and that wasn't what I wanted. I then continued flipping through the pages, looking for some spell or potion that might help me. I found some useful spells, but there were few potions that could help me, and even the ones that could help me needed ingredients that there was no way I could get or order so easily and in so little time. Unfortunately then I had to put aside the potions from Marcel's journal, but with that I could concentrate on creating the draft of living death, which is a difficult and complicated potion. I'm good at potions, but this potion requires a lot of patience and time, which I didn't have, and there's also the fact that this potion isn't usually potent enough to have an effect on a creature like a dragon, and it's probably the same for a basilisk, so because that I'll have to modify it. Knowing that modifying a potion is a very difficult thing, I decided to use a small book that contained some notes from one of the best potioners of that era. And so I took from the supply cabinet one of the old potions books that had the signature of someone called the Half-Blood Prince, who is also known as Severus Snape. I've already read most of the notes he had left in the book, and I can only say that Professor Snape really is a genius, perhaps even on the level of Riddle and of Headmaster. Perhaps if he had devoted his life to studies and potions, he would have been someone far more famous in the wizarding world. An amazing potions master, a great duelist, and a powerful wizard who can create his own spells. But all that was wasted by his fixation on Lily Evans, and his many jobs as a spy. But back to the subject, after giving up looking for potions in Marcel's journal, I started to get the ingredients in my bag to make the drafts of living death. The ingredients for this potion were easy to come by, as every apothecary in Diagon Alley had them. Taking my high-quality potion brewing materials from my suitcase and placing them on the table, I started brewing the potion. This was not the first time I brewed this potion, and in my first 4 attempts I managed to create acceptable potions, far from the perfect potions I need. After these 4 attempts I kept trying, until I managed to make the draft of living death which according to the description in the books, was perfect, or close to perfect. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted a potent and powerful potion that could take down even the strongest of creatures, so I started modifying it. It took me 4 tries to make the normal potion perfectly, so it was no surprise that my attempts to modify the potion were even more difficult. I changed some ingredients, added others, prepared some of the ingredients differently than described in the book instructions, but none of these changes brought a pleasant result. Some of these changes actually made the potion a little more potent, but the difference was barely noticeable and I only noticed it thanks to my senses and my magic vision. Other changes created potions with entirely different effects or even exploded, which led me to visit the hospital wing a few times. And if I add to the sloth's brain the paws of a dead panda when it was in hibernation? Maybe it will increase the sleepiness and sluggish effect, I muttered, grabbing more ingredients and vials to test. My journal already had many pages with many notes, and around me there were many vials or leftover ingredients that were scattered around. Now the question is, do I crush, cook, or cut the paws? Crushing might cut the effect or dilute it, but I also think that if I put more than 1 paw in the potion it can get too creamy, breaking the effect of the asphodel, I commented to myself as I put the other ingredients in the cauldron, at the same time taking 1 pickled adult panda paw from a large glass jar. Deciding it would be best to cook the paw whole, I waited for the right moment to add it to the potion. Tossing the ground sloth brains into the cauldron, I immediately added the panda's paw, and chamomile broth harvested in the fall that were dipped in all saliva. As I stirred the potion, following the steps that were in Professor Snape's book and in my journal, I activated my magic vision and began to see the potion's magic being brewed. When I noticed that the potion was starting to become unstable, I would stir the potion or add goat hair, which served to stabilize the potions without changing the effects, something I discovered with the flammels. Unlike expected, the potion, instead of reaching its pale lilac color, acquired a violet hue, but in my last anti-clockwise stir the potion began to darken, turning to magenta. The smoke rising from the potion was purple in color, and the scent itself was making me drowsy, but I transferred some magic through my body and quickly the effect wore off. If the smoke alone can make me drowsy, even though I am already resistant to the effect of many potions, I can't even imagine what would happen to anyone who ingests the potion directly, I said, looking satisfied at the potion, not forgetting to note it in my own journal the changes I've made. I didn't intend to share my recipes, as many of them are dangerous and I could be declared a dark wizard, but writing them down can also be considered a hobby of mine. Going back to the potion, I poured the liquid into 4 vials, and after that I cleaned the cauldron and tidied up my workbench. When everything was clean, I got more ingredients to make another batch of my new potion. I also decided to name the potion The Curse of the Evil Queen, obviously in honor of the Evil Queen's poisoned apple from Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. With this potion, I had one more guarantee against the basilisk, and now I just needed to continue my training by increasing the power of my spells until the goblin silver dagger arrives. Gryffindor Common Room, 9 p.m. POV, Harry. After Ron and Hermione had gone to their respective dorms to sleep, I continued in front of the common room fireplace, staring into the burning flames with a tired look on my face. I wasn't alone in the common room, but the few and only other students in the room were studying at a few tables away from me. I couldn't sleep, which had been normal since the end of last school year. I tried in every way to ignore the nightmares, but they were persistent. But sometimes, the nightmares I had were different from what I was used to. Usually I have nightmares of Quirrell's face blaming me for his death, but other times my nightmares are just darkness with a woman's voice in the background begging someone to be spared, before everything disappeared in a flash of green. Harry. I heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw that Hermione was standing on the first few steps of the stairs leading to the girls' dormitory in her pajamas, looking at me with concern. "Hi," I replied with a tired look. I then turned back to the fireplace, and Hermione came to sit beside me. "Are you still having trouble sleeping?" she asked worriedly. "I'm not having trouble sleeping," I denied, but Hermione just looked at me critically. "Sigh. It's just a little nightmare," I said. "Harry, you've been having trouble sleeping for months. I can't remember the last time you had a really good night's sleep," Hermione said, putting her hand on my arm in concern, "and a little nightmare doesn't do that." "It's nothing, Mione. I'm just thinking about the final exams," I said, but even I didn't believe this lie. "You need to talk to Madame Pomfrey, you might be sick," Hermione said. "I'm not sick." "Then you should speak to Professor McGonagall or the headmaster. Perhaps they can help you," she insisted. "Hermione, I'm fine, just a little tired," I said, and when I saw her open her mouth I interrupted her. "Look, you don't have to worry, and if the nightmares continue I'll talk to someone, okay?" When I finished speaking, I looked at Hermione, and she looked like she wanted to say something else, but she held back. Sigh. "All right. But Harry, if you keep having these nightmares, you can talk to me, I'll be here to listen to you," she said, and I smiled softly at her. "Fine, I'll talk to you if the nightmares continue," I said. I then let out a fake yawn, and turned to Hermione. "See, I'm already sleepy," I said, getting up. "I'm going to my dorm to sleep, don't stay up reading late," I joked. Giving her no chance to say anything I turned and headed towards the stairs to the boys' dormitory, not noticing that Hermione was looking at my back with a worried and sad look. Chapter 189, Chapter. The month of February arrived, and with it also came the third match of this Quidditch season, which is the match between my house, Ravenclaw, against Slytherin. Compared to last year, my team was under more pressure as the entire Slytherin team had a Nimbus 2001 for each player, and even the fact that we saw them lose to Gryffindor didn't lessen that pressure. "Calm down, Clark, you walking around won't bring our victory," Roger said, sitting on one of the locker room benches holding his broom, but I could see his leg moving with nervousness. "How can I calm down knowing they have brooms that outrun ours in speed?" Hilton said, still pacing. "The only people with brooms fast enough on our team to match their Nimbus 2001 are you and Ethan, and you two are chasers." What Hilton said made sense if we looked at things logically. The Slytherin team had the best brooms on the market in their possession, and apart from them I was the only one in the entire school to also own a Nimbus 2001. And meanwhile Roger had a Nimbus 2000, with him having gotten it as a Christmas present from his parents. Seeing the entire team reflect on what Hilton had said, I looked at them with a tired look. "I understand that a fast broom is a big differentiator in a match, but could you at least not look like someone who is going to a funeral?" I thought, shaking my head. Seeing that the team's morale was low, I rolled my eyes and went to my locker. If all of you are already so depressed and downcast just because of a few brooms, then wouldn't it be easier for us to just give up the match? It's no use playing if no one here believes we're going to win, I asked with a small frown as I opened my locker, causing the team to turn to me. We haven't given up yet, Ethan, Christy said, and I just turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. It's not what it looks like, I commented. Sigh, I knew our winning streak was going to end at some point, Dylan said, and Christy, who was next to him, gave him a little slap on the head. We didn't lose, she said to Dylan, and we're not giving up either, she said that part looking at me. Yeah, we haven't lost yet, Dylan, Roger said frowning. We can't forget that even with these fast brooms, Slytherin still lost to Gryffindor, and if I have confidence to beat the Gryffindor team, then I also have confidence that we can beat the Slytherin team. As soon as Roger said that, the team started looking at each other, and realizing that what he said made sense, the morale of some of the team members started to rise. And as Roger spoke, Hilton was looking at him with an analytical gaze but with a small smile on his face, nodding to himself, but it was hard to know what he was thinking. And about having fast brooms. We're not at a disadvantage, I said, closing my closet door with a slam, and when the team turned to me they saw that I was holding 2 brooms in my hands. Oh, you still have your Nimbus 2000, Isabel said, looking at the broom in my left hand. It's not just the Nimbus 2000 I have, ISA, I said, swinging the other broom. Your Nimbus 2001. Yes, we know you have it, she said, rolling her eyes. Ahem, Patrick cleared his throat to get Isabel's attention, ISA. Yeah, she asked, turning to him, only to see Patrick signaling something with his eyes. Looking in the direction Patrick was looking, Isabel's jaw dropped. Huh, she said smartly. Isabel and the rest of the team were looking at a broom that was leaning against the wall, and that broom was my 2001 Nimbus that I had been using up until now. If that's your Nimbus, then that means. Hilton started to say. That I have 2 Nimbus 2001s. Yes, I have, I replied with a mischievous smile on my face. You rich little shit, Patrick said with an excited smile on his face, which I just shrugged. Ignoring Isabel, who was still looking between the brooms with a shocked look, the whole team started to applaud and celebrate, completely forgetting the fact that just a few minutes ago everyone was already certain of our defeat. As the team cheered, I nodded to Roger, who nodded back with a smile, as he was the only one who knew I had another Nimbus 2001, as he'd seen me putting it away in my locker before this match. Heh, now I'm sure I'm making the right choice, Hilton thought, looking at the team with a satisfied look, or more accurately, looking at Roger and me. Ravenclaw Common Room. The match, unsurprisingly for me, ended with Ravenclaw winning, with Hilton catching the snitch after 40 minutes of play with the help of Nimbus 2001. It was very funny the face the Slytherin team made when they saw our team enter the pitch with 2 Nimbus 2000s and 2 Nimbus 2001s. Arriving at the Ravenclaw Common Room, we all started to celebrate, as it looked like the cup would be won by us again. And in between the celebration, Stephen ended up finding out that the Nimbus were mine and that I was the one who lent them to the team, and that's why he called me Broom Dealership, and after explaining the name to the non-Muggleborns, everyone in the common room started calling me Broom Dealership as they laughed, ignoring my twitching eye. Hey Ethan. I heard someone call me, and turning around I saw that the one who called me was Penelope. Hi Penny, I said, smiling at our dear 6th grade prefect. Sorry to interrupt your celebration, but the headmaster would like to speak with you, she said with an apologetic look. Would the headmaster like to speak with me? I asked aloud, with a raised eyebrow. Did he find out that you're the one playing these pranks on Professor Lockhart? Anthony asked, and those around us who heard this either looked at me in surprise and shock, or simply raised their eyebrows before shrugging. So are you the culprit? Penelope asked accusingly and surprised. No evidence, no crime, I quickly said, and besides, are you going to believe something Anthony said? He probably doesn't even know what day it is, I said, and Anthony frowned as he looked at me, but he just didn't say anything because he didn't really know what day it is. Sigh. All right, but I've got my eye on you, she said, pointing at me with narrowed eyes. Being watched by a pretty girl all the time. That's a blessing, I said playfully, and I could see Penelope's eye twitch, but I knew from her emotions that she wasn't angry, she was actually amused. And he calls us perverts, Terry whispered to Anthony, who nodded, but I decided to ignore these 2 idiots. Ahem, well, I believe you know the way to the headmaster's office, right? She asked and I nodded, good. The password is truffled apples, don't forget. As soon as she finished talking, she turned and left, probably going to monitor someone or going to study for her NEWTS, something I always see her doing. She didn't even say goodbye, I said with a hand on my chest in mock suffering. I think I already know why the twins' brother hates you, Sue said laughing. Ronald. Why would he hate Ethan? Aren't they friends? Stephen asked confused. No, she's talking about the brother who has a dick up his ass, Michael said, but Stephen just looked at him cluelessly, sigh. The Percy Perfect from Gryffindor. Oh, Stephen said in realization. And why would he hate Ethan? Ugh. Gryffindor Common Room. POV, 3rd person. What are you doing? Percy asked in an authoritative voice. Writing. George replied confused, looking at the parchments and books on the table and then at Percy. And what are you writing? Percy asked with narrowed eyes, looking suspiciously at the twins. Our Care of Magical Creatures essay, Fred said, looking strangely at his twin. Does Percy need glasses? Maybe he is under a lot of pressure with his responsibilities as a prefect. Yes, maybe that's it. While the twins were having a silent conversation with their eyes, Percy, who was in front of them, got tired of waiting for an answer and took one of the parchments from the table in front of him. You're probably writing a recipe for some new prank, aren't you? He said, and then began to read the contents of the parchment. But the more he read, the more he realized that the parchment really was just the twins' homework. But not wanting to give up, he put the parchment back on the table and picked up one of the ink bottles. Humph. Maybe you guys aren't creating a new prank, maybe it's already done, he said, inspecting the open ink bottle closely. Meanwhile, the twins just looked at each other without understanding. Maybe this ink is made with. Achoo. Percy, who had the vial in front of his face, sneezed, and the ink from the ink bottle ended up spilling on his impeccable uniform and his precious prefect badge. He then looked down at his robes with a horrified look, and without another word he turned and ran to the Gryffindor men's room, forgetting that he could clean himself with a simple cleaning spell. And the twins, who saw their brother hurriedly leave, looked at each other with a raised eyebrow. George. Yes, Fred. I think that's enough homework for today. I agree with you, Fred. Would you like to prepare some pranks for the upcoming Three Musketeers performance? You know very well what my answer is, my dear brother. So that's a yes. Clearly. Chapter 190, Chapter. Headmaster Dumbledore's Office. What does the headmaster want to talk to me about? I don't remember doing anything to get his attention. Well, at least not something he's aware of, I thought, ignoring the fact that I've been tormenting Lockhart since the beginning of the school year and that the headmaster probably knows it. After walking a bit through some secret passages, I arrived in front of the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to his office and spoke the password. Truffled apples, I said, and the gargoyle moved away to show the stairs leading up to the office. When did I finish going down the stairs, a door was waiting for me, but I just looked at it knowing that the headmaster was in the office already feeling his magic and having already seen him with Atlas. I also knew that the headmaster liked to surprise people who came to his door by pretending to be omniscient. Come in, Ethan, I heard him speak from inside the office, and wasting no time I opened the door and walked inside. The office hasn't changed much since my last visit. The only thing different was that there were more knickknacks on the shelves. I hear you'd like to speak with me, headmaster. I said, sitting down in the chair across from his desk, nodding slightly at Fawkes. Yes, he said, but then he took a bowl from his table, but before that, would you like some lemon drops, he offered. Thanks, but I already ate some sweets in my common room, I declined. Oh yeah, you were probably celebrating Ravenclaw's victory in today's match, the headmaster nodded. Well, in that case then there's more left for me, he said, popping a lemon drop into his mouth. So, why do you want to talk to me? I asked, looking at the headmaster curiously. Oh, I was just curious to know how your Christmas break went, he said, looking at me with a knowing smile. As soon as he said that, my eyes widened for a moment, but I quickly went back to maintaining my calm demeanor. I should have expected that the headmaster would find out about my visit to the Flammels, I thought, smiling as I shook my head wryly. Well, my vacation was a lot of fun. I think the best word to describe what it was like would be magical, I said with a smile. I see, the headmaster said with a small smile. He then got a serious look, and putting his hands together and putting them in front of his face as he leaned his elbows on the table, he asked me, Tell me, Ethan, why? Why what? I asked back without understanding. Why did you risk so much just to get the Philosopher's Stone, he said, and I stopped as I looked at him lost in thought. Why not? I asked my own question. Because the stone was already under strong and secure wards, the headmaster said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. But I managed to get the stone. And I was 11 years old, I said. Yes, but you've probably already discovered the mirror's secret, right? He asked, and I nodded slowly, so you know the stone was never in any danger of being stolen, so I repeat my question. Why? Because at that time I didn't know that the stone would be kept in the mirror, and I didn't even know about the enchantment secret, I replied. Ethan. You are one of, or even the smartest Ravenclaw student I've ever seen. I'm sure you discovered the secret to the incantation I placed on the mirror the moment you received the stone, and at that moment you could have put the stone back in the mirror, the headmaster said, and I hid some of the pride and satisfaction that rose in my chest at hearing him call me the smartest student in Ravenclaw. Looking at the headmaster, who was patiently waiting for my answer, I stopped to think. As I thought, I heard a light and calm song, and looking to the side I saw that it was Fawkes who was singing. Smiling slightly at Fawkes, I turned to the headmaster with a serious look. The truth, headmaster, is that I chose to take the stone because I didn't have any trust in you, I replied, and both Headmaster Dumbledore and the former headmasters and headmistresses in the portraits who were pretending not to pay attention to the conversation looked at me in surprise. After I said that, the headmaster started looking at me silently, thinking about something. You said you didn't trust me, right? So now you do, he asked me, and I shrugged. Trust is something very important and hard to get, I said. I respect you, and I know you're a good person. But that's not enough for you to earn my trust. But something must have changed, as I'm sure you wouldn't be telling me this if you didn't have at least a little trust in me, he said, and then looked at me over the top of his half-moon glasses. What has changed? From the beginning of our conversation, I could feel that the headmaster was confused, curious, and a little happy for some reason I don't know, but as soon as I said I didn't trust him I could feel a little disappointment and sadness. I knew the headmaster was someone who liked to keep secrets from others, and he was a chess master treating many people like pawns, even against his own will, but when I said I didn't trust him I wasn't telling the whole truth. I knew that if there was anyone at school, hell, even in the entire wizarding world that I could count on in bad times, the headmaster was definitely that person. I only said that thing about trust because I wanted to see how he would react, and his reaction and the feelings that came from him didn't surprise me. You know, headmaster. You're an amazing wizard, and I know you think of everyone's good before your own. But I think the main factor that made me change my mind was Fawkes, I said. Fawkes, the headmaster repeated in surprise, turning to look at his feathered companion who had his head under his wing scratching his right side. Feeling a gaze on him, Fawkes stopped scratching and looked at us slowly, with one of his feathers he'd just plucked in his beak. Fawkes made a noise as he cocked his head to the side in confusion. How did Fawkes change your mind about trusting me? The headmaster asked, confused. Well, I know this might sound a bit cliché. But I trust Fawkes to the point that I'd leave my life in his hands. Or claws, and that's not just because he's a phoenix, I said, and the headmaster looked at me surprised and a little curious, and if I trust Fawkes unconditionally, why wouldn't I trust his companion? I said, and Fawkes, who heard what I said, vibrated before flying from his perch to my shoulder. Reaching my shoulder, Fawkes started rubbing his head on my cheek, conveying feelings of joy and satisfaction, causing me to chuckle lightly. The headmaster who was watching all this just opened his mouth in surprise, before closing it and letting a small smile appear on his lips. Heh, I didn't know you two were such good friends, he said, but then he looked at Fawkes critically, but I should have suspected someone was corrupting him, and that someone could be you. As soon as he said that, I looked at the headmaster confused. What do you mean? I asked. Before I answer that question of yours, could you tell me if you recognize this package? The headmaster asked, taking a small package that was wrapped in green gift wrap from one of his desk drawers and placing it on the table. Oh, was the only thing I could say, and Fawkes on my shoulder covered his face with his wing in shame. So I see you recognized it, the headmaster said with an amused look on his face. Realizing that I was caught in the act, I did the only thing I could have done in this situation. It was all Fawkes' idea. Chirp. Yeah, it was your idea, I said, ignoring the scandalized look I was getting from the phoenix on my shoulder. The headmaster, who was watching a boy and a phoenix argue, only looked at the scene with an amused look. After I managed to convince Fawkes to take the blame, I turned back to the headmaster with a question in mind. How did you find out I was the one who took the stone? I asked, since I was pretty sure that neither Fawkes nor the Flammels had told anything to him. Well, I just needed to bring out my inner Sherlock to solve this little mystery, the headmaster said with a proud look on his face. Nick sent me a letter saying he had recovered the stone, probably after you returned the stone to him, and no, he didn't mention his name, he just said that his benefactor had paid them a visit and that he is someone amazing and kind-hearted, just as I had predicted, he continued. I'm used to being called awesome, I said with a hand on my chin, but what I got was a blank stare from the headmaster and a peck in my ear, courtesy of Fawkes. Ahem, as I was saying. After I found out that this benefactor had paid them a visit, I just needed to find out which student had traveled to France on this vacation. And then you found out I went to France, and with that you solved the mystery, I said, but the headmaster shook his head. No, because coincidentally on this vacation at least 10 students went to spend Christmas with their families in France, he said with a wry smile. So how? I asked, now curious, and in answer to my question he just looked at the prank present on his desk. Fawkes may have many skills, but being discreet is not one of them, the headmaster said, and I also realized that of all the students who went to France, you were the most skilled and the most likely to have broken the rules to steal the stone. I think that makes sense, I said, looking slightly at Fawkes, who looked away as he whistled. So I guess next time I have to choose my partners in crime better, I commented. Next time, the headmaster asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh look. It's too late, headmaster, I think you'd better go to sleep, I said, getting up from my chair, startling Fawkes, who flew back to his perch. My dorm is right next door, and I'm the headmaster. I should be sending you to your dorm, he said, with a raised eyebrow. Well, in that case then I'll be on my way, I said, letting out a long, drawn-out yawn. I then went to the door and opened it, until our next meeting, headmaster. Oh, and don't open this present, and as soon as I finished talking I walked out, leaving behind a headmaster who was looking at the place where I had been with an amused look. Humph, do you still have any doubts that this kid would do well in whatever house he was in, the sorting hat that was quiet all this time? Asked the headmaster. He's definitely a very interesting student, was the only thing the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling. Chapter 191, Chapter. It's been a few days since I had that conversation with the headmaster, and nothing very interesting has happened since that day. After my visit to the headmaster's office, I realized that our conversation only generated more questions in my mind. And I also noticed that the headmaster didn't ask some questions that would be obvious to ask in that situation, such as, how did I know the stone was in danger? Or why did I trust Fox? I don't think he asked any more questions because he was already convinced with my answers, or because he didn't want to put me up against the wall, especially after I said I didn't trust him before. I also wanted to ask him some questions, but I knew this was not the right time to bring up certain matters. But well, changing the subject. As I said before, nothing very interesting happened after the conversation with the headmaster, and my days here at school went on as normal. I still trained regularly, and sometimes my training was so extreme that I barely had the strength to move afterward. My current training consisted of training my agility and reflex, and the power of my magic and spells. I still trained in my martial arts, but not as much as I used to, as I knew my fighting proficiency was at a more than satisfactory level, especially against untrained wizards. And in that time, I also got good news from Nick. He sent me a letter saying that an old friend of his was getting rid of some items, and among those items was a dagger made of goblin silver. I don't know what went through Nick's friend's mind for him to discard a goblin silver dagger so easily, but well, maybe he's someone ridiculously rich or someone who doesn't care about material possessions. But back to the point, Nick told me that when the dagger arrived at his house, he would send it to me through Fox, but that it would probably not arrive until the 25th of this month. Since I basically had less than a month before the dagger was delivered to Nick, I decided that I would use the time preparing myself for when I go into the chamber to face the damned snake. Knowing that I would have the dagger in my hands in a few days, yet another weight was lifted from my shoulders, as I could now train with peace of mind knowing that I would have a way to store the poison to destroy the Horcruxes. And with all my preparations basically done, I just had to wait. February 11th. Forbidden Forest. So Ethan, how did you meet Arch? Luna asked me as she caressed Arch with a happy smile on her face. We met on my first visit to the Forbidden Forest in my first year, I replied. I was just leaving the forest when he showed up, and just like any normal person would when they saw a strange and frightening creature, I approached him and then we became friends. As soon as I said that, I gave Arch a light playful pat, who neighed in agreement. Oh, Luna said, and I sensed that she was disappointed, which made me look at her curiously. I thought your meeting with him would have been more lively, adventurous, and dangerous, she said. Huh. I said, with me and Arch looking at Luna strangely. If you want to see a lively, adventurous, and dangerous encounter, then I'll take you to the acromantula nest deep in the forest, I huffed, rolling my eyes playfully. Is there an acromantula nest here? Luna asked with anticipation in her voice, which caused me to look at her warily. Seeing how Luna looking at me with her innocent eyes shining with anticipation and excitement, I realized my mistake. Telling a rather peculiar girl who has a great love and appreciation for magical creatures that there was a nest of class XXXXX creatures nearby was irresponsible and stupid of me. Hee. Acromantula nest. Who said that? I asked, sweating as I looked away. Huh? You said, Luna said looking at me confused. Seeing that Luna was waiting for an answer from me, I used my last master level move. The distraction. Oh look, a crumplehorned snorkack. I said, pointing behind Luna. What? Where? Luna asked, turning quickly, only to see nothing. Oops, my mistake, I think it was just a squirrel, I said, scratching the back of my neck as I laughed awkwardly. On, Luna said crestfallen, before reverting to her usual cheerful self. Maybe the crumplehorned snorkack just got away too fast, or did you get confused because of the rackspurts? She asked me, cocking her head to the side curiously, totally forgetting the subject of the acromantulas causing me to sigh in relief. Nah, I'm still safe from them, I said, patting my chest where my necklace of butterbeer caps was. Maybe the effect of your necklace is wearing off, Luna said lost in thought. Well, I think the only way I can help you would be if I made another one for you, only with more butterbeer caps. Thanks, I said with a wry smile on my face. What would I do without a friend as kind and caring as you? I asked jokingly. Maybe more friends, Luna replied, which caused me to stop and look at her confused, but then I understood that she meant that I don't have friends anymore because I am her friend. Humph, I huffed, crossing my arms. I think the amount of friends I have is enough, I said. Are you sure? She asked me. Having lots of friends must be a really good thing. You would never be alone, she said, and I could feel a little sadness and longing in her tone. Yes, I'm sure. I already find it hard to keep my sanity with the friends I have. If that number increased I could end up going crazy, I said amusedly. Hee hee, but aren't we all crazy, she said philosophically, and then we both looked at each other before we started laughing. Phew, yeah, I think I'm crazy already, I said. Welcome to my world, Luna answered me. She then continued petting Arch while lost in thought, and I stared at her waiting for her to speak. You know, I'm really happy to have you all as friends, she said smiling peacefully, especially you. Especially me? I asked confused. Yes, since it's just because of you that they're all my friends too, she said, and I frowned at that. Listen Luna, they're your friends too Anne. I know they're my friends, but I also know it's because of you that they accepted me into their group, she said, still with a smile on her face. I'm not saying they're forcing themselves to be my friends, but that day in the common room, it was you who took the initiative to talk to me, and it was you who introduced me to them. Well, I just thought you'd be someone nice to join our group, I said, even though I knew one of the reasons was pity as well. Are you sure you weren't just looking for someone crazier than you? She asked me with a mischievous smile on her face. As if that were possible. Have you seen Anthony and Terry? They seem to share the same neuron, I said laughing, and Luna laughed with me. Yes. That's true, she said, tapping her index finger on her chin with a light smile. And besides, you don't have to worry about why we made friends with you. I'm sure if you ask any of them if they're happy being your friend, they'll say yes, I said with a shrug. Maybe they'll even reply that, if possible, they'd like to have you accompany us to our classes instead of Michael, just to spend more time with you. Or maybe just to spend less time like Michael, Luna commented, and I laughed a little. Yeah, I won't deny that maybe that could be one of the reasons too, I said smiling. After that conversation of mine with Luna in the Forbidden Forest, I remembered that her birthday was coming up, or more specifically, her birthday was only 2 days away. With that in mind I decided it would be nice to have a little surprise party for her, having all of our friends as guests. I was hoping that a surprise on her birthday would make her happier, and make her realize that she had friends and people to trust besides her father. Furthermore, we also couldn't forget the fact that this would also be her first birthday without her family, as well as another birthday without her mother, so I wanted to make this day fun and special for her. Now I just needed to figure out what to get her as a present. I think I already have an ideal present for her, but I don't think it's a good enough present. I could ask her what present she would like to receive, but I'm sure her answer would be that she would like a picture of a crumplehorn snorkack as a present. Sigh. As I said on my mother's birthday, of all the things I've done or plan to do, choosing a present for a girl is the hardest, especially when this girl has such a different personality and tastes, and peculiar as Luna, I thought. Maybe even killing a basilisk or casting a Patronus corporeal isn't as difficult as choosing a good present.